May I inquire, having transmigrated and acquired a critical hit system, yet lacking the funds to purchase cultivation resources, what course of action should one take? What? The childhood sweetheart I secretly adore turns out to be the heiress of a wealthy family, and she generously provides me with cultivation resources. Xuan Yuanche declared, "You ask me to choose between freeloading or the system. Only a child would make such a choice. I want them both." Having obtained the critical hit system, any action can trigger a critical hit. Cultivate for 1 hour. Trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit equivalent to others cultivating for 10,000 hours. Kill 1 person. Trigger a critical hit, entire family wiped out instantly. Consume a bottle of medicine. Trigger a 100-fold critical hit level up 100 ranks at once. Even taking medicine guarantees victory. Practice martial techniques. Trigger a 100,000-fold critical hit, not only instantly master the skill, but also raise proficiency to the maximum level. Escape. Trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit, immediately comprehend speed techniques. Strike the enemy with 1 slash. Trigger a 100-fold critical hit power, amplified 100 times. Instantly kill the opponent. Eat a Chun-Ji pill. Trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit instantly. Become a golden kidney. Xuanyuan Qi exclaimed, "System. Leveling up is too slow. Just let me become a martial saint directly." Ding. Host's desire to become a martial saint detected, triggering a 1,000,000-fold critical hit. The host becomes Xuanyuan Qi could only say, "System. You're incredible." Within a single summer vacation, Xuanyuan Qiao rose to become the second martial saint of contemporary Huaxia, wielding his blade to slay the fierce beasts that had long terrorized Huaxia. "Fierce beasts," exclaimed Dam. "Where did this martial saint suddenly appear from?" And thus, the story begins. In Class 4, Senior Grade 3, Jiangan's premier martial arts high school, a middle-aged man stood at the podium, delivering a lecture. His gaze swept to the last desk in the classroom. A short-haired youth lay asleep on the desk. The teacher sighed, retrieved a piece of chalk from the box, broke it, flicked it with his fingers, and struck Xuanyuan Qi seated at the last desk. Directly, "Xuanyuan Qi, come to my office after class." Half-awake Xuanyuan Qi heard this. He lifted his head and looked around, noticing his classmates watching him with schadenfreude, daring to sleep in old Lia's class. Old Qi really isn't afraid of death. Surveying the surroundings, Xuanyuan Qi patted his head and widened his eyes. The classroom. Could it be I've returned to my student days? Yet the two streams of memories in his mind merged, making him understand the situation. After digesting the memories, he calmed himself. He hadn't returned to his student years, but had been reborn and reincarnated into a parallel world, having already lived 19 years here. Only moments ago did he recall his past life fully and integrate it, clarifying everything. He sighed. This world seemed somewhat different from the Earth of his prior life. This planet was called Blue Star, much like the high martial arts novels of his previous life. In the old era of 2032, spiritual energy revived, and fierce beasts ran rampant. The scales of low-tier beasts could withstand ordinary firearms, while high-tier ones could resist nuclear bombs. At that time, humanity's nations suffered severe damage. Among the most infamous was a fierce beast appearing in the Sakura country. This beast could harness volcanic energy, simultaneously activating multiple volcanoes, causing eruptions across the entire Sakura country. The people of Sakura country, the beasts, suffered countless casualties. 3 days later, for humanitarian reasons, Huaxia launched several mushroom bombs at Sakura country, aiming to help eliminate the beast. Yet the outcome shocked everyone. The beast survived, but many of Sakura's people perished. It was then that people realized the terrifying evolutionary ability of these beasts. Fortunately, some humans had broken their own limits and become martial artists, but it was already too late. As martial artists took time to grow strong, humanity gradually fell into a disadvantage. Only decades ago did humans barely cling to survival amidst the beasts, rebuilding cities one by one. After reviewing Blue Star's differences, Xuanyuan Qi began recalling his current life. In this life, he was a classic waste-type protagonist, orphaned from a young age and raised in an orphanage. Now, in senior year 3, his vitality was merely 68 points, lowest in the entire grade. The university entrance exam loomed. The college entrance exam was divided into martial and academic tests. To register for the martial exam, one needed to be a versatile martial artist, possessing at least 100 vitality points. The academic exam required an average score of 60 in the liberal arts and sciences. He met neither standard. Thinking of this, he could only say how typical it was. If a system appeared later, he would suspect he was a protagonist from some author's novel. Returning to reality, he felt fortunate in this life to have a childhood sweetheart named Mu Yanran, recognized as the school's goddess, beautiful, gentle in disposition, and the sole heiress of the city's wealthiest family, a goddess embodying every virtue. He and Mu Yanran met as children in the orphanage, but at 13, her biological father reclaimed her. They met again in high school. Now, she had over 560 vitality points. A 5th level martial artist, ranked second among all students. According to his memories, this childhood sweetheart's family was well off and treated him kindly, occasionally providing resources. Because his former self was timid, many resources were snatched by a student named Yang Wei from the neighboring class. Even the school's monthly vitality pills were taken. His former self didn't even dare to report it. Yang Wei, leveraging the stolen resources, boosted his vitality into the top 5 in the school. Seeing this stirred a flicker of emotion within him. Too timid yet, he refrained from blaming his past self excessively. What had happened had happened. Complaining would change nothing but waste time. Now awakened to his past memories, what he must do was not to blame but to bid farewell to his former timid, self-abasing self. Ring, ring, ring. As Xuanyuan Che reflected the class, bell rang. Xuanyuan Che, the teacher at the podium, glanced at him, still dazed, signaling him to come to the office. Xuanyuan Che rose and left the classroom. He roughly knew what awaited him. No doubt it concerned his insufficient vitality. Xuanyuan Chi entered the office. Besides homeroom teacher Liu Yuan, a student with a buzz cut was organizing something at a desk. Xuanyuan Chi, how much vitality do you have now? 68 points. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan sighed. The martial exam registration is this Sunday, requiring 100 vitality points. The academic exam requires a 60-point average. Since you meet neither, prepare yourself these days and find a job outside. Also, the school won't distribute vitality pills to you this month. Liu Yuan finished in one breath. Xuanyuan Chi understood and nodded without further words. Leaving the office, Liu Yuan was somewhat surprised at how calmly Xuanyuan Chi accepted the verdict. He felt that Xuanyuan Chi had changed from before Xuanyuan Chi stepped out, standing in the corridor, gazing at the playground. In this world, martial artists held the highest status. Hunting a single fierce beast outside the base city earned an ordinary person's wages for months, even years. He could only hope for a system. Otherwise, with his talent, breaking through to first-level martial artist after leaving school would be a miracle. Chess. A female voice sounded beside him. Xuanyuan Chi turned to see a young girl approaching. The young girl was clad in a blue and white school uniform, her black hair tied into a high ponytail. Her apricot-colored eyes were clear and bright, and when she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved delicately. She had a petite nose bridge and naturally moist, rosy lips. This maiden was none other than Xuanyuan Che's childhood friend, Mu Yanran. Yanran. Xuanyuan Chi called out her name proactively. Hearing Xuanyuan Che address her by name so willingly, Mu Yanran was somewhat taken aback. After all, Xuanyuan Chi had never once called her by name on his own before. Usually, he would just nod or respond with a simple, However, she did not dwell on it, and instead pressed the chi and blood elixir into Xuanyuan Che's hand. The assessment is in just 3 days. This is a D-grade chi and blood elixir. Drink it as soon as you get home. Upon hearing the name D-grade, chi, and blood elixir, a stir awakened in Xuanyuan Che's heart. In this world, martial artists had multiple methods to enhance their chi and blood. Besides training, they could also consume state-developed chi and blood elixirs to boost their vitality. These elixirs were classified into 5 grades, from highest to lowest, SA, B, C, and D. The D-grade chi and blood elixir Mu Yanran had given him could increase his chi and blood by 50 to 70 points, depending on his aptitude. Yet these elixirs had their drawbacks. For elixirs of the same grade, humans generally developed resistance after consuming 3 to 4 doses, rendering further consumption ineffective unless they upgraded to a higher grade elixir. Even so, the price of this D-grade elixir was no less than 200,000, at least. So she really is a little rich lady. Xuanyuan Che mused silently. At that moment, a voice resounded in his mind. Ding! Detected host is a freeloader. Activating super freeloader system. Bang! But before it fully loaded, a loud bang interrupted. Then, an apologetic voice echoed. Ding! Sorry, wrong. Template loaded. Ding! Detected host. Critical hit system. Version 1.0. Activated. Hearing this voice within his mind, Xuanyuan Che knew he was in safe hands this time. Watching the system activate, he gazed sincerely at Mu Yanran. Thank you, Yanran. He reflected on his former self, a coward, but now awakened with memory. He could no longer afford to be timid. This wealthy lady with those long legs, she must hold on tight. Mu Yanran suddenly withdrew her hand. Cheeks flushed as she glanced at Xuanyuan Che's. I'll head back to class now. With that, she fled in haste. Xuanyuan Che chuckled softly at her retreating figure. Raising his eyes to the activating system, he pocketed the elixir and turned to walk back to class. Judging by the system's name, it was likely related to critical hits. He would wait until the system fully activated before taking the elixir. After all, it was only a matter of minutes. After Xuanyuan Che left, the student with the crew cut, who should have been organizing materials, just happened to exit the office. Returning to the classroom, the students were engaged in a discussion about martial techniques. Has your body conditioning fist reached mastery? One student asked. Another shook his head. Not that fast. I've only just reached proficiency. To master body conditioning fist, even training daily, it takes a whole year. Same here. I'm only proficient, too. Xuanyuan Che returned directly to his seat. Activation progress, 25%, 50%, 99%, 100%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Critical hit system activated. Introduce your functions, he asked mentally. Ding! This system is the critical hit system. Any action performed by the host has a chance to trigger a critical hit, with feedback based on the critical multiplier. Xuanyuan Chi was taken aback. Any action could trigger a critical hit. Still curious, he probed mentally. Can my attacks also trigger critical hits? Ding! Correct. And I seen Wes. This system is the critical hit system. Any action by the host, including attacks, can trigger critical hits. Ding! Moreover, the system has a guaranteed trigger mechanism. After 10 repetitions of the same action, the 11th will definitely trigger a critical hit. The host may also choose not to trigger a critical hit. This includes, but is not limited to, attacking. Training. Note: the number of repetitions required to trigger the guarantee decreases with system version upgrades. Therese even a guarantee, and it only takes 10 times. Xuanyuan Che was astonished. If the 11th attack triggered a critical hit, then if he trained a martial art capable of dozens of attacks per second, his combat power would effectively multiply. Ding! Detected host has Qi and blood elixir. Newbie protection triggered. Consuming a Qi and blood elixir will always trigger a critical hit. Hearing the system's prompt, Xuanyuan Qi took out the elixir. This D-grade elixir would increase his Qi and blood by 50 to 70 points. Families able to afford such a thing in Jiang'an City were few and far between. Ordinary students seeking to enhance their Qi and blood relied on monthly Qi and blood powder distributions from the school. With these powders and the breathing techniques taught, students could barely increase their Qi and blood by 10 points a month. If he consumed this elixir and triggered a critical hit even with a mere 5-fold multiplier, it would equal 2 years of arduous cultivation for others. Holding the elixir, Xuanyuan Che's mind stirred with a sudden thought. He asked the system silently, "System, what is the upper limit for critical hit multipliers?" This was the question occupying his mind most. If the limit was only 1 or 2 times, it would be a false hope. Ding! The upper limit of critical hit multipliers triggered by the system depends on different circumstances and items. Take the host's current Qi and blood elixir as an example. Based on the host's physical strength, the stronger the host's constitution, the higher the upper limit of the critical multiplier. With the host's current physique, he can endure a Qi and blood infusion of approximately 750 points at once, which is about 15 times the effect of this D-grade elixir. Therefore, the critical hit upper limit for this elixir is 15 times. It is not that higher multipliers cannot occur, but if they do, the host's body would be unable to withstand the qi and blood infusion, resulting in bodily rupture and death. Only 15 times for this elixir. Xuanyuan Che tapped the table, yet 15 times was already quite high. If he really triggered 15 times, he could potentially become a 7th-level martial artist, skipping several years of hard training. If the host deems this unsatisfactory, the system can offer compensation by raising the minimum critical multiplier during training from 2 times to 1,000 times. This means that whenever the host triggers a critical hit during training, the multiplier will be at least 1,000 times, equivalent to training for 1 hour, while others train for 1,000 hours. Multipliers for martial arts and other aspects will also be raised accordingly. Agreed, Xuanyuan Qi thought. This system seemed quite sincere. Even if the multiplier for this elixir's critical hit was low, he could still enhance his qi and blood through training. Ding. Adjusting multipliers. Current minimum critical multiplier during hosts training adjusted to 1,000 times. Multipliers for martial arts and other aspects also adjusted to 1,000 times. Not bad at all. Xuanyuan Che praised inwardly as he witnessed the system's adjustment. He uncapped the qi and blood elixir and drank it down. The instant the elixir entered his body, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Detected host consumed grade elixir. Qi and blood increased by 53 points. Tenfold critical hit trigger. 53 points increased to 530 points. As the system's voice faded, Xuanyuan Qi felt a warm current surge through his body. Simultaneously, a panel appeared. Name, Xuanyuan Che. Identity, Noble Earth Transmigrant. Qi and blood, 598 out of 600 level 5 martial artist. Breathing technique, beginner. Breathing method, martial art. Grade body conditioning fist. Entry 0 out of 1,000. Evaluation, a novice, with a system's aid. Savoring the fullness of his qi and blood, he glanced once more at the systems panel and confirmed he had broken through to a level 5 martial artist. In this world, 1 point of vitality roughly equates to 10 jin of strength. In other words, just now, he had directly increased his strength by 5,300 jin. Moreover, he was only 2 points shy of breaking through to the 6th-level warrior. Xuanyuan Che mentally calculated. By the way, with my current vitality, I should be ranked first in the entire school. Right. A student with a buzz cut from senior class 3 quietly approached Yang Wei. Brother Yang, I just overheard in the office that Mu Yanran gave that kid Xuanyuan Che a grade vitality elixir. Hearing this, Yang Wei's heart stirred with excitement. He hadn't expected Mu Yanran to give that coward Xuanyuan Che anything again. And this time, it was actually a D-grade vitality elixir. This stuff could increase vitality by 50 to 70 points when consumed. If he got his hands on it, wouldn't he be able to break through to a 5th-level warrior? Well done. Yang Wei patted the buzz-cut student on the shoulder, as if he was determined to obtain the vitality elixir at all costs. After all, the items Mu Yanran had given before had basically been borrowed by him, and Xuanyuan Qi had never told Mu Yanran about it. So he assumed this time would be the same as before, a mere scare tactic toward Xuanyuan Che, making it effortless to seize the vitality elixir. Ring, ring, ring. The class bell rang, and Liu Yuanka stepped into the classroom. Class begins. Open to page 76 of Classification of Oceanic Ferocious Beasts. Today's lesson is about the Oceanic Ferocious Beast, the Giant Whale King. Originally, Xuanyuan Che despised attending class, but when he heard that the lesson was about ferocious beasts, his interest was piqued. The Giant Whale King, one of the overlords of the ocean. Immersed in the text, Xuanyuan Qi read intently. Several minutes later, something unexpected happened to Xuanyuan Che. Ding! Host detected reading information about the Giant Whale King, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations! Host has obtained the Eye of Exploration. Eye of Exploration allows scanning of living beings to view their information. Staring at the sudden system prompt, Xuanyuan Qi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that this could trigger a critical hit, let alone a 10,000-fold one. It seemed the system's minimum multiplier was no idle adjustment. Hastily, Xuanyuan Qi activated the Eye of Exploration and glanced at Liu Yan on the podium. Liu Yan's profile automatically popped up. Name, Liu Yuan. Vitality, 3,540 out of 4,000 third-level warrior. Breathing technique. 3-stage breathing technique. Da grade. Martial skills. Da grade. Liu family spear technique. Perfected. Amplified fist. Great achievement. Weakness. When fighting, kick him in the groin. Seeing this information, Xuan Yuanqi finally realized just how formidable the Eye of Exploration was. It not only revealed realms and martial skills, but even marked weaknesses. A third-level warrior is considered average among teachers. I suppose Xuan Yuanqi mused. In this world, martial cultivation levels were divided into warrior, martial, master, martial, general. Each rank subdivided into 9 levels. It was said that the strongest openly recognized figure in Jianghan City was a martial general. Xuan Yuanqi then scanned the other students around him. Their information popped up one by one. Name Kai Kun. Hobbies: singing, dancing, playing basketball. Name Chen Yaifan. Hobbies. After reviewing all the classmates' information, the class dismissal bell rang. Liu Yan looked at the crowd below. Lastly, I have a few words to say. Sunday is the registration for the college entrance exam. The standard is 100 points of vitality. Those who fall short should work harder. Also starting today, you have officially graduated. Sai Kun, come up and distribute the graduation certificates. Liu Yan gestured toward a student in suspenders at the front of the classroom. All right. Kai Kun went to the podium, opened a cardboard box, and took out stacks of red graduation certificates. Half a minute later, Xuan Yuanqi received his own certificate. Ring, ring, ring. The dismissal bell sounded. After Liu Yuan left, Xuan Yuanqi and the others picked up their bags and headed out of the classroom. Xuan Yuanqi, come here for a moment. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, Xuan Yuanqi heard a few coughs. Turning toward the sound, he saw Yang Wei and a buzzcut student watching him. Xuan Yuanqi recognized the buzzcut student from earlier in the office. Apparently, he had eavesdropped on Xuan Yuanqi's conversation with Mu Yanran in the office, which had attracted Yang Wei's attention. Seeing that Xuan Yuanqi remained unmoved, Yang Wei frowned. To his surprise, Xuan Yuanqi turned and walked toward the stairs, completely ignoring him. Yang Wei glanced around at the students who hadn't yet left and held back. After all, it would be troublesome if others saw this and reported it to Mu Yanran. He then followed Xuan Yuanqi, determined to teach him a lesson later. After Yang Wei and his group left, Liu Yan emerged from the office. After some thought, he decided to follow them. A few days ago, he had heard that Yang Wei from the neighboring class had been taking resources from Xuan Yuanqi, causing Xuan Yuanqi's vitality to lag behind. He wanted to see if this was true. On the first floor of the school, there was a dedicated training room, designed for students to test their strength and spar with one another. It was just after school had let out, and all the students were rushing home, leaving the room completely deserted. Xin Yuanqi stepped into the sparring area and came to a halt. Yang Wei strode forward arrogantly, speaking with an air of entitlement. Xuan Yuanqi, I heard Mu Yanran gave you a D-grade vitality elixir. Can I borrow it for a while? I'll return it to you later. Although his words sounded like a simple request to borrow, the haughty expression on his face told Xin Yuanqi otherwise. Xuan Yuanqi se lips kurlids lightly. Borrow? When exactly do you plan to return it? Yang Wei had used the same line before, just borrowing it for a bit, we'll return it later. Back then, Xin Yuanqi was useless, too timid to protest, and ended up giving a lot of resources to Yang Wei for free. Xuan Yuanqi continued. What about the things I lent you before? Shouldn't you be returning those to me now? Yang Wei's face displayed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. He had assumed Xin Yuanqi would obediently hand over the items like before. Beside them, a student with a buzz cut grew impatient. He stepped in front of Xin Yuanqi and grabbed his collar roughly. Yang told you to lend it, so just lend it. What else with all the fuss? Smack. Before he could finish, Xin Yuanqi swung his hand back and slapped the buzz-cut boy, sending him flying. Clap, clap. All right, no need for violence. Xin Yuanqi adjusted his clothes and cast a cold gaze at the unconscious boy. He detested those who resorted to physical force. Seeing Xin Yuanqi knock out his lackey with a single palm, Yang Wei's face registered shock, quickly replaced by a sneer. No wonder you dare to ask me to return things. You've gotten stronger. Although Xin Yuanqi had knocked out his subordinate, Yang Wei didn't take him seriously. After all, he was confident he could do the same with his own power. Xin Yuanqi, unwilling to waste words with Yang Wei anymore, raised his right hand and unleashed his innate body conditioning fist. What? Yang Wei was horrified as he saw the fist hurtling toward him. He tried to dodge, but his speed was no match for Xin Yuanqi's punch. Bang! The fist struck his chest with a crack. Several of Yang Wei's ribs fractured. and he was sent flying backward. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat at the sight. That punch Xian Yuan Che had just thrown was at least on the level of a 5th-tier warrior. In other words, Xian Yuan Che's vitality points were at least 500. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Che was bombarded with system notifications. Ding! Detected host using a low-grade martial art. Body conditioning fist, proficiency level 1. Triggered 8,000-fold critical hit, proficiency 8,000. Body conditioning fist proficiency reached 1,000, advanced to mastery. Body conditioning fist proficiency reached 2,000, advanced to minor success. Body conditioning fist proficiency reached 4,000, advanced to great success. Body conditioning fist proficiency reached 8,000, advanced to perfection. This barrage of system prompts left Xian Yuan Che utterly bewildered. Wait, how did it trigger an 8,000-fold critical hit? More importantly, it seemed he had maxed out the proficiency of his body conditioning fist. That was somewhat absurd. To master a martial art from beginner to perfection, one must go through several stages: beginner, mastery, minor success, great success, and perfection. Even the most gifted would require at least 2, perhaps 3 to 4 years to achieve this. And here he was, achieving it with a single punch? Only now did Xian Yuan Che truly realize that the system's claim that any action could trigger a critical hit was no mere exaggeration. Young Wei, struggling, took out a healing potion and drank it, clutching his chest as he painfully stood up. His eyes no longer held arrogance, but pure terror as he looked at Xian Yuan Che. How did you become so powerful? When Xian Yuan Che had knocked out his subordinate earlier, he had assumed Xian Yuan Che had merely broken through to a 2nd-tier warrior. But the punch he had just received shattered several ribs. This strength, he must be at least a 5th-tier warrior now. Xian Yuan Che sneered and stepped forward, firmly patting Yang Wei on the shoulder. You'd better return the resources you borrowed earlier as soon as possible, or else, before Xian Yuan Che could finish, Yang Wei hurriedly nodded. Why yes, brother. I'll return your resources in half a month. No, just a few days. Originally, Yang Wei intended to stall for half a month, but upon seeing the look in Xian Yuan Che's eyes, he immediately shortened it to 1 week. Get lost, Xian Yuan Che said coldly, ignoring his unconscious lackey lying nearby. Yang Wei clutched his chest and limped away step by step. Watching Yang Wei's retreating figure, Xian Yuan Che's gaze grew even colder. Having read countless novels, he naturally understood the principle of cutting the grass to prevent regrowth. But since this was a school, he refrained from taking action immediately. He resolved to pay Yang Wei a visit in a few days and end him once and for all. As Yang Wei glanced back at Xian Yuan Che, his heart burned with hatred. Damn Xian Yuan Che, when my brother returns, I'll make sure he cripples you. Only after Xian Yuan Che left did Lu Yuan, who had been observing everything from the shadows, step forward, his eyes filled with astonishment. This kid, if I hadn't followed him this time, I wouldn't have known how deeply he was hiding his strength. On his way home, Xian Yuan Che kept staring at the martial arts panel. Martial art, degrade, body conditioning fist, perfection, 8,800,000. Body conditioning fist, perfection gathers the full strength of the body into 1 punch, with force capable of increasing by 4,000 gene. 4,000 gene. That was comparable to the full power strike of a 4th-tier warrior, adding his own strength. Wouldn't that be over 9,000 gene? Xian Yuan Che nodded slightly, closed the panel, and continued walking home. Soon, he returned to his rented apartment, a 1-bedroom with a bathroom. He approached the bed and reached under the bedboard. After a moment, he pulled out a bank card covered with some cobwebs. There were 1,232,132 yuan in the account, both whole and fractional amounts. This was the pocket money Xian Yuan Che had saved over time. Yes, pocket money. Although Xian Yuan Che was an orphan, he still had pocket money. This was due to certain welfare policies for orphans in Huaxia. In Huaxia, even if your parents were not martyrs, the state provided a degree of humanitarian subsidies. For ordinary orphans like Xian Yuan Che, tuition, meals, medical fees, and rent were all waived. Once they reached school age, the government would also subsidize weekly pocket money. As one grew older, the weekly subsidy ranged from 500 to 100 yuan. If attending university, this subsidy could reach 3,000 to 8,000 yuan per week. The 12,000 yuan in his account was what Xian Yuan Che had saved up. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Xian Yuan Che sighed. This amount was sufficient for basic living expenses, but to buy cultivation resources, he couldn't even afford a vitality tonic, let alone a vitality elixir. It seemed he still had to rely on someone else. Xian Yuan Che shook his head helplessly. In the current situation, the quickest way to get money was to borrow from that wealthy childhood friend. He unlocked his phone, scrolled to Mu Yanran's contact, and tapped to dial. After more than 10 seconds, The call went unanswered. Xian Yuan Che into the call. Forget it. I'll have to think of another way. He slipped his phone into his pocket and stepped out of the rented room. Half a minute earlier. Mu family villa. Mu Yinran's phone happened to be lying on the coffee table in the living room. Naturally, Xian Yuan Che's call went unanswered. Mu Tianlin came downstairs and happened to notice the phone still lit up. He put down the newspaper he was holding and picked up Mu Yinran's phone. The screen displayed a single line of text. Incoming call, Xuan Yuan Ke. Yinran, someone else calling you, he said. Mu Yinran hurriedly ran in from outside and took the phone. Who is this Xian Yuan Che? Mu Tianlin asked curiously, pointing at the phone. He is a classmate. Mu Yinran blushed slightly and quickly ran upstairs to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Tianlin casually picked up a nearby phone and dialed a number. Is there a student named Xian Yuan Che at your school? Send me his information. Meanwhile, just as Xian Yuan Che stepped out the door, Mu Yinran's call came through again. He answered the phone. Hello, is there something you need from me? Mu Yinran's gentle voice came through. Xian Yuan Che scratched his nose, hesitating whether to ask for money. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally spoke up. After all, why refuse a free meal? That would be foolish. Actually, I wanted to borrow some money from you just now. How much? Mu Yinran didn't ask what the money was for, but went straight to the amount. Xian Yuan Che estimated 300,000. Do you have that? Yes, wait a moment. After Xian Yuan Che gave her the card number, Mu Yinran hung up. A minute later, his phone chimed. Ding. Jianya Bank reminds you that a new deposit has arrived. His phone buzzed. Xian Yuan Che checked the balance and immediately widened his eyes. So much. Jianya Bank deposit, 700,000. Such a large sum. Seeing this figure, Xian Yuan Che was genuinely stunned. He thought to himself, is this what a wealthy woman is like? Ding. Achievement system activated. Ding. Detected host has freeloaded twice consecutively. Congratulations on unlocking achievement. I love sponging one. Oa, freeloader. Freeloader aura. Increases charm upon wearing. Xuan Yuan Ke. ENT expected to receive a reward for this, and the name of the reward was quite something. He opened the newly released achievement system. Achievement, I love sponging. Completion criteria, freeload twice consecutively. Reward, freeloader aura, claim. Curious, Xian Yuan Che clicked to equip it. Once equipped, he looked at the balance on his phone and mentally calculated. 700,000 could buy several vitality potions. Following the route, he remembered. Xian Yuan Che arrived at a chain martial arts supply store. Before entering, he glanced down at his clothes. Pants faded from washing. I hope I won't be looked down upon like in novels, he muttered, and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, a clerk approached with a smile. Sir, how may I assist you? I want to buy some vitality potions. Right this way, please. The clerk's attitude was surprisingly courteous, with no hint of disdain for Xian Yuan Che's attire. Seeing the clerk's demeanor, Xian Yuan Che thought, no ridicule? Reality isn't always so mindless after all. Soon, the clerk led him to a section dedicated to vitality potions. Sir, these are D-grade vitality potions, and these are C-grade, the clerk explained one by one. Looking at the prices beneath the potions, Xian Yuan Che nodded. I'll take 3 D-grade vitality potions. 3? D-grade? Are you sure? The clerk was a little shocked. The contrast between Xian Yuan Che's clothing and the items he chose was stark. 3 D-grade vitality potions cost 600,000. Xuan Yuan Ke nodded. Yes, 3 D-grade vitality potions. All right. The clerk carefully took down the 3 potions. Although vitality potions weren't fragile, she dared not be careless. If one broke, she couldn't afford the loss. Back at the counter, the clerk packed the 3 potions and handed them to Xian Yuan Che with a smile. 3 D-grade vitality potions, total 600,000. Please swipe your card. Xian Yuan Che took out his bank card. The clerk accepted it with both hands. After more than 10 seconds, Xian Yuan Che retrieved his card and walked out of the store. On the way, looking at the vitality potions in his hand, Xian Yuan Che thought to himself, if even one of these triggers a critical hit, that would be fantastic. Halfway through his walk, he spotted a club. Ouyang Martial Arts Club. He read the name aloud. He knew this club. It was reputed to be one of the top clubs in Jiang and Bay City. The training rooms were fully equipped, and it was said to even have simulated combat functions. With a mindset of giving a try, he pushed open the door and entered. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you? The receptionist smiled at Xian Yuan Che. Book me a beginner-esque training room for 1 hour. Xian Yuan Che took out his card from his pocket and handed it over. Very well, sir. Beginner training room, 1 hour, 200 yuan. The receptionist took the card and began processing the transaction. According to our club's compassion policy, orphans receive a 50% discount, and families of martyrs receive a 70% discount. So you only need to pay 100 yuan. Soon, the receptionist handed Xian Yuan Che a white card with both hands. This is your access card for the beginner training room. Thank you. Xian Yuan Che accepted the card and proceeded deeper into the club. After a few steps, he heard the receptionist's voice again. Young master, you're here. With some curiosity, Xian Yuan Che turned around to look toward the entrance. A young man in a white shirt walked in. Hearing the receptionist's greeting, he nodded slightly. Seeing this young man, Xian Yuan Che was somewhat surprised. It was none other than Ouyang Bai. Ouyang Bai ranked first in vitality in the entire school and was said to be about 20 points higher than his childhood friend, Mu Yanran. He remembered Yanran once saying that Ouyang Bai was her cousin. He hadn't expected this club to belong to his family. They really were quite wealthy. Perhaps because Xian Yuan Che had been staring too long, Ouyang Bai noticed him. Upon recognizing Xian Yuan Che's appearance, he was slightly astonished. It's him? Clearly. Ouyang Bai, Nuxuan Yuan Ke. Xian Yuan Che withdrew his gaze and turned to walk further inside. Young master, do you know him? The waiter asked with a hint of curiosity. We've only met a few times, Ouyang Bai nodded slightly. He still had a fairly clear impression of Xian Yuan Che. Not because Xian Yuan Che was exceptionally handsome or unique, but because of his cousin, Mu Yanran. Since Mu Yanran was quite close to Xian Yuan Che, Ouyang Bai paid more attention to him as well. He was somewhat curious why his cousin was so close to this guy. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to think about it any further. Perhaps there was some unique quality about him that he simply did not know. Xian Yuan Che arrived before a beginner training room, holding the card in his hand. He tapped it once at the door. The door opened automatically. The interior of the arena came into view. No wonder it cost 200 yuan per hour. Gazing at the high-tech equipment inside, Xian Yuan Che felt a bit moved. Even the beginner training room spanned nearly 400 square meters, equipped with cultivation chambers, gravity rooms, simulated battle rooms, and everything one could imagine. Xian Yuan Che stepped into the cultivation chamber, sat down on the floor, and took out some qi and blood potions. 3 doses of qi and blood potions. He hoped to trigger a critical effect. After opening the cap, he poured the potion directly into his mouth. After drinking, no system notification sound came. A warm current surged through his body, and he advanced to the 6th level of martial artist. Immediately, he opened the second qi and blood potion. After waiting a few seconds, no system prompt was heard. Finally, he opened the 3rd potion. The last one, system. You better come through. Xian Yuan Che prayed silently and drank the final potion. After swallowing, the system notification tone sounded. Ding. Detected host consuming 1 D-grade qi and blood potion. Gained 53 points of qi and blood. Activated. Ding. Detected host consuming 1 D-grade qi and blood potion. Gained 53 points of qi and blood. Triggered 11-fold critical hit. 53 points increased to 583 points. Qi and blood. 12,872,000. First level martial master. He had actually reached the rank of first level martial master. Was this the charm of cheating? Staring wide-eyed at his qi and blood panel, Xian Yuan Che saw that his 12,872 points of qi and blood had surpassed Ouyang Bai, who ranked first in qi and blood by nearly 700 points. He could even rival some of the teachers at the school. Closing the panel, he rose and headed toward the simulation room. The first thing to do after improving his realm was, of course, to engage in some exhilarating battles. Upon entering the simulation room, a mechanical female voice sounded. Welcome to the simulated battle room. Please select your opponent. A luminous window appeared before Xian Yuan Che. First level martial master. Right? Very well, please wait a moment. No sooner had the words fallen than a virtual figure appeared not far from Xian Yuan Che. Curious, he approached the virtual figure. So, this is a virtual human? It's said to be 100% realistic, even replicating real pain. Xian Yuan Che stroked his chin and activated his probing eye. Name, Virtual 2434. Gender, male. Qi and blood. 10,012,000. First level martial master. Breathing technique, none. Martial skill, D-grade, breaking fist. Weakness, none. Sure enough, it was a virtual human. After observing for a while, he returned to his original spot and said, "Let us begin." The mechanical female voice sounded again. The battle will commence in 3 seconds. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. At the count of 1, Xian Yuan Che lunged forward and unleashed the body-tempering fist upon the virtual human. Bang! The virtual human was caught off guard and struck directly in the chest by the punch, flying backward. Seizing the advantage, Xian Yuan Che charged again to deliver another body-tempering fist. This time, the virtual human reacted, bringing his hands together to block the punch. Oomph! Seeing his attack blocked, Xuan Yuan Giznid. With a forceful kick, he aimed directly at the virtual human's crotch. Hit! The virtual human clutched his groin and screamed miserably. He then raised his right hand and pointed at Xian Yuan Che. "You! That is dishonorable." Before he could finish, the virtual human vanished. Battle ended. The mechanical female voice sounded once more. Xianyuan Che's face flushed with embarrassment. His kick had been a sudden impulse, but it actually hit true, seemingly causing serious damage. Quite awkward indeed. Let us try a second-level martial master this time. Very well. Another virtual human appeared not far away. Xianyuan Che stepped forward and launched another body-tempering fist. Ding. Host used body-tempering fist, triggered tenfold critical hit. Power increased tenfold. Bang. The virtual human was blasted against the wall. Instant defeat. With his own strength augmented by the body-tempering fist. The punch carried a force of 17,870 gene. Coupled with the system's tenfold critical hit, the power soared to over 170,000 gene. This was comparable to a first-level martial general. Naturally, a virtual human of only second-level martial master rank could not withstand it. The virtual human, pressed against the wall, raised a trembling right hand and pointed at Xianyuan Che. You, a first-level martial general, why do you bully me? After speaking, the virtual human's right hand dropped limply. Battle ended. The mechanical female voice sounded again. Not satisfying enough. Watching the virtual human gradually disappear, Xianyuan Che felt somewhat troubled. He hadn't expected the critical hit probability to be so high, triggering before reaching the guaranteed minimum. Forget it, I'll try out some other functions. Just as he was leaving the simulation room, something occurred to him, and he turned back. Body tempering fist. Body tempering fist. Body tempering fist. Body tempering fist. After executing the 10th body tempering fist, the system notification sounded. Ding. Detected host used body tempering fist 10 times without triggering a critical hit, activating guaranteed minimum mechanism. Next use of body tempering fist will definitely trigger a critical hit. As expected, seeing the system prompt pop up, Xianyuan Che couldn't hide his joy. The previous impulse was just to see if he could exploit a loophole. He never imagined it would actually work. Sigh. Host, you truly are a clever one. The system sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, in the advanced training room, Ouyang Bai was locked in a fierce struggle with a virtual human. A middle-aged man stood nearby, arms crossed, observing everything. Cloud dissolving palm. Ouyang Bai's 5 fingers spread into a palm and struck at the virtual human before him. Bang! Crack! The virtual human's chest emitted a sound, and he was sent flying backward. Battle ended. Phew! Seeing the virtual human defeated, Ouyang Bai exhaled in relief. The middle-aged man watching nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. As a 6th-level martial artist, you actually managed to defeat a 9th-level martial human. Your cloud-dissolving palm must have reached the minor achievement stage by now. Ouyang Bai nodded, his heart still stirred. Yes, after more than 2 months of cultivation. I reached minor achievement just yesterday. To defeat his own cousin, Mu Yanran, he had trained the cloud-dissolving palm diligently for 2 months, finally achieving minor accomplishment yesterday. Indeed, to defeat her. Few were aware that he could not defeat Mu Yanran despite her having 20 points less vitality than himself. During the last family gathering, spurred on by the relatives' teasing, he engaged in a contest with Mu Yanran. The outcome was swift. After merely one exchange, he was struck down to the ground by Mu Yanran's few blows, leading to half a year of ridicule from his kin. This time, he was determined to personally defeat Mu Yanran during the martial examination and reclaim the dignity that was rightfully his. No one could stand in his way. Meanwhile, after completing the remaining time in the combat chamber, Xianyuan Che departed from the club. He also roughly gauged his current strength, relying on a guaranteed critical hit. Defeating a 3rd or 4th level martial artist was well within his grasp. Of course, if his multiplier increased, taking down a 9th level martial artist would not pose a problem. On the other side of the city, Yang Wei dragged his weary body into his home. Due to his injuries, he had to pause frequently while walking. Intending to take a taxi, he realized he had no money on him. Consequently, it took him over an hour to finally return home. Upon opening the door, he spotted a young man sitting on the sofa with arms crossed. The moment he saw the youth, Yang Wei's face brightened. Big brother. He had not expected his elder brother to return at this moment. Yang Bin nodded sleepily, furrowing his brows as he observed Yang Wei's expression. Who beat you up? Yang Wei gritted his teeth and recounted the events of the day. Yang Bin snorted coldly. Useless. Able to find him tomorrow. No one in the Yang family is someone he can just hit whenever he pleases. Yang Wei's face lit up. All right, I know where his home is. His elder brother had been admitted to a 3rd-tier martial arts university a year ago and was reportedly taken as a disciple by one of the professors there. His current realm was at least that of a 1st-level martial artist. Defeating Xianyuan Che would be a breeze. He vowed that when the time came, he would make Xianyuan Che understand the consequences of provoking him. Back at home, Xianyuan Che opened the boxed meal in his hands and began devouring it ravenously. Earlier, Passing by a restaurant, he had noticed a discount of 20% on fierce beast meat fast food. Seeing the discount, he had bought 2 portions. Before long, both meals were wiped clean. Yet he was still not full. He rubbed his stomach helplessly. He had a rough idea why. The consumption after reaching the martial artist level was enormous. The beast meat sold in restaurants was mostly from first-tier fierce beasts, and the energy intake was simply insufficient for a martial artist. He had no choice but to go downstairs again and purchase several more portions of meat. After eating, he played on his phone for a while, took a shower, and then drifted off to a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, inside the Mu family villa, Mu Tianlin stared at the data on his phone with a face full of frustration. Xianyuan Che, vitality 68 points, orphan parents, impoverished family. Seeing this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Thinking of his precious daughter's shy demeanor, his vision darkened. He recalled a famous old saying from the past era, "Old dang, is my ghost fire safe parked downstairs at your building?" Shuddering at the thought, a phone call came through. Mu Tianlin answered. A voice on the other end reported, "Boss, 70,000 yuan was transferred from the young lady's account a few hours ago." Mu Tianlin was indifferent. "Only 70,000? Transfer it then. Why bother telling me such trivial matters?" But then the voice added, "Miss did not use it to buy resources. Instead, it was sent to a student." The voice grew softer. "What?" Hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Mu Tianlin. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is that student named Xianyuan Che?" The assistant quickly replied, "Yes, Xianyuan Che." "Oh, so you know him, boss?" "Then it's nothing." With that, the assistant hung up. Mu Tianlin stared in disbelief. The phone dropped to the floor with a bang. Trembling, he picked it up. "No." The next morning, still bleary-eyed, Mu Yanran descended the stairs. Upon entering the hall, she was immediately startled. Her father, Mu Tianlin, sat there, despondent, smoking a cigarette. "Dad, what happened?" Mu Tianlin turned to her and sighed. "You transferred 70,000 yuan to a boy named Xianyuan Che yesterday, didn't you?" Mu Yanran's face faltered. She nodded guiltily. "Yes, I did." Mu Tianlin sighed again. "That Xianyuan Che has only 68 vitality points. You by now have nearly 600, right?" "You too." He left the sentence unfinished. He was not one to be petty, but judging from Xianyuan Che's data, his aptitude was abysmally poor. Even with abundant resources, the best he could reach was the level of martial artist. Meanwhile, his daughter's future achievements would be at least that of a martial general or higher. With the help of her father-in-law's side, becoming a martial king was not out of the question. Even just in terms of lifespan, the difference between a martial general and a martial artist was more than twofold. Was he to watch his precious daughter spend the rest of her life as a widow? Mu Yanran remained silent for a moment before pursing her lips. "Dad, Xianyuan Che is a very good person. When we were children in the orphanage, it was he who often protected me." Alas, Mu Tianlin felt a chill in his heart. Hearing his daughter say this, he realized that the family's treasured cabbage was about to be stolen. Yet, he still wished to resist. In any case, you should limit contact with that boy, and you have not graduated yet. Also, even though today is Saturday, you are not allowed to go anywhere. I will assign someone to watch over you. Saying this, Mu Tianlin turned and left. He was determined to see whether Xianyuan Che had grown 3 legs or 4 eyes to have made his daughter like this. Elsewhere, Yang Wei brought Yang Bin to the foot of the rented apartment building. Pointing to the floor where Xianyuan Che lived, he said, "Brother, that boy's home is right here." Yang Bin nodded slightly, indicating you go calm down. "What, me?" Yang Wei shrank his neck. His chest still throbbed faintly from the pain. If he went upstairs, wouldn't he just get beaten again? But glancing at his elder brother's expression, he gritted his teeth and ascended the stairs. Yang Bin stood downstairs waiting. Bang, bang, bang. Xianyuan Che, who was sleeping in bed, was abruptly awakened by the sudden noise. Early in the morning, "Who is it?" Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door to see Yang Wei once more preparing to knock. Upon seeing Yang Wei, Xianyuan Che's expression darkened further. "What is it? Are you here to return the resources I lent you?" Yang Wei's eyes darted guiltily. "I brought them. They're right downstairs." Xianyuan Che saw through his guilty look immediately and suspected, "This kid, did he call the old man to come beat me up? After all, novels always go that way." "I see. You go downstairs and wait a few minutes." Saying so, Xianyuan Che slammed the door shut. Yang Wei, without further thought, nodded repeatedly. After more than 10 seconds had elapsed, Xianyuan Che quietly crept to the crack of the door and glanced inside. Upon noticing that Yang Wei was absent, he hastily opened the door and ascended the stairs. In a flash, he arrived at the rooftop terrace. The rental building comprised 6 floors in total, and the surrounding rental buildings were similarly 5 or 6 stories high. With a few leaps, he jumped onto the adjacent building. After crossing several buildings, he finally halted. From this vantage point on the rooftop, he could observe the entirety of the building where he resided. He stealthily poked half of his head over the railing and looked down at the ground. After a mere glance, he withdrew it immediately. Name, Yang Bin. Health, 12,102,000, first level martial artist. Skill, vital energy breathing technique, grade C. Martial arts, grade C. One-line finger, mastered. Grade D, self-castration spear technique, great accomplishment. Weakness, due to frequent spear practice recently, his right hand muscles are severely strained and not yet fully recovered. Having absorbed this information, Xian Yuan-che exhaled in relief. He had feared that Yang Wei had enlisted some formidable warrior to deal with him. It turned out to be merely a minor martial artist. Xian Yuan-che rose to his feet, tidied his clothes, and promptly leapt back toward the building where he rented a room. Shortly after his departure, Mu Tianlin arrived nearby. Observing Xuan Yuan que esse fleeting silhouette, Mu Tianlin slipped his hand into his trouser pocket, where a bank card was concealed. Hopefully, this kid would show some sense. Then, he turned his gaze toward Yang Bin across the way. Yang Bin did not restrain his aura. Mu Tianlin roughly discerned Yang Bin's level. Judging by his health, he was at least a first-level martial artist, and, judging by his demeanor, he was probably here to cause trouble for that kid. 68 points of health against a first-level martial artist? He would probably be pulverized into mincemeat. Well, for the sake of my precious daughter, I suppose I'll step in to save you later. Mu Tianlin muttered to himself, seemingly already picturing Yang Bin mercilessly beating Xian Yuan-che. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan-che descended to the ground floor directly. Upon seeing him, Yang Wei's face brightened with joy. He hurriedly patted Yang Bin beside him and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother." "Yes, coming down." "I see," Yang Bin responded, folding his arms and nodding in acknowledgement. He then approached Xian Yuan-che. "You brat, I heard you beat up my little brother and demanded he return some resources to you?" Feigning seriousness, Xian Yuan-che nodded slightly and asked with some puzzlement, "Is that right? Are you here to reclaim the resources on his behalf?" "Umph," Yang Bin sneered disdainfully, placing his left hand on Xian Yuan-che's shoulder. "Brat, my brother lent you resources out of kindness." From a short distance away, Mu Tianlin watched this scene, prepared to intervene at any moment to assist Xian Yuan-che. However, Xian Yuan-che's next move left him stunned in place. Without wishing to waste words with Yang Bin, Xian Yuan-che stepped back to create some distance, then raised his hand and unleashed a body-tempering fist toward Yang Bin. If Yang Bin were a fifth-level martial artist, he might have conceded. But alas, this Yang Bin was only a first-level martial artist. Being weaker than him, he would show no mercy. Beep. Detected host's use of body-tempering fist, triggering triple critical hit. The guaranteed critical punch struck directly on Yang Bin's chest. Taken entirely by surprise, Yang Bin was sent flying. Boom! The tremendous force propelled him 4 or 5 meters away, crashing into the wall of the building opposite. The wall cracked instantly. Xian Yuan-che turned to face Yang Wei, who had yet to react, and with a single slap, knocked him to the ground. In less than 2 seconds, the battle was over. Mu Tianlin, watching the fight, was utterly astonished. He had been ready to rescue Xian Yuan-che, but never expected him to be so ferocious. Good heavens, is this really 68 points of health? After seeing Xian Yuan-che send Yang Bin flying with one punch, Mu Tianlin was deeply shocked. Regaining his composure, he took out his phone again. Upon confirming Xian Yuan-che's health was indeed 68 points, he hastily added 2 zeros. After all, if someone claimed Xian Yuan-che had 6,800 points of health, he would believe it. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Bin struggled to rise from the ground. His appearance was already pitiful, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. His chest sunken inward. The fear in his eyes as he stared at Xian Yuan-che was palpable. At that moment, he recalled the words his younger brother Yang Wei had told him before coming here. "Brother, that Xian Yuan-che can barely manage 600 points of health." This is 600 points of health, Yang Bin muttered with difficulty. Then, with a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Nearby, a flicker of killing intent passed through Xian Yuan-che's eyes. Just as he was about to act, the sound of a police car siren pierced the air. Beep beep. The familiar wail of the police made the murderous glint in Xian Yuan-che's eyes vanish momentarily. In this world, killing was also against the law. Although martial artists who kill are sentenced more leniently, they still have to serve at least half a year behind bars. He looked around. There were no surveillance cameras, but he remained uneasy and silently asked the system in his mind, "System, are there any witnesses nearby?" Beep. One witness detected. Realm, 9th level martial artist. There really was one. Xian Yuan-che was somewhat surprised, then glanced at Yang Bin. "Forget it. I'll spare your lives for now. Yang Bin and others will die in Chapter 11. Xian Yuanche resolved to sneak into Yang Wei's home again tonight and kill them all. He crouched before Yang Bin and patted him gently. You're not going to die, are you? Though he wished to kill Yang Bin. The presence of a witness meant that if Yang Bin died, he would be imprisoned. Xian Yuanche reached into Yang Bin's pocket and retrieved a healing potion. Consider yourself lucky. Muttering softly, he uncorked the potion and turned Yang Bin over, pouring some into his mouth. The medicine took effect swiftly. Yang Bin's breathing steadied. Could this be a grade C healing potion? The effect is remarkable. Examining the remaining potion in his hand, Xian Yuanche pocketed it. Having done all this, he returned to Yang Wei's side, hoisted him up, and slapped him several times. Slap, slap, slap. Yang Wei, previously unconscious, awakened once more. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche's face, terror filled his eyes, and he screamed, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" He was genuinely frightened. Xian Yuanche was a humanoid beast. His brother, a first-level martial artist, couldn't withstand a single punch from him. If Xian Yuanche landed a punch on him, he'd be meeting the king of hell. Take your brother back. Next time, I'll invite you to join him in the afterlife. Frightened and trembling, Yang Wei immediately nodded, "Arig, Arig." After setting Yang Wei down, Xian Yuanche turned and disappeared up the stairs. Once the two had left, Xian Yuanche descended again, his eyes flickering with a hint of killing intent as he gazed at their retreating figures. This man absolutely must not be spared tonight. He had beaten Yang Wei. Then Yang Bin had come. Now that Yang Bin was defeated, perhaps Yang Bin's father or grandfather would appear next. He must strike first to gain the upper hand. Elsewhere, having witnessed the entire scene, Mu Tianlin departed. His mindset had undergone a radical transformation. He no longer opposed his daughter associating with Xian Yuanche. Nothing of the sort. Inside the rented room, Xian Yuanche gazed at the balance displayed on his phone, a trace of vexation clouding his mind. Alas, money is so fleeting. Yesterday's 700,000 yuan had dwindled to a mere 100,000 by now. Originally, he had hoped to purchase a martial arts skill capable of striking 10 times in a single second, just for fun. Yet, 100,000 yuan was insufficient even to acquire the most basic Durang technique. Setting his phone aside, he commenced his cultivation. After 1 minute, Xian Yuanche ceased his practice. Another minute later, he paused again. 9 minutes passed before the system's alert chimed. Ding. Detection indicates the host's previous 9 cultivation attempts failed to trigger a critical strike. Critical strike guarantee activated. The host's next cultivation session will assuredly trigger a critical strike. Indeed, he was intentionally stalling to activate the critical strike guarantee. At the Mu family villa, Mu Yanran sat upright on the sofa, her expression resolute as she scrolled through her phone. She had originally planned to visit Xian Yuanche today, but to her dismay, she had been grounded. Boss. 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance quickly greeted Mu Tianlin as he returned. Mu Tianlin nodded and approached Mu Yanran. Seeing her still fuming, he withdrew a bank card from his pocket and extended it toward her. Yanran, I wrongly accused you earlier. Here is 2 million yuan. Take it and give it to Xian Yuanche. Staring incredulously at the bank card before her, Mu Yanran was baffled. How could her father have changed so drastically after stepping out for such a brief moment? Go quickly. Tell him you saved this money yourself, Mu Tianlin added. Is it really for Che? Mu Yanran hesitated, still doubtful. Mu Tianlin patted his chest, reassuringly. Really? Do you think I would lie? All right then. Mu Yanran reached out and accepted the bank card. Even as she left the villa, disbelief lingered. Is there truly 2 million yuan inside? Muttering softly to herself, she proceeded downstairs to Xian Yuanche's residence over 10 minutes later. She took out her phone and dialed his number. Beep. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Seeing that Xian Yuanche did not answer, Mu Yanran pocketed her phone and headed upstairs directly. Standing before the door on the 4th floor, she knocked. Xuan Yuanke, are you home? Several seconds passed without a response. Furrowing her brow, she felt a twinge of worry. Where is he? She pulled out her phone and called again. Receiving no answer, she put the phone away once more. Over an hour later, Xian Yuanche concluded his cultivation. Ding. Host's cultivation lasted 1.5 hours. Qi and blood at 001. Triggered 10,000 times critical strike. Congratulations. Host has gained 100 points of Qi and blood. A gentle warmth stirred within Xian Yuanche's body as his Qi and blood rose by 100 points. Surprised by the system's notification, he was taken aback. Such a substantial increase after just 1 hour cultivation was truly astonishing, even if this critical strike was an exceedingly rare 10,000-fold. He casually picked up the phone nearby and noticed 2 missed calls from Mu Yanran. Without hesitation, he returned the calls. At that very moment, a ringtone echoed from the doorway, playing the insect flies. Whom are you missing? Xin Yuan-che glanced toward the entrance just as the call connected. Hello, Ake? Mu Yanran's voice came through both the phone and the door simultaneously. Rising to open the door, Xin Yuan-che found Mu Yanran standing there, phone in hand. Hearing the door open, she looked up, seeing him at home. Her cheeks flushed with a touch of anger. Oh, so you were home all along. Why didn't you answer my calls? Scratching his head, Xin Yuan-che explained. I was cultivating just now, and I had the phone on silent. Fine, I forgive you. Mu Yanran pouted, pocketed her phone, and stepped inside the rented room. Xuan Yuan que followed suite. Once inside, Mu Yanran produced a bank card with an air of mystery. Look, what is this? A bank card? Xuan Yuan que inquired. She pressed the card into his hand. My father asked me to give this to you. There are 2 million yuan on it. Xin Yuan-che was utterly dumbfounded. Why would Mu Yanran's father suddenly entrust him with 2 million yuan? Seeking clarity, he asked, Uncle, why did you give me 2 million yuan? Mu Yanran shook her head. I don't know. He went out this morning, and when he returned, he handed me this card. Xuan Yuan que pondered deeply. Could it be that the eyewitness from this morning was Mu Yanran's father? A thought flickered in his mind. Please thank your uncle on my behalf. I will find a way to repay this money. Having understood the situation, Xin Yuan-che accepted the card without hesitation. After all, he was in dire need of funds. Mu Yanran shook her head lightly, indifferent. No need to repay. My father doesn't mind losing 2 million yuan. Then, as if recalling something, she looked up at Xin Yuan-che. By the way, did you drink that qi and blood tonic? Xuan Yuan que nodded. I did. How many points of qi and blood do you have now? Have you reached 100 points? She asked with curiosity. He nodded again. Then you can participate in the martial examination. I'll protect you and make sure you get into the martial arts academy. As she spoke, Mu Yanran patted her small chest confidently. Yes, I'll be relying on your protection then, Xin Yuan-che smiled. They chatted for a few more minutes before Mu Yanran's phone rang. It's my father calling, she said, stepping outside to answer. Half a minute later, she returned. I have to go now. I'll see you off, Xin Yuan-che offered, escorting her downstairs. Before parting, Mu Yanran took out another white bank card from her pocket. This is money I secretly saved before. The password is 6 zeros. Placing the card in Xin Yuan-che's hand, she turned to leave. Looking at the card, Xin Yuan-che quickly called out, If you give me this, what will you use? Mu Yanran turned around, shaking her head. I don't have any expenses right now. You should use this money to buy some qi and blood tonics first. All right. Thank you, Yanran. He did not refuse the money out of pride or sentimentality because he was genuinely in desperate need of funds. Back in the rented room, Xin Yuan-che logged into the mobile banking app to check the balance on the card. When the amount appeared, he was stunned. The balance was a full 3 million yuan. Along with the other 2 million, that totaled 5 million. This was enough to purchase a coveted martial arts skill. He hastily took out his phone and began browsing the official website. The official site offered BD rank martial arts for sale, ranging from several 100,000 to millions of yuan. In theory, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, martial arts and breathing techniques ought to be entirely free. At the very least, everyone should be able to afford them to defend against ferocious beasts. In earlier years, the authorities held a similar view. Once a creator developed a martial technique, they were required to offer it for sale free of charge. For every complimentary copy sold, the government would personally reimburse the creator at the original price. This arrangement ensured the creator's interests were protected while allowing the populace to learn their desired martial arts without cost. However, the flaw lay in the introduction of subsidies. There were always those who sought to exploit the system. A small faction, after inventing martial techniques, succumbed to greed, hiring others to frantically place fake orders repeatedly to claim multiple government reimbursements. Consequently, the authorities were compelled to terminate the free martial arts policy and promulgate a new directive. If a martial artist expends money to purchase a martial technique, then within 10 years, for every ferocious beast of equivalent rank slain, the government will personally refund 20% of the cost, continuing until the entire purchase price is reimbursed. This policy aims to create a mutually beneficial scenario for both creators and buyers. Xin Yuan-che opened the B-rank martial technique section, beginning his search for a suitable technique. His primary objective was to acquire a technique capable of multiple attacks in rapid succession. Thus, relying on the system S10 guaranteed strikes could significantly amplify his own strength. He scrolled through the D-rank martial techniques, flowing light blade, thunderous fist, tyrannical blade. After browsing the majority of the D-rank techniques, Xin Yuan-che's brow furrowed deeply. None suited him. What he needed was a technique capable of unleashing over a dozen strikes per second, perfectly aligned with the critical hit system. Several minutes later, He shifted his gaze to the B-rank martial techniques area. Soon, he found a blade technique that met his criteria. Martial technique, wind chasing blade. Rank B. Description: the longer the blade swings, the more the user's attack speed increases. Upon initiation, 5 strikes can be delivered within 1 second. When proficiency reaches perfection, 17 strikes per second are possible. In windy environments, the strike speed surges dramatically, reaching up to 20 strikes per second. Price: 3 million. At the sight of the wind-chasing blade, Xianyuan Che's eyes lit up. This is it. He immediately clicked to purchase. After a series of verifications, the payment was successful. Now, he only had to wait for delivery. Next, he opened the weapon purchase page. Since the wind-chasing blade was a blade technique, naturally, he needed a blade of at least D rank to wield it. Weapons: alloy blade, D rank forged from a certain alloy and mutant ore. Price: 150,000. Super alloy blade, C rank forged from super alloy and mutant ore. Price: 700,000. After some consideration, he chose to purchase the C rank alloy blade. Finally, he opened the breathing technique section to select one. The D rank breathing technique he was currently cultivating yielded unsatisfactory vitality. 2 minutes later, he selected a C rank breathing technique called vital energy breathing, 1 rank higher than the one he had been using. Having placed his orders, Xianyuan Che lay on the bed, awaiting the arrival of his deliveries. Yang Wei returned home with Yang Bin. Yang Bin weakly lay on the bed. "Hand me my phone," he said, pointing to his trousers pocket. Xianyuan Che's punch had nearly taken half his life, leaving a hollow in his chest and unbearable pain even when moving his arm. He needed to summon someone to teach Xianyuan Che a lesson. Otherwise, he would never swallow this grievance. Yang Wei quickly retrieved Yang Bin's phone. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Che quietly awaited the courier. More than 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door of Xianyuan Che's rented room. Opening it, he saw a young man wearing a baseball cap standing there. Upon seeing Xianyuan Che, the youth glanced at his phone, confirmed his identity, and immediately spoke. "Sir, your delivery has arrived." He then touched a ring on his hand, and several items appeared on the ground. A martial technique USB drive, a breathing technique USB drive, and a weapon. "Please inspect them." So soon, Xianyuan Che was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the delivery to be so prompt. He immediately crouched down to inspect the items. Opening the first box, he found a VR device and a specially designed USB drive. By inserting the special USB into the VR and donning the device, one could immerse oneself in learning the martial technique. "Wait a moment," Xianyuan Che said to the young man before examining the authenticity. After more than 10 seconds, Xianyuan Che nodded in satisfaction. "This is genuine." He then inspected the next box containing the breathing technique. Half a minute later, "This is genuine as well." Lastly, he examined the C-rank alloy blade. Upon opening it, the blade gleamed with a black-golden hue, appearing razor-sharp. He checked the purchase order on his phone. C-rank alloy blade. Serial number 34567. After reading the serial number on his phone, he glanced at the blade's handle, where the same number was engraved, 34567. Everything matched perfectly. After verifying the serial numbers, Xianyuan Che nodded. Half a minute later, the youth departed. Xianyuan Che carried the items back inside. It was somewhat inconvenient. Having a spatial ring would be ideal. He sighed. The ring the youth had worn earlier was a spatial ring. They sold for tens of thousands per cubic meter on the market. The one the youth carried was likely an official item for staff use. Beep. Detection of host's distress. System spatial space activated. System spatial space can store items. Time ceases to flow within the system space. Capacity, infinite. Huh. Xianyuan Che was momentarily bewildered by the sudden system notification, then immediately thrilled. System, you are truly considerate. He hadn't expected the system to be so thoughtful. Delivering a pillow when one is sleepy. He casually placed the C-rank alloy blade into the system space, closed the door, sat on the bed, donned the VR, and began studying the wind-chasing blade technique. The wind-chasing blade tutorial consisted of 3 short lessons. He was currently watching the first. A middle-aged man appeared nearby, wielding a verdant long blade which he swung while narrating. Wind-chasing blade emphasizes speed. Let's begin with the basics. The way you hold the blade is also crucial. 5 minutes later, the first lesson concluded. Beep. Detection of host watching wind-chasing blade tutorial for 5 minutes. Comprehension of wind-chasing blade increased by 1,000th. Critical hit triggered. 1,000th increased to 10%. Martial techniques. B-rank wind-chasing blade. 10% learning progress. D-rank body conditioning fist complete. Unexpectedly, a critical hit triggered. To be fair, the probability was quite high. Half an hour later, after Xianyuan Che had watched for the 6th time, the system notification sounded again. Beep. Detection of host watching wind chasing blade tutorial. Comprehension of wind chasing blade increased by 1,000th. Critical hit triggered. 1,000th increased to 10%. Martial techniques. B rank wind chasing blade. 20% learning progress. D rank body conditioning fist. Seeing his progress at 20%, Xian Yuanche felt a twinge of emotion. 20% already. If it were someone else, it would probably take over a week to reach this level. There was no other way. After all, who else but me could be the hanging brother? Over 10 minutes later, Xian Yuanche began to study the second lesson. Ding! Congratulations, host. Martial skill. Wind chasing blade technique. Progress 30%. After more than half an hour, Xian Yuanche started the final lesson. Martial skill. Wind chasing blade technique. Progress 50%. Another half hour passed, and Xian Yuanche had completely mastered the wind chasing blade technique. He took out his phone to check the time. It was around 11 o'clock in the morning. Casually, he set an alarm for 3 o'clock in the early morning because he had decided to settle matters at Yang Wei's house at that hour. With the alarm set, Xian Yuanche began to study the vital energy breathing method. After spending over an hour on it, he finally mastered it as well. Ouyang Club. Xian Yuanche arrived here once more. At the front desk, he produced his bank card. Please book me a medium-level training room. The receptionist took the card and said, medium-level training rooms are 1,000 yuan per hour. How long would you like to reserve it for? Xian Yuanche pondered briefly before replying, 2 hours, please. A minute later, Xian Yuanche received a silver card. Entering the medium-level training area, he directly opened the door. Approaching the virtual combat chamber, he drew his alloy blade and selected a 5th-level martial artist as his opponent. A middle-aged man wielding a long saber appeared before him. Battle start. A mechanical female voice announced. Xian Yuanche immediately closed in on the middle-aged man and unleashed the wind-chasing blade technique. In but a fleeting moment, 5 wounds appeared on the man's body. At that instant, the man reacted and hastily raised his saber to block indiscriminately. Bang! After blocking one strike, he retreated, putting some distance between them, and the long saber in his hand glowed red. Flame slash. Before he could finish shouting, Xian Yuanche severed the man's arm. Ding! Tenfold critical hit triggered. Power increased tenfold. 1 second passed, and Xian Yuanche swung 5 more times. The middle-aged man was cleaved in half at the waist. Battle over. With the mechanical female voice sounding again, the middle-aged man vanished from his spot. The entire battle lasted barely 5 seconds. Xian Yuanche said, continue. Next, a 7th-level martial artist. Understood. Ding. Detected host using wind-chasing blade technique. Proficiency 0.001. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. Proficiency increased to 100. Martial skill. Wind-chasing blade technique beginner. 1,100,000. Again, half an hour later. Martial skill. Wind-chasing blade technique. Intermediate. 2,500,000, 400,000. Gazing at the now intermediate wind-chasing blade technique, Xian Yuanche exhaled deeply. The technique at this stage allowed him to slash 11 times per second, guaranteeing at least 1 critical hit every second. Another half hour passed, and his wind-chasing blade technique reached mastery. He could now slash 13 times per second. After an indeterminate span of time, Xian Yuanche severed a virtual opponent at the waist and returned the alloy blade to his system space. Martial skill, Grade B. Wind-chasing blade technique, complete, 8,800,000. Wind-chasing blade technique, complete 17 slashes per second. In windy environments, slashing speed increases significantly. Finally, it was perfected. Looking at the perfected wind-chasing blade technique, Xian Yuanche exhaled in relief. Having a cheat truly made all the difference. It took just over an hour to elevate a grade B martial skill to perfection. For anyone else, it would take at least a decade or 2. After stepping out of the training room and renewing the fee for 2 more hours, Xian Yuanche entered the cultivation chamber. Medium-level cultivation chamber. Increases training speed of martial artists and below by 10%. Once inside, he sat on a mat and began cultivating. After 1 minute, he stopped. Repeating this cycle 10 times, he finally settled into steady cultivation. Time passed swiftly. After 2.5 hours, Xian Yuanche opened his eyes. The system's alert sounded simultaneously. Ding! Detected host cultivated for 2.5 hours. Vitality 0.005. Triggered 4,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. Vitality increased by 200 points. Vitality 14,872,000. First-level martial artist. Rising to renew the fee, he then sat cross-legged and resumed cultivation. After all, he would not make his move until early morning. There was plenty of time. Yang Wei's house. Lying on the bed, Yang Bin pointed to his backpack and said, "Get me that grade C healing potion from the backpack." Fortunately, there was still one healing potion left in the bag. Otherwise, he would have had to lie down for at least a month. Yang Wei hastily took out a green healing potion and gave it to Yang Bin, who swallowed it. Looking at the nearly empty vial, Yang Bin's eyes flickered with some pain. He only had 2 of these grade C healing potions left. If the pain wasn't unbearable, he really did not want to use it. After drinking it, he felt his injuries rapidly healing. Within minutes, Yang Bin sensed his body had returned to peak condition, truly worthy of being a grade C healing potion. He immediately got out of bed and began to move about energetically. Yang Wei approached curiously and asked, "Brother, when is the teacher you mentioned coming?" "My teacher has gone into seclusion." "Huh? What do we do then?" Upon hearing that Yang Bin's teacher was in seclusion, Yang Wei's face showed some reluctance. Seeing Yang Wei's dissatisfaction, Yang Bin immediately snapped, "I've already sent for my senior brother. He is a 9th level martial artist. Taking care of that brat will be a breeze." As he spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. The time reached 11 o'clock at night. Ding. Detected host cultivated for 1 hour. Ding. Detected host cultivated for 1 hour. Ding. Detected host cultivated for 1 hour. Vitality 0.005. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. Vitality increased by 500 points. Vitality 43,875,000. 4th level martial artist. Gurgle, gurgle. Xuanyuan guessed his stomach, growled loudly. He had forgotten to eat and was starving. He quickly got up and walked out of the cultivation chamber. After leaving, he first ate several portions of fierce beast meat, then took a shower in the club's restroom. Having completed these tasks, he exited the medium-level training room. 11:36 p.m. The time was still early. He decided to go home and get some sleep first. When he returned to the street where his rented room was located, Xin Yuanche sensed a trace of killing intent. Could it be that the reinforcements Yang Bin called for had arrived? He immediately activated his surveying eye to scan the surroundings. When the scan reached a corner, 3 panels popped up. Name, Yang Wei. Name, Yang Bin. Name, Chunrong. Vitality, 980,100,000. 9th level martial artist. Breathing method, Earth Origin breathing method, grade C. Martial skill, grade B. Wave stacking palm, mastery. Weakness, current environment is dark. Can be kicked to the lower 3 routes. A 9th level martial artist, well, that was manageable. Seeing Chun Rong's panel, Xin Yuanche exhaled in relief. If it had been a martial general level, it would have taken considerable effort to deal with him. "Brother, it seems like he has discovered us." Yang Wei gazed at the motionless Xin Yuanche, then nudged Yang Bin beside him. "Senior brother, let us settle this here," Yang Wei said. Yang Bin turned to Chun Rong nearby. "All right." Chun Rong nodded indifferently. According to Yang Bin's description, that kid named Xin Yuanche was at most a level 6 martial artist. For him, a level 9 martial artist, dealing with him would be effortless. The 3 emerged directly from the shadows. Seeing them step forward, Xin Yuanche drew out a metallic alloy blade from his system space. Perhaps confident in his near-certain victory, Yang Wei, who had been fearful of Xin Yuanche moments before, began to boast arrogantly once more. "Xin Yuanche, my brother has brought a level 9 martial artist this time. I advise you to kneel down and kowtow obediently." Xin Yuanche looked at Yang Wei's smug face with some exasperation, not wanting to waste words. He instantly flashed in front of Yang Wei and began to execute the wind-chasing blade technique. Wind-chasing blade technique. A dozen gleaming slashes flickered before Yang Wei's eyes, and he suddenly felt as if the world was spinning around him. "Why am I flying?" Yang Wei's head rolled on the ground, his eyes bulging. Xin Yuanche's move took less than a second. Chun Rong and Yang Bin beside him hadn't even reacted yet. It was only 2 seconds later that they finally registered what had happened. "What?" Chun Rong stared at Xin Yuanche, who had returned to his original spot. Then at the lifeless Yang Wei, his heart filled with horror. At this moment, he already regretted coming. The man before him was clearly on a completely different level of strength. "Your turn." Xin Yuanche pointed the alloy blade at Chun Rong, standing nearby. Chun Rong gritted his teeth. Just a martial artist. Take this." Overlapping wave palm, Chun Rong shouted, his vital energy surging as moisture in the air condensed around his hands. Just as Xin Yuanche prepared to respond, he witnessed a shocking sight. After shouting, Chun Rong suddenly turned and fled. "Senior brother," Yang Bin shouted in panic upon seeing Chun Rong run away. Xin Yuanche flashed to Yang Bin's side and said coldly, "I'll send you to meet your brother first." A few seconds later, Xin Yuanche pursued Chun Rong's fleeing direction. Having already killed the 2 Yang brothers, Chun Rong was the only one who knew the truth and could not be left alive. Chun Rong leapt onto the rooftop of an 8-story building, frantically pulling out his phone from his pocket. Now, it was his only hope. While running, he dialed the emergency number 110. The call was answered swiftly. "Hello. Is this the Public Security Bureau? I want to report a murder. Someone is chasing me and has already killed 2 people. The assailant is a level 1 martial general, and he is coming after me. He even said he intends to kill everyone nearby." After speaking, Chun Rong shoved the phone back into his pocket. He could only hope the authorities would arrive quickly, or else today would be the day he met his end. At the Public Security Bureau, chaos erupted upon hearing Chun Rong's report. A level 1 martial general is massacring civilians. Notify the mayor immediately. Meanwhile, Xin Yuanche kept searching for Chun Rong. An 8-story building appeared before him. With a few leaps, he reached the rooftop. Activating the eye of detection, he began a comprehensive 360-degree scan without any blind spots. When his gaze swept southeast, Chun Rong's information panel popped up. Trying to run? Not so easy. Upon identifying Chun Rong's location, Xin Yuanche immediately gave chase. The two engaged in a cat-and-mouse pursuit for several kilometers. Chun Rong was a level 9 martial artist, while Xin Yuanche was only level 4, so the distance between them kept widening. This once he do, the gap keeps growing. Xuan Yuan Kitot. Beep. Host has run 4,000 meters, gaining a faint insight into speed, triggering 100,000 times critical hit. Congratulations. Host has comprehended B-level martial skill, Divine Step. Divine Step, B-level upon reaching the entry level and activating, it doubles the user's speed by 100%. Seeing the sudden system notification, Xin Yuanche felt as if something had unlocked his mind. This was the insight into Divine Step. System, you truly have saved me in my moment of crisis, Xin Yuanche exclaimed before immediately activating Divine Step. His speed surged dramatically. Soon, the gap closed to less than 700 meters. After more than 10 seconds of desperate fleeing, Chun Rong glanced back and saw Xin Yuanche only about 10 meters behind him. The sight terrified him utterly. Seizing the moment of Chun Rong's panic, Xin Yuanche drew the alloy blade and swung it towards him. "Stop!" A resonant voice rang out behind them. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared about a kilometer away from the two. Hearing the voice, Chun Rong exhaled in relief. Finally, he stopped and turned to look at Xin Yuanche. In his mind, with a powerful ally nearby, Xin Yuanche would surely not dare kill him in front of them. But he had greatly underestimated Xin Yuanche's resolve to kill. Wind-chasing blade technique. In a mere instant, Xin Yuanche slashed over a dozen times. Beep. Triggered 30 times critical hit. Wind-chasing blade technique's power increased 30-fold. As the system notification sounded, Chun Rong was instantly sliced into several large pieces. Having completed this, Xin Yuanche sheathed his alloy blade and sprinted furiously in one direction. Morong Chun, trailing behind, was furious to see Xin Yuanche kill Chun Rong right before his eyes. How dare he not take me seriously? With a leap, he closed the distance by 600 to 700 meters. Xin Yuanche tore off his clothes to fashion a makeshift face mask, mainly to conceal his identity from his pursuer. He glanced back at the middle-aged man's information panel. This glance startled him. Name, Morong Chun. Vitality, 5,999,960,000. Level 5 Martial General. Breathing Technique. Ling Tian Breathing Method, B-Level. Martial Skills, B-Level. Complete Cycle Palm, Mastered. Murong Family Blade Technique. Incomplete, but nearly perfected. Weakness, when executing martial skills. Attack his right arm. A level 5 Martial General, nearly level 6. Morong Chun snorted coldly at the half-mast Xin Yuanche. I advise you to surrender obediently, or else Xin Yuanche ignored him and chose to strike first. Under these circumstances, escape was nearly impossible. He had to rely on the system's safety net of critical hits. Wind-chasing blade technique. Beep. Triggered 30 times critical hit. Wind-chasing blade technique's power increased 30-fold. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xin Yuanche knew victory was assured. As long as one strike triggered a high multiplier critical hit, he would escape unscathed. Morong Chun, now standing before Xin Yuanche, sneered disdainfully, utterly dismissive. Just as he was about to make a move, he sensed something was amiss. His speed slowed down, and a faint but distinct sense of danger crept over him. No good. Complete cycle palm. Blade and palm collided. Puffed. Morong Chun's half palm was severed outright. Having completed this, Xin Yuanche was about to press the attack, but suddenly sensed something. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately employed the divine walk technique to create distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared beside Morong Chun. Mayor Morong, she addressed him. Iem Mifine. Morong Chun bent down and picked up the severed right palm from the ground. Only then did the woman notice the continuous trickle of blood from his hand. Turning her gaze toward the direction Xian Yuan Che had fled, she was inwardly shocked. She had never imagined that even Morong Chun, a fifth-level general, would suffer such a loss. Go check on those corpses. I'll return to tend my wounds first, Morong Chun said, then leapt away, disappearing from sight. The slash just now had exceeded his expectations in power. By his estimation, that person's realm was at least equal to his own, a fifth-level general, severely injured. He dare not give chase. Half an hour later, after Xian Yuan Che passed through an area and casually took a piece of clothing, he headed home. It's worth mentioning that Yang Wei's other relatives had been slain by ferocious beasts years ago, sparing him an additional visit. After bathing, he indulged in a deep, peaceful sleep, utterly unconcerned about being traced. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Xian Yuan Che awoke. Glancing at his phone, he was surprised to find no news about last night's events. I severed that man's palm last night. The displayed power was at least at the general level. There should be no way they'd trace it back to me. Besides, there were no nearby surveillance cameras, and when I pursued Shinrong, I was moving on the rooftop, which probably wasn't team monitored. After this realization, Xian Yuan Che completely relaxed. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, no one suspected him of being the perpetrator. Descending the stairs, Xian Yuan Che noticed that the street where he lived had been cordoned off with police tape. Several public security officers were conducting investigations nearby. Upon seeing Xian Yuan Che come downstairs, a middle-aged man approached him. Were you at home all night last night? Xian Yuan Che shook his head. I only returned home after 11 o'clock last night. The man's eyes brightened. The time of the incident was indeed around 11 o'clock, meaning Xian Yuan Che might have witnessed the entire event. Did you see anything last night? No. I came home, took a shower, and went straight to sleep. I just woke up a moment ago. The middle-aged man sighed, waved a hand towards Xian Yuan Che, and turned away. When Xian Yuan Che returned after breakfast, the investigators had already left, and the crime scene had been cleared. Back at home, his phone began to ring. It was a class group chat. Lu Yuan, everyone, the registration link for the martial examination has been released. You can sign up once your vitality reaches 100 points. Koi Kuin, Oko. I'm bringing my chicken to take the entrance exam. Wu Erfan. Kai Kuin bro, that chicken of yours seems like a second-tier ferocious beast. Bringing it to the martial exam is cheating. Kai Kuin, don't worry, my chicken only plays basketball. Xian Yuan Che looked at the entrance exam registration link and clicked directly into it. He selected to register for the martial exam and proceeded to pay the fee. It was a full 1,000 yuan, and most importantly, it required signing an agreement that if you were accidentally killed by a ferocious beast during the exam, the organizers would bear no responsibility. However, the agreement also stated that the students' lives were not disregarded. Rescue warriors would be assigned during the exam. Most students would pass without incident, but every few years, there would be 1 or 2 unlucky souls who, before rescue could arrive, would be devoured as snacks by the ferocious beasts. After a series of verifications, Xian Yuan Che successfully registered. He also learned that the martial exam was scheduled for the Tuesday of the following week, just 2 days away. It was certainly rushed. Opening his status panel and setting his phone aside, Xian Yuan Che silently recited. Name, Xian Yuan Che, Soft Rice Man, Aura. Identity, Noble Transmigrator. Vitality, 43,875,000, 4th level martial artist. Breathing technique, Vital Energy Breathing Method, Grade C. Martial Skills, Grade B. Gale Chasing Saber Technique perfected. Divine Walk, Beginner, 01000. Grade D. Body Tempering Fist perfected. In just 3 days, his vitality had soared from 68 points to 4,387 points. Who would believe such a claim? After reviewing his panel, he sighed and lay back on the bed, scrolling through short videos. He bookmarked those he liked. The short video content in this world was quite different from the last Live Fest. Besides the familiar borderline content, there were also videos of martial artists dueling, and even some wild battles against ferocious beasts. Unconsciously, he came across a video predicting the content of the upcoming entrance exam. An elderly man was speaking into his phone. This year, the Jiang'an City entrance exam will likely take place in the number 10,086 minor secret realm excavated in Nan'an City a few years ago. Opening the comment section, Xian Yuan Che found many agreeing with the prediction. Neighbor Lao Wang. The blogger has predicted 10 times in the past decade, 7 times accurately. Looks like this time 1 TB an exception. My son takes the entrance exam today. I need to get him prepared in advance. Old Chun, who stole Lao Wang's wife. I agree with the above. My son is taking the exam this year too, but he should be prepared ahead of time. Detective Lowley, something's off. Both of you are very suspicious. Xianyuan Che began to ponder deeply. A discovered miner's secret realm? He opened Xiandu to search. Number 10086 Minor Secret Realm. Approximately 200,000 square kilometers in area. Discovered in the 67th year after the revival of spiritual energy, fully developed after 2 years. Current danger level, Grade D, recommended for martial artists below the martial artist level to enter for training. After reading the introduction, Xianyuan Che did not feel that 200,000 square kilometers was very large. This was because, since the spatial rifts appeared 70 years ago on Blue Star, its area had expanded dozens of times. Thus, this realm did not seem so vast. He glanced at the note in parentheses again. Recommended for martial artists below the martial artist level to enter for training. Then Xianyuan Che looked at his own panel. I'm merely a martial artist with a vitality of just over 4,000 points. After more than half an hour of video browsing, Xianyuan Che finally found today's news. Yesterday, at around 11 p.m., in Jiangnan City, a general-level martial artist wielding a blade committed a violent crime, killing 2 martial artists and 1 martial artist in training. Investigations reveal that the 2 deceased martial artists were disciples of a professor at Jiangbei Martial Arts Academy. The perpetrator is currently under investigation. A general? After reading the entire news report, Xianyuan Che smiled. Let them take their time investigating. It won't lead back to me anyway. After all, in the eyes of others, I'm just a high school student. How could I possibly possess the strength to contend with a general? After charging his phone, he resumed his cultivation. In an apartment somewhere in Jiangnan City, Lu Yuan opened his phone to check the back-end registration status for the martial exam. That kid really signed up. Looking at Xianyuan Che's name, Lu Yuan muttered, if it were before, I'd have called Xianyuan Che to scold him. The martial exam isn't a joke. If your strength is low, you really could die. However, ever since witnessing Xianyuan Che injure Yang Wei with a single punch, he realized that Xianyuan Che had been concealing his true strength all along. What remained unknown was how he managed to evade detection by the monthly scanning devices. Public Security Bureau. Based on the current information, the deceased Yang Wei had previously clashed with a student named Xianyuan Che. Yet, it was evident that Xianyuan Che was not the culprit, for according to the heiress description, the perpetrator's strength was at least that of a martial general. A middle-aged man reported to the surrounding officials. One of the leaders pinched the bridge of his nose upon hearing this. Forget it, just report it straight to the higher-ups. Let them worry about it. Although among the 3 victims this time, 2 held rather special identities, being students of a university professor. It was said that the professor was on the verge of breaking into the martial ancestor realm. But the murderer was a martial, general-level powerhouse. Rumor had it that even Mayor Murong, a 5th-level martial general, had suffered defeats under the culprit's hand. Their desire to investigate thoroughly was hampered by their own limitations. Time swiftly arrived at Monday. Alert. Host's cultivation triggered a critical hit. Name, Xianyuan Che. Vitality, 51,956,000, 5th-level martial artist. After more than a dozen hours of cultivation, Xianyuan Che's realm had ascended to the 5th-level martial artist. Yesterday's multiplier was indeed quite low. He muttered a complaint, then rose to wash up and prepare for school. Although he was no longer officially a student of that school, he still had to attend today. Last night, Lu Yuan had announced in the class group chat about the location, rewards, and precaution for the upcoming martial arts examination, emphasizing that all participants must attend. Upon arriving at the school gate, he happened to see Mu Yanran stepping out of a luxury car. Seeing Xianyuan Che, Mu Yanran hurriedly ran over and accompanied him into the school. The surrounding students looked on with faces full of envy and jealousy. That's Mu Yanran, right? That guy only has 68 vitality points. How does he even qualify? Isn't it just because he is a bit handsome? One student gazed at Xianyuan Che walking alongside Mu Yanran with a look of anguish. The classmates around nodded in agreement. After all, in this era, strength was everything. Looks were utterly useless. When the 2 parted ways, Xianyuan Che glanced at Mu Yanran's status panel. The scan surprised him somewhat. Name, Mu Yanran. Vitality, 721,800, 7th-level martial artist. Breeding technique, Cloud Transformation Breeding Technique, Grade B. Martial skills, Grade B. Cloud Dispelling Palm, Intermediate. Heavenly Thunder Spear Technique, Intermediate. Cloud Ladder Step, Intermediate. Weaknesses, none. After reviewing Mu Yanran's panel, Xianyuan Che was somewhat astonished. She had actually reached the 7th-level martial artist. To think that less than half a month ago, Mu Yanran's vitality was barely over 500,000. Today, it had surged past 700,000. He could only say, wealthy families are truly different. So enviable. Upon entering the classroom, 70% of the students had already arrived. The remainder either had not yet come or chose not to participate. Those who opted out but had decent liberal arts grades would be arranged to take the liberal arts exam at school. The people inside the classroom looked at Xianyuan Che with astonishment. Xianyuan Che is here? Doesn't he only have 68 vitality points? I don't know. With 68 vitality points, he probably doesn't even qualify to register. In truth, 68 vitality points were enough to register. But the school had set a requirement of at least 100 points for safety reasons. Kai Kuan, why don't you try persuading him? 68 vitality points is really too weak for the martial arts exam. Several classmates quietly gathered around Kai Kuan and spoke. After all, having been classmates for 3 years, they all cared about Xianyuan Che and did not want him to die in vain. Kai Kuan nodded. I'll try to talk to him later. Soon, Lu Yuan entered the classroom. Ahem. The location for this year's martial arts exam has been finalized. It is the secret realm number 10086. At this, a curious student asked, Teacher, what about the rewards this year? Lu Yuan shook his head. The rewards are confidential for now. I don't know either. There must be new rules. Now, let me go over the precautions. First, every year someone dies during the martial arts exam. This year will likely be no exception. Second, those who lack confidence in their strength may forego the martial arts exam and switch to the liberal arts exam. This option is available only today, no extensions. Third, after entering the secret realm, drones will randomly follow you and distribute spatial rings equipped with emergency call functions. If you encounter danger, activate it immediately. Otherwise, consequences are at your own risk. Having finished, Lu Yuan exited the classroom. Seeing this, Kai Kuan quickly approached Xianyuan Che. Xuanyuan Ke, did you register for the martial arts exam? Yes. Xuanyuan Ke nodded. Hearing this, Kai Kuan looked worried. The martial arts exam is too dangerous. You only have 68 vitality points. Why don't you try the liberal arts exam? Fortunately, I have connections at home. Although your grades aren't great, I can still help you sneak in. We've been classmates for 3 years. I don't want to see you die needlessly in the secret realm. Thanks for your kindness. I appreciate it. Xuanyuan Ke patid, Chai, con ese shoulder in gratitude. Sighing, seeing that Xianyuan Che was unmoved, Kai Kuan returned to his seat. After spending over an hour at school, Xianyuan Che and Mu Yanran left together. How time flies. 3 years have passed so quickly. Mu Yanran sighed as they walked along the street. Yes, Xianyuan Che nodded with feeling. Life in this world as high school was actually not as harsh as in his previous life. Back then, high school was unbearable. He had fantasized about how wonderful high school would be while in middle school, but once he entered high school, he realized that the things in TV shows were all lies. His high school years were only hardship, growing worse with each passing year. Unconsciously, the two arrived at the People's Square of Jiang'an City. Xianyuan Che's gaze settled on the center of the square. There stood a series of humanoid statues. Xianyuan Che knew the origin of these statues. They represented the martial saint powerhouses born over the 70 years since the revival of spiritual energy in China, who had also served as successive leaders. In the 70 years following the resurgence of spiritual energy, many martial saints had emerged in China. Unfortunately, during the 40 years of warfare that followed, these martial saints had fallen one after another defending the nation. Only one martial saint named Wang Ding Tian remained alive. However, 30 years ago, Wang Ding Tian, the last surviving martial saint, passed the position of China as chief martial saint to a student and had not been seen since. Rumors circulated that Wang Ding Tian had suffered severe injuries resisting ferocious beasts and had gone into seclusion for healing, while others claimed he had already perished. Yet, no one could provide definitive evidence. Che, let us go play over there. Mu Yanran suddenly pointed toward a nearby bubble tea shop. Xianyuan Che smiled and patted Mu Yanran's head in agreement. All right. The two spent some time wandering nearby, had a meal together, and then went their separate ways. Back at home, Xianyuan Che opened his phone and began reviewing past martial arts exam rewards and procedures. After several minutes, he had a general understanding of the rewards and related matters. Students enter the secret realm to hunt ferocious beasts and earn points. Last year, the top scorer in the martial arts examination was rewarded with 10 C-grade vitality potions, along with a monetary prize of 3 million yuan. The runner-up received 9 C-grade vitality potions, plus 2.5 million yuan. Upon seeing the rewards, Xianyuan Che could only remark that they were indeed quite substantial. Each C-grade vitality potion enhances vitality by 500 to 700 points and is only consumable by martial artists of rank master or above. Indeed, it boosts vitality by 500 to 700 points, 10 times more than the D-grade vitality potions. Naturally, the price is also tenfold, with each potion costing 2 million yuan. 10 potions amount to 20 million yuan. Even he could not help but marvel at how generous these rewards truly were. Moreover, the martial arts universities would admit students based on their accumulated points. Those ranking at the top almost always secured places in the premier martial arts universities of Jiangnan province. A few minutes later, Xian Yuanche put down his phone and began to cultivate. He cared little for the standard college entrance examination. He intended to simply claim first place in this martial arts test. From what he knew, the previous college entrance exams in Jiangnan City were conducted jointly with several neighboring cities, followed by a comprehensive ranking. The most outstanding students in past years had only reached the 8th level martial artist rank, and such excellence was not achieved annually. In his view, those contests were battles among martial artists, but he, as a master, was on an entirely different level, a pure dimensionality reduction strike. Time swiftly passed into evening. After his vitality reached 5,400 points, Xian Yuanche ceased cultivating and proceeded to bathe and eat. Having completed these tasks, he resumed his cultivation. The next morning, status panel. Name, Xuan Yuanke. Vitality, 6,195,700, 6th level master. Gazing at his status panel, Xian Yuanche felt a surge of emotion. He had attained the 6th level master rank at such a pace. Truly, it was remarkably swift. The system's critical hit multipliers were all random, so improving by a minor realm each day was more than satisfactory. Although his aptitude was poor, the critical hits meant that cultivating for 1 hour was equivalent to hundreds or even thousands of hours for others. For other masters, relying solely on cultivation without resources to increase vitality by 1,000 points might take an indeterminate time. After washing up and grabbing breakfast nearby, Xian Yuanche headed to school. Today, the school arranged special buses to transport students to the testing site for the martial arts examination. Upon arrival, he saw a dozen buses parked at the school gate. He quickly spotted his classmates. Xian Yuanche, are you really going to participate in the martial arts exam? A girl from the class pursed her lips, her expression tinged with concern. I advise you not to go. It's too dangerous. Xian Yuanche shook his head. I've recently reached 100 vitality points. You don't need to worry about me. Hearing this, the others had little more to say. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived. We're on bus number 4. We should reach the destination by afternoon. Everyone can get some rest. The group boarded the bus, and it quickly departed the campus. On the bus, Lu Yuan continuously explained various details. The 10086 secret realm is in the neighboring Nan'an City. As before, we will hold a martial arts examination jointly with Nan'an City, Bei'an City, and Dong'an City. This time, approximately 12,000 students will enter the 10086 secret realm to participate in the exam. Competition will be inevitable. The content should be the same as previous years. Slay ferocious beasts to earn points, then rank according to those points. However, there is a new rule. The points acquired inside can be plundered. The teachers strongly recommend you form teams of several members for the exam, but of course, it's up to you. I won't force anyone. Having said this, Lu Yuan returned to his seat. Xian Yuanche stared out the window, inhaling the unpleasant odor that permeated the bus interior. Though technology had advanced to the point of creating spatial rings, the school chose to economize by using archaic buses from a bygone era for transportation. The stench inside was truly unbearable. Many classmates frowned, their faces reflecting discomfort. That idiot Zhao Go deliberately hired these buses just to save a little money, one student grumbled. You wouldn't believe it. I once passed by the principal's office and saw him looking at Jiangnan province's list of wealthy families. He actually thought it was the list of impoverished students this year. Unbelievable, another exclaimed. Listening to the students' chatter, Xian Yuanche twitched the corner of his mouth. Mistaking the wealth rankings for poverty lists was a bit exaggerated, wasn't it? Turning his gaze back outside, Xian Yuanche's thoughts drifted away. Ding. Task triggered. Martial arts examination, first place. The system's notification abruptly brought him back to reality. A task? Xian Yuanche was taken aback. He expected even a martial arts examination to trigger a task. He opened the task interface. After a brief scan of the task description and rewards, he was utterly unsettled. Task: Martial arts examination, first place. Task details: the host must secure first place in the martial arts examination, overwhelmingly surpassing all others in points. Successful reward: Arrogance Aura. Name: Arrogance Aura. Description: the more arrogant one is, the easier they are to get hit. While wearing the Arrogance Aura, the host recovers 1% of their status every second, including but not limited to injuries, stamina, severed limbs, and other grievous wounds. Note: during the martial arts examination, for every 20,000 points the host obtains, the Arrogance Aura's recovery effect increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 5%. Reading the description of the arrogance aura, Xin Yuan Che's breath quickened. This effect was simply too formidable. A conceptual level regenerative ability. If you're to gain this aura, wouldn't he become nearly impossible to kill? Calming himself, Xin Yuan Che stroked his chin and carefully considered the task requirements, overwhelming all others in points. With the aura's recovery effect increasing by 1% every 20,000 points, capped at 5%, it would make him utterly indifferent to injuries in future battles. This arrogance aura was an absolute must. 3 hours later, the bus arrived in Nanan City. After another 10 minutes, it halted within a military-controlled zone. Upon disembarking, a man clad in military uniform approached the group. Lu Yuan stepped forward and shook his hand. "Hello, I am Lu Yuan, one of the team leaders from Jiang and No. One high school." The man nodded and shook Lu Yuan's hand in return. "I am Zhen Nan. The exam begins in the afternoon. Feel free to explore the vicinity." "Understood," Lu Yuan replied. Over half an hour passed, and vehicles from other schools gradually arrived, including those from Jiang and No. 2 high school, No. 3 high school, and students from other cities. Xin Yuan Che observed the students from Nan and No. 1 high school and used his eye of investigation. Their vitality levels were roughly comparable to his own, with the main difference being that he was a master, while they apparently were not. After another half hour, all schools had assembled. Fortunately, the area was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Everyone. A voice imbued with a hint of authority sounded, instantly silencing the murmuring crowd. A burly middle-aged man clad in a green military uniform appeared on the open ground. "I am one of the proctors for this examination, Zhen Nan, a 5th-grade martial general, and also the guardian of this small secret realm. Allow me to announce the rules for this assessment. Rule 1. This examination follows the same point-based system as before. Eliminating the ferocious beasts within the secret realm will earn you points. Rule 2. This is a newly added rule this year. You may plunder points from one another. To keep track of your points, a spatial ring will be issued to each of you before the start, which will assist in recording your scores. Within this spatial ring, you will find enough provisions to last a day. Once consumed, you must procure your own sustenance. Should you encounter danger, you may activate the emergency distress button on the ring. Upon activation, the ring will emit a special ultrasonic wave, inflicting harm upon the ferocious beasts, while simultaneously sending out a distress signal. Nearby proctors will then arrive to escort you out of the examination field, effectively constituting an early submission in the literary test. Remember, the martial examination is no trivial matter. You may only activate this function if your life is in imminent peril. The assessment will last 3 days, commencing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and concluding precisely at 2 o'clock 3 days later. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the candidates were led to a spatial rift. This rift soared several dozen meters high and stretched 7 or 8 meters wide. The spatial rings were then distributed, and binding could be completed through iris verification. Lu Yuan approached carrying a box filled with dozens of spatial rings. Before long, Xin Yuan Che received his own spatial ring. After more than 10 seconds of iris verification, the ring was officially bound to him. Simultaneously, he learned of its capacity, a full 10 cubic meters. Upon discovering the volume of the spatial ring, the surrounding students grew excited. However, someone promptly doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Don't celebrate too soon. This is only temporarily yours. Later, it will be reclaimed. Upon hearing this, many were disappointed. They had assumed the rings were permanent gifts. TCH, a bunch of poor country bumpkins. It's just a spatial ring. A young man sneered, looking down at the disappointed expressions on the students' faces. Many glared at him in anger, but when they caught sight of the young man's appearance, most of the fury in their eyes immediately vanished. They recognized him. Zhou Dan, the top-ranked Qi and blood student at Nanan City No. 1 high school, wealthy and powerful, utterly untouchable. Naturally, Xin Yuan Che heard this remark and turned to look at the youth. Simultaneously, a character panel appeared before his eyes. Panel, name, Zhou Dan. Qi in blood, 711,800, 7th grade martial artist. Breathing technique, Zhou Tian breathing method, grade B. Martial techniques, grade B. Zhou Tian palm, beginner. Autumn 1 finger, beginner. After viewing the panel, Xin Yuan Che smirked slightly. Although Zhou Dan's Qi and blood were not low, reaching 711 points, the martial techniques were rather underwhelming. There were many grade B techniques, but all at the beginner level with no proficiency whatsoever. In other words, Zhou Dan had learned these techniques but had barely ever used them. At that moment, Xin Yuan Che felt a tap on his back. "Ake." The voice of Mu Yanran sounded. Xin Yuan Che turned to see Mu Yanran smiling sweetly at him. Undeniably, she was one of the school's beauties. Her smile was truly captivating. Xian Yuanche smiled and said, "The exam is about to start. Remember to protect me." "No problem. Just stick behind me." Muyanan patit herchist confidently. Some students nearby, seeing Xian Yuanche chatting and laughing with Mu Yanran, looked on with envy, especially those from other schools. "Who is that girl? She is so beautiful. And that guy too. I'm jealous. How does Xian Yuanche deserve this?" Many stomped and pounded their chests in frustration, expressing their discontent. Not far away, Zhou Dan held his phone, scanning the crowd. Whenever he spotted an attractive student, he would approach and request contact information. He had grown bored of the female students at his own school. Now that so many schools had gathered, he intended to carefully select a few. "Hey, beauty, add me on WeChat." Whenever he found a pretty face, he asked for contact details regardless of whether the girl had a boyfriend nearby. Some boys, seeing Zhou Dan ask their girlfriends for contact information, wanted to intervene but were intimidated by Zhou Dan's status and chi in blood. Their girlfriends cursed them silently for being cowards, unable to resist even when harassed. After adding dozens of contacts, Zhou Dan noticed Mu Yanran speaking with Xian Yuanche. His eyes brightened instantly, and he hurried over to strike up a conversation with her. Naturally, he ignored Xian Yuanche standing beside Mu Yanran. In his eyes, Xian Yuanche, dressed in second-hand clothes, could not compare to him. Zhou Dan came directly before Mu Yanran, extended his right hand, and smiled. "Hello, classmate. My name is Zhou Dan. May I ask your name?" Mu Yanran glanced at Zhou Dan, then immediately linked her arm through Xian Yuanche's, leaning against him. "Ache, after the exam, take me out for barbecue. There's a new place on Xiao Lu Street that supposedly serves meat from third-grade ferocious beasts." Clearly, Mu Yanran had no intention of acknowledging Zhou Dan and only wanted to speak with Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche nodded, patting Mu Yanran's head. "All right, after the exam. I'll take you." Seeing Mu Yanran ignore him, Zhou Dan's temper flared slightly. However, he did not give up and spoke again. "Hello, I'm Zhou Dan. My father is Zhou Hu, the richest man in Nanan City." In the past, whenever he revealed his father's identity, women who had scorned him immediately changed their attitudes by 180 degrees. He assumed Mu Yanran would be no different. But evidently, he was disappointed. Mu Yanran remained indifferent to Zhou Dan, continuing her conversation with Xian Yuanche. Some students who did not know Zhou Dan, but had heard of Zhou, who were already abuzz. "This guy is Zhou Hu's son. I heard his chi and blood exceed 700 points. I envy him so much. Mine is only 200-something. Those aware of Mu Yanran's identity scoffed at this. They mocked Zhou Dan with biting sarcasm. Just a rich kid. Mu Yanran's father is the richest man in Jiangnan City, no less than Zhou Dan's father, possibly even wealthier. Upon seeing Mu Yanran's continued disregard, Zhou Dan's anger surged. However, he did not vent on Mu Yanran, but instead looked at Xian Yuanche, whose arm Mu Yanran was holding. He grabbed Xian Yuanche's clothes and threatened, "Kid, you." Before he could finish, Zhou Dan found himself lifted off the ground. No, he was being hoisted up. "Yo Dan, young Master Zhou, right? Please refrain from disturbing our conversation," Xian Yuanche said coolly. Xian Yuanche's left hand reached behind Zhou Dan, lifting him up like a chick. A 7th-grade martial artist was little more than a child before a martial master like Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche cast a glance around, then flung Zhou Dan onto a barren patch, allowing him to have an intimate encounter with the ground. Several seconds passed before Zhou Dan registered what had happened. He had actually been tossed aside. The surrounding students also noticed the scene, covering their mouths to stifle laughter. "This is hilarious. That Zhou Dan is such a clown. Really embarrassing. He actually thinks he's something special." Students from the same school as Zhou Dan seized the opportunity to mock him. Zhou Dan, usually arrogant beyond measure, had long been a source of annoyance to them. They had only held back out of respect for his status. Now that the chance had finally arisen, how could they not ridicule him mercilessly? As for fearing retaliation, how could he retaliate when so many were laughing at him? Listening to the surrounding jeers, Zhou Dan's face flushed crimson, and his resentment towards Xian Yuanche deepened. How infuriating! Flustered and frantic, he staggered to his feet and charged directly at Xian Yuanche. He snarled. With a surge of chi and blood, Zhou Dan unleashed a palm strike aimed at Xian Yuanche. The students present were taken aback, hastily stepping back to avoid him. They had never expected Zhou Dan to strike out like this. Mu Yanran frowned slightly, releasing her grip from Xian Yuanche's arm, preparing to intervene. But Xian Yuanche was swifter. Bang! Before anyone could react, Xian Yuanche had already delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhou Dan flying. Though not exerting his full strength, the force was sufficient to propel Zhou Dan dozens of meters away. Holy hell! The students around erupted in astonishment. "Who is this guy? So fierce. Just kicked Zhou Dan flying for dozens of meters? He asked from Jiang'an City, right? So fierce. Then ISNT definitely the strongest? Many gazed at Xian Yuanche in shock. To send a 7th-level martial artist like Zhou Dan flying with a single kick, that required an immense reservoir of qi and blood. But Zhou Dan was not so fortunate. By now, he had already lost consciousness. Teachers from Nan and First High School hurried to his side, lifting him up. Upon seeing his condition, one of them gasped sharply. Blood was oozing from his mouth and nose, his breathing shallow and erratic. Feeling his chest, the teacher discovered that the tremendous impact had fractured Zhou Dan's ribs. He quickly produced a D-grade healing potion from his pocket and forced it down Zhou Dan's throat. Fortunately, Zhou Dan was only a martial artist. If he were a martial master, a D-grade healing potion would have little effect. After a few minutes, Zhou Dan gradually regained consciousness, though barely. I have a C-grade healing potion in my spatial ring, he said with pain. The teacher immediately retrieved the C-grade healing potion from Zhou Dan's ring. After drinking it, Zhou Dan's condition visibly improved. The healing potion's effect is quite good, Xian Yuanche murmured from afar. But such potions were not infinitely usable. Each dose's efficacy diminished with repeated use, making them far inferior to the arrogance aura, which offered full recovery. There was simply no comparison. Once Zhou Dan's condition stabilized, the teacher approached Xian Yuanche and reproached him sternly. You, student, how can you casually lay hands on students from other schools? Apologize to him immediately. As Xian Yuanche was about to respond to the teacher standing before him, Lu Yuan appeared unexpectedly. Mr. He, Lu Yuan began. It was clearly your student who initiated the attack on mine. Everyone saw it. My student was merely defending himself. He long turned to see Lu Yuan standing with arms crossed, wearing a mocking smile. Lu Yuan, so this is your student, he said through gritted teeth. The hostility between the two was palpable. Faced with Yilong's accusation, Xian Yuanche looked innocent. Sir, this isn't my fault. Your student came over unprovoked to harass someone and even tried to use his body to attack my shoe sole. I didn't even make a move. Hearing this, Lu Yuan nearly burst into laughter. See, Mr. He, that's exactly where your student went wrong. The two lovers were minding their own business, and your student just had to provoke them. Getting beaten is well-deserved. Yilong's face flushed crimson as he glared at Lu Yuan. Xian Yuanche, next time go easy. Your students are too weak to warrant such force, Lu Yuan said, patting Xian Yuanche's shoulder in mock camaraderie. Yilong, fuming, swept his hand and turned away. Though merely a minor incident, it prompted many to draw conclusions. Hey, have you noticed something? A student clapped his hands and said, suddenly enlightened. What problem? Others nearby asked. Xian Yuanche kicked Zhou Dan, who has over 700 points of qi and blood, flying. What does that imply? Many began to understand. You mean Xian Yuanche's qi and blood must be around 900 points, maybe even 1,000. Exactly. Xian Yuanche might be the only martial master in this martial examination. At the thought of Xian Yuanche possibly being a martial master, many gasped, though reluctant to believe it. The evidence was undeniable. The strength he displayed was far beyond that of a mere martial artist. Hopefully we don't run into him inside. Many silently prayed. After all, the points earned in this martial examination could be plundered. Encountering Xian Yuanche would mean losing everything. Time swiftly approached 1:30. Zhun Nin spoke again. This martial examination's rewards will remain confidential until its conclusion. However, I can give you a hint. The more points you earn, the more advantageous it will be for you. As with previous years, the entire event will be broadcast live. I hope none of you embarrass yourselves. Around 1:50, everyone began entering the spatial rift. Before stepping through, Mu Yanran pulled Xian Yuanche aside. I have something for you. She produced an alloy blade from her spatial ring. This is for you. Xian Yuanche shook his head upon seeing the alloy blade. No need. I have my own weapon. No, yours must be D-grade. If you face students from other schools, you'll be at a disadvantage. Xian Yuanche gestured for his eye of inquiry to scan the alloy blade. Item name, Taiyun Alloy Blade. Grade, B. Description, forged from 3rd-tier Taiyun or in parts of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Capable of effortlessly piercing the defenses of 3rd-tier ferocious beast generals. A B-grade weapon, Xian Yuanche murmured to himself. This alloy blade's value must be in the tens of millions at least. Mu Yanran placed the blade in his hand. Keep it safe. Consider a loan from me. And what about you? If you give me this, what will you use? Xian Yuanche asked instead of accepting the blade. You mean? She replied. Another B-grade alloy blade materialized in her right hand. All right, thank you. Xian Yuanche no longer declined, accepting the alloy blade and slipping it into his spatial ring. Let us proceed. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche take the blade, Mu Yanran happily linked her arm through his and began queuing. As the clock struck 2, Xian Yuanche and Mu Yanran stepped together into the spatial rift. Mu Yanran, who had been holding tightly onto Xian Yuanche's arm, vanished entirely the instant they entered the rift. When Xian Yuanche opened his eyes, he found that Mu Yanran had already disappeared. Glancing around, he saw not a single soul nearby. It appeared to be a random teleportation. He murmured belatedly to himself, "Teachers, this way please." Outside, the soldiers ushered the teachers toward the monitoring room after all the students had entered the secret realm. The secret realm was equipped with specialized surveillance devices and drones, facilitating a more convenient observation of the students' conditions. At this moment, Zhun Nan and another middle-aged man stood idly chatting by the doorway. "Old Zhun, have you arranged the personnel for your assigned area in the secret realm?" Chalin asked. Zhun Nan waved his hand dismissively. "I arranged the manpower yesterday. In my area, I should be able to keep casualties at 0. Should? Must be certain. If you're short on hands, just call me Big Brother a few times. I can reluctantly lend you some personnel." Chalin raised an eyebrow, somewhat smug. This time, he had brought all his soldiers above the martial artist rank, determined to keep casualties at 0, primarily to outshine Zhun Nan. Unfazed by Chaolin's provocation, Zhun Nan had long anticipated such tactics from his old rival. He took out his phone and deliberately spoke loudly. "The martial exam rewards this time. How come there's a secret technique stone? Who is so generous as to offer such a precious item as a prize?" "What? A secret technique stone?" Hearing the 3 words, Chalin was instantly startled and snatched Zhun Nan's phone. When he saw the gray stone among the rewards in the exchange interface, his pupils contracted sharply. His heart filled with shock. How is this possible? How could they put a secret technique stone as a martial exam reward? At this moment, Chalin's heart was in turmoil. The secret technique stone was no ordinary rock. When used by a martial artist, it granted a secret technique that could significantly enhance their power. Such stones were so rare that even money might not be able to procure one. They were immensely precious. He simply could not fathom why the authorities would be so generous. "It seems this is a personal sponsorship from someone named Zhun Nan." Zhun Nan feigned modesty in reply. "Oh, so this Zhun Nan is me. I remember now, I sponsored this secret technique stone. How could you possibly have a secret technique stone?" Chalin stared at Zhun Nan in astonishment. "I get it, it's not really yours. Your commander gave it to you to sponsor, right?" Chalin said sourly. He had been in the military for many years, but his accumulated merits were still some distance from redeeming a secret technique stone. He hadn't expected Zhun Nan to have accumulated enough so quickly. "Who says I don't have one? I earned a few merits recently. Not many. Killed 2 third-tier ferocious beasts, indirectly saving hundreds of lives. The higher-ups insisted on giving me a secret technique stone as a reward. I didn't want it, but they insisted. Tell me, if I refused, wouldn't that be disrespectful to them? Chalin, tell me, is there anyone who has served 20 years and still doesn't have a secret technique stone?" At this moment, Zhun Nan had become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, basking in his superiority before his old rival. The delight was indescribable. "Oomph, look at you strutting around. If someone else redeems it first, you'll be the one crying." Chalin said sourly, full of dissatisfaction. Zhun Nan scoffed. "TSK, just be jealous. Take a good look at the points required to redeem the secret technique stone, 100,000. Chalin looked and discovered that the points required to redeem the secret technique stone indeed stood at 100,000. 100,000 points meant that practically no one could redeem it, because in previous years, the highest student points were only in the thousands. Even with this round S-point plundering, the points one could gain wouldn't reach such a height. Unless a student possessed overwhelming strength and an extremely rapid pace to continuously plunder other students' points, only then could they possibly accumulate enough points to redeem this stone. But he had reviewed the profiles of all students participating in this martial exam. The highest vitality was only that of an 8th-level martial artist. Clearly, no one could achieve this. No wonder Zhun Nan dared to use the secret technique stone as a prize. He had long anticipated that no one could redeem it. Seeing Zhun Nan's smug demeanor, Chalin was infuriated and strode into the secret realm, intending to personally oversee the student's safety. Seeing Chaolin's posture, Zhun Nan exhaled deeply and laughed aloud. Refreshing. Ha ha. He gazed at the secret technique stone on his phone, his eyes gleaming. "My little stone, you finally earned me some respect. Once the exam is over, I'll use you. Hopefully you'll grant me a powerful secret technique." Hee hee. With this thought, he put away his phone and rubbed his hands excitedly. He was not the least worried that someone might redeem the secret technique stone. because even a first-level martial artist participating in this exam was unlikely to earn 100,000 points within 3 days. Using the secret technique stone as a prize was purely to flaunt it in front of his old rival, Shaolin. Inside the secret realm, Xian Yuanche employed the divine walking step to swiftly advance. Although the newly added reward mechanism this year remained shrouded in mystery, he could roughly deduce its nature. Presumably, points could be exchanged for various rewards, martial skills, vitality potions, and the like. Hence, Zhannan's insistence that the more points earned, the better. Soon, he encountered his first ferocious beast, a 3-meter-long lizard. Xian Yuanche didn't even bother to use his probing eye. He simply kicked it away. A small light window popped up from his spatial ring. Defeated a first-tier novice ferocious beast, earned 1 point. Current points, 1. Ranking, first place tied. Quite intelligent. Closing the light window, Xian Yuanche continued to track the ferocious beasts. With the divine walking step's blessing, his speed was terrifyingly fast. Soon, he found the second ferocious beast, a 2-meter-tall, 5-meter-long water buffalo. Judging by its size, it was probably a first-tier advanced beast. Watching the buffalo leisurely ambling, Xian Yuanche murmured to himself. The buffalo noticed Xian Yuanche, scraped its hooves against the ground, and charged. Bang! Not wanting to waste time, Xian Yuanche dashed before the buffalo and kicked it flying. The buffalo soared backward, utterly dead. Defeated a first-tier advanced ferocious beast, earned 3 points. Current points, 4. Ranking, first place. Xian Yuanche approached the buffalo's corpse, eyeing the carcass. Beef should be delicious, right? He dragged the body to an open space, withdrew a small knife from his spatial ring, and began to carve the beef, preparing it as food for the coming days. One had to admit, this spatial ring was thoughtfully equipped. Besides a day's worth of provisions, it also contained a lighter and even some seasonings. After cutting the most tender parts from the buffalo, he stabbed the carcass hundreds of times, letting the fresh blood flow freely. Having completed all these preparations, he dragged the entire ox, continuously moving it around nearby, circling within a radius of several kilometers. The scent of blood quickly permeated the air. Once finished, he placed the buffalo's carcass upstream of a nearby creek, allowing the bloody aroma to drift downstream. Indeed, his intention was to use the scent exuded by the carcass to lure more ferocious beasts, thereby sparing himself the trouble of searching for them one by one. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, several teachers watched Xian Yuanche's actions with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. What on earth was this student doing? One man clad in military uniform explained, he is attempting to attract ferocious beasts by spreading the blood scent of this wild ox. Upon hearing this, the teachers present reacted with alarm, exclaiming aloud, "What? He is insane. Does he realize how many ferocious beasts this will draw?" Within the secret realm, once the scent of blood fully disperses, it would likely attract a large number of savage creatures within less than an hour. At that point, even practitioners of the first martial rank might not be able to escape unscathed when confronted by a horde of ferocious beasts. "Comrade, could you notify the personnel within the secret realm to keep an eye on my student?" Lu Yuan rose and addressed the military man beside him. Xian Yuanche's recklessness was bound to summon a pack of ferocious beasts. Should dozens of first-level advanced beasts be drawn, there might not be a trace left of him. The officer nodded and immediately contacted Zhannan. "Captain Zhun, a student is spreading blood scent over a wide area, aiming to attract a large number of ferocious beasts. The location is approximately in the 18th district of the southeast sector of the secret realm. Please go and keep watch." Upon receiving the message at the entrance of the secret realm, Zhannan promptly entered, preparing to make his way to Xian Yuanche's position. "These students never cease to worry me," he muttered. Back in the secret realm, Xian Yuanche found a vacant spot and gathered some wood, beginning preparations for a barbecue. Now, all that remained was to wait for the blood scent to attract the ferocious beasts, who would then provide him with the opportunity to kill. He would simply sit back and enjoy his barbecue as the points came rolling in, a martial exam version of guarding the corpse and waiting for the beast. Retrieving beef from his spatial ring, he skewered it and placed it over the fire to roast. A fierce battle with the beasts was inevitable. So his task now was to cook the meat, store it in the spatial ring, and eat it after the fight to replenish his strength. With this in mind, he glanced at the system task rewards, the arrogance aura. If he could obtain the arrogance aura, things would be far less troublesome. Closing the system interface, he resumed barbecuing. Since the slices were thin, the beef cooked quickly. After sprinkling some seasoning, Xian Yuanche began to eat. "Not bad," he nodded with satisfaction. Although his technique was mediocre, the deliciousness of ferocious beast meat was naturally incomparable to ordinary buffalo meat. Therefore, even if roasted poorly, it would not taste terrible. After finishing, He skewered 6 or 7 more portions of beef and resumed roasting. After a period of travel, Zhennan finally reached Xianyuan Che's location. Standing atop a towering tree over 100 meters high, he looked down at the clearing where Xianyuan Che was barbecuing. Feeling the faint scent of blood in the air, Zhennan furrowed his brow. Judging by the situation, it would likely be only a matter of minutes before a large number of ferocious beasts, drawn by the scent, surged toward this place like a tidal wave. Zhennan sighed. This kid truly is a fearless novice, completely unaware of how many ferocious beasts he is inviting. If this were the outside world, I would immediately take Xianyuan Che away. But this is the martial exam. Even as an invigilator, I cannot intervene unless the student faces mortal danger. He leaned against the tree trunk, prepared to act only if Xianyuan Che could no longer withstand the onslaught. Following Zhennan, a drone lowered its altitude and focused its camera on the leisurely barbecuing Xianyuan Che. At this moment, Xianyuan Che was leisurely skewering slices of beef on a small stick, utterly at ease. The viewers in the monitoring room were stunned by the scene. Lu Yuan twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly as he glanced at the others. Nearby, he long mocked, "Lu Yuan, your student truly is fearlessly ignorant. He is even thinking about eating barbecue at a time like this." Luckily, Comrade Zhennan is nearby watching. Otherwise, when the ferocious beasts arrive, there might not be a single bone left. Lu Yuan did not take the bait, promptly retorting, "Heilong, do you live by the seaside? Why do you meddle so much? If you have so much free time, you'd be better off checking on your own student." Heilong clicked his tongue twice. "My student may not be as strong as yours, but at least he knows his limits. Unlike your student, who is arrogant and reckless. Thinking ferocious beasts are like ants that can be crushed with a single step. Now he is causing Comrade Zhen to waste time guarding him. These young people nowadays, as soon as they gain some strength, become conceited and dismissive of ferocious beasts. Well, perhaps a fall in the secret realm will teach him a lesson." Lu Yuan's expression darkened, unwilling to engage further with Heilong. Although he also felt Xianyuan Che's approach was somewhat inappropriate. As a teacher, he could not disparage his student in front of others. Seeing Lu Yuan ignore him, Heilong remained by the screen, continuing to watch Xianyuan Che. According to the martial exam regulations, examiners cannot intervene arbitrarily. Only when a candidate faces mortal danger may they step in. In other words, even if Xianyuan Che lost limbs, the examiner could not act, as such injuries are not fatal to martial practitioners. If Xianyuan Che were injured and barely escaped, he would certainly be unable to continue the martial exam. Should Xianyuan Che falter, the top spot would undoubtedly go to his own student, Zhou Dan. Within the secret realm, Xianyuan Che examined the beef in his hand, stroking his chin. "Looks like it's cooked." He sprinkled seasoning on the meat, slid all the pieces to the tip of the skewer, and swallowed it in one bite. Sigh. From his perch in the tree, Zhennan facepalmed and sighed. He truly had not expected Xianyuan Che to be so bold. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the martial exam had begun. Numerous viewers flooded the stream. In less than a minute, tens or even hundreds of thousands had joined. Old Chun, who secretly admires Old Wang's wife next door. "I'm in. I want to see how my son is doing." "Neighbor Old Wang, that's right. I want to check on my son too." "Devoted fan? Haha. I took the martial exam last year. This year, I finally get to watch others take it." This live stream was unlike any other. It was divided into thousands of smaller channels, allowing viewers to roam among them and watch at will, all while monitoring real-time point rankings. Xianyuan Che placed the cooked beef into a spatial ring for storage and began skewering more meat to roast. The newly arrived online spectators were astonished, flooding the chat with complaints. "Lu Zatsa, why is this student eating barbecue? Has he given up already? Shaoli, I think he really has given up. Who in their right mind eats barbecue at the start of an exam? Young people these days don't take the martial exam seriously. Besides, it's truly pitiful. Awaken, if he simply wanted to eat barbecue, this kid could have done so outside. There is no need to risk his life inside the secret realm just for some barbecue. I suspect he must be up to something significant. Gang Shino, look at you upstairs, acting like you know everything. Maybe he is just looking to slack off." Dahizi, same here. As more people flooded into the livestream room, the number of sarcastic comments increased accordingly. However, Xianyuan Che couldn't see these bullet comments, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He never paid any mind to others' opinions of him. Otherwise, life would be far too exhausting. Downstream along the river, the wolves with 9-headed rocky backs caught the scent of blood drifting from upstream and hurried toward Xianyuan Che's location. Soon, the pack spotted Xianyuan Che sitting alone on a clearing by the riverbank, alongside the corpse of a wild bull submerged in the water. "Awoo!" The lead wolf howled loudly, and the other 8 wolves immediately encircled Xianyuan Che. Livestream room. "Lu Zatsa, those are moonrock wolves. These ferocious beasts coordinate terrifyingly well as a team. If their numbers are sufficient, even low-level first-tier strength wolves dare to gang up and kill a high-level first-tier beast. Shaoli, this kid is in danger. Awaken, you guys are exaggerating. They're just a few wolves. Easy prey. Gangshin, TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you upstairs, acting like you know everything again. Awaken, Gangshin, are you calling me out? Whatever I say, you always have to chime in. I'm not stealing your food, yet you keep biting at me like a mad dog. Damn it. If you keep yapping, I'll go to your house and shove some shit in your mouth to let you taste what my shit really is. Shaoli, the guy upstairs has a good temper. I like him. In the surveillance room, Lu Yuan and the others, who were monitoring Xianyuan Che's situation, frowned upon seeing the Moonrock wolves appear. The lead wolf measured 9 meters in length and possessed high-level first-tier strength. 2 others measured 5 meters long, with mid-level first-tier strength. The remaining 5 wolves were all low-level first-tier. Such a configuration could easily hunt a high-level first-tier ferocious beast in the wild. Lu Yuan naturally recognized this and showed signs of concern. Nearby, he long sneered with schadenfreude upon seeing Xianyuan Che surrounded by the Moonrock wolves. Old Lu, your student is in danger. Why aren't you rushing to the secret realm's exit to take him to the hospital? A Moonrock wolf pack of this composition would usually cause most high-level martial artists to turn tail and flee immediately, climbing trees to put distance between themselves and the wolves. But now, Xianyuan Che was completely surrounded, having lost any chance to escape, unless he possessed the overwhelming strength to crush the lead wolf. This martial arts exam would surely end here. Lu Yuan, if you don't shut up, are you planning to die? He Long was instantly speechless. Inside the secret realm, Jinan, perched on a tree branch, watched with great interest, eager to see how Xianyuan Che would handle the situation. He had a hunch Xianyuan Che knew what to do because he saw no trace of fear on his face. Indeed, as Jinan had anticipated, Xianyuan Che, a 6th-level martial artist, barely regarded these Moonrock wolves as a threat. Observing the shrinking encirclement, Xianyuan Che leapt into the air and stomped directly on the head of one Moonrock wolf. Though wolves are said to have copper heads and iron bones, but tofu waists, even a steel head would shatter under such an overwhelming disparity. Bang! The Moonrock wolf's head was crushed beneath Xianyuan Che's foot. Seeing Xianyuan Che strike first, the remaining wolves lunged toward him simultaneously. Both the livestream audience and the surveillance room spectators widened their eyes, fixated on the unfolding scene. What happened next shocked them profoundly. Facing the pack of wolves charging at him, Xianyuan Che raised his right hand and threw a punch. Bang! One Moonrock wolf was sent flying dozens of meters away. Left punch, right punch, whether low-level or mid-level first-tier, each Moonrock wolf fell to a single blow. Finally, it was the high-level first-tier lead wolf's turn. Xianyuan Che unleashed a whip-like kick to the wolf's head. Bang! The lead wolf's head exploded instantly. In less than 3 seconds, Xianyuan Che had dispatched all 9 Moonrock wolves without a trace of hesitation or delay. Jinan, watching from the tree, was filled with admiration. Outstanding. Truly outstanding. This kid's strength far surpasses that of previous examinees. Though Xianyuan Che did not reveal the flow of his internal qi and blood, Jinan could infer from the recent battle that Xianyuan Che's cultivation level was at least that of a 2nd-level martial artist. A martial artist of this caliber could consider even a large number of first-tier ferocious beasts mere fodder. Livestream room. Lu Zatsa. Damn, this kid has got some serious skills. 1 punch per Moonrock wolf. Even the high-level first-tier lead wolf was smashed with a single kick. This strength is terrifying. Shaoli. No wonder he felt so relaxed eating barbecue just now. Turns out he didn't take the martial exam seriously at all. With this power, even if he slacks off in the secret realm for 2.5 days, he can still catch up. Awaken, Gang's hint, Mel Do. Why don't you come out and bark now? Come on, bark twice. Zhenifan. I actually respect the attack power of the brother upstairs. In the surveillance room, Lu Yuan relaxed his brow after witnessing Xianyuan Che's swift and decisive resolution of the Moonrock wolves. He glanced at Long standing nearby, raising an eyebrow. Oldie, why so quiet? Weren't you talkative just now? Long crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Oomph, just a few Moonrock wolves. Look at you acting all capable. If it were a Class S Zhou Dan, he'd handle them just as easily. No sooner had he spoken than a frantic shout came from nearby. Not good. Director Zhou Dan is in trouble. A teacher responsible for monitoring Zhou Dan called out anxiously. Upon hearing that Zhou Dan was in trouble, everyone quickly shifted their attention to Zhou Dan's screen. Zhou Dan, ranked among the top 3 in chi and blood for this martial exam, naturally attracted much attention. On the large screen, Zhou Dan was seen running for his life, clutching his head as a wild bull with broken horns chased him relentlessly. He showed no sign of fighting back. What is this? Heilong was somewhat at a loss. His student was a 7th-level martial artist who had learned numerous powerful B-grade martial techniques. Even if the bull was a high-level first-tier ferocious beast, Zhou Dan should not be in such a sorry state. Watching Zhou Dan's pitiful plight, Lu Yuan folded his arms and looked at the screen with a hint of schadenfreude. Oh, old he, what is going on with your student? Getting chased around like a headless chicken by a wild bull? Finally, it was his turn to mock. Heilong, clueless about what Zhou Dan was doing, could only respond stubbornly. My student is employing tactics. P.S. using this wild bull to train his agility. A qualified martial artist must use everything around him to enhance his strength. Lu Yuan, oh, is that so? Then is he also training by clutching his crotch? Your student's training methods are truly peculiar. Hearing Lu Yuan's remark, Heilong refocused on the display. Zhou Dan's face was flushed red, and he frequently clutched his crotch with both hands. What was going on? Heilong asked a nearby teacher. Director, during the fight, just now, Zhou Dan was accidentally kicked in the groin by the bull, the other teacher replied. Impossible. Upon hearing that Zhou Dan had been kicked in the groin by the bull, Heilong found it hard to believe. He simply could not accept that Zhou Dan would be so careless as to get kicked in the crotch by a wild bull. The groin, being one of the most vulnerable areas for male warriors, is typically well protected during combat, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies or ferocious beasts to strike it, unless there is a significant disparity in strength between the two sides, in which case such an incident might occur. Hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately applauded. Wow, old he, so your student deliberately got kicked in the crotch by the bull to train his groin? That is absolutely incredible. I admit, your student is stronger than Xianyuan Che from our class. Truly impressive. After clapping, Lu Yuan gave 2 thumbs up with both hands. Yet, anyone could discern the sarcasm in his tone, clearly mocking Heilong. At this moment, Heilong stubbornly insisted. Of course, the groin is the most fatal weak point for a male warrior. A formidable fighter not only needs abundant vitality, but must also strive to become without weaknesses. Watch closely. Once Zhou Dan has conditioned his groin, just see how he handles this savage bull. After a while, Zhou Dan's complexion gradually improved. Thankfully, the bull hadn't shattered his testicles. Otherwise, he would have collapsed on the spot. Zhou Dan made a few leaps and settled atop a towering tree over 30 meters high to rest for a moment. The hornless savage bull stood beneath the tree, fixated on Zhou Dan. It had been peacefully grazing, but never expected this human to hurl stones at its testicles, an act that infuriated the beast beyond measure. Determined, it resolved to use its broken horn to brutally gore this human to death. After an indeterminate span of time, Zhou Dan descended from the tree, ready to engage the bull in earnest battle. The fact that a high-level warrior like himself had been driven to flee in panic by a first-tier intermediate savage bull was a humiliating disgrace. He was determined to redeem his honor. Upon seeing Zhou Dan return to the ground, Heilong's expression softened, a look of pride gradually emerging. Watch closely. My student is about to unleash his power. Several teachers at the scene fixated on the screen, anxious not to miss a single detail. Although Zhou Dan's prowess did not match that of Xianyuan Che from Old Lu's class, he was at least a 7th-level warrior. He should have no trouble defeating a savage bull. Other teachers began to discuss among themselves. I've also heard that Zhou Dan has mastered numerous B-grade martial techniques. His strength has already reached the level of a 9th-level ordinary warrior. Taking down a savage bull should pose no problem. Indeed, my student has studied 3 to 4 B-grade martial arts, Heilong proudly declared. However, what unfolded next stunned everyone in the monitoring room. Zhou Dan initiated the attack, continuously using his agility to close in on the bull. The bull, already prepared, charged directly at Zhou Dan. Zhou Dan leaped several meters high and struck the bull's back with a martial technique, Zhou Tian Palm. Bang! The palm landed solidly on the bull's back. Yet, the power behind the strike was astonishingly underwhelming. The bull reacted as if bitten by a mere mosquito, completely unscathed and still lively. How is this possible? Zhou Dan's heart jolted upon seeing the bull remain standing. He unleashed the Zhou Tian Palm again. Bang! 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 A rapid series of Zhou Tian Palms hammered the bull's back. After enduring dozens of blows, the bull still pranced about as if nothing had happened. It wasn't that the bull's defense was extraordinarily formidable. Rather, the human seemed somewhat feeble. After dozens of strikes, the impact was still less potent than a single punch from others. The spectators in the monitoring room were equally shocked. What is going on? How is this savage bull still standing? Many teachers expressed confusion at the scene. The Zhou Tian Palm is a B-grade martial technique, and Zhou Dan is a 7th-level warrior. Together, A single palm strike should be enough to fell even a first-tier advanced ferocious beast, let alone dozens of strikes. At this moment, He Long was equally bewildered. After dozens of blows, even if this bull were a second-tier ferocious beast, it should have collapsed by now. Wait, second tier? A sudden realization flashed through He Long's mind. This bull definitely isn't a first-tier ferocious beast. It's very likely a second tier. The more He Long pondered, the more convinced he became. After all, only this explanation made sense. Otherwise, how could Zhou Dan, a high-level warrior equipped with B-grade martial arts, fail to kill even a savage bull after dozens of strikes? He Long rose and turned to a man in military uniform beside him. Comrade, when you released the ferocious beasts, did you mistakenly release a second-tier savage bull? The man in uniform's face immediately darkened. To them, such a remark was a grave insult. It was akin to someone accusing the examiners during a written test of severely exceeding the syllabus, like inserting college-level questions into a high school entrance exam. Such an error was no trivial matter. Director He, please watch your words. Every ferocious beast released during the martial examination undergoes at least 5 rounds of screening. It is absolutely impossible for any second-tier ferocious beast to be present. He Long was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that was indeed the case. As one of the top-level exams, the martial examination would never permit such a grave error in releasing a second-tier beast. He Long then entertained another possibility. Could it be that the bull broke through to second tier only after entering the secret realm? Before the man in uniform could respond, Lu Yuan interjected. Old He, is this your first year teaching? How could the martial examination arena possibly contain a first-tier ferocious beast on the verge of breaking through? Do you think this is child's play? The man in uniform nodded in agreement with Lu Yuan's words. This teacher is correct. The ferocious beasts we release possess vitality roughly equivalent to 100 to 900 points of human vitality. We would never gamble with the students' lives. Moreover, even if a major mishap were to occur and a second-tier ferocious beast appeared in the secret realm, our operatives embedded there would immediately intervene and eliminate the threat, ensuring the students' safety. I recognize that bull. It's a first-tier intermediate ferocious beast I hunted in the wild some time ago. I even broke one of its horns, which I still have in my spatial ring. Saying this, the man produced from his spatial ring a broken horn over 1 meter long, still faintly emanating the bull's aura. Several teachers stepped forward to sense it, furrowing their brows. The vitality residue on the horn indicated a first-tier intermediate level, not even reaching first-tier advanced. Indeed, this is impossible. Zhou Dan, a 7th-level warrior, can't even defeat a first-tier intermediate savage bull. As everyone struggled to comprehend the situation, one teacher suddenly recalled something. That's right. I've heard of a situation that Zhou Dan might be experiencing. What situation? Lu Yuan looked toward the teacher. Some warriors' vitality appears high, but is merely superficial. When engaged in battle, their actual combat strength falls far short of what their vitality suggests. Another teacher suddenly understood and added, that reminds me, ordinary warriors gain 10 pounds of strength for every point of vitality. But some warriors rely heavily on potions and rare treasures to artificially boost their vitality, resulting in an unstable foundation. For them, 1 point of vitality equates to only 6 or 7 pounds of strength, or even less. Zhou Dan very likely belongs to this latter category, relying on potions and rare treasures to augment his vitality. At this juncture, everyone had a clear understanding. Considering Zhou Dan's family background, it was indeed plausible that his vitality was artificially inflated by medicinal substances and rare treasures. This. He Long's face began to flush red. Zhou Dan's vitality was indeed artificially augmented through medicinal means. Yet he never anticipated such a disastrous performance. He couldn't even defeat a first-tier intermediate ferocious beast. A pitiful scream emerged from Zhou Dan within the screen. He had just been carelessly thrown off by the wild bull and whipped by its tail. Hurry, save him. He Long shouted upon witnessing Zhou Dan being flung by the bull's tail. Rising to his feet, he grabbed the military-clad man's uniform. Comrade, why haven't your comrades intervened to rescue him yet? The man in uniform pried He Long's hand away, adjusted his sleeve, and spoke sternly. Sir, our undercover operatives cannot act indiscriminately. They may only intervene when a candidate faces mortal danger. This regulation must not be broken lightly. Your student is currently only injured, not fatally, which does not meet the criteria for intervention. In fact, the previous rule was that when a student was about to face danger, undercover personnel within the secret realm must act immediately. However, due to certain circumstances, it was amended to state that intervention was permitted only when a student was about to face a lethal threat. The reason for this change stemmed from an incident a few years ago. During a martial arts examination, a student broke both legs and was promptly rescued by undercover operatives. After the exam, the student's parents caused a scene at the school gate, crying and complaining that the operatives had acted prematurely, causing their son to end his martial arts exam early and fail to enter university. The school eventually intervened, allowing the student to switch to the literary exam to quell the dispute. It was thought that the matter had been settled. Yet last year, the family returned to the school, demanding that if not for the incident, their son would have graduated university and secured a good job by now. They insisted the school arrange a job for their son with a 3 days on, 4 days off schedule, only 5 hours of work per day, and a monthly salary exceeding 50,000 yuan. The school was left exasperated and quickly consulted the military to revise the rescue regulations. Without such changes, multiple families like this could cause the entire school to implode. Within the secret realm, after the wild bull flung Zhou Dan, its hooves scraped the ground as it charged at him again. It reached Zhou Dan, raised one hoof, and ruthlessly stomped several times on his groin, then several times on his chest. Zhou Dan's mouth and nose bled as he convulsed violently, gasping for air with great difficulty. Stop! A cold snort rang out. Chao Lin, clad in military uniform, appeared in a nearby tree. The bull, startled, immediately fled the scene. It recalled the last time it encountered a man dressed in green like this, more terrifying than any ferocious beast. That man had even forcibly broken one of its horns with his bare hands. Seeing the bull flee, Chao Lin did not pursue, but instead leapt down from the tree and knelt beside Zhou Dan, producing a potion for him to drink. Student, I hereby announce your exam is terminated prematurely. I will now escort you out of the testing grounds. All right. Zhou Dan's voice was weak. Observing Zhou Dan's condition, Chao Lin sighed. As a martial general, he could immediately discern that Zhou Dan was but a paper tiger, all appearance, no substance. While others' 1 point of vitality equated to 10 gene of strength, Zhou Dan barely had half that much. In a monitoring room, he long watched the scene with a mix of frustration and disappointment. To be beaten into such a state by a wild bull so early in the exam was utterly disgraceful. Seeing Zhou Dan's early exit, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to mock. Ah, old he, your student isn't quite up to par, relying on artificially stacked vitality. What use is that? Unlike Xianyuan Che from our class, who advances step by step, cultivating with unparalleled diligence. The teachers present brightened at this and hurried to Lu Yuan, eager to learn. Old Lu, please share how Xianyuan Che trains and hones himself so rigorously. Yes, we want to learn too. If we had a student as outstanding as Xianyuan Che, promotions would be as easy as drinking water. Lu Yuan cleared his throat a few times. Ahem. Our Xianyuan Che is truly diligent. While others eat, he trains. While others sleep, he trains. It is precisely this spirit of perseverance that has made Xianyuan Che's strength so remarkable. As he spoke, Lu Yuan's face was calm and composed. Were Xianyuan Che present, he would likely exclaim how absurd it was. He never realized he was so hardworking. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xianyuan Che from old Lu's class must have undergone rigorous cultivation to achieve such prowess. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Beside them, the man in uniform wore an expression of admiration. For such a young student like Xianyuan Che to possess such determination, it commands our respect. Within the secret realm, Xianyuan Che was currently slicing through a moon rockwolf with a small knife. Whenever he found a palatable piece, he cut it off and stored it in his spatial ring. The remaining parts were used to lure ferocious beasts. Those earlier moon rockwolves were merely appetizers. What he aimed to do now was to accumulate corpses, intensifying the bloody scent to attract beasts within a radius of tens of kilometers, thereby earning himself points. While cutting the beast's meat, Xianyuan Che suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Why did I sneeze all of a sudden? He wondered, rubbing his nose in puzzlement. As a martial artist, he should not catch a cold or sneeze. System, you're not giving me counterfeit vitality, are you? Xuanyuan que arbord, sam suspichon. Beep. Although the vitality provided by this system is earned through the host's diligent cultivation and critical hits, it is absolutely genuine. System quality assured. While others' 1 point of vitality equals 10 gene of strength, the vitality gained from this system as critical hits equals 12 gene of strength per point. Could such high-quality vitality possibly be fake? 12 gene of strength per point of vitality. 2 gene more than others? Xianyuan Che stroked his chin thoughtfully. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, his vitality was obtained through system critical hits. How could those without the system compare? Moo moo moo. Several loud bellowing calls echoed. Xianyuan Che looked up. A one-hornless wild bull was charging toward him from several hundred meters away. There's still one that slipped through, sheathing his small knife. He leapt several times to land on the bull's back. The bull, seeing Xianyuan Che mount it just as Zhou Dan had done, remained unperturbed. The last person who did this had been trampled into a sorry state. This one surely wouldn't be any different. But Xianyuan Che was no Zhou Dan. Raising his right hand, he struck the bull's back with a palm. Though he employed no martial technique, it was sufficient. With a resounding crack, the bull's bones shattered, and it collapsed to the ground. The bull's last thought was confusion. This isn't right. This man is different from that kidney-deficient kid earlier. Moments later, Xianyuan Che had ended its life. 2 more points added to his score. Xianyuan Che closed his spatial ring and resumed butchering the beast. Inside the monitoring room, Lu Yuan, who was in the midst of discussing Xianyuan Che with the others, abruptly turned his head to look at the screen recording Xianyuan Che's actions. Upon witnessing Xianyuan Che's behavior, he exclaimed once more in astonishment, "Damn, this kid is at it again." On the screen, Xianyuan Che had already finished dismantling the corpses of the moonrock wolves and the wild bulls. Some of the remains were discarded into the river, while others were sliced and hung on the trunks of towering trees, allowing the scent of blood to waft through the air, enticing ferocious beasts from afar. This strategy would undoubtedly attract an even greater number of savage creatures. The fact that Xianyuan Che dared to do such a thing meant that what would be drawn next time would be far more dangerous than just moonrock wolves. Many teachers murmured in disbelief, their hearts still shaken. Sure enough, within less than 2 minutes, 2 more first-tier advanced beasts were lured by the blood scent. Xianyuan Che dispatched them with 2 swift kicks each, repeating the same process of tossing their bodies into the river and hanging others on the trees. As time passed, the number of nearby beast carcasses grew steadily, reaching over 30 in total. The bloodstained scent drifted farther and farther with the wind, spreading across tens of miles, alerting beasts within a wide radius. 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers. The blood scent continued to extend into the distance, attracting more and more ferocious beasts. A roar resounded. The beasts could no longer resist the allure of the scent. They discerned that this blood scent was not from a single beast, but from dozens. This indicated that the source possessed many carcasses to feed upon. Most of the beasts released into the secret realm in recent days were still ravenous. Now that they had caught wind of the blood, how could they not go wild? Hundreds of beasts surged along the trail of the scent, all hoping for a hearty meal. This surge of beasts also puzzled the students nearby. Let us go. We should follow them and see. Maybe something good is attracting this horde. Many students trailed behind the tide of beasts, eager to witness the unfolding events. Lingu, should we follow and take a look? Several students perched on the trunk of a large tree discussed. If students from other schools were present, they could easily recognize these individuals as students from Beiyang Private High School by the school emblem on their chests. This institution gathered the majority of wealthy heirs, each boasting a vitality level no less than 600. The young man leading them gazed down at the mass of beasts below and nodded. Let us hang back behind the horde. He was the student with the highest vitality officially recorded in this martial examination, Lin Yan, whose vitality reached a formidable 871 points. A roar. Over 20 beasts appeared in the clearing where Xianyuan Che stood. They stared hungrily at the pile of dozens of beast corpses, saliva dripping instantly. But soon, they noticed a human figure standing atop the carcasses. It was none other than Xianyuan Che himself. Seeing fresh points coming his way, Xianyuan Che leapt down from the pile and launched an attack on the beasts. His alloy blade swung just a few times before dispatching them all effortlessly. Viewers in the live stream began to grow concerned. Old Chen remarked, more and more beasts are being drawn in, and this kid's still isn't running. Doesn't he understand the saying, too many ants can kill an elephant? Xiaolu added, yeah, his strength is impressive, but if he faces hundreds of beasts, even a martial artist might not hold out. Ikoin commented, this kid hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. I'm not sure if even hundreds of beasts could take him down. Inside the monitoring room, numerous teachers watched the swelling number of beasts with bated breath. Given Xianyuan Che's strength, handling a dozen or so advanced beasts posed no problem, but sheer numbers could cause a qualitative shift. At this rate, a small-scale beast tide would soon erupt. Whether Xianyuan Che had the capability to quell it remained uncertain. Within the secret realm, thunderous pounding filled the air. The moment had finally arrived. Xianyuan Che leapt onto a towering tree nearly 100 meters tall. In the distance, thick smoke billowed, clearly signaling a large number of beasts rushing toward him. He roughly estimated that if he could eliminate this wave of beasts, he would earn at least several thousand points. Under the watchful eyes of the livestream audience and the monitoring room staff, Xian Yuanche gripped his alloy blade and charged headlong into the beast's tide. In less than 10 seconds, he had plunged into the heart of the horde. With his blade ceaselessly swinging, any beast that crossed his path was instantly cut down, their bodies cleaving as easily as tofu. Thanks to his mastery of the Gale blade technique reaching perfection, Xian Yuanche's blade moved at a staggering rate of 1.5 swings per second, even without consciously employing the technique. At this moment, Xian Yuanche resembled a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep, while the beasts were like helpless lambs slaughtered at his whim. Within half a minute, dozens of beasts lay dead beneath his strikes. The pungent blood scent further inflamed the already ravenous beasts, driving them into an even more frenzied state. Some even began to turn on each other in brutal combat. Seeing this, Xian Yuanche's expression darkened instantly. These are all points. If you fight among yourselves, how am I supposed to claim them? He stepped forward and swiftly cut down the beasts engaged in mutual slaughter. Soon enough, all the fighting beasts were dealt with as a priority. The remaining beasts looked on in disbelief. Damn, you kill us when we attack you, and you kill us when we attack each other. Are you even human? All the remaining beasts directed their fury towards Xian Yuanche. Unfazed, Xian Yuanche continued to swing his alloy blade. Its rapid movement seemed to form an invisible shield around him. Any beast entering this radius was shredded into fragments. The teachers in the monitoring room were left speechless with astonishment. No wonder Xian Yuanche dared to go to such lengths to lure the beast with the blood scent. He truly possessed the power to quell an entire beast tide. Students who had rushed over were similarly stunned, frozen in place. So strong, such terrifying power. Among them were advanced martial artists. But to defeat a single first-tier advanced beast usually took over 10 minutes and was never without injury. Yet these first-tier advanced beasts were slaughtered by Xian Yuanche as effortlessly as rabbits. In the livestream chat, Xiao Lu exclaimed, "This is exactly me, who uploaded my beast-slaying video from back in my martial exam days." Awaken responded, "This kid's strength is terrifying, judging by his blade technique. He must have learned the Gale blade technique and is quite proficient." Gang Shun chimed in, you think you know? Just by watching his blade swings. You already know what technique he learned and how proficient he is? You know everything, right, buddy? Awaken retorted, of course. The Gale blade technique is my own creation, and I put it up there for sale. How can I not know? And you mad dog, I'm coming for you right now. If I don't shove crap into your mouth, I'll write my name backwards. Gang Shin fired back, talk is cheap. I'm just messing with you. If you got guts, come find me. If you don't, you're my son. Meanwhile, in a villa in Jiangbei City, a middle-aged man, upon reading Gang Shun's comment, grabbed a black bag and dashed out of the courtyard. With a single leap, he was hundreds of meters away. You damn troll. If I don't feed you this crap today, I'll write my name backwards. Back in the secret realm, Lin Yin and the others perched on the tree watched the unfolding spectacle with hearts pounding. One of the students turned his head toward Lin Yin. Brother Lin, this guy's strength is terrifying. With such power, can he still be called a martial artist? If he told me he was a martial master, I'd believe it. Don't rush. There are still ferocious beasts surging this way from afar. Once he finishes off these beasts, he'll surely be exhausted. Then we'll snatch his points. Lin Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, wearing an expression that suggested everything was under his control. Their group from Beiyang Private High School numbered more than 30 here. When the time came, they would swarm him. The utterly drained Xian Yuanche would undoubtedly fall into their hands. Then all those points would be theirs for the taking. Thinking of this, he opened the spatial ring to glance at the points leaderboard. First place, Xian Yuanche. Points, 170,217,181,810. Watching Xian Yuanche's points climb steadily. A flicker of greed flashed in Lin Yin's eyes. Once Xian Yuanche finishes off all the ferocious beasts, he'd gain at least 3,000 to 4,000 points. When that moment arrives, he would seize the points and secure first place in the martial examination without fail. Other students within the secret realm also noticed the changes on the leaderboard. Chun Yang, who was currently in second place, was among them. What the hell? How'd I drop to second place? I was first just a moment ago. How did I slip to second place in just over 10 minutes without checking the leaderboard? He glanced at the name of the first place holder. Xuan Yuanke? Who is that? Realizing it wasn't T. Lin Yin, whom he knew well, Chun Yang felt puzzled. He looked again at Xian Yuanche's points. 1,750. His eyes widened upon seeing that Xian Yuanche's points had soared beyond 1,700. Damn, what the hell is this? You stole my first place, fine, but you even pulled ahead by over 1,600 points. If the difference was a couple of hundred points, I could catch up, but now it's more than 1,000. What is the point of even trying? Screw this. I'm done. Xian Yang, looking utterly frustrated, took off his spatial ring and threw it to the ground, storming away in anger. After half a minute, he returned, picked up the spatial ring, and put it back on. Forget it. If I can't get first place, second place will do. The rewards for second place aren't too bad either. Swish! Mu Yanran wielded her alloy blade, cleaving a ferocious beast before her in two. She earned 3 points for slaying a first-tier advanced beast. She wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel and opened the leaderboard on her spatial ring. When she saw Xianyuan Che in first place, she covered her mouth in astonishment. How is Che's points increasing so rapidly? Incredible. Admiration shone in her eyes. In just over 10 minutes without checking, Che's ranking had surged to first place, and he had pulled a wide lead over second place. Grr, a lunar rock wolf, having spotted Mu Yanran engrossed in the rankings, lunged at her. Mu Yanran did not avert her gaze from the leaderboard, casually drawing her alloy blade from the spatial ring. She swung it, cleaving the lunar rock wolf in half instantly. The entire motion from swing to sheath took less than 2 seconds. Afterward, she glanced down at the wolf's corpse at her feet. How infuriating, disturbing me while I'm admiring Che. Time passed slowly. Half an hour elapsed, and Xianyuan Che's slaughter neared its end. By this time, his points had surpassed 4,000. In other words, he had slain nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts in a short span. A few minutes later, with the death of the last beast, the beast tide finally ceased. The scene was a chaotic mess. Corpse piles of ferocious beasts littered the area, and the surrounding trees bore the brunt, almost severed at the midpoint. The stench of blood mixed into the air, oppressively nauseating. Logically, the farther the blood scent drifted, the more beasts it would attract. Yet none dared approach the vicinity now. Ferocious beasts tens of kilometers away caught the enticing scent, but hesitated to advance. The blood scent from a few dozen beasts meant potential carrion to feed on. But the scent of thousands of beasts, if they approached, they'd likely meet their doom. Ferocious beasts were not mere beasts. They possessed wisdom, understanding how to seek benefit and avoid harm. They could distinguish between filling their bellies and heading toward death. Xianyuan Che wiped the blade on the beast's fur before returning it to the spatial ring. Phew, that was exhilarating. He exhaled deeply, leaning against a tree stump to rest. After wielding his blade continuously for half an hour, his stamina was severely depleted. He took out some previously roasted beef skewers from the spatial ring and began eating to replenish his energy. Those watching Xianyuan Che's relentless slaughter for over half an hour were already left speechless. This is just too fierce. In the monitoring room, Old Lu, your student is terrifying. He slaughtered thousands of ferocious beasts and pulled ahead by 3,000 to 4,000 points over second place. Yes, this first place is definitely yours this time. The teachers in the monitoring room all rose, discussing excitedly. Xianyuan Che's performance was unprecedented in decades of martial examinations, truly overwhelming. Amidst the teacher's praise, Lu Yuan was still in shock. He never expected Xianyuan Che's strength to truly annihilate an entire beast tide, even as a third-tier martial master. He himself could not have achieved such a feat. Look, there's a new development. A teacher's voice rang out. Everyone turned their gaze back to the screen. Suddenly, over 100 students appeared around Xianyuan Che, eyes full of greed. Clearly, these students had observed the entire process and intended to seize the points Xianyuan Che had earned while he rested. That is too high from our class. Not good. One teacher's face turned pale upon seeing his own student among them. He hurriedly grabbed the arm of a man in military uniform. Comrade, please contact your comrades inside immediately to protect my students. He had witnessed Xianyuan Che's strength moments ago. Stronger even than himself, a fifth-tier martial master. If Xianyuan Che landed a single blow on his students, they'd be dead on the spot. And there are students from our class too. In our class. Other teachers tugged at the man's uniform anxiously. If Xianyuan Che strikes my students, they won't stand a chance. I'll contact them right away. The man in uniform understood the gravity of the situation. With Xianyuan Che's strength, if he unleashed a palm strike on those students, they'd likely be reincarnated on the spot. He took out a radio and began contacting personnel inside. Captain, are you still near that student? The town chief inside the secret realm, Zhun Nan, replied immediately. Yes, please protect those students to prevent any accidents. Understood. After replying, Zhun Nan continued to crouch on a tree trunk, watching the unfolding drama. The student's strength is quite impressive. One of the students spoke to Xianyuan Che. Xianyuan Che ignored them, continuing to eat his beef. He knew exactly what they were thinking, assuming he had exhausted most of his stamina and hoping to snatch his points. He regarded their thoughts with disdain. A bunch of rabbits thinking they can threaten a tiger while it's resting? How ignorant. Enough talk. Let us attack together. Once this guy recovers, We want to be able to defeat him. The students spoke in unison. At this moment, they naively believed that the current Xianyuan Che was someone they could contend with. All the students present drew their weapons and advanced towards Xianyuan Che. Lin Yi, shall we attack? Those perched on the tree trunk, including Lin Yin, had yet to descend. Lin Yin raised his hand to halt them. No need. Let those people drain Xianyuan Che's last bit of strength first. Then, the points will be ours. I'll secure the points first, and when I claim first place, I'll share a portion of the reward points with you. Although the crowd found this somewhat odd, they still agreed. After all, Lin Yin was their leader. Beneath the tree, Xianyuan Che observed the crowd as they voluntarily tightened the encirclement, letting out a light chuckle. An intriguing idea sprang to mind. He removed his spatial ring, approached one of them, and transferred the points into that person's spatial ring. The points are yours. Whoever wants them can fight for them. It wasn't that he had lost his nerve. Rather, a spark of interest had suddenly ignited within him. He wanted to see what it looked like when a mad dog fought over food, just to add a bit of amusement for himself. After all, in the end, the points would still belong to him. As for whether that student would press the emergency button to end the exam and flee, Xianyuan Che harbored no such concern. For no one else would grant that student the opportunity. And indeed, events unfolded just as Xianyuan Che had anticipated. Go grab it. The spatial ring returned to the student's hand, but before he could react, the other students swarmed forward like rabid dogs, lunging at him. These are thousands of points. Securing them would make the top spot in a martial exam indisputable. The student was still in a daze. Seeing so many rushing at him, he panicked, ripped off the spatial ring, threw it aside, and fled. With so many charging at him, he'd either be hacked to death or trampled. The crowd immediately pounced on the spatial ring. Be careful not to hit the emergency button. Don't worry, I've disabled the button. Everyone grab it quickly. Most of those present lunged at the spatial ring, while only a few astute individuals discerned the situation and still aimed to eliminate Xianyuan Che from the competition. Because in their eyes, what good was grabbing the points now? Once Xianyuan Che recovered his strength, he could snatch the points back, or even slaughter a batch of ferocious beasts to catch up in the rankings. The remaining few charged directly at Xianyuan Che, brandishing their blades to strike. There must be examiners nearby, so they dared to attack boldly, without fearing killing Xianyuan Che. At worst, they would severely injure him, ending the martial exam prematurely. That was the outcome they most desired. Faced with this, Xianyuan Che was well prepared. He picked up a nearby alloy blade to defend himself. The clash of metal rang out as he effortlessly parried their attacks. He still has strength. The crowd was stunned. None expected Xianyuan Che to still have the energy to block their strikes. Fools, Xianyuan Che sneered, slapping their hands with the blade as flat side. Clack, clack, clack. The alloy blades instantly dropped from their grasp. Then, with a punch each, he sent them flying. Those perched in the tree, including Lin Yin, watched grimly. Lin Yin looked down at the crowd scrambling over the spatial ring. A look of frustration etched on his face. What a bunch of idiots. He cursed silently, then leapt down with his group, shouting angrily at the crowd. Are you all fools? Even if Xianyuan Che recovers his strength, what good will it do you to grab the points now? ELL, just take them back. Lin Yin's words finally registered with the crowd. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Then let us eliminate Xianyuan Che first. They redirected their weapons toward Xianyuan Che, who was calmly observing the spectacle. Boarding, Xuanyuan Giside, rising to his feet and advancing toward them. The crowd retreated in fear as he approached. With a swift step, Xianyuan Che closed in on two of them, grabbed their heads, and smashed them together. Bang! Both rolled their eyes and fainted. A good start. Xianyuan Che nodded appreciatively at the sound. The rest realized something was amiss. They had been slaughtering ferocious beasts for over half an hour. How could this man still be so formidable? Run! Someone shouted, but it was clearly too late. How could mere martial artists outrun Xianyuan Che, a 6th-level martial master? In less than a minute, all the remaining opponents lay sprawled on the ground. Xianyuan Che picked up a spatial ring and transferred the points back to himself. Wind-chasing blade technique. A fierce shout rang out. The attacker was Lin Yin. Attempting a sneak attack during this momentary gap, blades flashed like lightning. In less than a second, he struck 10 times. Lin Yin was confident he would severely wound Xianyuan Che, for his alloy blade was grade B. Even a general would be injured if struck by it. Trash! Xianyuan Che said casually, drawing his alloy blade to effortlessly block all 10 strikes. What? Lin Yin was stunned, seeing Xianyuan Che repel his attacks with ease. He realized he had underestimated his strength. Bang! Xianyuan Che kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying into the river. Lin Yi! The Beiyang school student shouted, rushing into the river to help the unconscious Lin Yin. Xian Yuan Che sheathed his blade and pointed at the remaining Beiyang High School students. Go and remove these people's spatial rings. What do you think you are, ordering us around? Most of the Beiyang High students were spoiled brats. Despite Xian Yuan Che's formidable power, they still looked down on him. He was just a martial master. Their families had many martial masters. You are holding the exam qualifications in your hands now. You don't want to end the exam prematurely, do you? Xian Yuan Che raised an eyebrow, issuing a subtle threat. After some mental struggle, several reluctantly began collecting the spatial rings from the fallen students. And that one too, Xian Yuan Che gestured toward Lin Yan, who had been pulled ashore but remained unconscious, signaling them to hand over his spatial ring as well. For a moment, the crowd hesitated, but thinking of their exam qualifications, they removed Lin Yan's ring. Soon, all the spatial rings of those present were piled before Xian Yuan Che. One by one, he took them up, transferring the points into his own ring. Before long, Xian Yuan Che's points surged from over 4,000 to 6,000. In other words, more than 130 spatial rings had provided him with nearly 2,000 points. Wow, this is faster than killing ferocious beasts tirelessly. Xuan Yuan Kisudinli realized. If stealing from others could yield so many points, why bother hunting beasts? Why kill when you can simply snatch from others? A plan blossomed in Xian Yuan Che's mind. It was already fortunate enough that I didn't order an early end to the exam. Don't be shameless. Having said that, Xian Yuan Che cast a glance in a particular direction. That very direction was where Zhen Nan was positioned. He had long since noticed someone crouching there. Zhen Nan, perched on the tree trunk, was startled when he caught Xian Yuan Che's gaze sweeping toward him. As someone who had spent years in the wilderness and prided himself on his stealth, he never imagined Xian Yuan Che had already discovered his hiding place. Lin Yan, who had collapsed on the ground, struggled to his feet, fury burning in his eyes as he charged at Xian Yuan Che once more. Return my ring. Throughout all these years, he had only ever been the one to torment others. Now, to be beaten so thoroughly by a peer, how could he possibly accept it? Xian Yuan Che, sensing the disturbance, allowed a flicker of impatience to cross his eyes. He had spared Lin Yan once, yet here he was, ungrateful and insolent. Without hesitation, he pivoted and delivered a whip-like kick aimed at Lin Yan. Though he exerted merely 50% of his strength, the blow landed with such force that, even with timely treatment from healing potions, Lin Yan would be confined to bed for at least a year. Ding! Host utilizes whip kick, triggering a 15-fold critical strike, amplifying power by 15 times. Not good. The spectators in the surveillance room, witnessing Xian Yuan Che's serious intent, leapt to their feet in alarm. Judging by the formidable strength he just displayed, Lin Yan would not survive this kick. If he did, he would surely spend the rest of his life bedridden. Zhen Nan, observing the scene from the tree, was immediately shocked. In a flash, he darted to Lin Yan's side, prepared to shield him from the impending strike. Bang! The kick struck Zhen Nan's outstretched hands with brutal force. The overwhelming impact forced Zhen Nan to stagger backward several paces. Thanks to the system's 15-fold enhancement, the force equated to 450,000 gene, approximately 500,000 pounds. Even Zhen Nan, a level 5 martial general, was compelled to retreat. Zhen Nan had actually been driven back. The viewers in the monitoring room stood dumbfounded. After all, Zhen Nan was a level 5 martial general. Shaking his hands to dispel the numbness, Zhen Nan's gaze toward Xian Yuan Che grew tinged with caution. This whip kick had pushed him back several paces. Clearly, this young man's power was far more terrifying than he had initially imagined. Turning toward Lin Yan, he said, "Classmate, you just suffered a lethal threat. Although I managed to shield you, according to the exam rules, your test will now be terminated prematurely." All right. Lin Yan was already trembling in fright, stammering as he spoke. His entire being shook uncontrollably. That blow had truly made him feel as if death was imminent. If it had connected, he would have died. He would have died. Mom, I want to go home. Lin Yan quivered, uttering those words. Clearly, Xian Yuan Che had left him utterly dazed and terrified. Seeing Lin Yan's exam end prematurely, Xian Yuan Che withdrew his gaze and departed. He no longer cared to actively hunt any ferocious beasts. After all, toiling to slay monsters was far less profitable than simply robbing others of their points. Watching Xian Yuan Che's retreating figure, Zhen Nan felt a sudden unease and gnawing at his heart. He opened the points ranking list and glanced over it. When he saw Xian Yuan Che's score had surpassed 6,000 points, his anxiety deepened. He felt as if he was about to lose something important, but could not recall what it was. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuan Che realized that within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not a single human nor ferocious beast remained. Forget it. I'll rest for now. Xian Yuan-che leapt onto a branch and leaned against the trunk, drifting into sleep. With his perfected divine march skill, he decided to wait a few hours, fatten the sheep, and then proceed to plunder. Outside, near a rented room, a middle-aged man stood at the door, clutching a black bag in his right hand. Occasionally, he glanced at his phone and the door number. "This is the place, you stubborn jerk. Today, you'll finally taste the flavor of my wrath." Indeed, he was the netizen who had been commenting in a martial exam livestream, known as Sleepy. Now, he was here to confront another netizen named God of Contradiction. Though a martial ancestor who spent years hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, finding the address of a small-town character like Karami was effortless. "Open up. Delivery is here." The middle-aged man knocked on the door. He refrained from breaking in, fearing a mistake and disturbing the wrong person. Inside the rented room, a scruffy young man was exchanging insults with others in the martial exam livestream. "Who is it? Did I order delivery?" Hearing the noise, the youth rose from his bed and approached the door to open it. "God of Contradiction, right? It's me. Here, your delivery," the middle-aged man said. The youth nodded, preparing to take the black bag. Though he had not ordered food, he was hungry and welcomed whatever was offered. "Glad it's you." The middle-aged man suddenly slammed the bag over the youth's face. "You mad dog, today you'll find out if Grandpa's wrath smells sweet or foul." Pressing down hard on the bag, he forced its contents to merge fully with the youth's face. The young man struggled wildly, soon gasping for air and instinctively opening his mouth to breathe, with inevitable consequences. Several minutes later, the middle-aged man slammed the door shut and turned away. Consider that a lesson. Next time I see you blabbering online, I'll make you eat fresh crap." Time passed swiftly. When Xian Yuan-che awoke, dusk had already fallen. Glancing at the time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. He checked the points ranking. First place, Xian Yuan-che, 6,233 points. Second place, Chen Yang, 528 points. Third place, Mu Yinran, 527 points. Fourth place, satisfied, Xian Yuan-che nodded. His points were increasing quite rapidly. It was time to fleece the sheep and reap the harvest. Rising to his feet, Xian Yuan-che pulled down his trousers and began to relieve himself. The urine arced 3 zhang, approximately 9 meters, in the wind, truly befitting a martial artist. Beneath a tree 9 meters away, a 3-meter-tall, 7-meter-long tiger covered entirely in blue crystals was sleeping. Xian Yuan-che's stream landed squarely on its face. The blue crystal tiger furrowed its brow in its sleep, mistaking the sensation for rain. It extended its tongue, intending to drink the raindrops. This water tastes a bit salty. Confused, the blue crystal tiger opened its eyes and spotted Xian Yuan-che urinating from the tree above. Roar! The tiger bellowed furiously at Xian Yuan-che, swallowing the entire stream. Enraged, the blue crystal tiger thought, "How dare this vile human urinate into my mouth?" Xuan Yuan-ke, noticing the situation, finished urinating, then leapt down and crushed the blue crystal tiger beneath his feet. "You dare roar after drinking my urine? You think you get all the good things, huh?" Leaving those words behind, Xian Yuan-che departed. Defeated a first-tier advanced ferocious beast. Earned 3 points. Xuan Yuan-ke. Points, 6,236. After spending more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuan-che exited the area devoid of humans and beasts. Having slain every ferocious creature in this zone, no other examinees would venture here. To plunder points, he would need to move to regions still inhabited by beasts. Swiftly, he located his first target. In a vacant lot, a young maiden was savoring some grilled meat when Xian Yuan-che suddenly appeared beside her with a swift motion. "Ghost!" The girl, engrossed in her meal, let out a shriek upon seeing Xian Yuan-che materialize so abruptly. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Xian Yuan-che paid no heed to the commotion and transferred the points from the girl's spatial ring into his own. The points were scant, barely exceeding 70, but the effort was minimal. Before departing, he also took a few skewers of barbecue. After all, if left unattended on the grill, they might burn. In the monitoring room, the teacher's expressions turned grim as they witnessed Xian Yuan-che begin to plunder points. "This is trouble. The boy has started robbing points. Please, let him not target our class." All the teachers present, save for Lu Yuan and He Long, clasped their hands together in silent prayer, fervently hoping Xian Yuan-che would overlook their students. After all, with Xian Yuan-che's prowess, any robbery attempt was bound to succeed. Over the ensuing hours, almost every few minutes, or, at times, every dozen minutes, a teacher in the monitoring room would wail in despair, for their students had fallen prey to Xian Yuan-che's raids. "Hurry! Call an ambulance!" A frantic cry echoed within the room, for one teacher had fainted upon realizing that all 50-plus students in his class had been robbed without exception. During his looting, Xian Yuan also casually slew more than a dozen ferocious beasts, piling their carcasses in an open area to lure in even more predators. Though the points acquired through robbery were swift and effortless, the fastest gains undoubtedly came from a dual approach, attacking from two fronts simultaneously. Having marked the location, Xian Yuan left the area, intending to return after completing his plundering to hunt the congregated beasts. Elsewhere in the secret realm, a student dispatched a silver moon wolf with a single palm strike. Ha ha ha, a mid-level first-tier ferocious beast. The student chuckled as a prompt appeared in his spatial ring. However, his laughter soon faded, for Xian Yuan appeared before him. Little friend, let Big Brother take a look at your spatial ring. Xian Yuan smiled gently at the student, who stood barely shoulder-high to him. The reason Xian Yuan addressed him as little friend was evident. The student was only about 4 feet 7 inches tall, not even reaching Xian Yuan's chest. Little kid? The student glanced up at Xian Yuan. Before he could react further, Xian Yuan seized his right hand and removed the spatial ring. 23 points, not bad, not bad. Consider this a gift to me. Without hesitation, Xian Yuan plundered the points from the ring. The student's face flushed with anger. Give me back my points. Before he finished, Xian Yuan tossed him aside. Bang! With a considerate gesture, Xian Yuan flung the spatial ring back and clapped his hands, bounding away from the scene. A drone that had been following Xian Yuan captured the entire episode. The audience in the live stream was left stunned. Detective Lao Li, that maneuver just left me speechless. Kai Yifan, such technique, such skill. This kid must have a side hustle, right? AI Cohen. He has clearly tasted the sweetness of looting points. These students are doomed. Gang Shun, Big Brother S right. No wonder he S the Big Brother. I truly admire him. In another part of the secret realm, after hunting down a ferocious beast, Qinyang took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. Why the 4th to 10th places changed so much? A sense of unease crept into his heart. Sure enough, half an hour later, he encountered a student who had previously ranked 5th. From him, Qinyang learned that the top-ranked Xian Yuan was now behaving like a bandit, frantically robbing points. Oh no, Qinyang talked anxiously. Being second in rank, he was surely in Xian Yuan's sights. Realizing he could not remain passive, lest he cross paths with Xian Yuan, Qinyang spent over an hour locating a cave to hide in for the foreseeable future. All he needed now was to stay concealed until the examination concluded. As long as Xian Yuan did not rob him, even if his points stagnated, he would not be surpassed by Mu Yanran. His confidence stemmed from the fact that among the top 10, only he and Mu Yanran remained unrobbed. If Xian Yuan could not find him, the bandit would undoubtedly set his sights on third-ranked Mu Yanran. Once Mu Yanran's points were looted, Qinyang would retain second place indefinitely. Even if he did nothing, neither robbing nor hunting beasts, he would still emerge victorious by default. Is this what they call a lying down and winning? This is precisely it. Xian Yuan was oblivious to Qinyang's cautious plans. Now, he encountered another group, 3 students traveling as a team. Without hesitation, Xian Yuan appeared before them. He gave each a sharp slap before removing their spatial rings one by one. One had 32 points, another surprisingly held 150, prompting Xian Yuan to nod in approval. However, when he examined the last ring, a frown creased his brow. How come this one has only 3 points? A pauper. The student with 3 points looked aggrieved. Big Brother, I was robbed by you just 10 minutes ago. How could I possibly still have points? Xian Yuan paid no attention and transferred 3 points into his spatial ring before tossing it back. After all, what would grow again? If they met tomorrow, he could reap another harvest. How delightful. Several hours later, Xian Yuan found a group of students. Judging by their uniforms, they were likely from Bayan City No. 1 high school, perched atop a large tree. Xian Yuan stroked his chin in speculation. Bang! He leapt to the ground, facing a dozen or so students. Some recognized him. Is that the suspected martial artist, Xian Yuan? I have a bad feeling about this. Xian Yuan's next words confirmed their fears. Everyone, your points belong to me now. As soon as he finished speaking, a student scoffed. Humph. Even if you're a martial artist, we're not afraid of you. Want our points? Come and take them. The other students glanced at their companions and nodded in agreement. That's right, there are 15 of us here. 15 against 1. We have the advantage. Xian Yuan looked at the 15 standing not far away. Without further ado, he vanished in a flash before one of them, delivering a single punch that sent the student flying. Bang! The student was hurled 7 or 8 meters away. Xian Yuan had held back. For a full-strength punch from him could send an ordinary martial artist to meet his ancestors. After dispatching the first, Xian Yuan swiftly appeared before the second. Bang! Then the third. Having defeated 3, Xian Yuanche removed their spatial rings, plundering all their points before turning to face the remaining 12. Take off your spatial rings. I only want your points. Very well. Several students, thoroughly frightened, hastily nodded without the slightest regard for the scornful glances from their companions. Gazing at the 3 spatial rings in his hand, Xian Yuanche nodded in satisfaction. Quite satisfactory indeed. After plundering the points contained within the spatial rings, Xian Yuanche patted the shoulders of the 3 individuals with approval. Then, he turned his gaze toward the remaining 9 students. And what about you 9? One student, his neck flushed red, spoke up. We will never surrender. Bang, bang. All 9 were sent flying by Xian Yuanche's blows. The time had reached just past 3 o'clock in the morning, with the examination having already been underway for 13 hours. Xian Yuanche returned to the designated clearing. Hundreds of ferocious beasts had gathered there. The number of carcasses had risen from a mere dozen to over 60, clearly indicating that these beasts had already been engaged in fierce combat. Brandishing his blade, he charged forward and slaughtered the beasts, wiping them out completely. His points surged by nearly 2,000 once more. After the kill, he departed from the area, preparing to venture into other regions to continue collecting carcasses to lure more beasts. Along the way, he also plundered dozens of students, causing the teachers in the monitoring room to wail in despair once again. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Xian Yuanche had, over the course of several hours, established more than 30 locations for luring beasts, each marked meticulously on the map within his spatial ring. He arranged them at night, harvested in the morning, set them up again in the afternoon, and harvested once more at night, repeating this cycle ceaselessly. Along the way, he was able to rob others' points as well, achieving an absurdly high efficiency. At the 24th hour since the examination began, with 48 hours remaining until the end, Xian Yuanche's points had soared to 30,000. At that moment, he lay in a river to cool down and rest. Even as a level 6 martial artist, running back and forth between more than 30 locations within a few hours was somewhat exhausting. He opened the system task interface once again to glance at the arrogance aura. If only I had the arrogance aura, he thought. With it, he would essentially become a pseudo-perpetual motion machine. After resting, Xian Yuanche resumed his relentless point grinding campaign. Gradually, his points climbed from 30,000 to 40,000, and then from 40,000 to 50,000. Many beasts perished at his hands, and many students were robbed by him. If someone were to check the points leaderboard now, they would find the rankings utterly absurd. First place, Xian Yuanche. Points, 51,200. Second place, Mu Yanran. Points, 2,430. Third place, Qinyang. Points, 1,810. Fourth place, Lu Hong. Points, 301. The gap between fourth place and the top 3 was enormous because all of them had been robbed by Xian Yuanche. Some unlucky individuals had even been robbed twice. Qinyang needs to be robbed, Xian Yuanche mused, stroking his chin. Though Qinyang's points lagged far behind Mu Yanran's, he still posed a threat. Without hesitation, he set his plan into motion. In the ensuing period, Xian Yuanche's 3 tasks were clear: rob students, gather beasts, and locate Qinyang. Conveniently, these 3 objectives could be pursued simultaneously. With 12 hours remaining until the end of the examination, Xian Yuanche's points had climbed to over 94,000. He had also found his target, the 3rd-ranked Qinyang. To his surprise, Qinyang was hiding out in a cave, barely surviving. Had it not been for Qinyang's loud snoring during sleep, Xian Yuanche might never have discovered him. Hey. Xian Yuanche kicked the sleeping Qinyang. Sensing the disturbance, Qinyang groggily opened his eyes. What's going on? He mumbled, still half asleep and oblivious to Xian Yuanche's presence beside him. When he stood up and saw Xian Yuanche's face, he was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing weakly to the ground. His eyes wide with terror. He tremblingly pointed a finger at Xian Yuanche. Xuan Yuan, ke. He had never imagined that, despite hiding so well, he would still be found by Xian Yuanche. Without any pleasantries, Xian Yuanche directly plundered Qinyang's points. Qinyang's ranking immediately plummeted out of the top 10. My points. Qinyang beat his chest in despair as he watched his ranking fall precipitously. Why was I born as Yang? Why not Che? With 2 hours remaining in the assessment, Xuan Yuanke encountered Ouyang Bai. Xuan Yuanke? Ouyang Bai stared at him in astonishment. He had originally thought Xian Yuanche's participation was a death sentence. But ever since Xian Yuanche's points surged to first place a few days prior, even reaching 100,000, Ouyang Bai realized he had underestimated him. Xian Yuanche grabbed Ouyang Bai's right hand and removed the spatial ring. Ouyang Bai frowned and struggled fiercely, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Helplessly, he watched his points being plundered. His gaze toward Xin Yuanche was filled with shock. After all, he was an 8th-level martial artist. Yet he was utterly powerless before Xin Yuanche. After robbing the points, Xin Yuanche turned to leave. Wait, Ouyangbai called after him. Anything else? Xin Yuanche turned to face him. Ouyangbai leaned close and whispered, I want to buy your points. Name your price. He discreetly pulled out a card from his spatial ring. Buy my points? Xin Yuanche had never heard such a request before. ISNT, that just like buying scores in the college entrance examination? Are you sure you want to end up in jail? Ouyangbai nodded. Exactly. I want to buy your points. As if worried Xin Yuanche might refuse, he added, Don't worry. The price will definitely not be low. Hearing this, Xuan Yuan Gigruwiri. There is something fishy here. Absolutely something fishy. How much are you willing to pay? He asked tentatively. He wasn't truly willing to sell, but was probing. If Ouyangbai offered a high price, it would prove one thing. These points were more valuable than he had imagined, or perhaps some rare item could be exchanged for them after the assessment. How about 50 million? Ouyangbai offer shocked Xin Yuanche. He had expected only 10 or 20 million, not 50 million. This only confirmed Xin Yuanche's suspicion that the points were indeed extremely precious. I'm not selling, Xin Yuanche replied. Upon hearing this, Ouyangbai raised the price. 100 million. This card has 50 million on it. If you give me your points, this card is yours. And once outside, I'll give you another 50 million. When Ouyangbai added another 50 million, Xin Yuanche admitted to himself that he was tempted. But the more Ouyangbai insisted, the less inclined Xin Yuanche was to sell. Brother, even if you gave me 1 billion, I still wouldn't sell. Before Ouyangbai could speak again, Xin Yuanche turned to leave. Wait, Ouyangbai called out once more. Xin Yuanche turned back, frowning. If Ouyangbai weren't Yanran's cousin, he would have already punched him twice by now. The time wasted just now was enough for him to rob the next target. Is there anything else? Can you find Mu Yanran? Ouyangbai inquired. Are you looking for her? Upon hearing Mu Yanran's name, Xin Yuanche's brow relaxed slightly. I wanted to feed her. If you can find her and tell me her location, I'll give you 1 million. Xuan Yuanke. Enraged, he sneered bitterly, stepped back in front of Ouyangbai, and delivered a punch directly to him. Bang! Ouyangbai flew backward, crashing into a large tree, and lost consciousness. After doing all this, Xin Yuanche clapped his hands. Initially, out of respect for Ouyangbai being Yanran's elder cousin, he had no intention to act violently. But he never expected this brat to set his sights on Yanran. Now he would be anything but courteous. Xin Yuanche turned and left. This time, the items available for points redemption must include something very precious, he speculated while running. To make Ouyangbai pay 100 million just to buy points, the value of that item must far exceed 100 million. It might even be something money couldn't buy. He was almost certain that if he had continued bargaining, Ouyangbai might have been willing to pay 200 million. Time passed swiftly. With half an hour left in the exam, Xin Yuanche's points had reached 110,000. The task of the arrogance aura was also completed. The regeneration effect per second had successfully increased to 5%. Ding! The recovery effect of arrogance aura has been raised to 5%. Finally completed, Xin Yuanche felt a surge of joy. The concept of a 5% per second regeneration effect was terrifying beyond imagination. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xin Yuanche's points stabilized at just over 110,000. The assessment was over. A voice echoed from the spatial ring. As soon as the voice faded, Xin Yuanche felt a pulling force. Opening his eyes again, he found himself out of the secret realm. Many students were still around. When those students came to their senses and saw Xin Yuanche, someone shouted, "It's him! Run!" Many students suffering lingering effects began to flee. This Xin Yuanche was simply inhuman. Robbing once was not enough. He had robbed them twice. Some unlucky ones were even robbed 3 times in a row. Quiet. Zhenin appeared here without anyone noticing. The assessment is now complete. There were some unexpected incidents during this exam, causing some students' scores to be inaccurate. Since the point plundering system was introduced only this year and has some flaws, after discussion, we will provide compensation and a chance for you to retake the exam. This will definitely not delay your university applications. Saying this, Zhenin glanced at Xin Yuanche. When the rules were made, various possibilities were considered. But no one imagined someone would be so outrageous as to plunder most students' points within 3 days. This completely disrupted their plans. However, he bore no grudge against Xin Yuanche. Instead, there was a hint of admiration. After all, in this cruel era, strength is everything. Hearing they could retake the exam, the students who had been robbed several times by Xin Yuanche breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they could retake the exam. Otherwise, it would have been over for them. Now, let us announce the rewards. Zhen Nin spoke again. You can check your spatial rings. New functions have appeared. Hearing this, Xian Yuanche immediately looked at his spatial ring. Next to the rankings was a reward function. Opening it, the screen changed and rows of items appeared. Just as he had expected, the rewards this time were items exchangeable with points. This exchange interface was divided into two subcategories. One was external items, such as C-grade vitality potions, C-grade alloy knives, and the like. The other was martial techniques and breathing methods, such as B-grade martial art, mountain breaking fist, B-grade agility technique, Tai Xian step, C-grade breathing method, Zhou Xian breathing method, and so forth. All of these were useless items. Looking at the rewards, Xian Yuanche frowned. Many things that were of no use to him. He already possessed the most suitable martial art for himself, the wind-chasing blade technique. For agility, he had the divine walk step. As for breathing methods, his current one was also C-grade, not inferior to those listed. After browsing through, he found the two items with the greatest benefit to him were these: C-grade vitality potion. Exchange points 1,000. 1,000 yuan. Exchange points 1. Indeed, these two items were the most useful to him. After some thought, he first exchanged for 6 vitality potions. Points remained at over 100,000. What to exchange next? Staring at the remaining 100,000 points, he felt troubled and idly scrolled through the exchange page. After a few minutes, he inadvertently saw a ridiculously expensive item. Secret technique stone. Exchange points 100,000. Hiss. Upon seeing the points required to redeem this stone, Xian Yuanche gasped. This was insanely expensive. He never expected this item to cost 100,000 points to exchange. To put in perspective, even a C-grade vitality potion required only 1,000 points. Yet this secret technique stone demanded 100,000 points. An idea sparked in Xian Yuanche's mind. Why not exchange it? Other martial arts and items only required a few thousand points to redeem. This secret technique stone costing 100,000 points must be something extraordinary. Coupled with Ouyang Bai's earlier willingness to pay to purchase his points in the secret realm, Xian Yuanche did not hesitate to click to exchange for the secret technique stone. After all, other items were of little use to him. It was better to redeem this seemingly powerful stone. After exchanging the secret technique stone, his points were nearly depleted. He might as well convert the rest into cash. Inside the office, Zhun Nan held Xian Yuanche's data and examined it. 68 vitality points? What a joke. After a scoff, he casually burned the document. Given Xian Yuanche's prowess in the secret realm just now, there was no way he had only 68 vitality points. He would even believe if it said 68,000. Such a talent would be wasted going to those universities. Zhun Nan stroked his chin, a thought rising in his mind. After pondering a while, he took out his phone and began to dial. A talent like Xian Yuanche would be best suited for military service. The only question was whether he would be willing to join. Just as the call was made, Zhun Nan suddenly recalled something. Oh no! He hurriedly put down the phone and went upstairs. He suddenly remembered that Xian Yuanche's points in this martial exam had reached 110,000, enough to redeem the secret technique stone. Don't redeem it. Don't redeem it. As he ascended the stairs, Zhun Nan fervently prayed in his heart, hoping Xian Yuanche had not discovered the secret technique stone in exchange for it. This was something he had painstakingly acquired, originally intending only to flaunt it before Chaolin, boasting, "I have it, you don't." He never truly expected anyone to redeem. But he was utterly unprepared for the unforeseen variable that was Xian Yuanche. Zhun Nan hastened up the stairs, covering 3 steps in just 2 strides, and rushed into the second-floor hall. How was the redemption going? He briskly approached the backstage computer to check the status of the redemptions, eager to see if his secret technique stone was still there. At that moment, a staff member approached him. "Captain Zhun, the secret technique stones you sponsored have already been redeemed by the students. The spatial ring carrying the redemption rewards has been delivered to the students by Captain Chaolin. On behalf of the candidates and teachers from Jiang and several other cities, I thank you for your sponsorship." After speaking, the staff bowed respectfully to Zhun Nan. "What?" Zhun Nan's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Thud. The staff's words echoed repeatedly in his ears. "Something's wrong. Captain Zhun Nan has fainted. Call an ambulance immediately." One staff member rushed downstairs to summon medical personnel. Fortunately, in recent days, many students had been robbed by Xian Yuanche, and several teachers had encountered accidents. Thus, an ambulance had been stationed nearby 24 hours a day, ready for emergencies. After redeeming her reward, Mu Yanran approached Xian Yuanche. "I didn't expect you to come in first this time. Tell me, how much vitality do you have now?" Mu Yanran crossed her arms and glared at Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche subtly glanced at his status panel. "O name, Xuan Yuan Ge. Vitality, 61,957,000, level 6 martial artist. Breeding technique. Vital énergie breeding technique, grade C. Currently, he had a little over 6,000 vitality points. For him, there was no need to conceal this information, since even if he revealed it to Yanran, she might not believe him. What? Mu Yanran's eyes filled with disbelief upon hearing Xianyuan Che say he had over 6,000 vitality points. Seeing the incredulity in Mu Yanran's eyes, Xianyuan Che chose not to elaborate further. Exposing the system was a rule every transmigrator adhered to strictly. Xuanyuan Ke. A voice called out. Both turned to see Chaolin approaching. Xianyuan Che recognized him. He had introduced himself at the beginning and end of the examination. Senor Chaolin, Xuanyuan Ke greeted politely. Upon seeing Chaolin, Mu Yanran glanced behind. Uncle Chaolin? Where's Uncle Zhen? Why didn't he come with you? Her way of addressing him surprised Xianyuan Che somewhat. That kid Zhen, Nan is probably sleeping right now. Chaolin replied with a smile and said something that left both puzzled. Whether it was an illusion or not, Xianyuan Che faintly caught a smile on Chaolin's face, as if he was suppressing laughter. Chaolin patted Xianyuan Che on the shoulder and pulled a spatial ring from his pocket. This is the reward you just redeemed. I hurried to bring it to you. Since you came in first, I'm also giving you this spatial ring as a bonus. He handed over the spatial ring containing the reward. Xianyuan Che took the ring, removed the spatial ring he usually used to record points, and handed it to Chaolin. Then, he glanced at the information on the new spatial ring. The spatial ring Chaolin gave him had a capacity of 7 cubic meters, which was not insignificant. A spatial ring cost tens of millions per cubic meter. This 7 cubic meter ring was worth at least 5 million. Thank you for the spatial ring, senior. Xianyuan Che expressed his gratitude. Are you interested in joining the beast-taming army? Chaolin revealed his intention. Xianyuan Che feigned scratching his head. He had guessed why Chaolin had gifted him the spatial ring. It was an invitation to enlist. To be honest, he had no desire to join the beast-taming army. He just wanted to lay low and develop slowly for now. I'm not considering that for the time being, senior. Xianyuan Che hesitated. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you, Chaolin said without pressing further. After Chaolin left, Mu Yanran linked her arm with Xianyuan Che's. Let us go. Let's have some barbecue. All right. Xianyuan Che nodded and walked away with Mu Yanran. As they walked, the system's notification tone sounded. Ding. Detection confirms the martial exam has concluded. Congratulations to the host on completing the task and obtaining the Arrogant Aura. Arrogant Aura, when equipped, restores 5% of status per second, including but not limited to injuries, stamina. Upgrade requirement. Devour 2 auras. Looking at the Arrogant Aura, Xianyuan Che's mind shifted. He removed the freeloader aura and replaced it with the Arrogant Aura. With this aura, he effectively gained another trump card. Hospital. Zhenan lay on the hospital bed. Chaolin and a doctor stood nearby. Comrade Chaolin, Captain Zhen only fainted due to the shock. There's no physical injury, the doctor analyzed. If he is fine, move him out of the corridor and free the bed for other patients in need, Chaolin instructed. That might not be appropriate, the doctor smiled wryly. Zhenan suddenly opened his eyes, sprang up from the bed, and furiously scolded Chaolin. Are you even human, Chaolin? Look, me perfectly fine. Chaolin crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Unable to contain his anger, Zhenan got out of bed. Don't be so petty. Giving that kid the secret technique, stone, isn't necessarily a bad thing. Chaolin walked over to comfort Zhenan. This time, he was sincere rather than mocking. Given Xianyuan Che's strength, handing him the secret technique stone was not a waste. Hearing this, Zhenan sighed and took a box of cigarettes from his pocket, but then recalled that smoking was probably prohibited in the hospital and put them back. Forget it, it's just one secret technique stone. I'll accumulate battle merits and redeem again next year. Over the years, he had gathered some battle merits for redeeming secret technique stones, but before he could redeem them, he was suddenly awarded a secret technique stone for a great achievement. So, although he was pained that Xianyuan Che had redeemed that secret technique stone, it was not a matter of life or death. Xianyuan Che accompanied Mu Yanran to a barbecue restaurant. They found a seat and began ordering food. This second-tier ferocious beast, meat looks good. And this, second-tier Thunderfire chicken. After ordering, the two took out their phones and started playing games. After about 10 minutes, Ouyang Bai entered the restaurant. He scanned the room and spotted Xianyuan Che and Mu Yanran. Approaching Xianyuan Che, he patted him on the shoulder. Xianyuan Che, come out here. I have something to tell you. Hearing Ouyang Bai's voice, the two put down their phones simultaneously. Upon seeing it was Ouyang Bai, Mu Yanran's face immediately registered confusion. Cousin? Wait for me here. I'll be right back, Xianyuan Che said. He roughly guessed why Ouyang Bai sought him out. All right, Mu Yanran nodded slightly. The two stepped outside. Speak. We want. Xian Yuanche asked, hands in pockets, facing Ouyang Bai. Actually, he already knew why Ouyang Bai came. It was all about that secret technique stone. Have you redeemed that secret technique stone? Ouyang Bai's primary concern now. Originally, he had thought that the secret technique stone would only require 10,000 points to redeem. I never imagined it would require 100,000 points. Fortunately, Xian Yuanche had accumulated exactly 100,000 points, so if he redeemed it, he could afford to purchase it at a steep price. What secret technique stone? Xian Yuanche gazed at Ouyang Bai with a puzzled expression. The one worth 100,000 points. The one worth 100,000 points? Xuan Yuan que fin de contemplation. Then shook his head. You mean that stone? I didn't redeem it. Then what did you redeem? Upon hearing Xian Yuanche say he hadn't exchanged for the secret technique stone, Ouyang Bai grew somewhat anxious. Xuan Yuan que shrugged. Of course. I redeemed 110 C-grade vitality potions. After all, they can be sold for quite a sum. If there is nothing else, I'll head back now. Before Ouyang Bai could utter another word, Xian Yuanche pushed open the door and returned to the barbecue shop. Ouyang Bai was left dumbfounded, especially when he heard that Xian Yuanche had exchanged his points for 110 C-grade vitality potions. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. How could a secret technique stone be compared to mere C-grade vitality potions? That thing couldn't even be bought with money. If you had told me earlier you wanted 110 C-grade vitality potions, I would have given you 200 without hesitation. He glanced at Xian Yuanche as retreating back, sighed, and turned away. What did he say to you? Mu Yanran handed a small cake to Xian Yuanche. Nothing much. Just asked what I had redeemed. Xian Yuanche replied casually as he took the cake. Mu Yanran didn't think much of it and continued eating her own cake. That evening, once home, Xian Yuanche eagerly took out the secret technique stone. The stone was overall grayish-white, about the size of an egg. Xian Yuanche was curious to see what power this stone possessed to have Ouyang Bai so obsessed, since the Eye of Exploration could only detect biological information. Xian Yuanche resorted to searching online for any information about the secret technique stone. Disappointingly, there was nothing about it on the internet. Ding! Host demand detected. Eye of Exploration upgrading. Just as Xian Yuanche felt dejected, the system notification sounded. Ding! Eye of Exploration upgrade complete. Host can now view information on the secret technique stone. Smart system. Xian Yuanche praised the critical hit system and hastily activated the Eye of Exploration to examine the stone's details. Secret technique stone attached to the forehead to activate. Upon use, randomly grants one secret technique. Note: each person may use the secret technique stone only once. Following the instructions, Xian Yuanche pressed the stone against his forehead. A minute passed with no change in the stone. Could this be a fake? Xuan Yuan gematird. Despite his doubts, he did not set the stone aside. Reward from a martial examination rarely contained counterfeits. After several more minutes, the stone finally began to change. It gradually shrank, and Xian Yuanche sensed something new in his mind, an unlocking method for the secret technique. His body also began to transform. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired secret technique, frenzy. Secret technique, frenzy, non upgradable. Description: upon use, all attributes increase by 25%, including but not limited to vitality, speed, strength, for 10 minutes. Afterward, the user becomes weakened for half an hour, during which all attributes decrease by 25%. Cool down 1 day. Ding! Host has obtained Frenzy, triggering 100-fold critical hit. Frenzy, non-upgradable, has been upgraded to Frenzy Stage 1, upgradable. Frenzy? Xian Yuanche's curiosity piqued as he quickly examined the Frenzy secret technique. Frenzy Stage 1, upgradable. Description: upon use, all attributes increase by 50%, including but not limited to vitality, speed, strength, for 10 minutes. Afterward, the user becomes weakened for half an hour, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Cool down 1 day. Note: thanks to system enhancement, prematurely ending Frenzy during its effect avoids cooldown. Upgrade method: use 2 more secret technique stones. Upon reading the Frenzy description, an indescribable expression crossed Xian Yuanche's face. Is this secret technique not good? It's excellent. A 50% boost to all attributes is undeniably powerful. Moreover, thanks to the system's improvements, it can be upgraded and strategically cancelled to become a no-cooldown technique. Truly a divine skill. However, the ensuing weakness is somewhat troubling. If he can't defeat his opponent within 10 minutes, the consequences would be dire. Just then, an idea struck him, and he glanced at the overbearing aura on his status panel. System: can the recovery effect of the overbearing aura offset the weakness? This was his foremost concern, because if it could, then frenzy would be nothing short of a godly technique for him. Ding. Negative effect detected. Weakness. Overbearing aura can offset weakness. Calculations indicate that while wearing overbearing aura, only 10 seconds are needed to nullify the weakness. It really can. Xianyuan Che immediately became excited. Then frenzy is now an invincible divine technique. He promptly activated frenzy. His body transformed instantly. He felt his strength and reflexes increase significantly. Most importantly, his vitality surged by 50%. Opening his status panel, name, Xianyuan Che, overbearing aura, vitality, 929,200,000, level 9 martial artist, frenzy effect. Breathing technique, vital energy breathing method, C grade. Martial skills, B grade. Gale blade technique, perfected. Divine step, perfected. D grade. Body conditioning fist, perfected. Secret technique, frenzy stage 1. System space items, B grade, D grade, alloy blades. Evaluation, no rating given. As expected, his vitality had risen by 50%. If increased a bit more, after using frenzy, he might reach 10,000 vitality points. Staring at his panel, Xianyuan Che was thrilled. This 100,000 points was truly well spent. 10 minutes passed, and the frenzy effect dissipated. Xianyuan Che felt a sudden wave of weakness throughout his body. However, thanks to the continuous recovery from the overbearing aura, the sensation gradually improved. After 10 seconds, the weakness vanished, and Xianyuan Che felt as if he had returned to his peak form. Next, it was time to use the vitality potions. Looking at the 6 vitality potions in his spatial ring, Xianyuan Che exclaimed excitedly, "These C-grade vitality potions each restore 500 to 700 vitality points. However, like D-grade potions, they lose effectiveness after a certain quantity. The exact number depends on individual constitution, usually 3 to 4 doses. But I redeemed 6 at once just to see if the 6th dose still works. Hopefully, I'm not that unlucky. Give me a critical hit. Even double would satisfy me." Xuanyuan ke murmured. He uncapped the first vial and drank it down in one gulp. After waiting for 19 seconds, the system's notification tone failed to sound. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he consumed the second vial. He waited again. Still, no critical hit was triggered. Then came the third vial. Yet again, no critical hit. "Come on, Tongzi, give me a critical hit," he thought, downing the fourth vial without hesitation. Fortunately, the system granted his wish. Ding. Detected host ingested a grade C vitality potion, gained 530 points of vitality, triggered a 10-fold critical hit, increasing 530 to 5,300. Vitality, 1,308,520,000, level 1 warrior. Tongzi, you're so considerate. Seeing the critical hit activate, Xianyuan Che nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the 2 remaining vitality potions, he opened and drank them one by one. After finishing, he gained a total of 1,060 vitality points, bringing his vitality to 14,145. This surprised him somewhat, for a vitality potion of the same level typically ceases to boost vitality after 3 or 4 doses. Yet, even on his 6th vial, his vitality still rose. Nanan City, the Zhou family villa. Zhou Dan sat on the sofa, his face contorted with anger. Dam Xuanyuanke. Although 3 days had passed, he still couldn't swallow this bitter pill. He knew that to participate in the examination on time, he had taken 2 grade C healing potions. Yet, after earning only 5 points, he was eliminated by a level 1 intermediate savage bull. He blamed everything on Xianyuan Che. In his mind, it had to be Xianyuan Che's interference before the test that led to his poor performance in the martial examination. This grievance was impossible for him to let go. Conveniently, his father had spent a fortune last week recruiting a level 1 and a level 2 warrior. He immediately took out his phone and dialed his father's number. "Dad, have Uncle Wu Long and Uncle Wu Chong help me capture someone." 1 minute later, he hung up, his face still seething with rage. When his father learned that the target was Xianyuan Che, he not only refused his request, but also scolded him harshly. "You idiot. Xianyuan Che is currently the top scorer in the martial exam, riding high on his success. Do you want to get your old man killed?" Those were his father's exact words. Since his father wouldn't agree, he had his own plan to get his family's 2 warriors involved. Today, he had seen on the exchange page that secret technique stones could be redeemed. Although they required 100,000 points, he was almost certain Xianyuan Che had redeemed one. If he told his 2 warriors, they would be unable to resist the temptation and would take action. Half an hour later, 2 men stood before Zhou Dan. "Young master, is it true? Does that Xianyuan Che really have a secret technique stone?" Wu Long's eyes held a hint of doubt, clearly skeptical of Zhou Dan's claim. "You can check. Xian Yuanche earned 110,000 points in this martial exam, and redeeming a secret technique stone only costs 100,000 points. Upon hearing Zhou Dan's words, the two men took out their phones and began searching. Half a minute later, they put away their devices. By now, the Wu brothers were certain Xian Yuanche had indeed redeemed a secret technique stone. Wu Long exchanged a glance with his brother Wu Chong. Good, young master. We will definitely help you capture Xian Yuanche. The two men left the villa. Watching their departing backs, Zhou Dan's face darkened with malice. Xuan Yuan, Ki. Once you fall into my hands, I will torment you mercilessly. As they stepped outside, Wu Chong tapped his elder brother on the shoulder. Big brother, the secret technique stone is precious, but Xian Yuanche is at the peak of his fame. If I make a move on him, it could cause trouble. Wu Long replied, Of course I know. When we seize the secret technique stone, I have a plan to shift all the blame onto the Zhou family. He had already devised a foolproof scheme. Once they killed Xian Yuanche and took the secret technique stone, they would pin the responsibility on the Zhou family. Then the two brothers would escape with the stone. Xian Yuanche was completely unaware that two warriors were coming to cause him trouble. But even if he knew, it will make no difference. After all, he was already a warrior with berserk and critical hit abilities. Overcoming higher-level opponents was as easy as drinking water. The next morning, Xian Yuanche awoke at 9 o'clock. With no classes to attend, he could sleep as long as he pleased, a sensation of pure bliss. He still had several 100,000 in cash and thought it was time to find a new rental. The current place was unbearably small. He wanted something larger and more comfortable to live in alone. He opened the 85 City app and began browsing rental listings. His requirements were modest: 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. After searching for a while, he found no suitable options. Just then, Mu Yanran's call came through. Hello, Ake. What you up to? Mu Yanran's voice came through the phone. Nothing much, just looking for a place to rent. Planning to move to a new apartment. Xian Yuanche chatted with Mu Yanran while continuing to search on the app. You want to move? Wait for me a moment. Mu Yanran hung up. Xian Yuanche was a bit puzzled, but put away his phone and went downstairs for breakfast, planning to eat while waiting for Mu Yanran. About half an hour later, Mu Yanran appeared in his sight. Here, Xuan Yuanche waved at Mu Yanran. She came over, glanced at the Xilong Bao on the table, casually took the chopsticks from his hand, and picked one up to eat. Another order of Xilong Bao and soy milk, please, Mu Yanran said to the owner. After speaking, she sat directly across from Xian Yuanche. You want to move? I happen to have over a dozen properties in my name that I don't have time to live in. You can pick one and move in. That's a bit too much. Hearing Mu Yanran offer him a place to live, Xian Yuanche hesitated. This girl had helped him so much recently, and no matter how thick-skinned he was, he felt awkward accepting such generosity. Mu Yanran showed no concern. It's no problem. I hardly live in them anyway. It's a waste to leave them empty, so I'd rather have you live there. In the end, Xian Yuanche followed Mu Yanran to one of her apartments. How about this one? If not, we could try another. Xian Yuanche looked at the furnishings and space, then quickly nodded. This one is fine. The apartment was at least 2,000 square feet, fully furnished, and apparently cleaned regularly. Wealth really made a difference. Xian Yuanche walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the scenery. This was a riverview apartment on the 17th floor, with no taller buildings nearby, offering an unobstructed panorama. Not bad, right? Mu Yanran asked, linking her arm with his. Xuan Yuanche nodded. Indeed, not bad. After familiarizing himself with the place, Xian Yuanche half reclined on the sofa, eyes half closed. So comfortable. How is it? Comfortable, right? Mu Yanran sat beside him, eyes twinkling mischievously, as if scheming something. M.A.K.M. Very confortable, Xuan Yuanche nodded. This isn't for you to live in rent-free. I can pay rent. Xian Yuanche opened his eyes and replied. No rent. Then what do you want? Xian Yuanche opened his eyes and glanced at Mu Yanran with a hint of puzzlement. No money? Apart from money, he seemed to have nothing else to offer. You want your people to pay the rent. Mu Yanran's eyes gleamed with a trace of cunning. Your people? Xian Yuanche stroked his chin, as if a thought had just struck him. Could it be that she wanted him to be her boyfriend? Judging by Mu Yanran's behavior toward him over the years, there was no doubt she liked him. Otherwise, which girl would have sent tens of millions to a boy? Mu Yanran's next words confirmed his suspicion. Crossing her arms, she wore an expression of entitlement and said, If you become my boyfriend, this apartment will be yours. My father said that to pursue a man, you have to give him cars and houses. When my mother pursued my father, she actually gave him 7 houses and 15 commercial streets. Whoa, so ruthless. Xian Yuanche took a sharp breath. 7 houses, 15 commercial streets. What kind of background was this? It was outrageously extravagant. After several minutes, Xian Yuanche calmed himself. At that moment, a playful idea arose in him, and in a joking tone, he teased, "If you want me to be your boyfriend, then you'll have to give me money to spend every month." "It's a deal." Mu Yanran agreed without hesitation. She counted on her fingers and began to mumble. "My father gives me 2 million every month. I'll donate 50,000 to the orphanage where we grew up, keep 3,000 for myself, and give the rest to you." Cough, cough. Xian Yuanche suddenly coughed a few times, caught off guard. He had only been joking, but Mu Yanran had taken him seriously. He waved his hands repeatedly. "No need. No need. I was just joking with you. Trying to back out? No way." Mu Yanran thought Xian Yuanche was going to renege. So she lay down on the sofa, resting her head on his thigh. "I'm going to take a nap now." Treating Xian Yuanche's thigh as a pillow, she casually grabbed a blanket nearby and covered herself. Xian Yuanche felt a bit helpless, but did not move his leg. Gradually, drowsiness came over him as well, and he set aside his things and closed his eyes. The two of them slept together until the afternoon. Ring, ring. It was Mu Yanran's phone ringing that woke them. "My father's calling." Mu Yanran quickly got up to answer. A few minutes later, after the call ended, Mu Yanran returned to the sofa, her face still somewhat sullen. "I'm heading home first. Then I'll accompany you back." "Sure." Hearing that Xian Yuanche would go with her, Mu Yanran's gloom vanished instantly. After seeing her off, Xian Yuanche returned to his rented apartment to prepare for moving. While tidying one of the drawers, his gaze fell upon an object. It was a SIM card. "What is this?" He strained his memory. The SIM card seemed to have been left by his parents. He examined it briefly, then casually tossed it into the system space and continued packing. Regarding his parents, he only had childhood memories. They had disappeared when he was 4, and he was sent to an orphanage. Soon, Xian Yuanche placed his belongings into the system space. After finishing, he cleaned the apartment a bit, took a shower, and went downstairs for a meal. Having done all that, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He lay back in the still unpacked bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Fortunately, it was not a dream. 11:30. 2 figures arrived directly beneath Xian Yuanche's rented apartment. "This is the place, right?" Wu Long checked the information on his phone. Wu Chong nodded. "Big brother. This is the spot." "All right." Chapter 30, Acquiring Another Secret Technique Stone. Mountain Breaking Fist, the Scorching Hot Box. Ascending the stairs, they reached the floor where Xian Yuanche resided. Originally asleep, Xian Yuanche suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps. Someone, he thought inwardly. He took out a gray B alloy knife from a space ring and stood guard about 2 meters from the door. Outside, Wu Long and the others did not hesitate. They violently broke down the door. After all, he was only a martial artist, easily dealt with. Bang! Seeing the door violently shattered, Xian Yuanche wasted no time and unleashed the gale-chasing blade technique toward the doorway. Caught completely off guard, Wu Long was struck by 17 consecutive cuts. Ding! Detected host using gale-chasing blade, triggering 10-fold critical hit, power increased 10-fold. The critical strike severed Wu Long's head instantly. Not good. Wu Chong reacted swiftly. Seeing his brother instantly killed by Xian Yuanche, he hurriedly retreated, trying to create distance. Shocked beyond belief that a mere martial artist could possess such power, Wu Chong's mind raced. This kid is supposed to be just a martial artist. How could he have such strength? While pondering, he suddenly lost feeling in his right hand, followed by intense pain. "My right hand." Wu Chong clutched the wound, breaking out in cold sweat. Xian Yuanche pointed his knife at Wu Chong and demanded, "Tell me, who sent you here? How are you so powerful?" Filled with terror, Wu Chong looked at Xian Yuanche. Puffed. Without wasting words, Xian Yuanche slashed Wu Chong's left arm neatly off. "You have one more chance. If you reveal who's behind this, I might consider sparing you," he said coldly. I'll talk. Wu Chong nodded frantically, fearing another strike. "Speak." "It's Zhou Hu, the richest man in Nanan City. He said you attacked his son, Zhou Dan, so he sent me and my brother to capture you." "Where does he live?" Xian Yuanche asked. Wu Chong, unwilling to withhold anything, quickly disclosed the residence of the Zhou father and son. "I've said everything. I'll be leaving now." Wu Chong cautiously glanced at Xian Yuanche. "I said I'd consider it, but I haven't yet, no rush." Saying this, Xian Yuanche pretended to contemplate. A few seconds later, he looked back at Wu Chong. "I made up my mind. Not sparing you." With that, he killed Wu Chong outright. Puffed. Wu Chong's head flew off and landed on the ground. After tidying the corpse and cleaning up, Xian Yuanche headed toward Nanan City, following the address Wu Chong gave. Although his current location was far from Zhou Hu's residence, with the divine walking step and arrogant aura, he could reach there in 1 or 2 hours at most. Divine walking step, perfect after use, increases 1's speed by 300%. 1 hour later, the Zhou family villa. Zhou Dan leisurely reclined on the sofa, holding a wine glass, a woman crouching between his legs. Xian Yuanche, once you fall into my hands, I will make you suffer terribly. His expression became increasingly fierce as he thought this. Grabbing the woman's hair between his legs, he slammed her head viciously onto the table, as if she were Xian Yuanche himself. Several minutes later, the woman completely lost consciousness. Worthless. With a disdainful kick, he sent her sprawling to the side, pulled up his trousers, and turned to leave. Zhou Hu descended from the second floor and, upon witnessing the scene, said nothing, as if it had become a matter of routine. After all, an ordinary person who was not even a martial artist, what did it matter if he died in this era? Nevertheless, he issued a warning. There will be an esteemed guest arriving tomorrow. You should go out then. Do not stay at home. Upon stepping out of the villa, Zhou Dan took out his phone to check the time. Soon, Xian Yuanche, I eagerly anticipate the look of terror on your face. Oh, is that so? The voice of Xian Yuanche suddenly echoed. In the blink of an eye, a masked youth appeared before Zhou Dan. This was none other than Xian Yuanche himself. Exercising caution, had disabled the surrounding surveillance before making his presence known. Zhou Dan was startled. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and quickly scanned the surroundings. Are you looking for these two? Xian Yuanche casually withdrew the severed heads of Wu Long and Wu Chong from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the heads, disbelief etched itself across Zhou Dan's face. Impossible. They are martial generals. How could they have been killed by you? Xian Yuanche nonchalantly tucked the heads back into his spatial ring. Just two martial generals. Killing them was effortless. What? Upon hearing that Xian Yuanche had slain the Wu brothers, Zhou Dan's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting from shock to profound terror. If Xian Yuanche could kill even martial generals, then his own life was surely forfeit. All right, it's time for you to take your medicine. Xian Yuanche flicked his alloy blade with casual indifference. With a soft thud, Zhou Dan's head fell to the ground, lifeless beyond any doubt. Ding! Host has slain Zhou Dan, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. All 40 members of the Zhou family have been exterminated. The system prompt left Xian Yuanche momentarily stunned. Such a critical hit was truly extraordinary, killing one person and wiping out the entire family. Inside the villa, Zhou Hu, who had been leisurely drinking, suddenly widened his eyes and collapsed to the floor. Simultaneously, in other parts of Nan'an City, the same phenomenon occurred. Dozens of Zhou Hu's illegitimate children all perished at once, gathering the contents of Zhou Dan's spatial ring into the system space. Xian Yuanche entered the villa, his blade in hand. His gaze immediately fell upon the bloodied, mangled corpse of the woman. He continued his search with the blade, taking anything that appeared valuable. Most were antique items. Though their worth was diminished in this new era, they still held some value. On the second floor, he found Zhou Hu's corpse. Sighing, he had originally intended to have Zhou Hu provide some money for him, but the system's critical hit had already ended him. Seeing the spatial ring in Zhou Hu's hand, Xian Yuanche immediately transferred its contents, along with the ring itself, into the system space. Having completed these tasks, he searched the villa thoroughly. Finding no one else alive, he prepared to leave. Before departing, he inquired of the system. System, is there anyone left alive inside this villa? Ding. Rest assured, host, there are no living beings remaining inside the villa. Good. Hearing the system's reply, Xian Yuanche promptly left, heading toward Jiang'an City. Halfway there, he found a secure spot to examine the contents of the system space. Aside from a Grade D and a Grade B alloy blade, most items originated from Zhou Dan's and Zhou Hu's spatial rings. Xian Yuanche methodically organized these possessions. 3 Grade B vitality potions, a Grade B martial skill called Mountain Breaking Fist, and an anonymous bank card, though the balance was unknown. His eyes then caught sight of stone. At that moment, Xian Yuanche's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the stone, even if it turned to dust. It was a secret technique stone. He hadn't expected Zhou Hu to possess such an artifact. Hastily, he pressed the stone to his forehead to activate it. Several minutes later, the stone affixed to his forehead changed. Ding! Absorbed 1 secret technique stone. First stage of frenzy transformation achieved. 1 more secret technique stone required to advance to second stage. Having completed this, Xian Yuanche turned his attention to another item, a box, seemingly a safe. He took out the small, palm-sized container for inspection. Its design was unique, a blue-silver hue suffused with a technological aura. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Activating his investigative sight, he discerned. Item name, UNG box. Description, crafted from 5th stage UNG, or capable of withstanding attacks from martial kings. Equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. Forced opening triggers automatic annihilation. Martial King. Xian Yuan Che's pupils constricted again upon reading these words. Above the martial artist was the martial general. Above the martial general, the martial sect master. And above the martial sect master was the martial king. In Jiang'an City, martial generals were considered formidable figures. Martial kings were even more so. Martial kings could fly through the air and, with a mere gesture, move mountains and seas. That this box could resist a martial king's assault indicated the immense value of its contents. For a moment, the box felt like a hot potato in his hands. This box was definitely not Zhou Hu's. It must have been placed in his hands by someone else or intended for someone else's delivery. Xian Yuan muttered to himself, as if he had acquired a ticking time bomb. He hurriedly stored the box within the system space. God only knew whether it had any tracking devices. If so, and a martial king traced it here, he would be smashed like a folding screen. The consequences would be unimaginable. No, he could not linger here any longer. Glancing around the surroundings, Xian Yuan hastened toward home. It was around 4 o'clock in the morning, and, fortunately, he was still within Nan'an City. If the box did have a tracker, perhaps it would leave traces on the enemy's devices. At this moment, he felt immense relief that he had not examined these items at his rented room or new home. Otherwise, both he and Mu Yanran would surely be doomed. Back at the rented room, Xian Yuan produced the USB drive containing the Grade B martial skill Mountain Breaking Fist. Though not as rapid as the wind-chasing blade technique, which could strike multiple times in a second, it was still a commendable martial skill. Moreover, it had the advantage of being free. Martial skill, Mountain Breaking Fist. Grade B. Description. With the force of mountain breaking, the next attack's strength increases by 30%, with a chance to strike the opponent's internal organs, causing instant death. A noble percentage increase, truly befitting a Grade B skill. This implied that this skill would remain viable in the future unless he acquired a superior Grade A martial skill. As for the more advanced Grade S martial skills, it was said they required not vitality, but a higher form of energy, thus only martial kings could learn and wield them. Thanks to the system's critical hit, it took him merely 2.5 hours to master Mountain Breaking Fist. He then hurried to a nearby club, spending half an hour to perfect his proficiency to the fullest. Mountain Breaking Fist Master. Introduction. Momentum of mountain breaking upon activation. The next attack's power is augmented by 70%, with a chance to strike the target's internal organs directly, causing instant death. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Xian Yuan officially moved into his new residence. After settling into his new home, he went out to purchase some provisions and stock them in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, he kept an eye on the news, hoping to find any reports about the deaths of Zhou Hu and others. By now, the mastermind behind the scenes should have realized that Zhou Hu is dead. Shouldn't he? Xian Yuan mused to himself as he ate a chicken drumstick. That box was left behind in the system space. In the near future, there was no way he could retrieve it. If anyone managed to track it down, it would be nothing short of courting death. His prediction proved accurate. At 5 minutes past 9 in the morning, outside the Zhou family villa, a bald man arrived accompanied by several others. Before even entering the villa's grounds, they caught a faint whiff of blood. Exchanging glances, a single thought arose simultaneously in their hearts. Something's wrong. Trouble has come. They swiftly moved into the villa's premises. Their eyes immediately fell upon Zhou Dan, who was already dead beyond any hope of revival. Without lingering, they proceeded inside the villa. Half a minute later, the group wore grim expressions as they looked upon the deceased Zhou Hu. Protector, what shall we do? They all instinctively looked toward the bald man leading them. The bald man glanced at Zhou Hu's right hand. His spatial ring had long since vanished, taken by someone who had beaten them to it. No emotion flickered across the bald man's face, but those familiar with him knew he was on the verge of eruption. Check the location, the bald man commanded in a deep voice. Fortunately, their boxes were all equipped with trackers, allowing them to view the location at any time via their devices. Otherwise, they would truly be doomed. Several minutes later, one subordinate examined the device in his hand. Protector, the last location signal showed in the outskirts of the city. The bald man snatched the device and glanced over it. Go check it out. This item was of immeasurable importance to them, and even to those behind them. No matter what, it had to be found. A murderous gleam flashed in the bald man's eyes as he thought this. The group immediately departed the villa. Yet before leaving, they took one last look at the manner of death of Zhou Hu and Zhou Dan. Zhou Dan had died from a single blade severing his head, while Zhou Hu's cause of death remained unknown. Soon, they arrived at the place where Xian Yuan had stopped in the early hours. Search for any traces. See if there is anything left behind. Yes. More than half an hour later, several subordinates shook their heads in disappointment. Protector, that person was extremely cautious, leaving no traces. However, this place bordered both Jiang'an City and Dong'an City. The individual must be in one of these two cities. Jiang'an City and Dong'an City? The bald man looked toward both directions. Both cities were populous. Finding any information about someone who left no traces was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, who knew if the person who killed Zhou who would still be in either city in a few days? Investigate who recently had conflicts with Zhou who. Focusing on those above the martial general realm. Yes, by 11 o'clock that morning, a subordinate excitedly presented some information to the bald man. Protector, we have findings. The bald man took the documents. Protector, we just learned that Zhou Hu recently recruited two martial generals named Wu Long and Wu Chong. I suspect Zhou Hu's death is connected to these two. The bald man pondered the claim, which seemed reasonable. Judging from Zhou Hu's corpse, there were no visible injuries. He was likely poisoned. Only someone familiar could have administered the poison. He mentally pieced together the scenario. Wu Long and Wu Chong poisoned Zhou Hu, then upon discovering Zhou Hu's son, Zhou Dan, had returned, they killed him without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, they fled with the items. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Quick, investigate the whereabouts of Wu Long and Wu Chong. Yes. After that subordinate left, another approached. Protector, according to our investigation, Zhou Hu's son Zhou Dan once had a conflict with a student named Xianyuan Che. Protector, according to our investigation, Zhou Hu's son Zhou Dan once had a conflict with a student named Xianyuan Che. Oh, the bald man took Xianyuan Che's information and examined it. Interesting. In such a small place, a senior high school student is already at the martial artist realm. Investigate further. Yes, at this moment, Xianyuan Che was examining 3 B-grade vitality elixirs in his hand. Upon consumption, depending on aptitude, they grant between 5 million to 7 million vitality points. There is also a restriction. The user's realm must be at least martial general. Like the D-grade and C-grade elixirs, consuming beyond a certain quantity yields no further effect. Moreover, the market price for each B-grade vitality elixir reached a staggering 20 million. Indeed, 20 million. Had he not found 3 of these in Zhou Hu's spatial ring, he could never have afforded such high-grade elixirs himself. System. Give me a critical hit. Double damage will do. I'm not greedy. Opening the vitality elixir, he drank it straight away. His vitality soared dramatically, yet no critical hit was triggered. Vitality, 1,838,520,000. Martial General First Stage. The second one. Vitality, 2,368,530,000. Martial General Second Stage. The third still failed to trigger a critical hit. Vitality, 2,898,530,000. Martial General Second Stage. Looking at his vitality panel, Xianyuan Che grumbled. Damn system. Not even a double critical hit. Ding. Detected host insulting system. The previous vitality elixir triggered a double critical hit, granting the host 5,300 vitality. Vitality, 3,428,540,000. Martial General Third Stage. What? Xianyuan Che stared at the system panel with a peculiar expression. What kind of quirk was this? Insulting the system actually triggered a critical hit? Now a Martial General of Third Stage. Xianyuan Che was very pleased with his rapid progress. In less than a week, his realm had surged from 68 vitality points to the third stage Martial General. His advancement was like riding a rocket. Outside Xianyuan Che's previous rented room, the bald man's subordinates had located the place based on the information. He stopped outside the door, preparing to knock. Knock. Is anyone here? When his hand touched the door, it swung open automatically. He carefully inspected the door and noticed traces of violent damage. Upon entering, he found that aside from a bed, all other personal belongings were gone. It was obvious the tenant had moved out. Young man, are you here to rent? A woman's voice called out. Zhang San turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman descending the stairs. Zhang San's eyes flickered quickly as he hastily nodded. Yes, but this door is broken. The middle-aged woman waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Someone will come to fix it soon. Was a lock broken by the previous tenant? The middle-aged woman nodded. Is that so? Anyway, that young man even gave me some money before he left. By the way, young man, how many months do you intend to rent the room for? I was just here to take a look. At this moment, Xianyuan Che was completely unaware that someone was searching for him at his rented place. He was currently engrossed in watching a live broadcast. Yes, it was a live broadcast of the martial arts examination. Today marked the resumption of the martial arts exam. Originally, Xianyuan Che had intended to retake the exam. After all, who could resist such a tempting reward? However, Chalin had informed him that he was no longer eligible to participate. The gist was that professional fighters were prohibited from competing. After watching for over half an hour, Xin Yuanche, feeling bored, switched to short videos, pecking at one another like fledglings. How dull. At that moment, a phone call came through. Jiang and Martial Arts, First Academy? Seeing the caller ID, Xin Yuanche wore a face full of suspicion. Could this be a scam? Half doubting, he answered the call. May I speak to Xin Yuanche? A man's voice came through the phone. That's me. May I ask what this is regarding? Well, I'm a teacher from Jiang and Martial Arts, First Academy. I heard that you have now achieved the rank of Martial Master. Indeed, that is correct. May I ask what this is about? It's like this. We would like to invite you to join our academy. We can offer you. Then he went on and on at length. Xuan Yuan que gruso me vat impatient. In summary, he boasted about how excellent their academy was and how generous the terms were. I'll think about it, Xin Yuanche replied. Very well. Whenever you decide, just let me know. After hanging up, Xin Yuanche stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. With the system in his grasp, he actually had no real need to attend any martial arts university. Yet, truth be told, he was a little envious of the resources that universities offered. If only there were a school that would let him hold a nominal position while still providing resources. Xin Yuanche indulged in this fantasy. Click! The door opened, and Mu Yanren stepped inside. Judging by her expression, Xin Yuanche immediately sensed that she was not in a good mood today. What happened? He asked. Mu Yanren sat beside him, frowning slightly. My grandfather called today. He wants me to go to the capital in a few days. To the capital? Is that bad? Xuan Yuan que inquired. Mu Yanren shook her head. It's too far, and my grandfather wants to arrange for me to enter the capital martial arts First Academy. There is actually another reason she did not mention, that she was reluctant to leave Xin Yuanche. Capital Martial Arts First Academy? Hearing that name, Xin Yuanche fell into contemplation. He had heard of this academy. It was one of the finest institutions in Huaxia. The fact that Mu Yanren's grandfather could arrange for her admission implied he was no ordinary man. Besides, so troublesome. Mu Yanren rubbed her face and leaned against Xin Yuanche. Sensing her genuine reluctance, Xin Yuanche gently stroked her head. If you don't want to go, why not tell your grandfather? Mu Yanren shook her head. No way. When my grandfather makes a decision, no one can object. She knew her grandfather's temperament well. Once he had made up his mind, no one could refuse. Not going to the capital was no longer within her power to decide. Xin Yuanche seemed to realize something. So, you came to say goodbye today? Yes. I'm leaving for the capital in a few days. Mu Yanren pressed her lips together and nodded. So soon? Xin Yuanche was somewhat surprised. It was only around mid-July now, and school started in September. This was quite sudden. Mu Yanren retrieved a box from her space ring. Remember to think of me. After saying this, she gently pecked Xin Yuanche's cheek. Xin Yuanche saw Mu Yanren off downstairs. Watching her retreating figure, a pang of reluctance welled up in his heart. In truth, there was a reason she had not voiced. Due to complications during her mother's pregnancy, she was born prematurely with severe congenital deficiencies. Her body had begun to consume its own qi and blood for self-preservation. Once her qi and blood were depleted, her body would start drawing from other parts until death ensued. She needed to return to her grandfather's side to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Back at home, Xin Yuanche opened the box. Inside lay a property deed and several vials of medicine. Opening the deed, he saw that the name had already been changed to his own. He had been completely unaware of this transfer. But with the Mu family's influence, transferring a property into his name without his knowledge was not difficult. Setting the deed aside, Xin Yuanche examined the 5 vials of medicine. 2 were qi and blood supplements. 3 were healing potions. They were of a very high grade, all rated B level. The combined value of these 5 vials alone exceeded 70 million. Looking at these medicines, Xin Yuanche could not help but feel touched. I must return a gift in kind, he thought, stroking his chin. But ordinary gifts would not do. After all, the Mu family probably lacked nothing. Ding! As the system owner, blindly accepting gifts from females is improper. The system has detected the host's intention to prepare a parting gift for Mu Yanren. When presented, a critical hit will be triggered, elevating the item's grade. Seeing this system prompt, Xin Yuanche sometimes truly felt that this was a genuine system, wholeheartedly serving its host. Unlike the systems in novels that issued nearly impossible tasks to torment their owners. System, my deepest thanks, he said. No need for thanks, host. Serving you is the duty of this system. Xin Yuanche opened his phone and began searching for a suitable gift to offer. He swiped to the martial arts skills page. Martial arts skills? No, they definitely didn't lack those. After all, going to the capital meant an abundance of martial arts techniques. Breeding technique? No, probably not lacking those either. Resource martial arts and the like. Considering how wealthy Mu Yanran's family was, they probably had every resource imaginable. This left Xianyuan Che somewhat troubled. He lay back on the sofa and casually turned on the television. A drama was airing the news. Recently, a fourth-rank ferocious beast had been spotted in Linhai City. Currently, Linhai City had dispatched a martial sect master to investigate. Linhai City? Watching the news, Xianyuan Che sat up. He knew this city. It was named for its proximity to the sea. This city could be considered one of the most marginal in Huaxia, which was why the authorities had stationed many martial sect masters, even martial kings, to guard it. He opened Douyin. Indeed, numerous bloggers had already begun large-scale discussions on the matter. A fourth-rank ferocious beast appeared in Linhai City. Was the beast dormant for over 30 years? About to make a significant move again? Opening the comment section, he found many dismissive remarks. XXX, what is there to fear? We humans aren't what we were 70 years ago. No matter how many beasts come, we're not afraid. Ultimate survivor. The comment above is so naive. Once a ferocious beast attacks, it's not just thousands or tens of thousands of people involved. Don't think that just because you've hunted a few beasts in the wild, you're all that. If you're not convinced, then fight. Brother Go from the floor above is right. You youngsters born in the last few decades simply don't understand. The large-scale onslaught of ferocious beasts is no trifling matter. Once the beast tide arrives, the number of casualties is far beyond mere individual counts. The minimum death tolls start in the tens of thousands. Take life and death lightly. You are unaware that 19 years ago, a border city experienced a small-scale beast tide. At that time, 3 fifth-tier ferocious beasts launched a nighttime assault. Though it was only a small-scale tide, over 50,000 lives were lost, and more than half the city was destroyed. To this day, many are still registered as missing, with no bodies ever recovered. Putting down his phone, Xianyuan Che began to contemplate deeply. Although the resurgence of spiritual energy 70 years ago caused Blue Star's territory to expand by several dozen times, the emergence of ferocious beasts relentlessly compressed humanity's living space. It was not until 30 years ago that stability was gradually restored. At that time, only 6 nations remained worldwide. Huaxia, the beautiful country, the Bear, Heisan, Sakura, the Little Day, and the European Union. The global population plummeted from 8 billion to just over 1 billion. Territorial lands were severely diminished. Currently, Huaxia's occupied territory is only about half of what it was before. Despite years of development, the population has only recovered to around 600 million, less than half of what it was 70 years ago. Even so, this is considered relatively fortunate. Next door, the Little Day nation reportedly has only about 50 million people now. If Huaxia had not launched several mushroom bombs back then to help eliminate that ferocious beast, the Little Day nation might have already been wiped out. Truly turbulent times. Xianyuan Che pinched the bridge of his nose. Regardless of the era, strength is everything. He must grow rapidly. Otherwise, when the ferocious beasts strike, he would be nothing more than a lamb led to slaughter. 9 o'clock in the evening. The protector said, that student named Xianyuan Che has already moved out of that rental house. Zhang San reported to the bald man. Moved out. The bald man put down the documents in his hands and began to ponder. Zhou Hu died, and then Xianyuan Che moved away? Could there be a connection? He turned to another subordinate. Li Si, have you found any trace of Wu Long and Wu Chong? Li Si shook his head. No. But based on clues we've investigated, Wu Long and Wu Chong seem to have gone to Jiang'an City yesterday. Jiang'an City? Zhang San. ISNT Xianyuan Che, also in Jiang'an City? Exactly. Xianyuan Che is in Jiang'an City. Do you think, Protector, that these 3 are working together? The bald man shook his head. Forget about Xianyuan Che for now. Just assign someone to keep an eye on him. Let us head to Jiang'an City to find Wu Long and Wu Chong. The treasures of our sacred beast sect are not so easily taken. As he spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. In a martial arts university somewhere in Jiangnan province, inside the training room, an elderly man of about 60 suddenly opened his eyes wide. Martial zone realm, I have finally attained it. Then his hair began to darken continuously, and gradually, his appearance reverted from 60-plus years old to his 40s. Ha ha ha. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhou Feng laughed heartily. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, he took out his phone and dialed his student number. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. HM. He called Yangbin next. The same, switched off. Only then did he focus on several missed calls. One of them was from the Jiang'an City Public Security Bureau. He recalled that his student Yangbin was apparently from Jiang'an City. He called back, and the phone was promptly answered. Is this Master Zhou Feng? Yes. Zhou Feng replied calmly. Here's the situation. Your 2 students, Chun Rong and Yangbin, were killed last week by an unknown martial general. What? Bang! Zhou Feng crushed the phone in his hand. He had finally received 2 disciples with decent potential, and now both were dead. He retrieved another phone from his spatial ring and manually dialed the Jiang and City Public Security Bureau again. Tell me how they died. Why would a martial general want to kill them? We are still investigating. Judging by the bodies, the killer used the wind-chasing blade technique to slay your students. Several minutes later, Zhou Feng's face darkened as he hung up. He was furious, partly because his 2 students had been murdered. But what enraged him even more was that they suspected a student named Xianyuan Che was responsible. A high school senior, just graduated, could kill his students and even escape from a martial general? Chapter 34. The Arrival of Murong Chun. Did they take me for a fool? There must be a conspiracy. Pocketing his phone, Zhou Feng strode toward the school's exit. He was determined to personally go to Jiang'an City and uncover the true murderer of his 2 disciples. Xianyuan Che took from the box the only 2 B-grade qi and blood elixirs he had. I'll use these 2 qi and blood elixirs first. After consuming the 2 elixirs, no critical effect was triggered, but his realm advanced to a 4th-tier martial general. Qi and blood. 4,488,550,000, 4th-tier martial general. He then looked at the remaining 3 healing elixirs. With the aura of arrogance, he actually did not need much healing. 1 B-grade healing elixir was worth 10 million. The 3 together were worth 30 million. Selling them could exchange for 1 B-grade qi and blood elixir plus 10 million. The remaining 10 million could buy several D-grade and C-grade qi and blood elixirs for consumption. After all, when he had taken these elixirs before, he had not reached his limit, so they were still effective. It was time to earn some money on his own. Xianyuan Che pinched his brow. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts. This idiom remains highly relevant in the new era. No, it should be extremely relevant. Mayor. This is the dossier of the first-place candidate in a martial examination. A martial artist handed the dossier of Xianyuan Che to Murong Chun. Oh, hearing he was the top martial exam candidate, Murong Chun's interest was piqued. He had also heard about this martial exam. A student from Jiang'an No. One high school had robbed many students' points in just 3 days, causing some participants to retake the exam. When he opened the first page, his pupils contracted sharply. Xuanyuanke? Xianyuan? He then glanced at other parts of the dossier. The qi and blood is only about 2,000 points. Such a small place can produce such a genius. After reviewing Xianyuan Che's dossier, Murong Chun was quite impressed. An orphan, certainly lacking resources, yet reaching 2,000 qi and blood points by the senior year was undoubtedly an outstanding talent. Since only a few witnessed Xianyuan Che repel the southern town, and there was no deliberate publicity, Murong Chun was unaware of Xianyuan Che's true strength. Setting down the dossier, Murong Chun tapped his fingers on the desk. It seems I must recruit him. A talent of this caliber, brought into the clan and cultivated, might well become a future powerhouse. Moreover, perhaps this could even pave his direct return to the capital. He cast his gaze upon the address of Xianyuan Che. Upon seeing the place where Xianyuan Che currently resided, he sensed something amiss. Impossible. How could an orphan possibly live in such a neighborhood? Murong Chun was puzzled. One of his subordinates stepped forward and whispered, "The house where Xianyuan Che lives is said to have been gifted to him by Mu Tianlin's daughter." Mu Tianlin. Could it be that he also seeks to win over the Xianyuan Che? Or perhaps it is the influential Shangguan family behind him. Murong Chun was utterly baffled. Half an hour later, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Xianyuan Che went to open the door. When he opened it, an individual appeared before him who filled him with profound astonishment. This person had once crossed paths with him. No, rather, they had a fateful encounter marked by a blade. Indeed, this was none other than Murong Chun, the very man whose palm Xianyuan Che had severed last week. Murong Chun, the mayor of Jiang'an City and the undisputed strongest figure in the city's public eye, smiled broadly as he regarded Xianyuan Che. "You must be Xianyuan Che, right?" he said with a friendly grin. Evidently, he had not recognized Xianyuan Che as the one who had severed his palm that fateful night. "Yes, that's me." Xianyuan Che nodded, then inquired, "You must be Mayor Murong, correct? Please, come in, come in." Murong Chun stepped into the hall and said, "Young Xianyuan Che, there is no need to be nervous. You achieved first place in the martial examination, and I have come on behalf of the mayor to present you with an award." "On behalf of yourself?" Xianyuan Che's lips twitched slightly at the remark. Noticing the subtle expression, Murong Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Don't trouble yourself with such details." With that, he produced a box from within his spatial ring. "This is a C-grade vitality potion, and this one is a D-grade vitality potion. I suppose you Haven Tea tried these before, right? Here is a Qilon flower, a second-tier spirit herb that can accelerate your cultivation speed. And this is a second-tier fire sparrow egg, which replenishes the body. Eating it should help you grow a little taller. Morong Chun laid out 3 boxes and a single egg. Ah! Xin Yuan Che scratched his head. Morong Chun's sudden generosity made him feel a bit embarrassed, especially since he had severed this man's palm just last week, though it seemed it had since been reattached. Seeing Xuan Yuan que esse hesitant gesture, Morong Chun assumed he was unfamiliar with these items. This Sea-Gray Vitality Potion will increase your vitality by 500 to 700 points upon consumption. This D-Grade Vitality Potion raises it by 50 to 70 points. I brought 5 vials of each grade. Don't think it's too few, because excessive consumption of Vitality Potions will render them ineffective. Here, try one of the Vitality Potions first. Morong Chun handed a Sea-Gray Vitality Potion to Xin Yuan Che. Thank you, Mayor, Xin Yuan Che said, opening the vial and drinking it. Ding! Detected host consumption of Sea-Grade Vitality Potion, gained 530 Vitality points, triggering 5-fold critical hit. 530 points increased to 2,650 points. Uim. Xuan Yuan que arrogante aura. Vitality. 4,753,500. 4th tier Martial General. The system prompt that flashed before Xin Yuan Che was entirely unexpected. He had lost count of how many Sea-Grade Vitality Potions he had consumed. Oh well. Xin Yuan Che shook his head, set down the empty vial, and ceased to dwell on such matters. The more potions he could consume, the greater his vitality gain. No need to overthink it. Just drink. How is it? Did it increase your vitality considerably? Morong Chun asked from his side. Xuan Yuan que nodded. Yes, it indeed increased my vitality a great deal. Morong Chun then picked up the 3rd box and opened it. Inside was a 10-centimeter long flower with purple petals. This is the Qilon flower. Consuming it temporarily boosts your cultivation speed. Boost cultivation speed? Xin Yuan Che accepted the box with curiosity. He had never heard of a flower that could enhance cultivation speed. Previously, he had trained in the Ouyang Martial Arts Club's training room, where the intermediate chamber could increase a martial artist's cultivation speed by 10%. But he wondered how much this Qilon flower could enhance it. With a questioning look, he asked Morong Chun, Mayor Morong, how much does this Qilon flower increase cultivation speed? Morong Chun replied, this Qilon flower doubles the cultivation speed of martial artists. For martial generals, it only increases by 50%. That high? Xin Yuan Che was taken aback by the flower's potency. He had expected it to boost speed by no more than 20%. Morong Chun then picked up the egg resting on the table. This is a 2nd-tier fire sparrow egg. Find some time to eat it. Thank you very much, Mayor Morong. Xuan Yuan que boa de ingratitude. Given the generosity of these gifts, it would be impolite not to express thanks. You're welcome. This time, you really stood up for Jiang'an City, Morong Chun said with satisfaction. Chapter 35, presenting the fire sparrow egg, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. Since he took office, Jiang'an City's martial examination rankings had consistently languished at the bottom for several years, causing him great frustration. Now, finally, they had reclaimed some honor. After a few minutes of casual conversation, Morong Chun took his leave. He did not mention anything about inviting Xin Yuan Che to join his family. After all, in his view, Xin Yuan Che would remain in Jiang'an City for the next few months, so such matters could be broached later. Seeing Morong Chun off downstairs, Xin Yuan Che returned home and looked at the fire sparrow egg. Should I give this fire sparrow egg to Yanran? He pondered. System. If this is a 2nd-tier fire sparrow egg and you trigger a critical upgrade of its rank, what is the guaranteed minimum tier? Xuan Yuan que asked silently. After all, he intended to gift it to someone. If the rank was too low, would that not make him seem stingy? Ding. Guaranteed minimum tier. 5th. If the host wishes to give this fire sparrow egg to your girlfriend, this system will guarantee an upgrade to at least the 5th tier. Therefore, present it boldly. Esteemed host, this system will not let you lose face. Upon hearing the system's assurance, Xin Yuan Che finally relaxed. A low-tier gift would indeed be embarrassing. It was simply a matter of male pride. Then I shall give this fire sparrow egg, Xin Yuan Che decided, tucking away the egg, which was roughly the size of an ostrich egg. A 5th-tier ferocious beast corresponds to a Martial King rank. Beyond Martial King, the nature of things changes. For a human to reach Martial King, not only must abundant resources be amassed, but the talent must be exceptional. Ferocious beasts, however, only require resource accumulation. Hence, many factions are willing to cultivate 5th-tier or higher ferocious beasts. The next morning, Zhou Feng arrived directly at the Jiang'an City Public Security Bureau. Because Jiang'an City lay inland, it was seldom threatened by ferocious beasts. Consequently, the bureau chief's martial arts level was only that of a 4th-tier martial general. The moment the bureau chief saw Zhou Feng, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Such a feeling was absent even when facing a 9th-tier martial general. There was only one possible explanation. This man was a martial ancestor. He cautiously inquired, "May I ask if you're Director Zhou Feng?" Zhou Feng nodded. "How is the investigation progressing?" Based on current information, the student named Xianyuan Che is the prime suspect. At this point, he found himself unable to continue speaking. As he gradually sensed the atmospheric pressure around him dropping, Zhou Feng could hardly contain his amusement upon hearing his words. "Oof. Are you seriously claiming that a 2nd-tier martial artist slew a 9th-tier martial master, severed the hand of a 5th-tier general, and then escaped from him? Do you take me for a fool?" The bureau chief trembled with fear. But the murderer employed the wind-chasing blade technique, and recently, Xianyuan Che also used that very technique. "Let me see it." Zhou Feng snatched the dossier from the bureau chief's hands. Purchased the wind-chasing blade technique on July 13th. After reading this information, Zhou Feng burst into laughter, his anger mounting. His disciple was killed on July 13th. Could it be that this Xianyuan Che bought the wind-chasing blade technique in the morning and mastered it by night? Even the greatest prodigy in Huaxia would require several days at the very least to learn a B-level martial skill. Is Xianyuan Che an unparalleled genius, or is he cheating? Glancing at the bureau chief before him, Zhou Feng's fury only intensified, and he struck him with a slap. "Damn you!" Smack! The 4th-tier general, bureau chief, was caught completely off guard and was slammed against the wall. "Oof! You useless lot. If you can't investigate it, then I shall do it myself." Zhou Feng snorted coldly, casually tossing the dossier to the ground before turning away. Only after Zhou Feng had left did the other members of the Public Security Bureau dare to quietly approach. "Bureau chief, are you all right?" Unfortunately, their bureau chief had already fainted and could not respond. One of the staff members, seeing this, was speechless. "Seriously, does the bureau chief look all right to you?" "Indeed. Hurry. Administer the healing potion," urged another staff member nearby. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Che was completely unaware of the turmoil unfolding within the Public Security Bureau. At this moment, he was staring at the safe within the system space. After fiddling with it for over 10 minutes, he gave up on the idea of opening it. The contents inside this box must be important, but being unable to open it was simply vexing. He then shifted his gaze to an anonymous bank card. There should be a considerable sum of money inside. Although it was anonymous, he dared not take the risk. If caught, it would be disastrous. After much deliberation, he resolved to take the risk. As long as he concealed it well enough, he could withdraw the money at a bank in another city. After all, the systems were interconnected. The next day at noon, Xianyuan Che arrived at the capital of Jiangnan province, wearing a mask and sunglasses. He moved discreetly along the way, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Xianyuan Che paid no mind. Let them look all they wanted. At least they could not discern his true appearance. After more than half an hour, he arrived at a bank. This bank was somewhat different from others. From the outside, one could not see inside. Upon entering, someone immediately approached him. The staff did not find Xianyuan Che's attire peculiar. After all, their bank had served many clients of this nature before. "This way, please." They led Xianyuan Che into a small room. "Withdraw all the money on this card." Xianyuan Che handed over the bank card. "Very well." The staff took the card with both hands and checked the balance using the equipment in the room. More than 10 minutes later, Xianyuan Che cursed under his breath as he left the bank. A billionaire with only 200 million yuan in his bank account. How miserably poor. If Zhou heard this, he would certainly complain bitterly. Most of his money was either for offerings or exchange for that secret technique stone. There must not be much left. The following day, Xianyuan Che arrived outside the Mu family villa. Mu Yanran was already waiting at the gate. "Today is the day you leave, right?" "Yes." Mu Yanran nodded reluctantly. Xianyuan Che took out a box from the spatial ring. Inside the box was a fire sparrow egg. "This is a gift for you." "A gift?" Mu Yanran's eyes brightened upon hearing the word. She carefully cradled the box in her arms as if it were a precious treasure. Ding! The host gifted a second-tier fire sparrow egg to Mu Yanran, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. The second-tier fire sparrow egg has been upgraded. Ding! The host gifted a second-tier fire sparrow egg to Mu Yanran, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. The second-tier fire sparrow egg has been elevated to a 7th-tier fire phoenix egg. This 7th tier. Xianyuan Che gasped inwardly upon seeing the quality upgrade to 7th tier. He had not expected the system to be so generous. This gift was a high-tier, ferocious beast egg. Once it hatched, you must ensure that the first thing it sees is you, understand? Xuanyuan ke worendanshusli. This 7th-tier ferocious beast egg's value could no longer be measured in money. He thought it best to remind her. I will take good care of it. Mu Yanran nodded solemnly. You must be Xianyuan Che, right? Mu Tianlin appeared nearby without anyone noticing. Xian Yuanche glanced at his profile before speaking. Uncle Mu. Mu Tianlin nodded. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? Why don't you come in and eat with us? Thank you, Uncle. Xian Yuanche accepted the invitation without hesitation and entered the villa with Mu Yanran. I have also heard about your performance in the martial examination. It was quite impressive. At this moment, Mu Tianlin was exceedingly pleased with Xian Yuanche. With such talent, he was destined to become a formidable figure in the future. Meanwhile, somewhere on the blue star, a phoenix with a wingspan of several thousand meters returned to its nest. Moments later, the phoenix stared incredulously at its nest. Why is there a fire sparrow egg here? No, someone must have swapped their own egg with a fire sparrow egg. The system simply thought it easier to grab an egg casually, not that it lacked the ability to create rewards for the protagonist. Who stole my egg? She shouted furiously. Going out for a meal and coming back to find my egg replaced. How could she not be angry? For a time, everything within a 10-mile radius was reduced to ashes, and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts nearby were all roasted to cinders. Elsewhere, after dinner at the Mu family villa, Xian Yuanche returned home. Upon returning, he took out the remaining D-tier and C-tier vitality potions. Minutes later, looking at the 2 remaining D-tier and 1 C-tier vitality potions, Xian Yuanche felt somewhat regretful. The D-tier vitality potions ceased to be effective after the 3rd dose. The same was true for the C-tier. Such a pity, they could only be sold now. Xian Yuanche stored the potions away and opened his profile. Unim, Xuanyuanke, Arrogansaura. Vitality, 4,953,550,000, 4th tier general. Breathing technique, vital energy breathing method, C tier. Martial skills, B level. Wind chasing blade, perfected. Divine movement step, perfected. D level. Body tempering fist, perfected. Secret technique, Berserk first stage, level 12. System inventory, Grade B alloy blade, Grade D alloy blade, Grade B healing potion 3. Evaluation. Approaching the rank of a 5th level martial general and conveniently possessing 200 million in hand. Xian Yuanche unlocked his phone and placed an order for 3 Grade B vitality potions and a Grade B breathing technique. Grade B martial skills and breathing techniques represent the highest tier currently available for purchase. Grade A martial skills, breathing techniques, and vitality potions are simply unattainable on the official platform. Such advanced techniques are reserved exclusively for those who have attained the rank of Martial King, who alone are entitled to acquire them. While awaiting the delivery, Xian Yuanche commenced his cultivation. After all, cultivating for 1 hour equates to a minimum of 1,000 hours for others, a considerable advantage. Ding! Host has cultivated for 1 hour. Vitality increased by 1 point. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. 1 point of vitality increased to 1,000 points. Vitality, 5,053,560,000, 5th level martial general. Exciting deeply. Xuan Yuan Kirilista Brett. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your delivery has arrived. A female voice called from outside. Opening the door, he was greeted by a female courier standing patiently. Please check your delivery. The courier produced 2 boxes from her spatial ring. Thank you. Xian Yuanche responded politely before inspecting the parcels. A few minutes later, he nodded approvingly. The delivery was intact. Very well. Wishing you a pleasant day, she said before departing. Closing the door, Xian Yuanche eagerly inserted a specially made USB drive and donned his VR headset to begin learning the new breathing technique. This Grade B breathing method, known as the Chinquan breathing technique, had cost him 7 million to acquire. Over 10 minutes elapsed. Ding! Chinquan breathing technique, learning progress, 10%. More than half an hour later. Ding! Chinquan breathing technique, learning progress, 30%. After over an hour. Ding! Chinquan breathing technique, learning progress, 70%. Several minutes thereafter. Ding! Chinquan breathing technique, learning progress, 100%. Congratulations, host has successfully mastered the Chinquan breathing technique. Breathing technique, Chinquan breathing technique, Grade B. At this juncture, his status panel reflected the upgrade of his breathing technique from the Grade C Vitality breathing technique to the Grade B Chinquan breathing technique. Having completed his study of the breathing technique, he turned his attention to the vitality potions. Gazing at the 3 Grade B vitality potions before him, Xian Yuanche felt a surge of gratitude. Wealth truly distinguished the practice of martial arts from the struggle of poverty. With his critical hit system and a few vitality potions, his cultivation level soared rapidly. Unlike protagonists in other novels who must endure relentless, grueling training every day, he uncapped the first potion and guzzled it down. No critical hit triggered. Vitality, 5,583,560,000, 5th level Martial General. Then, the second potion. Ding. Detected host ingesting grade B vitality potion. Gained 5,300 points. Triggered quadruple critical hit. 5,300 points increased to 21,200. Vitality. 7,703,580,000, 7th level Martial General. Quadruple critical hit. Impressive indeed. Xianyuan Che nodded in satisfaction at the system prompt. This was precisely the feeling he craved. The thrill of critical hit probability. He opened the last potion and swallowed it. After a few seconds, he noticed no further increase in vitality. Evidently, he had reached the upper limit for grade B potions. Nevertheless, Xianyuan Che remained undeterred. After all, it took him 7 or 8 doses of grade B, C, and D potions to develop resistance. Most others would become immune after only 5 doses. Thus, he was quite content. Closing the status panel, Xianyuan Che swiped to open the background app and began ordering takeout. Having completed these tasks, he started browsing the Douyin short video app. This time, he stumbled upon news of Zhou Hu's death. Recently, Zhou Hu, the wealthiest man in Nan'an City, was discovered deceased in his own villa. The cause of death remains unknown. At the entrance, the corpse of Zhou Hu's son, Zhou Dan, was found. The assailant's method was ruthless, severing his head with a single stroke. A severely mutilated female body was also discovered in the villa's main hall. The Public Security Bureau is currently investigating. Finally uncovered. Though several days have passed, it's rather slow. I senti it. Xianyuan Che casually opened the comment section and found many praising the news, expressing delight at Zhou Hu's demise. One can only imagine how terrible Zhou Hu's reputation must have been. I suppose this counts as ridding the people of a menace. Xianyuan Che mused, stroking his chin as he read the comments. Several minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Still engrossed in his phone, Xianyuan Che glanced toward the entrance. So soon? Could it be a pre-made meal? He wondered. Approaching and opening the door, he found not a delivery person, but a middle-aged man of about 40 standing there. Curiously, he activated his probe, to scan the man's information. The moment he saw the data, Xianyuan Che's heart skipped a beat. Name, Zhou Feng. Vitality, 100,010,200,000, 1st level Martial Patriarch. Chapter 37. Zhou Feng arrives breakthrough. 9th level Martial General. Name, Zhou Feng. Vitality, 100,010,200,000, 1st level Martial Patriarch. Breathing Technique. Earth Core Breathing Technique, Grade B. Martial Skills, Grade B. Meteor Spear Technique, perfected. Meteor Fist Technique, great accomplishment. Phantom Step, great accomplishment. A 1st level Martial Patriarch? What does he want from me? Xianyuan Che's mind raced as he regarded Zhou Feng. He wondered if this man had come seeking that mysterious box. Ding. Host, this Zhou Feng is the teacher of Yangbin and Chunrong. The system kindly reminded him. Yangbin and Chunrong's teacher? No way. Another elder has appeared. Xuanyuan Kisaid Inwardi. You must be Xianyuan Che, Zhou Feng said, fixing his gaze on him. That's right. I am Xianyuan Che. May I ask who you are? I am Yangbin's teacher. Although he knew who Yangbin was, Xianyuan Che feigned some confusion. Yangbin? Who is Yangbin? His acting was so convincing that Zhou Feng detected no deception. You know Yang Wei, don't you? Yang Wei? Of course, of course. Xuanyuan can no didastiri. But isn't Yang Wei already dead? Are you his? I am a teacher of Yang Wei's elder brother, Yangbin. I would like to ask if you saw the murderer when Yang Wei and Yangbin died near your rental house. Xianyuan Che shook his head. No. I came home and went straight to sleep. I saw nothing. Zhou Feng frowned upon hearing this. Xianyuan Che was the most likely person to possess clues. Yet he knew nothing. Teacher Zhou, if there is nothing else, I'll get back to gaming now. Xianyuan Che pulled out his phone, displaying the unmistakable demeanor of a teenage gaming addict. All right, carry on, Zhou Feng nodded. Watching the door close, he felt a twinge of puzzlement. Why did he feel a sudden sense of impending danger in the presence of this student? It must be an illusion. Zhou Feng shook his head, dismissing the thought. How could a student who had just graduated from the 12th grade possibly arouse such a feeling of threat? It seemed utterly improbable. After closing the door, Xianyuan Che reclined on the sofa, pondering for a moment as he massaged his brow. What on earth was going on? He was clearly caught in a classic narrative trope from a novel. The small is defeated by the big by the older. After defeating Yang Wei Tame Yang Bin, after Yang Bin Jame Chenrong. Having killed Chenrong, now Zhou Feng appeared. If Zhou Feng were to be slain, would a Wu Wang suddenly emerge to finish him off? And if Wu Wang were killed, might yet another adversary appear? The very thought was terrifying. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xian Yuan-che was lost in thought, a knock sounded again at the door. HM, still here? He rose to open it, assuming Zhou Feng had not yet left. To his surprise, it was the delivery person. Hello, your delivery, the courier said, holding several large containers filled with fierce beast meat that Xian Yuan-che had ordered. Thank you. Xian Yuan-che replied politely before closing the door. Minutes later, Zhang San, a subordinate of the bald man, arrived at the door. After hesitating briefly, he decided to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Although the guardian had instructed them to leave Xian Yuan-che alone for the time being, Zhang San could not shake the feeling that Xian Yuan-che was somehow connected to the deaths of Zhou Hu and Zhou Dan. It was purely an instinct. Why was there yet another visitor? Xian Yuan-che sighed, setting down the fierce beast meat before going to open the door. Habitually, he scanned the visitor's information. Name, Zhang San. Vitality, 99 million to 100 million. 9th level martial general. Breathing technique. Martial skill. He was a 9th level martial general, on the verge of breaking through to martial ancestor. Xian Yuan-che felt a flicker of surprise. Is there something you need from me? Xian Yuan-che leaned against the wall, fixing his gaze on Zhang San. I am from the Nan'an City Public Security Bureau. We suspect you have some involvement in the deaths of Zhou Hu and Zhou Dan. Please cooperate with our investigation, Zhang San declared, hoping to intimidate Xian Yuan-che with his claimed authority. System, what is this man's true identity? Xuan Yuan que inwardly questioned. Skeptical of the claim that this man represented the Public Security Bureau. His cultivation level exceeded even Murong Chan's. No one would believe such a ruse. Ding. This individual is from the Sacred Beast sect, not the Nan'an City Public Security Bureau. The Sacred Beast sect? Xian Yuan-che felt a twinge of confusion, having never even heard of such a name. Now is not the time to investigate further. He fixed his eyes on Zhang San. The Public Security Bureau usually sends 2 people. You're here alone. Who do you think you're fooling? Bang. Xian Yuan-che slammed the door shut. Half a second later, he opened it again. I've already reported to the Public Security Bureau. Your colleagues will be here soon. With that, he closed the door once more. Initially, Zhang San was somewhat angry, but when he heard Xian Yuan-che mention reporting the Public Security Bureau, he slunk away in defeat. He was not afraid of the Public Security Bureau. They could not match his strength. But he feared that if the Bureau discovered his affiliation with the Sacred Beast sect, powerful warriors might be drawn to the scene, and that would be disastrous. Over 10 seconds later, having confirmed Zhang San's departure, Xian Yuan-che closed the door with relief. Returning to the sofa, he began using the Qian-Du search engine to gather information about the Sacred Beast sect. Minutes later, he put away his phone. So this was the truth about the Sacred Beast sect. Simply put, the Sacred Beast sect consisted of traitors to humanity. When spiritual energy revived, some humans chose to resist, while others sided with the fierce beasts. They founded the Sacred Beast sect and worshipped certain fierce beasts as their faith, hence earning the moniker traitors to humanity. It seemed that Zhou, who was connected to the Sacred Beast sect, and the box in the system space was probably related to them as well. System, do you know what is inside that box? Xuan Yuan-ke asked silently. Ding, please explore on your own, host. After finishing the fierce beast meat, he prepared to cultivate. With nothing pressing to do, he figured cultivation would be a good way to pass the time. Ding. Host cultivated for 5 hours, gaining 25 vitality points. Triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, increasing 25 points to 2,500. Vitality, 7,923,580,000. 7th level martial general. Several days later. Vitality, 90,001,000,000. 9th level martial general. In the intervening days, Xian Yuan-che had been cultivating intermittently and finally reached the 9th level martial general. Now, even facing Zhou Feng, a 1st level martial ancestor, he could rely on his berserk state to overcome him. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng's investigation, which had lasted 5 days, had yielded a result that was difficult for him to accept. Xian Yuan-che was indeed the prime suspect. He had clashed with Yang Wei, and both Yang Wei and Yang Bin had died just below Xian Yuan-che's rented apartment. Furthermore, Zhou Feng had learned that during the martial examination, Xian Yuan-che had even repelled Jin Nan, a martial general. Chapter 38, Killing Zhou Feng. Could it really be that kid? Zhou Feng arrived once again at Xian Yuan-che's home, but decided against knocking. Instead, he resolved to secretly test the young man's strength to determine if he was truly the killer. At that moment, Xian Yuan-che was completely unaware that Zhou Feng was about to probe his power. But even if he knew, it would not matter. He was confident he could handle it. Just as he was scrolling through some videos on a popular app, Xian Yuan-che received call. Hello, is this Xian Yuan-che? I'm a mentor from the Central Plains First Martial Academy. Would you be interested in enrolling with us? Central Plains First Martial Academy? Yes, that's right. If you enroll, we will reward you with 1 B-rank breathing technique and 2 B-rank martial skills, as well as 3 C-rank vitality potions. How does that sound? I'll think about it, Xianyuan Che said, casually hanging up. It was not until noon that Xianyuan Che stepped outside again, his first time leaving in 6 or 7 days. Shortly after exiting the residential complex, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Activating his eye of exploration, he scanned his surroundings and finally spotted the watcher about 100 meters away. Name, Zhou Feng. Vitality, it was him. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's information, Xianyuan Che realized that Zhou Feng must have already suspected him. He had intended to ignore the matter, but now that Zhou Feng was watching him, he could not simply pretend otherwise. He set off toward the outskirts, carefully avoiding various surveillance cameras along the way. Zhou Feng was a first-level martial ancestor, while Xianyuan Che, when in his berserk state, could also elevate his realm to martial ancestor. Coupled with his arrogant aura, he was confident in his ability to deal with Zhou Feng. Seeing Xianyuan Che depart, Zhou Feng trailed behind from a distance, eager to discover whether this youth was truly the murderer of his students. Thus, the two proceeded, one ahead of the other, toward the outskirts of Jiang'an City. This place is sparsely populated, making it quite suitable for young couples to enjoy a leisurely outing. No, that's not right. It's more fitting for warriors to engage in combat. Xianyuan Che halted within a small grove, fixing his gaze on the spot where Zhou Feng stood. Come out, teacher Zhou. You've been following me for so long. You must be tired by now. Xianyuan Che's voice carried a hint of surprise, causing Zhou Feng to be taken aback. He had never expected that Xianyuan Che would discover his surveillance. This only solidified his conviction that Xianyuan Che was the murderer of his disciple. Stepping forward, Zhou Feng cast a hostile glance at Xianyuan Che. Since you caught me tailing you, I suppose Yang Wei, Yang Bin, and Chen Rong were killed by you, right? Xuanyuan nodded calmly. Indeed, I killed them. At these words, Zhou Feng scoffed coldly. Very well. You dare to take responsibility. I respect you as a true man. Given that, do you understand the consequences? Xianyuan Che shook his head, indicating ignorance. Could it be that you intend to kill me? With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Feng replied resolutely, of course. If I don't avenge my disciple's death, wouldn't it be a disgrace of the highest order if word got out? So, there's no room for negotiation then? Xuanyuan shrugged. None whatsoever. If you have any last words, speak quickly. I'll give you half a minute. Zhou Feng appeared supremely confident, having already ascended to the rank of martial ancestor. He was certain Xianyuan Che would perish at his hands. Xianyuan Che offered no further response. He was weary of idle talk. Words were no match for the power of fists. Without hesitation, he unleashed his berserk transformation. Vitality, 135 billion, first-level martial ancestor. Upon activating the berserk transformation, his realm surged instantly to first-level martial ancestor. At the very moment Xianyuan Che completed his transformation, Zhou Feng's body hairs stood on end, a primal instinct. His eyes widened as he stared at Xianyuan Che, who now seemed utterly transformed, as if no longer the man he knew but a raging beast of overwhelming ferocity. As Zhou Feng's attention wavered, the ground beneath Xianyuan Che cracked open in an instant. Xianyuan Che teleported directly in front of Zhou Feng, raising his right hand to execute the mountain-breaking fist. Zulfust. Zhou Feng was momentarily startled by Xianyuan Che's sudden appearance. However, as a fellow martial ancestor, he quickly regained composure and countered with a proficient mountain-crushing fist. The force behind Zhou Feng's punch was approximately 1,500,000 gene. He was confident he could withstand Xianyuan Che's strike and launch a counterattack. What he did not realize was that Xianyuan Che's punch, amplified through a series of enhancements, bore a staggering force of 2,290,000 gene. The two fists collided. Boom! Within 100 meters, the ground fractured instantly. Dust and debris filled the air as a tremendous shockwave emanated from the epicenter, causing nearby trees to sway violently. As the dust settled, Zhou Feng had inexplicably retreated. His left hand trembled slightly, clearly feeling the strain of a force 50,000 gene greater than his own. In contrast, Xianyuan Che stood as if untouched by the clash. So strong, Zhou Feng shuddered, witnessing Xuanyuan Che's seemingly effortless composure. From that single punch, he could plainly discern that Xianyuan Che's vitality far surpassed his own. Without granting Zhou Feng a moment's respite, Xianyuan Che instantly closed the distance once more, unleashing another mountain-breaking fist. This time, Zhou Feng raised his right hand to block. Boom! The ground cracked even more severely. Zhou Feng was violently knocked back several hundred meters. Xian Yuan Che casually gathered his ruined shoes and charged at Zhou Feng again, launching yet another mountain-breaking fist. Given the injuries Zhou Feng had sustained to both hands during their earlier skirmish, he could only barely manage to withstand this latest assault. Boom! Zhou Feng's feet sank deep into the earth. At this point, he dared not even draw a breath, fearing any opening that Xian Yuan Che might exploit. Seeing Zhou Feng nearing exhaustion, Xian Yuan Che seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to his chest. Alarmed, Zhou Feng clasped both hands together in an attempt to shield himself. Boom! The overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward over 1,000 meters, finally coming to rest only after crashing through several abandoned houses. The commotion did not go unnoticed. What is going on over there? Why all the crashing sounds? Hurry! Maybe there's a duel between powerful warriors. Curiosity drew many toward the site of the battle, though some quietly withdrew, unwilling to risk interference. After all, venturing near a fight between formidable warriors was tantamount to courting death, with no guarantee of even understanding how one might perish. Meanwhile, when Xian Yuan Che reached the ruined house, Zhou Feng had vanished. Employing his eyes of detection to scan the area, he eventually spotted Zhou Feng fleeing desperately to the east. Gone was the calm demeanor Zhou Feng had worn at their first encounter. Now, his face was etched with genuine fear. He had once regarded Xian Yuan Che as a mere insignificant insect to be crushed at will, but now realized he faced a formidable tiger capable of ending his life. Trying to run? Xian Yuan Che sneered, immediately activating his divine walking step to close the distance. Thus began a relentless pursuit, one behind the other. Due to Zhou Feng's injuries, the gap between them steadily diminished. After more than 10 seconds, the distance shrank to less than 20 meters. Summoning all his strength, Xian Yuan Che accelerated, arriving behind Zhou Feng and striking him again with a mountain-breaking fist. Boom! The tremendous blow drove Zhou Feng's entire body into the earth, rendering him unconscious. Martial ancestors possess tremendous vitality, so fearing Zhou Feng might not die instantly, Xian Yuan Che decisively crushed his skull. Bang! A martial ancestor had fallen. Having completed his task, Xian Yuan Che stretched his limbs, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. He retrieved Zhou Feng's spatial ring, placed the corpse into his system space, and departed from the scene. Several minutes later, dozens of people arrived where the battle between Xian Yuan Che and Zhou Feng had begun. Upon witnessing the devastation, many gasped in awe. Wow, the destruction here. What level of warrior could have fought here? At least a martial general, right? Another casually replied and took out his phone to snap a few pictures. This kind of battle scar is enough to impress my friends. A martial artist shook his head. It's impossible for a martial general to cause such extensive damage. He pointed to the fissures radiating outward from the center of the battlefield, spanning at least 100 meters in every direction. This level of destruction can only be wrought by a martial ancestor. What? A martial ancestor? Many warriors were stunned upon hearing the term. The man taking photos trembled, dropping his phone with a clatter. In their eyes, martial generals were already considered supreme warriors. Martial ancestors were on an entirely different echelon. A wave of unease swept over them, relieved that the battle had concluded before their arrival. Had they witnessed even the aftermath of a martial ancestor-esque clash, it would have been more than enough to overwhelm them. Before long, Murong Chun, having received the news, also arrived at the scene. Upon arrival, he was stunned by the extent of the destruction. This was undoubtedly the aftermath of a battle between warriors of at least the martial zone level. The only martial zone who had recently come to Jiang'an City seemed to be Zhou Feng. Could have been him. Murong Chun harbored some suspicions. Zhou Feng had come to investigate the death of one of his disciples. Presumably, he had found the culprit and clashed with them. More than 10 minutes later, Murong Chun followed the trail to a location over 10 kilometers away, which also bore signs of combat, though not as severe as the previous site. After a few steps, he came upon some brain matter belonging to Zhou Feng. Although no body was present, he could deduce that it was left by one of the parties involved, likely the defeated side. At that moment, the chief of Jiang'an City's Public Security Bureau arrived as well. Mayor, Murong Chun nodded and said yes. This brain matter should belong to one of the martial zone warriors. Collect a sample and run a DNA test to identify whose it is. Understood. The results came swiftly. The DNA matched Zhou Feng's. Indeed, it was his remains. Murong Chun set down the report in his hand. A martial zone who had arrived in Jiang'an City only days ago was now dead. This matter certainly warranted investigation. But anyone capable of killing a martial zone must be another martial zone. So, an investigation was necessary. Those who understood would understand. Meanwhile, After purchasing a new pair of shoes, Xian Yuanche returned home. He had come to realize that given his current strength, if he fought at full capacity, his shoes surely would not survive. Ordinary shoes could not withstand such force. Lying on the sofa, he glanced at the system space. All the items from Zhou Feng's spatial ring had already been transferred into his system space. As for the ring itself, he had sold it at a low price. There were not many items inside the ring. A bank card, apparently registered, and several specialized USB drives, likely containing martial techniques and breathing methods. However, one particular item caught Xian Yuanche by surprise: a Grade A Vitality Elixir. A Grade B Vitality Elixir cost 20 million, but a Grade A Elixir, if measured in money, would be worth several hundred million at least, and even then, it was not guaranteed to be purchasable. Once martial techniques, breathing methods, or elixirs reached Grade A, they were no longer commodities to be bought with money. This Grade A Vitality Elixir, when consumed, could increase vitality by 50 million to 70 million points. Only martial zone-level warriors could take it. Otherwise, the immense vitality would overwhelm the body and cause it to explode. His current vitality was exactly 90,000 points, just 10,000 shy of breaking through to martial zone. Relying solely on cultivation, it would likely take 4 or 5 days. He took out a box containing a rare orchid flower. Murong Chun had given it to him a few days ago. For martial generals, consuming it could boost cultivation speed by 50% for 3 days. It was the perfect time to use it. After eating the orchid flower, he began his cultivation. Minutes later, he opened his eyes, picked up his phone from the side, and headed out. He recalled that the Awaken club had an advanced training chamber. The intermediate training chamber could increase cultivation speed for martial masters by 10%. The advanced chamber should be for martial generals. After 2 minutes, he arrived at the Awaken club. Casually handing over the bank card, he rented an advanced training chamber. Upon entering, he read the description. It increased cultivation speed for martial generals by 10%. He immediately began his cultivation. At the temporary outpost of the Sacred Beast sect in Jiang'an City, the bald guardian looked at the message on his phone. A martial zone warrior had been slain in the suburbs, and, judging by the battle traces, it had been a complete rout. This information had been relayed by other members of their Sacred Beast sect. The bald guardian put down his phone and looked at his subordinate, Zhang San. Any news on Wu Chong and Wu Long? Zhang San shook his head. They seemed to have deliberately concealed their tracks upon entering Jiang'an City. We still haven't located them. The bald guardian pinched his brow irritably. Keep searching. The higher-ups ordered that we return only once they are found. He was already regretting taking this mission. He had thought it would be an easy task. Complete it, exchange for a Martial King elixir, and blissfully retreat to break through to Martial King. But instead, he had been stuck here. Zhang San hesitated before speaking. Guardian, it's been so long. Wu Chong and Wu Long have surely left Jiang'an City by now. Aren't we just wasting time here? The bald guardian acknowledged the reasoning, but could only abide by orders and continue waiting. Time passed, and news of a Martial Zong's death in Jiang'an City spread continuously. Upon learning this, the provincial capital dispatched 2 Martial Zone warriors to investigate. Xian Yuanche would surely find this exasperating. The endless cycle felt like a never-ending loop. Time flowed gently, and before he knew it, Xian Yuanche had been cultivating in the chamber for 10 days. Ding! Detected host cultivating for 1 hour, gained 55 vitality points, triggered 1,000 times critical hit. Vitality increased from 55 to 550. Vitality, 110,000, 550, 200,000. First level martial zone. After these 10 days of cultivation, Xian Yuanche had long since broken through to martial zone. The speed was neither particularly fast nor slow by his standards. Yet, cultivating for 10 days to achieve what others might take 1 or 2 years to accomplish was exhilarating. Taking advantage of this moment, he consumed the only Grade A Vitality Elixir he possessed. Ding! Detected host consuming Grade A Vitality Elixir, gained 60,000 vitality points, triggered 5 times critical hit. 60,000 vitality points increased to 300,000 vitality points. Vitality, 410,000, 550, 500,000. 4th level martial zone. Staring at the system prompt, Xian Yuanche was stunned. He had expected to trigger a double critical hit and was satisfied with that, but instead, he triggered a 5-fold critical hit, propelling him directly to 4th level martial zone. As a 4th level martial zone, once he activated his berserk state, he could instantly elevate his strength to 6th level martial zone. It was time to find an excuse to reveal his strength. Xuan Yuan ke murmurd. My true level will be exposed sooner or later. Better to come up with a suitable reason to show it. He had already thought of the reason. Just after returning home, Xin Yuanche learned via his phone that the provincial capital had sent 2 martial zone warriors to investigate Zhou Feng's death. Sigh. What is the difference from an endless nesting doll? Xuan Yuan que fait tel plus. If they trace the investigation back to him again, would he have to kill once more? Killing was one thing, but killing martial zone warriors could mean the next step would be confronting martial kings. He sighed deeply and lay back on the sofa, idly playing with his phone. A few minutes later, a sudden realization struck him. He sat up abruptly, slapping his thigh. Of course. Why didn't I think of this earlier? All he needed to do was shift the blame for Zhou Feng's death onto someone else. And who would be more fitting than the Sacred Beast sect? Chapter 40. The deflection of conflict. As for how to deflect it, some careful thought was still necessary. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Murong Chun's number. When Murong Chun had come to deliver the reward, he had deliberately left the phone number, saying it could be used if anything arose. The call was answered swiftly. Hello, is this Xin Yuanche? What can I do for you? Murong Chun's voice came through the phone. It's like this. There is something I forgot to mention. A few days ago, someone from the Public Security Bureau came by and suggested that I might be connected to the death of Zhou, the wealthiest man in the neighboring city. They suspect I am the murderer. Xin Yuanche recounted the entire episode of Zhang since seeking him out that day to Murong Chun. After listening, Murong Chun was somewhat perplexed. He was aware of the death of the neighboring city's wealthiest man, but to suspect a mere student was indeed rather far-fetched. After all, even to this day, they hadn't determined the cause of Zhou's demise. How could a student like Xin Yuanche possibly possess such means? Don't be ridiculous, he thought. Yet, at that moment, he didn't notice something amiss. Law enforcement personnel from Nan'an City coming to Jiang'an City to carry out duties should have reported this beforehand. Shouldn't they? He hadn't received any such notification. After hanging up, he immediately picked up the landline and called the Public Security Bureau to inquire whether Nan'an City had filed any report. More than 10 seconds later, he set the receiver down with a darkened expression. No report from Nan'an City. Was this not a blatant disregard for him? Oomph. He snorted coldly and slammed his palm onto the table. Bang! The entire table split in two instantly. Unbelievable. How dare they disrespect me? Still, he maintained his composure. After all, this was only Xin Yuanche's side of the story. He redialed Xin Yuanche, requesting him to provide the surveillance footage from that day. A few minutes later, Xin Yuanche sent over the video. He opened it and watched. The footage clearly recorded the entire process, including the conversations between both parties. After viewing, he forwarded the video to the mayor of Nan'an City. In less than 2 minutes, a call came through. Upon answering, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. Brother Murong. It's a misunderstanding. None of our Public Security Bureau personnel have left Nan'an City. That person is definitely not from Nan'an. This matter is neither trivial nor insignificant. In this new era, coming to enforce the law on someone else's turf without prior notice is tantamount to slapping them across the face. None have left. Are you certain? Murong Chin demanded. Absolutely certain. Not a single one has left, came the resolute reply. Murong Chin trusted him to some extent. That is strange, then. Why would that person impersonate your personnel? I find it odd as well, Brother Murong. That individual should still be within your jurisdiction. Perhaps you might investigate further. There could be new findings. After ending the call, Murong Chan turned and called his subordinates, instructing them to investigate the person impersonating Nan'an City's Public Security Bureau. He had a feeling this matter was more complicated than it seemed. Xin Yuanche read Murong Chun's reply. Chat window. Murong Chun. Mayor, I've dispatched people to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. Xin Yuanche. Very well, Mayor. Thank you for your assistance. Putting away his phone, Xin Yuanche went to take a shower. The first step had now been accomplished. As soon as they began tracking Zhang San, it was only a matter of time before they discovered his affiliation with the Sacred Beast sect. Then, everything could naturally be pinned on the Sacred Beast sect. After all, the Sacred Beast sect was notoriously infamous throughout Huaxia. Soon, Murong Chin received news that Zhang San's trail had been found in downtown Jiang'an City. They were currently using nearby surveillance cameras to conduct real-time tracking. Meanwhile, Xin Yuanche was leisurely cultivating, utterly indifferent to the affairs beyond the window. The following morning, Murong Chan received word that after a day of tracking, his men had located the residence of the suspect. Just as Murong Chan was about to go there himself, he reconsidered. The mysterious martial ancestor had yet to be found. If that individual was connected to the mysterious martial ancestor, wouldn't he be courting death? He recalled the two martial ancestors who had come to investigate Zhou Feng's death. He took out his phone and dialed them. Yes, I found a suspect. I'll need your cooperation. Understood. Thank you. After hanging up, Murong Chun put away his phone and leapt from the windowsill. From the 5th floor straight down to the 1st, He hurried toward Zhang San's location. The two martial ancestors who had come to investigate were of the 4th and 7th levels respectively. So this was a sure bet. More than 10 minutes later, the three met. Gentlemen, please follow me. Murong Chun led the two martial ancestors toward Zhang San's whereabouts. After another 10 minutes, the trio arrived at Zhang San and his companion's temporary base. It was a hotel. This street was essentially a night market street, so there were few people around in the morning. After dispersing the small number of bystanders, Murong Chun and the two martial ancestors entered the hotel. On the 8th floor, a bald man set down his wine glass. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. He glanced at Zhang San, who was eating. Zhang San, go check downstairs. All right. Zhang San wiped his mouth and opened the door to leave. Upon reaching the 1st floor and stepping out of the elevator, Zhang San sensed something was wrong. The entire lobby was empty. No, there were still 3 people remaining. He did not recognize the other 2, but the one in the middle was familiar. Murong Chun, the mayor of Jiang'an City. He hurriedly turned to re-enter the elevator. Just as he turned, he realized one of the 3 had somehow already stepped into the elevator. In such a hurry, where are you off to? Chen Ji crossed his arms and looked at the visibly panicked Zhang San. In no hurry, Zhang San stammered. Chen Yi, a 7th-level martial ancestor, radiated a slight aura of oppression, which made Zhang San even more nervous. TSK, a rat from the Sacred Beast sect. Chen Yi, observing Zhang San's panic, immediately guessed his identity. At this point, the other martial ancestor, Lu Qian, approached and patted Zhang San on the shoulder. So it's the Sacred Beast sect. Looks like you're responsible for Zhou Feng's death? What Zhou Feng? Zhang San looked bewildered at the 2 men. Seeing Zhang San's denial, the 2 seemed unsurprised. If you don't admit it, we'll keep hitting you until you do. A few minutes later, stop hitting me. Zhou Feng was probably killed by our captain. Zhang San raised his hands, begging for mercy. After a friendly exchange, Zhang San covered his face as he accompanied the 3 men in the elevator to the 8th floor. Our guardian is inside. Bang! Chen Ji kicked the door open without a glance and immediately unleashed his martial technique. The infinite fist technique. The bald guardian, who had been drinking wine, tossed his glass aside and retaliated with a punch. Bang! Through the earlier probing, he discerned that Chen Ji's realm was inferior to his own. Consequently, he was no longer so fearful. His own cultivation level was that of a 9th-level martial ancestor. As long as the martial king did not intervene, even 2 individuals of equal rank could not hope to detain him. After swiftly incapacitating Zhang San, Lu Qian tossed him to Murong Chun. Go summon reinforcements. We'll hold them off. Understood. Murong Chun caught Zhang San and nodded promptly, without the slightest hesitation. He knew full well that this battle was far beyond the capacity of a 5th-level martial warrior like himself. Meanwhile, Chen Ji and Lu Qian were locked in a fierce clash with the bald guardian. The 3 had already fought their way down from the 8th floor to the 1st. Fortunately, the remaining civilians had been evacuated in advance. Otherwise, casualties would have been inevitable. Truly troublesome, the bald guardian muttered bitterly. He was already regretting his earlier decision. Had he known, he would have fled immediately. Chen Ji and Lu Qian coordinated flawlessly, clearly seasoned partners. Although their cultivation levels were lower than his own, this synergy allowed them to exchange blows with him on equal footing. Now, entangled and restrained, escape was impossible. Not far away. After finishing his rescue call, Murong Chun returned to the Public Security Bureau with Zhang San to begin interrogation. As a mere martial warrior, he was of little assistance. Better to stay away from the battlefield to avoid complicating matters. The battle raged on for more than an hour, and the trio had reached the outskirts of Jiang'an City. The clash between martial ancestors left a path of destruction, with collapsed houses and shattered ground wherever they went. At this moment, the bald guardian was in utter misery. Though Chen Ji's cultivation was lower, the mere 2-level gap and the difference in martial skills prevented a swift kill. Not to mention Lu Qian's persistent harassment. Seizing a moment when the bald guardian was distracted, Lu Qian struck with a groin kick. Bang! The bald guardian's expression remained unchanged. What? Lu Qian was stunned to see the bald guardian seemingly unscathed. The bald guardian sneered disdainfully, seizing the opportunity to palm Lu Qian's chest, sending him flying backward. Oomph. I removed all my reproductive organs back when I was a martial warrior precisely to counter moves like yours. Just as he prepared to flee, the bald guardian was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of imminent danger. Looking up to the sky, he saw an elderly figure standing aloft. Martial King, the bald guardian exclaimed upon recognizing the emblematic aerial flight, a hallmark of the Martial King's arrival. Kneel. The elder's voice carried the undeniable weight of authority, instantly enveloping the bald guardian in a shroud of pressure. Bang! The bald guardian immediately succumbed to the oppressive aura and dropped to his knees. Senior Chunji and Lu Qian regarded the elder with deep respect. The elder nodded slightly. Well done. I will take this man back. The merits will be credited to your accounts tomorrow. Upon hearing mention of merits, the two brightened visibly. Thank you, Senior. Time passed slowly. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire, Xianyuan Che remained home cultivating for 2 days. System. Open the health panel. Health. 420,055,500. 4th level martial ancestor. Luck had been on his side these past 2 days. In that brief span, his health had increased by 10,000 points. He casually picked up his phone to order takeout, only to find numerous messages from Murong Chun. Opening them, he saw that events had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Murong Chun had located Zhang San's whereabouts. 2 days prior, Zhang San and his associates had been apprehended. Recent incidents were logically attributed to the Sacred Beast sect, including the death of Zhou Hu, the richest man in Nan'an City. Thus, the entire affair had come to a close. In high spirits, Xianyuan Che placed a takeout order. The phone rang. It was Murong Chun calling. Xuanyuan Qiansuid. Hello, my Yoda Murong. I have good news for you. Thanks to your discovery, we have captured 2 members of the Sacred Beast sect. You have been awarded 200 merit points. Merit points? Were those? Xianyuan Che was puzzled. He had only heard the term merit points in television dramas and novels, never expecting such a system to exist here. Hold on. Murong Chun ended the call and sent Xianyuan Che a link, along with an account and password. Account. Tout e-reader is handsome and beautiful. Password. 888888888. He logged in accordingly. The moment he entered, a voice sounded from his phone. Ding. Welcome to the Merit Hall, Mr. Xianyuan Che. Please complete identity verification. A verification page popped up. Xianyuan Che underwent real name authentication, pupil scan, facial recognition, and finally mobile phone binding. After completing these steps, he accessed the homepage. Clicking the question mark icon at the top right, he learned about the Merit Hall as functions. Introduction. 1. Bounty Hall. Accept missions here to earn merit points. 2. Recycling Hall. Recycle any items. After evaluation by staff, merit points will be awarded. 3. Exchange Hall. Redeem merit points for items, including but not limited to level martial arts techniques and breathing methods. 4. Health Secret Realm. Martial Essence Secret Realm. Insufficient permissions. Having reviewed these functions, Xianyuan Che roughly understood the Merit Hall. With his current permissions, he could only access the first 3 halls, which was sufficient. He glanced at his avatar. He currently possessed 200 merit points. Opening the exchange hall, he explored what could be redeemed with his points. A-level martial art, infinite fist technique. Description, requires 3,000 merit points. A-level martial art, gale blade technique. Description, when wielding the blade, surrounding winds intensify, accelerating swing speed. At entry level, the fastest swing speed reaches 20 strikes per second. Upon mastery, the gale force peaks, allowing up to 30 strikes per second. And movement speed increases by 200%. Requires 4,000 merit points. Purchase limit. 1. This is impressive. Xianyuan Che stroked his chin after reading about the gale blade technique. But upon seeing the required merit points, his face instantly fell. Glancing at his 200 merit points, he quietly scrolled elsewhere. A-level health elixir. Upon consumption, increases health by 50 million to 70 million points based on aptitude. Requires 1,200 merit points. Annual purchase limit. 4. Side effects. The A-level health elixir is potent and volatile. It is recommended to wait at least 1 month between doses. Even the health elixir requires 1,200 merit points. That is quite a lot, Xianyuan Che muttered. Side effects too? Seeing the last line, Xianyuan Che was somewhat bewildered. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Host, rest assured, you will not be affected by those side effects. Only then did Xianyuan Che feel relieved. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the last item. Secret Technique Stone. Exchange merit points, 2,000. Purchase limit, 1 per person. Indeed, it is the Arcane Stone. At that time, he wielded the Arcane Stone and attained Arcane Frenzy. Later, he found another one with Zhou Hu. Now, only 1 more remains to elevate his Frenzy to the 2nd tier. It requires 2,000 points of battle merit to exchange for it. Looks like he must find a way to accumulate some battle merit. Gazing at the Arcane Stone, Xianyuan Che murmured to himself. Closing the exchange hall, he opened the bounty hall, which was filled with various bounty quests. Some involved recruiting several martial ancients to explore newly discovered secret realms and clear out ferocious beasts, while others sought martial ancients to escort parties on wilderness tours. Xianyuan Che glanced over and realized that the minimum requirement for these bounties was the martial ancient rank. although his cultivation had reached the 4th level of martial ancient. To others, he was still merely a martial artist. It seemed he had to make a trip to the wilderness promptly. Xianyuan Che spoke to himself. As for such a reasonable way to reveal his martial ancient status, he had already devised a plan: make a journey to the wilds. Then claim upon return that he had consumed some substance that directly elevated his realm to martial ancient. It sounded far-fetched, yet since the revival of spiritual energy, such occurrences had happened dozens of times, with some even soaring directly from martial artist to martial king. People called these miraculous fruits martial ancient fruit and martial king fruit, corresponding respectively to the ranks of martial ancient and martial king. After packing some belongings, he stepped out, bought some food on the way, and headed toward the station. Jiangnan province lies in southern China. With current technology, it only takes a little over 2 hours to reach the wilderness from here. Having purchased a ticket, Xianyuan Che boarded the train bound for the wild. Meanwhile, somewhere in Jiangnan province, a bald man sat silently on a chair. Chen Ji stood before him. "Brother Chen, the person has arrived," Lu Qian said as he approached Chen Ji. Chen Ji turned his head to see a petite woman with twin ponytails entering the room. Could she be one of the few who possessed the secret art of soul probing? Observing the woman, Chen Ji thought to himself, "Thank you for your trouble," Lu Qian said respectfully. The woman nodded and approached the bald guardian. "Begin," she instructed Chen Ji. Chen Ji nodded and immediately gathered his strength to strike the guardian's chest. Already in poor condition, the bald guardian fainted instantly. Seeing this, the twin-tailed woman silently began to perform the secret soul-probing technique. Her cultivation was only 1st-level martial ancient. To probe the bald guardian's soul, she had to render him unconscious first. Minutes later, she ceased the soul probing. The martial king elder who had participated in the capture of the bald guardian had arrived unnoticed. Seeing the woman stop, the elder looked at her and asked, "Young lady, how is it?" The woman replied slowly. They arrived in Jiangnan City searching for Yuanji box, which originally belonged to Zhou Hu, the wealthiest man in Nannan City. However, Zhou Hu was killed by an unknown assassin, and the Yuanji box was taken by the culprit. Yuanji box? The elder muttered to himself. He was familiar with the name. The Yuanji box was forged from Yuanji ore, incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding attacks from martial kings. Whatever could fit inside the Yuanji box must be far more valuable than the box itself. The twin-tailed woman continued. They have currently identified the Wu brothers, Wu Chong and Wu Long, but after more than half a month, they have yet to locate them. Half a month has passed. They surely are no longer in Jiangnan City. Chen Ji added in agreement. Lu Qian nodded in concurrence. In half a month, they might have even left Jiangnan province. "Do you know what is inside that Yuanji box?" the elder inquired. The woman shook her head. That man was merely a low-level guardian. He had no idea what the Yuanji box contained. The elder pondered for a moment, then looked at Chen Ji and the others. "We should investigate further. After all, whatever could be placed in the Yuanji box cannot be ordinary." Back with Xianyuan Che, after more than 2 hours, he arrived at the restricted zone. Though labeled as a restricted area, it was still bustling with activity. Entering the restricted zone meant he was not far from the wilderness. After chatting briefly with Mu Yanran on his phone, he headed southward. In the capital's Shangwan residence, Mu Yanran hung up the phone in the courtyard and returned inside to find the gathered crowd casting curious glances at her. Among them sat an elderly man on the sofa, eyeing her with interest. "Yanran, who were you just talking to?" The man was her grandfather and the head of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Feng. A middle-aged man interrupted before Mu Yanran could answer. Surely it was her boyfriend. After all, Yanran is not so young anymore. Others found this plausible. Another middle-aged man, with a gossiping expression, looked at Mu Yanran. "Yanran has a boyfriend? Any photos?" "Uncle will take a look." "Quiet," Shangwan Feng commanded. He turned to Mu Yanran. "You should avoid associating with him. I, Shangwan Feng, do not believe my granddaughter should be involved with someone from such a small place." Mu Yanran pouted, somewhat defiant. "He treats me well, and even gave me a gift when we parted." Shangwan Feng frowned. "A gift? What could someone from that small place possibly give?" "I admit Jiangnan province is wealthy, but only in the central areas. Jiangnan City is relatively southern, not poor, but hardly affluent. People from such small places can at best offer B-grade martial techniques or potions as gifts. How precious could that be?" I'm ignoring you." Mu Yanran stomped her foot and turned away. Shangwan Feng sighed. After all, she has stayed too long in that small place and is easily swayed. When we first took her from the orphanage, we should have brought her directly to live in the capital. At that moment, a young man hurried in. "Elder Feng, there is a situation. The 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Fire Phoenix, has inexplicably left its territory and appears to be heading toward our national border." "What?" Shang Wanfeng's expression changed drastically. A 7th-tier ferocious beast was a disaster-level threat. If it entered the city, the entire city would be reduced to ashes. This was no trivial matter. He vanished in a flash. In the room, Mu Yanran carefully wiped a fire phoenix egg, her face full of curiosity as she examined it, occasionally poking it with her fair fingers. After placing the egg safely, she left the room. Once she departed, the egg trembled slightly. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuanche reached the border wall. The wall was 20 meters thick and over 100 meters tall, equipped with dozens of heavy weapons on top, constructed specifically to repel beast tides. However, it was said that no beast tide had occurred in over 30 years. Seeing Xian Yuanche alone, a man in military uniform approached him from a distance. "Young man, are you trying to go out?" Hearing the man's address, Xian Yuanche gave a faint smile. Although he did not appear particularly mature, his height clearly set him apart from children altogether. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, he nodded slightly. Upon seeing Xian Yuanche's nod, Li Qing retrieved a spherical object about the size of an egg from his pocket and handed it to him. Beyond this point, within a radius of 5 kilometers, is considered a pseudo-safe zone where aggressive, ferocious beasts rarely appear. If you encounter any, firmly grip this sphere. It will emit sound waves to temporarily deter the beasts. And nearby martial artists will receive the signal and come to assist. "Thank you." Xian Yuanche accepted the sphere and expressed his gratitude, though he had little need for such a device. Passing through the city walls, he officially left the city's boundaries. There was little difference between inside and outside the walls. Many people still wandered outside, some even setting up stalls. However, most of these individuals were martial artists of at least the warrior rank. Xian Yuanche purchased a bottle of coke here before continuing his journey into the wilderness. After walking approximately 2 kilometers, the human presence began to thin out. Another 3 kilometers later, he had truly left the pseudo-safe zone and entered the wilds. This land once belonged to humanity, but now it was the domain of ferocious beasts. After more than 10 minutes of walking, Xian Yuanche encountered no such beasts. Perhaps due to the proximity to the city and frequent visits from human martial artists, there were few ferocious beasts here. A few minutes later, he came across several first-rank ferocious beasts, casually slaying them. He then resumed his full-speed advance. This trip had no other purpose than to provide himself an excuse to reveal the power of the martial ancestor. If he could find some beasts, he might as well kill a few and make some money. 2,000 kilometers from the southern border of Huaxia, a phoenix with a wingspan stretching thousands of meters. Its entire body, radiating flames, soared toward Huaxia. Below it followed countless ferocious beasts, a black, dense mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Surrounding it were several ferocious beasts hundreds of meters tall, all 6th-rank creatures. Following them were dozens of 5th-rank beasts. Despicable humans. The fire phoenix emitted a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding 5th and 6th-rank beasts to tremble. The beast tide and the fire phoenix continued advancing relentlessly toward Huaxia. Yuexia Detection Bureau. Alert! A massive beast tide is advancing toward the southern region of our country. An operator shouted while staring at the screen. Others immediately gathered upon hearing the alarm. Upon seeing the images on the screen, they were all startled. An older operator shouted loudly, "Hurry! Report immediately!" Shang Wanfeng, who had already reached the border, received the notification. With a grave expression, he put away his phone and headed toward the Fire Phoenix's direction. It was now confirmed that the 7th-rank Fire Phoenix was advancing toward Huaxia, accompanied by a vast number of ferocious beasts, forming a beast tide. If it reached the border, the consequences would be unimaginable. After more than 20 minutes of rapid travel, Xian Yuanche arrived over 100 kilometers away. Along the way, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts, but almost all were low-rank 1st or 2nd-rank creatures. There were virtually no 3rd-rank or higher beasts. Strange, where have all the ferocious beasts gone? Xian Yuanche stood atop a towering 100-meter tree, stroking his chin in thought. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Xian Yuanche took it out and saw an announcement from the battle mare hall. Announcement: a massive beast tide is currently advancing toward the southern region of our country. All are requested to proceed immediately to the southern area to assist in repelling the tide. Participants will receive 100 battle merit points. Additional points will be awarded for slaying 3rd-rank or higher ferocious beasts. After hunting, you may summon a drone from the battle merit hall to record your kills. After reading the announcement, Xian Yuanche opened the attached map, which tracked the movement of the beast tide in real time. Still over 1,000 kilometers away, no rush. He put away his phone and leapt down. Bang! A 2nd-rank ferocious beast, a fire flame tiger, was immediately crushed underfoot. Xian Yuanche glanced under the tiger's belly. It was a male good. He drew out an alloy knife and carefully cut off the tigeress whip and other valuable parts. The most precious item on the fire flame tiger was its whip, said to grant a man 3 hours of unwavering virility with just a small piece, while also enhancing yang energy and nourishing the kidneys, truly more potent than Viagra. Storing these items in his spatial ring, Xianyuan cut off a piece of tiger meat and began roasting it. Over 1,000 kilometers away from Xianyuan, the fire phoenix leading the beast tide suddenly halted. A spatial rift tore open, and Shangwan Feng emerged, hands clasped behind his back. Shangwan Feng? The fire phoenix's gaze was sharp as it fixed on him. Why become a Huaxia? I demand an explanation. The fire phoenix snorted coldly. My egg is missing. The final location indicated by the bloodline resonance was your Huaxia. Surely it was your people who stole it. Although the resonance faded in an instant, it confirmed the location was within Huaxia. Shangwan Feng was speechless. What kind of logic is that? Your egg is gone, so you blame us Huaxia people? Have some shame. I have never encountered such a shameless bird. The fire phoenix's expression darkened with anger. Its eyes filled with murderous intent as it glared at Shangwan Feng. Enough talk. Return my egg, or none of you will have an easy time. Now, the only emotion in the fire phoenix's eyes was hatred, as if it wanted to devour him alive. Shangwan Feng casually touched his ear. Don't look at me like that. Your egg isn't in my possession. I'll give you 10 minutes. If the beast tide does not disperse by then, we'll have no choice but to fight. Then so be it. The moment the words left the fire phoenix's mouth, flames erupted from its body. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, all ferocious beasts were incinerated to ashes, including the few 6th-rank beasts. The remaining beasts scattered in all directions. Seeing this, the fire phoenix unleashed its aura, commanding them to advance toward Huaxia. Far away, Shangwan Feng felt the rising temperature around him, and his expression grew solemn. Surveying the beast tide below, he released his own aura, attempting to subdue the ferocious beasts. The fire phoenix immediately launched an attack against Shangwan Feng. Thousands of fiery birds composed of flames soared toward him. Thus, the two formidable beings clashed. The aftermath of their battle brought devastation to the surrounding life. Whether by design or coincidence, the few remaining 5th-rank ferocious beasts perished under the residual forces. Meanwhile, Xianyuan kept a close watch on the beast tide's movements. When he saw the beast tide continuing forward instead of halting, he sprinkled cumin onto the roasted tiger meat. Judging by the situation, the vanguard of the beast tide would reach this area in about 2.5 hours. More than an hour later, Xianyuan, eating the tiger meat, checked his phone. The internet had already erupted with heated debate over the matter. Netizens were divided into two camps. One believed the beast tide was nothing to fear and no cause for concern, while the other, likely older and having witnessed the terror of such tides, expressed great worry. After a few minutes, to be cautious, Xianyuan decided to head back. It was absolutely not because he feared being besieged by a horde of ferocious beasts. Rather, he was simply a little thirsty and wished to return for a drink. He had come at full speed, and he returned at full speed as well, emphasizing fairness all around. Upon arriving back at the pseudo-safe zone, he realized that the beast tide had already engulfed the area he had just occupied. Fortunately, he had run fast, or rather, fortunately, he had been thirsty. Xuanyuanke, feeling a hint of lingering fear, withdrew a bottle of water from his spatial ring and began to drink. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, dozens of missiles soared overhead. Shortly thereafter, hundreds more followed in rapid succession. Xianyuan seemed to sense something and glanced back. Behind him stretched a dense, dark mass. Upon closer inspection, he saw that these were all self-destruct drones, an endless swarm as far as the eye could see. How was this different from what the novel described? Xianyuan stared at the oppressive cluster of drones in the sky and the continuous barrage of missiles. In the novel, didn't they all wait for the ferocious beasts to arrive before engaging in close combat? Why were missiles and drones being deployed outright? Indeed, novels were merely novels and could not be transplanted into reality. He mused, shaking his head. A man came sprinting toward Xianyuan from a distance. Kid, this place is perilous. The ferocious beasts are about to arrive. Head back first. The man shouted loudly. 2 seconds later, the man stood right before Xianyuan. Kid, this place is dangerous. The ferocious beasts will be here any moment. Xianyuan used his eye of inquiry to scan the man's information. Name, E. Health, 200,300,000, second-level general. Breathing technique, none. Seeing Xianyuan silent, he thought the boy had been frightened into dumbness. He patted his sturdy chest and said, no need to be afraid. Uncle S here. I'll take you back right now. Saying this, He reached out to hoist Xian Yuan Che up. Xuan Yuan gestapte bec. No need. Actually, I'm a martial ancestor. You need not worry about my safety. What? Martial ancestor? Ma Yi did not immediately grasp what Xian Yuan Che meant. After a few seconds, realization dawned. All right, you're a martial ancestor. Let us go. Uncle will take you back first, Ma Yi said with a coaxing smile. Just as Ma Yi was about to make a move, he suddenly felt as if something had fixed its gaze upon him, rendering him immobile. He glanced around, but saw nothing. Then he fixed his eyes on Xian Yuan Che and realized the sensation was emanating from him. Are you really a martial ancestor? Xian Yuan Che nodded and turned to leave. Ma Yi had initially thought Xian Yuan Che was joking, but now he was certain the boy truly was a martial ancestor. Watching Xian Yuan Che's departing figure, Ma Yi took out his ID card. 36 years old, and I'm only a second-level general. The guy looked like he wasn't even 20. Ma Yi sighed and put away his ID card. There's no comparison. Countless ferocious beasts still surged toward Huaxia. Almost every 30 seconds, Xian Yuan Che could see a large cluster of missiles flying overhead, accompanied by countless suicide drones. This was a bona fide modern war. In a command room to the south, a middle-aged man wielded a fascia gun, frantically pounding the red button before him, his face twisted in a manic grin as he stared at the screen. 30 years' worth of missiles amassed. Bring it on. Meanwhile, on the Beast-Tide side, countless missiles rained down. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. Beasts of 1st to 3rd rank had no resistance whatsoever. Only those of 4th rank or higher could barely survive under such bombardment. Yet, the surviving 4th rank beasts were hardly in good shape. Roar! The surviving beasts emitted anguished howls. Their instinct to survive urged them to retreat. But the commands belonging to the high-rank beasts compelled them to press onward. Xian Yuan Che once again opened the map to take a look. Good heavens! After such heavy missile bombardment, the map showed that over 80% of the beast tide had perished, and this figure continued to climb. This was truly something. After waiting for more than half an hour again, Xian Yuan Che finally caught sight of the vanguard of the ferocious beasts, a group capable of flying through the sky. Countless suicide drones surged toward those beasts. More than 10 minutes later, the beasts on the ground arrived. Roar! The earth began to tremble. Here they come. Xian Yuan Che drew his alloy blade, his expression solemn as he stared into the rolling, thick smoke ahead. At the same time, several martial artists gathered nearby, all at least at the general rank. Soon, the first ferocious beast appeared within the crowd's view, followed by a second, a 10th, a 50th. Due to the missile bombardment, the beasts arriving here were almost all 4th rank. Their numbers had drastically decreased, and their appearances were pitiful. Some limped, others with broken horns, and some howled twice before coughing up blood and collapsing. Xuan Yuan stepped forward, blade drawn, and charged toward a 3-sister lizard standing 20 meters tall and over 100 meters long. Hiss! The scarred lizard widened its pupils and eyed Xian Yuan Che warily. Watch the blade. Xian Yuan Che immediately unleashed the Gale Blade technique. Although the 4th rank beasts had survived the missile onslaught, they were injured. This lizard, though a 4th rank beast, lasted less than 10 seconds before being cleaved in two. The recording drone nearby captured the entire scene. Martial artists nearby began to engage the beasts in scattered groups. Xian Yuan Che dispatched the battered beasts almost effortlessly. A single critical strike from the Gale Blade technique was enough to finish them. Chapter 45, Shangguan Long vs. the Earth-Splitting Mountain Piercer. After dispatching a 4th rank formidable Mount Nox, Xian Yuan Che unleashed his frenzy mode, instantly ascending from a 4th level martial ancestor to a 6th level martial ancestor. Health, 630,082,700, 6th level martial ancestor. Moreover, all attributes increased by 50%, not just health, but speed and others as well. With frenzy mode activated, Xian Yuan Che cut down those 4th rank beasts with even greater ease. Where others needed several minutes or even 10 minutes to slay a beast, he required only a single use of the Gale Blade technique. Who is that? How could he be so formidable? The surrounding martial artists, having just finished off the beast before them, now watched Xian Yuan Che wreak havoc. Almost every 4th rank beast under his hand couldn't last a single round. Though these beasts were all injured to varying degrees, they were still 4th rank. Many people gasped upon witnessing Xian Yuan Che's prowess. Hiss! He looks not even 20. And killing 4th rank beasts is as easy as slaughtering chickens? A martial ancestor under 20? There probably isn't another like him in all of Huaxia. While they discussed, Xian Yuan Che slew 2 more 4th rank beasts. He truly embodied that saying. Among equals, killing you is as simple as killing a chicken in less than 15 minutes. 200 4th rank beasts had fallen to Xian Yuan Che's blade. As he prepared to charge into the remaining beast horde, the ground suddenly trembled. He immediately retreated several hundred meters, his eyes grave as he gazed upon the swarm. The earth quaked as a colossal pangolin, towering tens of meters high and stretching over 200 meters in length, burst forth from beneath the surface. This beast was cloaked entirely in blackish-brown metallic scales, each as thick as a shield and edge-sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly slicing through rock. Its conical head bore a spiraled, keratinous horn at the snout, evoking an eerie chill. Xian Yuan-che cast a glance at the information on this ferocious creature, frowning slightly before stepping back to position himself protectively before the others. Species: Earth-rending pangolin king. Rank: 5th tier. Description: its scales possess defensive properties that easily nullify attacks from a martial king. In full defensive mode, it can withstand assaults from multiple martial kings. Weakness: abdomen. Indeed, this pangolin was a 5th tier beast, equivalent to a martial king. Moreover, the description stated that its scales could effortlessly counter martial king-level attacks, implying that creatures of equal rank were powerless against it. Although the other warriors lacked Xian Yuan-che's investigative eye, they were not fools. The pangolin looked formidable and not to be trifled with. Thus, they too turned on their heels and fled. Seeing the crowd attempt to escape, the earth-rending pangolin king immediately unleashed the aura befitting a 5th tier beast. Instantly, countless earth spikes erupted from the ground, lunging toward the fleeing group. Impudence! A commanding voice rang out, and the spikes shattered instantly. A middle-aged man clad in a blue military uniform appeared in the sky, his eyes sharp as he stared down the earth-rending pangolin king. The surrounding 4th tier beasts trembled in fear before the overwhelming presence radiating from a man. Retreating to the rear, Xian Yuan-che took a moment to scan the newcomer's profile. Name: Shangguan Long. Martial energy: 876,900. Martial king level 8. Breathing technique: Yuanchang breathing method, S rank. Martial skill, S rank. Shangguan blade technique, perfected, A rank. Tianshang blade technique, perfected. As expected, a martial king of great prowess. Xian Yuan-che thought silently as he observed Shangguan Long's stats. But what exactly was martial energy? Seeing Shangguan Long's 876 points of martial energy, Xian Yuan-che was puzzled. Wasn't he that supposed to represent vitality? Not one to be easily fooled. He pondered for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. Perhaps upon reaching martial king status, vitality transforms into martial energy? Shangguan Long drew a great blade from his spatial ring, his eyes piercing as he faced the earth-rending pangolin king. Withdraw now, and I may spare your life. The pangolin stomped the ground, sending countless earth spikes hurtling toward Shangguan Long. Without hesitation, Shangguan Long swung his blade. Thus began the clash between man and beast. Whether by chance or design, scattered blade flashes around the battlefield seemed to deliberately strike the surrounding 4th tier beasts. Wherever the blade's light fell, no 4th tier beast survived. This infuriated the earth-rending pangolin king, which tried to intervene but found it futile. Unable to stop the carnage, the pangolin caused countless earth spikes to erupt once more, intending to mimic Shangguan Long's attack against Xian Yuan-che and his companions. Yet, upon glancing over, its small eyes widened in alarm. The group that had been watching from afar had quietly slipped away. Daring to be distracted, Shangguan Long roared, seizing the opportunity to unleash a blade flash that struck the pangolin's head directly. What an intense battle! Standing atop the city walls, already back within the guarded zone, Xian Yuan-che watched the fight through a telescope, casually tossing a peanut into his mouth now and then. Those nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, intense it is, but brother, if you want to eat peanuts, could you shell them yourself? Don't eat mine, one person said, staring at the empty plate with some exasperation. Had it not been for witnessing Xian Yuan-che's strength earlier, he might have intervened. After more than 10 minutes, the battle concluded with Shangguan Long's victory. The earth-rending pangolin king's once proud scales lay shattered, its abdomen marked by countless blade slashes. With the pangolin's death, the surviving 4th tier beasts, driven by their instinct to survive, began to flee frantically. Strange, why was there only one 5th tier beast? Shangguan Long gazed down from the sky at the fleeing 4th tier beasts, puzzlement evident in his heart. Ordinarily, a beast horde summoned by a 7th tier beast would include at least dozens of 5th tier and 4 to 5 6th tier beasts. Why was there only a single 5th tier earth-rending pangolin king this time? After observing for several minutes, he confirmed that this beast horde contained only that one 5th tier pangolin. Truly peculiar. Muttering to himself, Shangguan Long returned directly to the guarded zone. The beast horde has retreated. Everyone may now go collect their spoils. Shangguan Long announced to the onlookers atop the city walls. The spoils, naturally, were the corpses of the slain beasts. The bodies of fourth-tier beasts could also be salvaged to earn merit points. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately leapt down from the walls, rushing toward the carcasses of the beasts they had felled. Among them, Xianyuan Che was the swiftest. Shangguan Long's keen martial king spiritual sense immediately detected Xianyuan Che. Upon seeing his youthful appearance, he was somewhat taken aback. How could someone so young possess vitality equivalent to a fourth-tier martial zone? His form flickered as he appeared before Xianyuan Che. Seeing Shangguan Long suddenly appear, Xianyuan Che halted and saluted respectfully. Greetings, senior. Though Xianyuan Che's cultivation was far lower. Shangguan Long returned the salute and then inquired, "How old are you, lad?" 19, Xuanyuan replied truthfully. What, only 19? Though he had already suspected as much. Hearing it from Xianyuan Che himself left Shangguan Long incredulous. Chapter 46, Post-Battle Assessment. A 19-year-old fourth-tier martial zone. What did that signify? To put it into perspective, the most outstanding heir of the Shangguan family at 19 had only reached 9th-tier martial general status, and that was with abundant resources invested. A 19-year-old fourth-tier martial zone was truly extraordinary. Muttering to himself, Shangguan Long immediately asked, "Which family are you descended from?" Xianyuan Che shook his head. "I am an orphan, without any family." "Then how did you attain the fourth-tier martial zone realm? It can't be that you naturally cultivated it on your own, can it?" Shangguan Long asked incredulously. Feigning embarrassment, Xianyuan Che scratched his head. "Originally, I was only a third-tier martial sure, but I was fortunate enough to consume a martial zone fruit in the wild, which elevated me to the martial zone realm." Consuming a martial zone fruit boosted you directly to the martial zone realm? Shangguan Long repeated. Xuanyuan Genod did. Exactly. The martial zone fruit I saw on my phone. Shangguan Long chuckled, clearly as if he had already seen through him. "Young man, although a warrior-S realm will ascend directly to martial sovereign upon consuming the martial sovereign fruit, there are indeed side effects. One such side effect is the instability of one's vital energy and blood. Simply put, while an ordinary individual gains 10 pounds of strength from each unit of vital energy, a warrior elevated to martial sovereign by the fruit only gains about 7 to 8 pounds of strength per unit. I just used my spiritual perception to examine the vital energy and blood within your body. It is extraordinarily condensed, unlike what one would expect after consuming the martial sovereign fruit. If a typical warrior gains 10 pounds of strength per unit of vital energy, yours must be 12 pounds. Now, tell me, whose descendant are you?" Xianyuan Che's mind raced before he blurted out, "Senior, actually I have consumed 2 martial sovereign fruits. Besides, I was indeed a martial artist before. If you don't believe me, you can verify it. 2 martial sovereign fruits?" Shangguan Long pondered deeply upon hearing this. Over all this time, no one had ever consumed 2 martial sovereign fruits, or even the martial king fruit. If that is truly the case, then this person before me very well could have ingested 2 martial sovereign fruits. What a pity. Shangguan Long sighed, gazing at Xianyuan Che with a hint of regret. "I thought I had discovered a prodigy, but it turns out he has only consumed martial sovereign fruits." Noticing Shangguan Long's sigh, Xianyuan Che grew somewhat perplexed. Seemingly sensing Xianyuan Che's confusion, Shangguan Long slowly explained, "While consuming the martial sovereign fruit can propel one to the pinnacle in a single bound. One significant side effect is the difficulty in making further progress. Those who have consumed the martial sovereign fruit before have, without exception, stagnated for decades. Nevertheless, I still hope you will be the exception." Shangguan Long patted Xianyuan Che's shoulder. After seeing Shangguan Long depart, Xianyuan Che proceeded toward the carcasses of the ferocious beasts he had slain. Since the drones recorded everything, no one dared to claim the beasts' bodies illicitly. This time, Xianyuan Che had slain approximately 200 4th-rank ferocious beasts, estimating that he could exchange a considerable amount of battle merit for them. The recent battle between Shangguan Long and the Earthrending Mountain King had caused several ferocious beast carcasses to shift. Nonetheless, Xianyuan Che managed to gather all the bodies of the beasts he had slain, 205 4th-rank ferocious beasts in total. The pile of corpses was tremendously imposing. In stark contrast, the spoils of other warriors numbered only in the tens at most, some as few as 1 or 2. They gazed at the mountain of 4th-rank ferocious beast corpses behind Xianyuan Che, envy etched deeply on their faces. "This guy is unbelievably fierce. I saw him slay the beast just now. Not a single one survived, even a single strike under his hands. How much battle merit can these beasts fetch? At least 3,000, right? I'd say 5,000. Soon, a few personnel responsible for tallying battle merit approached. Upon seeing the carcasses behind Xin Yuan Che, their initial reaction was disbelief. This youngster looks no older than 20, and yet he is so formidable? Slain 200 beasts? Are you sure these beasts are yours? One of the tallying staff questioned skeptically. Yes, I killed them. If you don't believe me, check the drones recording the battle, Xin Yuan Che replied, pointing toward the dozens of drones circling overhead. After over 10 minutes, the skeptical staff member reviewed Xin Yuan Che's kill footage, and the doubt in his eyes transformed into respect. Apologies. I will proceed to record your battle merit immediately. 5 to 6 minutes later, the tally was complete. A total of 205 fourth-rank ferocious beasts of various species had been slain, each yielding different amounts of battle merit. You have earned 7,000 points of battle merit in total. Xin Yuan Che frowned upon hearing this. Only 7,000 points? That is too little. These ferocious beast carcasses seem salvageable. How much can be reclaimed from these 200-plus bodies? The staff member examined the carcasses. I advise you to sell these carcasses directly. The battle merit gained from reclamation is minimal. Although the meat of these fourth-rank beasts contains substantial energy, even low-level warriors can boost their vital energy by consuming it. The problem lies in preservation. Even with rapid freezing, energy loss is inevitable. Therefore, the value of reclamation is not high. It will be better to contact buyers in the city and sell them directly. The truly valuable ferocious beast carcasses are those of 5th rank or above. Reclaim them, then. Xin Yuan Che hesitated briefly, but did not object. He was most in need of battle merit now. Money could no longer buy the resources he required. Very well. The staff member complied and began calculating the value of the carcasses. This process took considerable time. After more than an hour, the tally was complete. You can reclaim 4,000 points of battle merit from these. If there are no objections, I will arrange for them to be transported away now. Only 4,000? Xin Yuan Che furrowed his brow. He had expected at least 5,000 points, but was disappointed to learn it was merely 4,000. What ripoff? Just as he was about to agree, he noticed someone waving at him from a distance. Wait a moment, Xin Yuan Che said, then walked over to the person. Is there something you need? Xuan Yuan que inquired. The man rubbed his hands together nervously. Brother, those ferocious beasts were slain by you, right? Xuan Yuan que nodded. Yes. Are you interested? The man nodded. Exactly. Name your price. 5,000 points of battle merit, and I'll sell them to you, Xin Yuan Che replied. The man was taken aback, his hands pausing mid-air, astonished. He had assumed the price would be monetary, but battle merit? He was only a 3rd-rank commander and had barely over 100 points of battle merit. There was no way he could afford 5,000 points, let alone that amount. Hesitantly, he asked, can I pay with money instead? Xin Yuan Che shook his head. Forget the money. Disappointed, Xin Yuan Che turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, the man sighed. Returning to the staff member, Xin Yuan Che accepted the reclamation. 7,000 plus 4,000, plus 100 points earned from participation. Totaled 11,100 points of battle merit. Adding the 200 points he already possessed brought the sum to 11,300 points. Sufficient to exchange for many items. Chapter 47. Resource Exchange and 7th rank Martial Sovereign. A few minutes later, Xin Yuan Che saw his battle merit balance rise to 11,300 points. Casually, he opened the exchange interface of the battle merit hall and immediately redeemed the Gale Blade technique along with 3 A-grade vital energy potions, spending a total of 7,600 points of battle merit and leaving him with 4,700 points. Finally, he spent 2,000 points to redeem a secret art stone, leaving 2,700 points remaining. Only one stone could be exchanged. What a pity. Gazing at the exchange page displaying the black secret art stone, Xin Yuan Che sighed. If only he had more points. After all, the upper limit of the frenzy transformation surely extended beyond just 1 or 2 ranks. That evening, Xin Yuan Che returned home. After bathing, eating, and sharing a brief video call with Mu Yanran, he went to bed. The items redeemed at the Battle Merit Hall would likely arrive the next morning. At 7 o'clock the following day, Xin Yuan Che rose early and went downstairs to purchase some breakfast. After finishing his meal and wandering around nearby for a while, a phone call came through. Hello, the items you redeemed in the Hall of Battle Achievements have arrived. Are you at home? A female voice emanated from the phone. Yes, just deliver them directly, Xin Yuan Che replied. After hanging up, he headed straight home. Not long after he arrived, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, a woman stood there. Xin Yuan Che habitually glanced at her status panel. Level 9 Martial Master, no issues. Upon seeing Xin Yuan Che, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes, perhaps astonished at how young he looked. Recovering from her surprise, she retrieved a specially designed phone from her spatial ring. Please proceed with some identity verification. All right, Xin Yuanche nodded, accepting the phone and beginning the verification process. Half a minute later, having completed the verification, Xin Yuanche returned the phone. The woman glanced at it and immediately covered her mouth in astonishment. Oh my goodness, a 19-year-old martial ancestor. She hadn't expected Xin Yuanche to be a martial ancestor level expert. Shaken by this revelation, she quickly produced 3 boxes. These are your items. Please have a look. Xin Yuanche opened them one by one, scanning each with his eye of inquiry. Grade A Vitality Elixir. Upon consumption, increases vitality by 50 million to 70 million points depending on aptitude. Grade A Martial Skill, Gale Blade Technique. Description: when wielding the blade, it generates surrounding wind forces, thereby accelerating the blade's speed. At the entry level, blade swings reach 20 strikes per second. Upon mastery, the gale force reaches its peak, with blade speed maxing out at 30 strikes per second and movement speed increasing by 200%. Secret Technique Stone, upon use, grants a secret technique. All good, Xin Yuanche said as he stored the items back into his spatial ring and walked back inside. So aloof, the woman muttered under her breath. Noticing that Xin Yuanche didn't even glance her way, she had initially hoped to strike up a conversation. If she could connect with a martial ancestor, she would have to worry about cultivation resources for a long time. Not to mention, a 19-year-old martial ancestor would effortlessly ascend to martial king status someday. However, Xin Yuanche remained completely oblivious to her thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His focus was solely on the secret technique stone, Gale Blade Technique, and the Grade A Vitality Elixirs. Opening the box containing the Grade A Vitality Elixirs, Xin Yuanche took out all 3. Just as he was about to open one to drink, a thought struck him. Better wash my hands first. He rose and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Wash away bad luck. Let good fortune come, Xin Yuanche muttered as he washed. Having finished, he returned to the hall, uncapped the first elixir, and drank it down. Immediately, he felt a tremendous surge of vitality pounding within his body. Fortunately, it quickly settled, but no critical effect was triggered. Vitality, 470,000, 550,000. Level 4 Martial Ancestor. Such a pity, no critical hit, Xin Yuanche sighed. Still, the good news was that he wasn't bound by the monthly limit of 1 elixir consumption, so he could continue taking them. He opened the second Grade A Vitality Elixir and drank it. As expected, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Detected host S consumption of 1 Grade A Vitality Elixir. Gained 60,000 vitality points. Triggered triple critical hit, increasing 60,000 points to 180,000. Vitality, 650,000, 700,000. Level 6 Martial Ancestor. Not bad, triple critical hit. Staring at his vitality, Xin Yuanche felt immense satisfaction. Even if the last elixir didn't trigger a critical hit, it would still raise his vitality to 700,000. He consumed the final elixir, and once again, the system chimed. Ding! Detected host S consumption of 1 Grade A Vitality Elixir. Gained 60,000 vitality points. Triggered double critical hit, increasing 60,000 points to 120,000. Vitality, 770,000, 800,000. Level 7 Martial Ancestor. 770,000 vitality points. Having the system made all the difference in growth speed. Xuanyuan Kimuzed. Thanks to the critical hits, these 3 Grade A Vitality Elixirs effectively granted him 360,000 vitality points, equivalent to consuming 6 elixirs. Next up was the Grade A Martial Skill, Gale Blade Technique. After 2.5 hours, Xin Yuanche had mastered the Gale Blade Technique. His original Gale Blade Technique had also advanced to a stronger version. Opening his status panel. Name, Xin Yuanche, Arrogance Aura. Vitality, 770,000, 800,000. Level 7 Martial Ancestor. Breathing Technique. Universe Breathing Method, Grade B. Martial Skills, Grade A. Gale Blade Technique. Entry Level 01000. Grade B. Divine Step. Evaluation. No evaluation provided. Finally, he turned his gaze to the secret technique stone. Once fully absorbed, it would elevate his frenzy state from first stage to second stage. Pressing the stone to his forehead, it soon vanished. Ding! Detected host absorption of secret technique stone. Frenzy has met advancement requirements. Proceed with frenzy advancement. The system prompted. Yes, Xuanyuan que afirme dinwardi. Ding! Advancing, secret frenzy. Ding! Advancement successful. Secret frenzy has advanced to second stage. Frenzy second stage, further advancement possible. Description. Upon activation, all attributes increase by 75%, including but not limited to vitality, speed, strength, for 15 minutes. After effect, Weakness for half an hour, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Cooldown 1 day. Note: through system enhancement, prematurely ending frenzy before duration expires refunds the entire cooldown. Advancement method: use 5 more secret technique stones. Observing the effects of second stage frenzy, Xianyuan Che compared it to first stage. All attribute enhancement rose by 25%, and duration extended by 5 minutes. Remarkably, the side effects remained unchanged. Xianyuan Che was somewhat surprised to see the side effect unchanged, but didn't he dwell on it. After all, with his arrogance aura, the side effect would dissipate within 10 seconds at most. The next advancement required 5 secret technique stones. Xianyuan Che sighed, but was not disheartened. Though many stones were needed, the enhancement was substantial. Judging from the previous 2 progressions, the next frenzy stage would likely double all attribute bonuses to 100%. Vitality, 770,000, 800,000. Level 7 Martial Ancestor. He pondered, if I activate Frenzy now, will I become a Martial King outright? Glancing at his vitality and then the Frenzy status, the thought swelled within him. Without hesitation, he activated Frenzy to observe what changes would manifest. He was eager to discover whether the 75% attribute boost would propel him to Martial King or leave him capped at level 9 Martial Ancestor. Upon activation, he felt his vitality surge by 70%, but no new energy emerged. He opened his status panel. O name, Xuanyuan Arrogant Elu. Vitality, 1,340,000 1 million. 9th level Martial Sect Master. As expected, he did not transform into a martial origin being. Only his vitality increased by 75%, and his realm remained stuck at the 9th level Martial Sect Master. A hint of disappointment flickered across Xianyuan Che's face. It seemed he needed to hasten his breakthrough to Martial King. He glanced at the time. It was 9:30 in the morning. At this hour, Mu Yanran should have already risen. Perfect timing to consult her about the path to breaking through to Martial King. He dialed Mu Yanran's number. Hello. The call was swiftly answered, and Mu Yanran's voice came through. I have something to ask you. How can one break through to Martial King? Xianyuan Che straightforwardly revealed his purpose. Hold on a moment. I'll send you a file. Mu Yanran promptly sent over a document. Taking the file, Xianyuan Che did not hastily open it, but continued to chat with Mu Yanran for over half an hour before ending the call. Just before hanging up, Mu Yanran seemed to recall something. By the way, the egg you gave me seems about to hatch. I even saw it move yesterday. Hearing this, Xianyuan Che quickly urged. You must ensure that when it hatches, the first thing it sees is you. Absolutely. He repeated his admonition several times before finally ending the call. Opening his messaging app, he examined the file. Conditions for Martial Sect Master to advance to Martial King. The Martial King is a pivotal realm within the martial path. The prerequisite for becoming a Martial King is the transformation of internal vitality into martial origin. Conditions. 1. The Martial Sect Master's vitality must reach 1 million points. 2. One must consume the Martial King elixir, absorbing the martial origin contained within, or absorb the origin crystals dropped by 5th rank ferocious beasts, thereby condensing a martial origin seed. Through this seed, one's own vitality undergoes conversion into martial origin. The duration of this process varies based on talent, with the shortest taking 7 months and the longest still incomplete to this day. 3. One must comprehend the spiritual seed to obtain spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness. Upon expansion, it enables perception of the surrounding environment. After reviewing these, Xianyuan Che felt that ascending to Martial King was quite troublesome. Not only must he transform martial origin, but also comprehend the spiritual seed. Casually, he took out his phone and opened the War Merit Hall. The Martial King elixir should be available there. He entered the exchange hall and indeed found the Martial King elixir. Martial King elixir. Description. This elixir contains martial origin. Upon ingestion, it facilitates comprehension and has a chance to condense a martial origin seed. The higher the talent, the greater the probability of condensation. Exchange cost, 15,000 war merits. 15,000 war merits, and only a chance of condensation, not a guarantee? Xianyuan Che was genuinely shocked by the price and description. The note emphasizing probability implied that a single vial might not even condense a martial origin seed. He couldn't help but feel this Martial King elixir was somewhat of a ripoff. Buzz. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from the Jiangnan Province 1st Martial Academy. Answering, the familiar voice came through. Xianyuan Che, have you made up your mind? Will you enroll in our school? Enroll in your school? But I'm already a Martial Sect Master. It doesn't seem like I need to attend university anymore. Upon hearing this, silence fell on the other side of the line. After several seconds, a different voice emerged, colder this time. Xuanyuanke. If you don't wish to enroll, you can refuse outright. I didn't expect you to joke around like this. Clearly, the person on the other end believed Xianyuan Che was mocking him. Xianyuan Che patiently explained, recounting how he had consumed 2 martial sect master fruits. Obviously, he had his own reasons for doing so. After listening, the other side went silent again, then responded with a tone of surprise. So, your realm has truly reached martial sect master? That's right. Currently, I have reached the 7th level martial sect master, and I am still continuously advancing. Still advancing? Xianyuan Che's words stunned the person on the other end. Because after consuming the martial sect master fruit, one's realm typically stabilizes and rarely progresses further. Clearly, Xianyuan Che was an exception. The person seemed to have an idea and hurriedly said, Xianyuan Che, if you enroll in our academy, we can offer you an annual salary of 30 million. How about it? Quite generous. I assent it. Xuanyuan Kichakod lightly. Teacher, money no longer holds much value for me. I want war merits. As long as you can provide war merits, I will enroll in your academy. Besides, I heard that this October marks the once every 4-year National Academy competition. I can help your school secure first place. Naturally, Xianyuan Che had been following other matters during his rest periods and was aware of the upcoming competition. After a few seconds, the other side responded, I didn't expect you to know that. And the rest no need to beat around the bush. How many war merits do you want? How about 5,000? Too little. I want 30,000. Impossible. That is far too much. Without hesitation, the person on the other end rejected the request. Is that so? Last time, your Jiangnan First Martial Academy ranked 20th in the National Academy competition. Yet I can help you break into the top 10, or even the top 3, possibly first. 30,000 war merits shouldn't be excessive. Moreover, leaping from 20th to 10th place will at least double the resources the state allocates to your academy over the next 4 years. So 30,000 war merits is not too much, right? Xianyuan Che spoke all this in one breath. He had learned these details from Mu Yanran. The other side was silent for a long while. I didn't expect you to know all this. Clearly, they had not anticipated Xianyuan Che's knowledge. We can offer you 30,000 war merits, but we need to assess your strength. If your ability meets our expected standards, we will grant you the 30,000 war merits. All right, Xuanyuan replied. The two agreed on a time and then ended the call. The meeting was scheduled for 1 week later. Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan First Martial Academy. After hanging up, Li Fenglin immediately picked up the landline beside him and dialed a number. Hello, Dean, are you at the academy? Oh yes, I have something to discuss with you. All right, I'm coming over now. After ending the call, Li Fenglin left his office and headed toward the villa district within the academy. A few minutes later, he arrived at the villas. An elderly man with graying hair was leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard. This was none other than Wang Xian, the dean of Jiangnan First Martial Academy. Dean. Li Fenglin looked at Wang Xian with utmost respect. Speak, what is it? Li Fenglin recounted the entire matter. Wang Xian listened attentively and then set down his teacup. In a few days, you should go for an evaluation. If your strength is satisfactory, you might consider giving it a try. All right. After hanging up the phone, Xianyuan Che immediately purchased an A-grade vitality potion from the Hall of Martial Achievements. Barely 2.5 seconds after the purchase, another call came in. Whose call is this? Glancing at the caller ID, Xianyuan Che felt a hint of curiosity but chose to answer nonetheless. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Xianyuan Che? A sweet voice came from the other end. Yes, this is he. How may I assist you? This is the staff from the Hall of Martial Achievements. I noticed that you exchanged for 4 A-grade vitality potions yesterday and today combined. I'm calling to remind you that the minimum interval between doses should be at least 1 month. The voice trailed off before continuing no further. Xianyuan Che understood her implication perfectly. It was simply a precaution against him consuming several A-grade vitality potions at once. I'm merely stockpiling them. I'm fully aware of the side effects. Very well, then I shall not disturb you further. After ending the call, Xianyuan Che casually tossed his phone aside and turned on the television. This time, the delivery arrived swiftly. Within 2.5 hours, it was at his doorstep. Scanning it with his eye of inquiry, he confirmed the contents were intact. Closing the door behind him, he immediately consumed the vitality potion. Notification. Host has consumed 1 A-grade vitality potion, gaining 62,000 vitality points. Double critical hit triggered, increasing 62,000 points to 1,240,000 vitality points. Vitality, 8,940,000. Level 8 Martial Patriarch. Only 6,000 vitality points shy of level 9 Martial Patriarch. Hopefully, he won't be stuck at level 9 for too long. Reflecting on the requirements to ascend to Martial King, Xianyuan Che sighed deeply. 2 days later, 1,700 kilometers from the southern border of Huaxia. Shangguan Feng, already reduced to a bald head by the raging flames, shouted fiercely at the opposing fire phoenix. Apocalyptic meteor spear. Dozens of 100-meter-long spears rained down from the sky, hurtling toward the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was not to be outdone. Phoenix Nirvana flames. Flames surged anew from its body, reigniting the scorched and barren earth. The man and the bird battled fiercely for over half an hour. By this time, the battlefield was utterly ravaged, devoid of any foothold. After another half an hour, both combatants were utterly exhausted. You've run out of moves, Haven to you? Shangguan Feng panted heavily, spear pointed at the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix's heart brimmed with unwillingness. Immense pupils shimmered with sorrow. If my husband were still alive, how could you dare to bully me? Shangguan Feng's expression shifted upon hearing this. He had heard before that this fire phoenix had a mate, an 8th-rank ferocious beast named the Fire Vermilion Bird. However, decades ago, for unknown reasons, it was ambushed and slain by 3 8th-rank ferocious beasts. Seeing Shangguan Feng remain motionless, the fire phoenix chose not to strike again, but spread its wings and took flight. Before departing, it cast a glance toward Huaxia. I shall return again. The fire phoenix returned to its domain, Phoenix Mountain. Its nest was perched halfway up the mountainside, atop which lay a colossal bird skeleton. The skeletal wingspan stretched tens of thousands of meters, radiating an oppressive aura that distorted the surrounding space. Gazing at the skeleton, the fire phoenix's heart ached. You are gone. Same rank ferocious beasts bully me, and even humans torment me. Since the death of her husband, her territory had been steadily encroached upon by same rank ferocious beasts. Now, only Phoenix Mountain remained under her dominion. Looking at the fiery sparrow egg nestled within the den, she sighed and tossed it aside. Her offspring heading to Huaxia was for the best. At least it would not be discovered and crushed by other ferocious beasts in the cradle. Ding, ding, ding. While having lunch, Xuan Yuan que caso lian surd acol. Ache, it seems this egg is about to hatch. Mu Yanran's voice brimmed with excitement. The camera then shifted to the fire phoenix egg. Its surface gleamed with a golden-red hue, carefully placed on a cushion by Mu Yanran. The egg trembled gently from time to time. Through the phone, Xin Yuanche employed his eye of inquiry. Species, fire phoenix, unhatched. Gender, female. Grade, unknown. Status, absorbing residual energy within the eggshell. Hatching imminent upon completion. Time remaining until hatching, 2.5 minutes. Is there anyone around you? Xuan Yuan que inquired anxiously. Mu Yanran shook her head. No, I'm alone in my room. That's good. This egg is about to hatch. No sooner had he finished speaking than the fire phoenix egg began to change. The color of the shell faded, gradually turning white. Clearly, the energy within was nearly depleted. Crack! The white eggshell shattered, revealing a golden-red phoenix, chick no larger than a pigeon. Chirp chirp. The hatchling tilted its head, gazing curiously at Mu Yanran. So beautiful. Mu Yanran's eyes sparkled as she admired the chick. Ake, look. She cupped the chick in her hands and brought it closer to the camera. Xin Yuan Che immediately used his eye of inquiry to examine its details again. Species, fire phoenix. Gender, female. Grade, 2nd rank, continuously ascending. Status, digesting energy from the eggshell. Upon completion, grade will directly advance to 4th rank. Estimated digestion completion within 1 month. Hiss. Xin Yuan Che drew a sharp breath upon seeing the phoenix chick's stats. Once the energy is fully digested, it will ascend to 4th rank. This is absurdly overpowered, almost like cheating. The phoenix chick curiously pecked at the screen, occasionally tapping with its golden beak. The sharp beak struck the phone screen directly. Suddenly, the phone malfunctioned. My phone, Mu Yanran exclaimed, hastily setting down the chick and picking up the device. After a brief inspection, she sighed. It's broken. Sigh. She cast a helpless glance at the phoenix chick. Seemingly aware of its misdeed, the chick covered its head with its wings, its tail feathers trembling intermittently. After a moment, it cautiously looked up at Mu Yanran. Seeing she was not angry, it flapped its wings and flew onto her shoulder. Xin Yuan Che saw the screen go dark and, recalling the chick's pecking, roughly guessed what had happened. Better focus on cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. Time passed unknown. Xin Yuan Che concluded his meditation. Notification. Host is cultivated for 1 hour, gaining 0.5 vitality points. 4,000 times critical hit triggered, increasing 0.5 points to 2,000 points. Vitality, 8,960,000. Level 8 Martial Patriarch. Notification. Host is cultivated for 1 hour, gaining 0.5 vitality points. 6,000 times critical hit triggered, increasing 0.5 points to 3,000 points. Vitality, 8,990,000. Level 8 Martial Patriarch, only 1,000 points remaining. Notification, Vitality, 900,000 out of 1 million, 9th level Martial Sovereign. Finally, he reached the 9th level Martial Sovereign, the Shangwan family of the capital city. Due to excessive exertion, Shangwan Feng sought a place to rest for several hours before making his way back. He returned home with a bare head, his face darkened as if scorched. "You wretched bird, why burn anything else when you could have burned my hair instead?" Yet fortunately, given his advanced realm, his hair would soon regrow. Otherwise, he would be utterly distressed. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Eat slowly, there's still some here." As soon as he entered the house, he heard Mu Yanran's voice, accompanied by several bird calls. "That girl Yanran. Why has she started keeping birds now?" Shangwan Feng took a towel from a servant and wiped his face, asking, "What is this about?" The servant replied, "Miss Yanran's boyfriend gave her an egg, and it has hatched." "Boyfriend?" Shangwan Feng recalled and snorted coldly. What precious egg could someone from such a small place possibly give? "One day I'll fetch a 5th level bird egg for my granddaughter." With that, he handed the towel back to the servant and proceeded toward the main hall. The servant took the towel obediently and withdrew. Entering the hall, he saw Mu Yanran feeding birds with her back turned to him. Shangwan Feng cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, Yanran, there's no need to keep such low-level birds. Grandfather will fetch you at least a 5th level bird egg someday." Hearing his words, Mu Yanran immediately turned her head, her delicate face showing a hint of defiance. "No way. Look how well-behaved it is." She gently stroked the young fire phoenix chick. Shangwan Feng cast a casual glance. Yet that single look stunned him. Why does this bird seem so familiar? Why does it resemble a fire phoenix chick so closely? Reflecting on the events of recent days, his heart began to quake. No way could Teg really be in my house. He sensed the aura of the fire phoenix chick. After the assessment, he was certain this was indeed the fire phoenix chick, freshly hatched. He recalled what he had said to the fire phoenix 2 days prior. "Don't look at me with those eyes. Your egg isn't in my house." He never imagined that the egg truly was under his roof. "Grandfather? Grandfather? Are you all right?" Mu Yanran called out anxiously upon seeing Shangwan Feng frozen in place. Snapping back to reality, Shangwan Feng looked at Mu Yanran incredulously. "Are you sure this bird hatched from the egg your boyfriend gave you?" Mu Yanran nodded earnestly. "Yes, I saw it hatch with my own eyes." At this moment, Shangwan Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe his thoughts. Reflecting on his earlier statement, he felt a burning shame. What 5th level or 6th level bird eggs? Compared to this 7th level fire phoenix, they were not even worth mentioning. Simultaneously, his curiosity about his granddaughter's boyfriend grew. After all, the egg of a 7th level ferocious beast like the fire phoenix was not something easily obtained. As a 7th level ferocious beast, the fire phoenix's nest is guarded by the Nirvana flames. Even a martial emperor who touches it would be reduced to ashes. Only martial sovereigns or higher can withstand it. No ordinary martial artist could possibly acquire such an egg. "Yanran, what is your boyfriend's current realm?" "Seems like a martial warrior," Mu Yanran replied without hesitation. Shangwan Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. A martial warrior? Strange. Could he really have stumbled upon such incredible luck? Xin Yuanche was completely unaware of the happenings within the Shangwan household. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. 5 days passed swiftly. During this time, besides eating and drinking, Xin Yuanche trained for a while, raising his vitality to 930,000 points. He also found time to bring his proficiency in the Gale Blade technique to perfection. Li Fenglin, as agreed, came directly to Jiangnan City. Following the address given by Xin Yuanche, he arrived at Xin Yuanche's residence. Ding dong, ding dong. Pressing the doorbell, Xin Yuanche soon opened the door. Upon seeing Xin Yuanche, Li Fenglin extended his right hand and began his self-introduction. "Greetings, my name is Li Fenglin. I am a professor specializing in spear techniques at the First Academy of Martial Arts in Jiangnan." Xin Yuanche extended his right hand to shake. "Hello, I am Mixuan Yuanke. Please come in." After speaking, he led Li Fenglin inside the house. At the same time, he used his sight of inquiry to scan Li Fenglin's panel. Name, Li Fenglin. Vitality, 700,000 out of 800,000, 7th level martial sovereign. Breeding technique, 12 yuan breeding technique, grade B. Martial skill, grade B, 1000 transform spear technique, mastered, tiger leap mountain range. A secret technique, amplification. Amplification, after activation, increases one's own strength by 20%. Weakness, none. Amplification secret technique seems somewhat underwhelming. Xin Yuanche mused quietly upon seeing Li Fenglin's secret technique. He poured a cup of tea for Li Fenglin. who took a symbolic sip before getting straight to the point. When shall we start the evaluation test? Xin Yuanche replied, how about now? Li Fengli nudda. All right, let's go find a place downstairs. I'll be frank, if you don't pass the evaluation, there's no point in us cooperating. Xuan Yuan smiled. I understand. I want to let you down. Li Fengli nudda. Let us hope so. In his eyes, if Xin Yuanche could endure even 5 minutes under his hand, it would be considered a success. After all, Xin Yuanche had consumed the martial sovereign fruit. But how could he possibly defeat someone who had steadily trained to the martial sovereign realm? The two descended the stairs, with Li Fenglin sprinting straight ahead. Xin Yuanche followed calmly behind. Seeing Xin Yuanche trailing, Li Fenglin increased his speed. He was testing him, due to the side effects of the martial sovereign fruit. As long as Xin Yuanche did not fall too far behind, he would be deemed qualified. Xin Yuanche was no fool and knew that Li Fenglin was testing him. After 1 minute, Li Fenglin glanced back to see if Xin Yuanche had fallen behind. To his shock, Xin Yuanche had not only kept pace but maintained a distance of about 50 meters. He accelerated again, no longer holding back, unleashing his learned martial skill. Seeing Li Fenglin suddenly speed up, Xin Yuanche realized it was time to get serious. He activated the Divine Movement Step. With the Divine Movement Step, the gap that had opened was rapidly closing. Whoosh! Li Fenglin suddenly sensed something darting ahead of him. Looking closely, he saw Xin Yuanche, who had been behind moments ago, now inexplicably ahead of him. How is this possible? Watching Xuan Yuan que pulfarte away, Li Fenglin exclaimed in astonishment. After more than 2 minutes, Xin Yuanche arrived at the outskirts of Jiang'an City. Waiting there for a minute, Li Fenglin finally arrived, slightly out of breath. The first words he uttered upon seeing Xin Yuanche again were, how can your speed possibly be this fast? Li Fenglin could not believe that Xin Yuanche's speed had surpassed his own. Let us begin the evaluation. Xin Yuanche remained silent, offering no response to Li Fenglin. After calming himself, Li Fenglin nodded in acknowledgement. What transpired earlier was merely a probing test. Now, the true assessment was underway. We are both well aware of the side effects of the Wuzong fruit. If you can endure under my hand for 5 minutes, you shall pass this evaluation. Very well. Let's begin. Xin Yuanche clasped his hands behind his back, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Li Fenglin, utterly disregarding him. Li Fenglin's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Xin Yuanche with a hint of disdain. So young, yet so presumptuous. I shall not hold back. A sleek black spear materialized in his grasp. Tiger leaps through the mountains. With a single arrow-like stride, he charged at Xin Yuanche. In but an instant, he stood before him. Yet, what followed left Li Fenglin utterly astounded. Xin Yuanche, once in front, had vanished without a trace. Glancing around, Li Fenglin realized that Xin Yuanche had somehow appeared behind him. What? Li Fenglin's pupils constricted, utterly unprepared for Xin Yuanche's astonishingly swift reaction. Professoli. For minutes and 57 seconds remain. 56 seconds from now, I will surely endure the full 5 minutes, Xin Yuanche announced nonchalantly. Having activated his berserk state, Li Fenglin's speed appeared to him as sluggish as a snail. With his free hand, Li Fenglin hurled a punch towards Xin Yuanche. Bang! This time, Xin Yuanche did not evade, but instead reached out with his right hand to firmly catch the blow. His expression was calm and composed, as if the encounter were effortless. Li Fenglin attempted to retract his fist, only to find it gripped tightly by Xin Yuanche, immovable even by force. A sudden wave of powerlessness surged within him. Simultaneously, he could hardly believe that, even after consuming the Wuzong fruit, he was as helpless before Xin Yuanche as a mere child. With a powerful swing, Xin Yuanche flung Li Fenglin through the air. Before he could even land, Xin Yuanche seized his head and slammed it mercilessly into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked instantly beneath them. Boom! Boom! After the third strike, Xin Yuanche ceased. Throughout the ordeal, Li Fenglin, a 7th-level Wuzong, was utterly unable to retaliate. That's enough. You have passed the evaluation, Li Fenglin mumbled, barely coherent while lying on the ground. Xin Yuanche, who had been poised to continue, reluctantly relented. My apologies for the earlier offense, Professor Li. Helping Li Fenglin to his feet, Xin Yuanche said politely. It's nothing, Li Fenglin replied with difficulty, waving his hand. He then retrieved a healing potion from his spatial ring and drank it. Fortunately, Xin Yuanche had not exerted his full strength, and Li Fenglin's injuries swiftly began to mend. Your strength is formidable. If you can secure a top 10 position for our academy, you will be rewarded with 30,000 merit points. Professor Li, what if I help your esteemed institution claim first place? Xuan Yuan inquired. Li Fenglin smiled and patted Xianyuan Che's shoulder. Young man, though your power is great, are you aware which academy claimed the championship last season? Xianyuan Che naturally knew it was the Capital S Premier Martial Arts Academy. Li Fenglin Nudda. Indeed, the Capital S Premier Martial Arts Academy is no ordinary institution. Its students hail from influential backgrounds, and their realms and strengths surpass those of their peers elsewhere. I reviewed your information recently. Around 19 years old, 7th level Wuzong. At the same age, you indeed outclass those in the capital. But when the time comes, you will face not peers, but warriors at least 4 years your senior. Some even 5 years older. Xianyuan Che asked, have they attained the rank of Martial King? Li Fenglin shook his head. That's fortunate, Xianyuan Che shrugged. If they have indeed reached Martial King, I have nothing to fear. With 2 or 3 months until the competition and his critical hit system active, by then, he might have advanced to Martial Emperor or even Martial Sovereign. Sig, youth, Li Fenglin sighed, observing Xianyuan que esse confident demeanor. Clearly, he doubted Xianyuan Che could lead the academy to first place. Xianyuan Che was indeed powerful, but his school's participants were novices. Unless Xianyuan Che could single-handedly defeat 7 opponents, victory seemed unlikely. After departing, Li Fenglin reflected that Xianyuan Che's strength had exceeded his expectations. He needed to report back promptly. Observing Li Fenglin's retreating figure and recalling his words, Xianyuan Che paid them no mind. At his current rate of improvement, by the time the competition began, he estimated he would be Martial Emperor, possibly Martial Sovereign. Defeating a bunch of weaklings would be effortless. Upon returning to the academy, Li Fenglin sought out Dean Wang Xian and recounted the entire incident. Hearing that Li Fenglin was powerless against Xianyuan Che, Wang Xian was taken aback. Oh, his strength surpasses yours? Li Fenglin Nudda. Indeed, his prowess is not just a tier above, but several. Wang Xian took a sip of tea. Upon enrollment, place him directly on the school team. All right, but there is one more matter. Li Fenglin hesitated, unsure whether to disclose Xianyuan Che's ambition to claim first place. Speak plainly. No need for hesitation. Li Fenglin revealed everything. After listening, Wang Xian burst out laughing, almost spitting out his tea. Seeking first place? Truly, ignorance breeds courage. Clearly, he too doubted Xianyuan Che's ability to lead the academy to victory. Call him back. If he can indeed bring us first place, reward him with 100,000 merit points, an A-grade martial skill, an A-grade breathing technique, and the opportunity to observe a Martial King's insight manual. Wow, such precious rewards. Li Fenglin was stunned. Regardless of the importance of merit points, the chance to study a Martial King's insight manual was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as Xianyuan Che prepared to train, Li Fenglin's call came again. Mr. Xianyuan Che, after discussing with our dean, if you can secure first place for our academy, we will grant you 100,000 merit points, an A-grade martial skill, an A-grade breathing technique, and the chance to observe a Martial King's insight manual. Hearing the rewards, Xianyuan Che was momentarily perplexed. He understood the earlier offers, but wondered if the Martial King's insight manual contained techniques for comprehending and transforming martial energy seeds. Li Fenglin's next words confirmed his suspicion. You likely already know the basics, but the Martial King's insight manual holds many crucial secrets, including how to condense martial energy seeds and rapidly convert vitality into martial energy. Then it's settled. Xianyuan Che ended the call abruptly. After hanging up, he gazed at his vitality panel thoughtfully. With about 1 month until the semester began, at his current rate of improvement, it would take mere days for his vitality to reach 1 million points. All 9th level Wuzone warriors in Huaxia who had elevated their vitality to 1 million points without exception reached their maximum vitality. No further training could increase it. It was like a bottle filled to the brim with water. Any additional water would simply spill onto the ground. The same principle applied to martial artists. Hence, he pondered whether the self endowed with a system might be the exception to the rule. Time advanced to August 1st. He opened the interface. Unim, Xianyuan que arrogantaura. Vitality, 99,100,000. 9th rank martial sect master. Nearly 1 million vitality points. Could he possibly surpass the limit? Filled with anticipation, Xianyuan Che commenced his cultivation. 1 hour later, he opened the interface again. Unim, Xianyuan que arrogantaura. Vitality, 999,100,000. 9th rank martial sect master. Another hour passed. As Xianyuan Che concluded his cultivation, a system notification chimed. Ding. Detected host's 1 hour cultivation. Gained 5 vitality points. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. 5 vitality points increased to 5,000 vitality points. Opening the interface once more. Your name, Xuanyuan ke Arrogantaura. Vitality, 10,400,000. 9th rank martial sect master. Breathing technique, Chinkoan breathing method. Martial arts, grade A. Gale blade technique perfected, grade B. Mountain shattering fist perfected. Divine movement step perfected. Un secret technique, berserk transformation, second stage. System space, UNG chest, locked, grade B alloy blade, grade B healing potion, 2 units. Evaluation, no evaluation given. His vitality had surpassed 1 million points. Indeed, the self equipped with a system was forever an exception. Xianyuan Che murmured to himself. Ding. The host's ability to exceed 1 million vitality points is unrelated to this system. The system's prompt resonated. Unrelated to you? Xianyuan Che was thoroughly perplexed. He fixed his gaze on the interface, utterly unable to comprehend why he could possess vitality exceeding 1 million points. I almost forgot about this. Gazing at the UNG chest within the system space, Xianyuan Che smacked his forehead. So many days had passed, and he had nearly forgotten about this artifact. By the way, it had been nearly 2 months since acquiring it, yet he still had no clue how to unlock it. Perhaps he should trade it for battle merits? Xuanyuan que mater twice. But he soon abandoned the idea. What if the contents were precious? That would be a terrible loss. After observing the system space for several minutes, he finally stepped back outside. Ding. Detected host's strong curiosity. Task triggered. What is inside? Task details. Upon enrolling at Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy at the start of the semester, enter the school grounds with the left foot first. Task reward. System assistance to unlock the UNG chest. Staring at the task triggered by the system, Xianyuan Che could only think. This is far too simple and rather absurd. The semester is still a month away. There was no rush. He casually sank onto the sofa and began scrolling through Douhai. Several days later, Xianyuan Che came across a news report. Recently, the ferocious beasts outside Linhai City had become increasingly active, prompting the city to call upon all martial artists, rank master, or above to assist. Xianyuan Che opened the battle mirror hall. As soon as he did, an announcement popped up. Announcement. Frequent ferocious beast activity near Linhai City. All are requested to assist in reconnaissance. Reward. 50 battle merits. Xianyuan Che immediately put away his phone and headed outside. Judging by the situation, another beast tide was likely imminent. Last time, he had earned over 10,000 battle merits from the beast tide. This time, perhaps 20,000. He needed to hurry. More than 3 hours later, Xianyuan Che arrived in Linhai City, located in Easterhuaxia. However, upon arrival, he received a notification that the alert had been lifted. Fortunately, he had earned 50 battle merits, so the trip was not in vain. Meanwhile, as he continued scrolling through videos, he encountered additional news concerning Linhai City. The content explained that Linhai City, having lifted the alert 1 month prior, had now reinstated an emergency alert. Why was the alert back again? He opened the battle mirror hall. Sure enough, another announcement appeared, similar to the last one, regarding Linhai City's alert. For the sparse 50 battle merits, Xianyuan Che made another trip to Linhai City. 100 kilometers from Linhai City, hundreds of sea-type ferocious beasts were glaring menacingly at a middle-aged man standing on the sea surface. The man swung his blade toward the sea. The blade's light instantly sliced through the water, annihilating almost all the ferocious beasts beneath the waves. He scanned the sea with his spiritual sense, frowning. Strange, why were there always so few ferocious beasts each time? Just as Xianyuan Che was about to board a vehicle to Linhai City, he discovered the alert had been lifted once more. What the heck? Xianyuan Che grumbled and reluctantly refunded his recently purchased ticket. Could the ferocious beasts be playing a wolf cry trick? He could not help but recall a childhood story. It told of a shepherd boy who falsely claimed wolves were coming, warning the villagers so they could protect their sheep. The boy deceived them multiple times, crying wolf. When the wolves finally did come, no one believed him, and all their sheep were taken by the wolves. 300 kilometers from Linhai City, in the deep sea, several whales over 1,000 meters in length swam continuously, emanating a terrifying aura that caused surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble. They were the instigators of this latest beast tide, the giant whale kings. Time reached the early hours of the morning. The sea surface near Linhai City rose once again. But unlike before, several giant whale kings surfaced simultaneously. Xianyuan Che, who had been enjoying a late-night snack, once again received an announcement from the Battle Merit Hall. Simultaneously, the Battle Merit Hall issued another announcement. This time, the urgency was unmistakable, offering 200 battle merits to all martial artists who responded. Again, seeing the pop-up, Xuanyuan Geuriedli stepped outside. He had resolved that, regardless of truth or falsehood, he would not return this time. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, The train Xinyuan Che was aboard was forced to halt. News arrived from Linhai City. The entire city had been submerged. At least 100,000 residents had yet to evacuate. Xinyuan Che opened the battle mare hall again. The announcement had been updated once more, with rewards increased from 200 to 350 battle merits. Participating in the rescue effort would grant corresponding battle merits. One could imagine how dire the situation had become. With the train stopped, Xinyuan Che had no choice but to proceed on foot toward Linhai City. Fortunately, as a 9th-rank martial sect master, his travel speed was comparatively swift. Linhai City. The cold moonlight spread across the sea surface. Dozens of skyscrapers stood desolately upon the water, their rooftops crowded with survivors awaiting rescue. Beneath the waves, dark currents surged. Massive shadows occasionally swept past. Struggling individuals who had fallen into the water were suddenly seized by unseen forces, dragged underwater, leaving only bubbles and expanding pools of blood. Beneath the surface, mutated ferocious beasts, schools of jagged-toothed pomfrets, glimmered coldly, their tentacle-like shadows entwining prey. Farther below, colossal creatures patrolled slowly. The rooftop crowd held their breath, fearful to make a sound. They had been asleep just over 2 hours ago when the sea level abruptly rose again, submerging all of Linhai City within less than half an hour. When Shangwan Feng arrived at Linhai City, he was immediately confronted with such a scene. He summoned his martial essence and directly used it to stun and kill the ferocious beasts in the water, hauling the people out to safety. After completing these tasks, he cast his gaze toward the opposite side of the sea. Several kilometers away, a few whales, each several thousand meters long and adorned with golden blue patterns across their bodies, surfaced. Upon seeing these whales, Shangwan Feng's expression shifted. They were giant whale kings, and not just any, but 3 heads at 7th rank. This was troublesome. Xinyuan Che hurried at full speed, taking just over 20 minutes to reach Linhai City. Upon witnessing the current state of the city, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Time was of the essence, and he immediately began searching for survivors. Fortunately, Xinyuan Che was not alone in the rescue efforts. This gave some ordinary people a glimmer of hope to survive. Each time he found a survivor, Xinyuan Che would escort them to nearby tall buildings. From there, rescue helicopters would take over, transporting them away from Linhai City. Within less than 10 minutes, he had saved over a dozen people. Just as he placed one person onto a skyscraper, the people nearby suddenly cried out in alarm. Following their gaze, Xinyuan Che saw a little girl desperately swimming toward them, clutching a swimming ring. She kept glancing back anxiously. A shark's tail fin broke the surface of the water. The little girl was swimming slowly, and it was clear the shark could catch her. Yet, the shark remained behind her, seemingly relishing this cat-and-mouse game. Suicide! Xinyuan Che shouted angrily upon witnessing this, leaping toward them. He swiftly scooped up the girl and delivered a powerful kick at the shark. Boom! The 6 to 7 meter long shark was sent soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Seeing the girl rescued, the nearby crowd erupted in cheers. After placing the girl in a safe location, Xinyuan Che departed, heading toward the city center. A few minutes later, upon arriving at the city center, he distinctly felt a faint yet palpable pressure enveloping him. Looking up, he spotted an elderly man standing high above, gazing into the distance. Curious, he employed his eye of inquiry to scan the old man's information. Name, Shangwan Feng. Martial essence. Name, Shangwan Feng. Martial essence, 6,500,000,000. Level 6 martial revered. Breathing technique, Yuan swallowing breathing method, S rank. Martial skills, S rank. Sea calming spear technique, perfect. Meteor spear technique, perfect. Sky shattering palm, perfect. Un secret technique, frenzy transformation. Weaknesses, frenzy transformation, boosts all attributes by 25% upon activation. A martial revered. Moreover, a member of the Shangwan family. Gazing at Shangwan Feng's profile, Xinyuan Che thought to himself. The martial system on Blue Star is divided into 8 tiers. Martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial sect leader, martial king, martial emperor, martial revered, and martial saint. These 8 tiers correspond to the ferocious beasts ranks from 1 to 8. The martial revered is second only to the martial saint. Furthermore, according to official disclosures, there are only 10 publicly recognized martial revereds in Huaxia. Reaching martial revered status means standing atop the pinnacle of Huaxia's martial hierarchy. Naturally, Shangwan Feng in the sky also noticed Xinyuan Che. Like the others, he was astonished that Xinyuan Che had achieved martial sect leader rank at such a young age, and moreover, was a 9th rank martial sect leader. However, Shangwan Feng was currently fixated on the 3 giant whale kings far off and had no time to inquire further about this exceptionally talented junior. Closing his profile, Xian Yuan began searching nearby. After several minutes, he found no one needing rescue. Presumably, they had been saved by the martial revered in the sky. Kid, the people here have all been rescued. You can head south to assist with the rescue. Shang Wanfeng's voice echoed in Xian Yuan's ears. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Xian Yuan politely expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Watching Xian Yuan's retreating figure, Shang Wanfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Polite, with good looks and talent. It was a pity that Yanran already had a boyfriend. Otherwise, he would have asked for his contact information on her behalf. Though he disapproved of his granddaughter dating someone from a small place, he only voiced this superficially. He was no old-fashioned relic. If the two genuinely cared for each other, he wouldn't hesitate to invest resources to elevate the young man to martial king or even martial emperor status. Soon, Xian Yuan arrived at the southern edge of Linhai City. Many martial artists were engaged in rescue efforts here, some rescuing ordinary people from drowning, others battling ferocious beasts in the water. Yet despite these efforts, some ordinary people still perished in the beast's jaws. The number of people needing rescue was overwhelming, and the martial artists assisting were clearly insufficient. Suddenly, a towering wave dozens of meters high surged toward the crowd. Everyone moved back. Someone shouted. Xian Yuan frowned as he observed the massive wave. Species, Silver Shark King. Rank, mid-level 5th rank. Description, a high-level species from the deep sea. The deeper the waters, the stronger they become. Ganasas, Fins, Tail, Finlandia. A 5th-rank ferocious beast. Just as Xian Yuan was about to act, he noticed someone was quicker than him. Ferocious beast, prepare to die. A figure descended from the sky, wielding a long spear, charging straight into the towering wave. Boom! The wave instantly dissipated, revealing a 70-meter-long shark before the crowd. Its bright silver skin shimmered faintly under the sun's rays. Even to the naked eye, the shark's formidable defense was evident. Xian Yuan swiftly scanned the figure's information with his eye of inquiry. Name, Murong Yun. Martial essence, 249,300, level 2 martial king. A level 2 martial king. Xuan Yuan gematterd softly. Since someone was holding back the Silver Shark King, there was no need for him to intervene. The surrounding martial artists cheered as they saw someone blocking the Silver Shark King. Stop cheering and check if there are any survivors. One martial artist shouted. After all, the strong warrior was buying them time, not putting on a show. The crowd finally realized this. Xian Yuan dispatched a swift kick to kill a 3rd-rank crab and rescued 2 more people. He kept a watchful eye on Murong Yun's battle, ready to assist if needed. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and all the ordinary people nearby had been rescued. Yet Murong Yun's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized the Silver Shark King's defense was extraordinarily high. Even striking it with martial skills only caused minor injuries, insufficient to seriously harm it. More importantly, the entire battlefield was submerged in water, undoubtedly strengthening the Silver Shark King's power. Not to mention himself, Murong Yun doubted even 2 more martial kings could bring it down. He glanced at the martial artists behind him, gritted his teeth, and continued unleashing his martial skills. If he faltered, those behind him would be in grave danger. Yet the ensuing scene plunged him into utter despair. Another colossal wave, towering over 100 meters high, surged relentlessly from afar. The other warriors also perceived the approaching tsunami. Another monstrous wave is coming. Amidst the fierce battle, Murong Yun glanced toward the oncoming tide, his heart sinking with a silent curse. Damn it! With the Silver Shark King glaring menacingly ahead, he was utterly incapable of freeing himself to confront a second Silver Shark King. The other warriors, witnessing Murong Yun's immobilization, were overwhelmed with hopelessness. It's over. The mountain-breaking fist. A thunderous roar shattered the air as Xian Yuan's blood surged wildly throughout his body. In his berserk state, he became a crimson lightning bolt, charging headlong into the towering wave. His fist, imbued with the power of a mountain, struck fiercely at the Silver Shark King lurking beneath the water's surface. Boom! The ferocious punch exploded, shattering the wave instantaneously. Amidst the billowing mist, Xian Yuan leveraged the momentum to leap, landing steadily atop a precarious skyscraper. His gaze was icy and unwavering as he fixed upon the gradually calming sea. In the next moment, the ocean roiled once more, and a far more massive Silver Shark King burst forth from the water. Its form was even more terrifying than the previous one, its once gleaming silver hide now etched with golden streaks. Its dorsal fin was as sharp as a blade, gleaming with a cold, steely light beneath the moon. Its eyes glowed with a fierce crimson, radiating overwhelming ferocity. Merely surfacing, it caused the atmospheric pressure over the entire sea to plummet abruptly. This is bad. This one is stronger than the last. It has already begun its transformation into a golden shark king. Despair spread like wildfire among the crowd. All eyes fixed on Xian Yuanche. Murong Yun scanned Xian Yuanche with his spiritual awareness. Upon detecting that Xian Yuanche was merely a 9th-level martial zone, his heart sank completely. He had assumed Xian Yuanche was a martial king, never expecting him to be only a 9th-level martial zone. How could he possibly withstand a ferocious beast capable of overpowering martial king-level warriors? Xian Yuanche's expression remained calm as he withdrew a gray-bee alloy blade from his spatial ring. Activate the Eye of Inquiry. Species, Silver Shark King, in Metamorphosis. Rank, Peak 5th Tier. Description, a top-tier predator on the verge of evolving into a golden shark king, possessing strength far surpassing that of an ordinary martial king. Anasas, Fiends, Tail, Finlandia. Xian Yuanche estimated that, with the system's critical strike bonus, he should be able to dispatch this silver shark king. Whoosh! His figure vanished abruptly. Divine step. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to react in time as Xian Yuanche, like a phantom, closed in on the silver shark king, his blade flashing like a sudden gale. Galblad technique. As Xian Yuanche charged again, the silver shark king reacted swiftly, plunging its massive body into the depths. Attempting to evade. Running away. Xuan Yuan is needed the coldly. Do you really think you can escape? With a deft flick, he executed the pursuit wind blade technique on the water's surface without hesitation. Ding. Guaranteed, critical strike triggered. At the moment the blade descended, time seemed to freeze across the sea. Then, several slashes tore through the water, ruthlessly striking the colossal body of the Silver Shark King. Roar! The Silver Shark King emitted a piercing howl of agony as its scales were shredded like paper beneath the critical strengthened blade. More devastatingly, one slash precisely severed its tail fin, golden blood spurting forth, dyeing the surrounding seawater a crimson gold. The severed tail drastically reduced the Silver Shark King's speed. It struggled desperately to dive into the deep sea to escape. But Xian Yuanche would not grant it that chance. Channeling his vital energy, he unleashed the Gale Blade technique once more. Ding! Tenfold critical strike triggered, power increased tenfold. Ding! Tenfold critical strike triggered, power increased tenfold. Ding! Triple critical strike triggered, power increased threefold. 3 blade streaks flared almost simultaneously, weaving a lethal web in midair. The first slash severed the Silver Shark King's dorsal fin. The second pierced through its skull. The third cleaved its massive body in two. Boom! The Silver Shark King's corpse slammed heavily onto the sea surface, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. That once fearsome beast, which had struck terror into countless warriors, now floated like a tattered rag on the water, its golden blood steadily spreading. Nearby, Murong Yun stood dumbfounded, mouth agape but utterly speechless. How could this be possible? The Silver Shark King, which he, an esteemed martial king, had struggled to contend with at full strength, was annihilated in an instant by a mere 9th-level martial zone. And judging by Xian Yuanche's effortless demeanor, it was as if he had merely swatted a fly. Murong Yun felt his worldview collapse utterly in that moment. Meanwhile, another Silver Shark King, witnessing the demise of its kin, hastily submerged and fled. It sensed an intense aura of danger emanating from Xian Yuanche. Attempt to escape? Xian Yuanche's keen eyes caught the scene instantly. As a 5th-tier fierce beast capable of producing yuan crystals, how could he possibly let it go? With a single step, his figure blurred into a residual shadow, swiftly soaring above the sea. His alloy battle blade hummed vibrantly, the edge glowing with a faint azure spiritual energy. Racing across the water's surface, each step exploded a ring of air waves beneath him. His speed so great, he left a long white streak trailing over the sea. The fleeing Silver Shark King, sensing the murderous intent closing in, thrashed its body wildly, attempting to dive deeper into the ocean. Yet Xian Yuanche would not allow it. He unleashed dozens of blade streaks toward the Silver Shark King. Ding! Host detected using Gale Blade technique, triggering 15-fold critical strike. Power increased 15-fold. Ding! Host detected using Gale Blade technique, triggering 10-fold critical strike. Power increased 10-fold. Ding! Host detected using Gale Blade technique, triggering 25-fold critical strike. Power increased 25-fold. The blades cascaded like a pouring Milky Way, carving several vacuum rifts dozens of meters long into the sea. The blade aura pierced through the water. striking the Silver Shark King's spine with unerring precision. Roar! The Silver Shark King howled in agony as its dorsal fin was severed, blood gushing wildly. It struggled to continue its descent, but Xian Yuanche had already leapt into the air, gripping his blade with both hands, the edge aimed downward. It's over. Ding! Host detected using Gale Blade technique, triggering 30-fold critical strike. Power increased 30-fold. Ding! Host detected using Gale Blade technique, triggering 15-fold critical strike. Power increased 15-fold. Ding! Boom! The ferocious blade light pierced straight through the Silver Shark King's skull. The sea erupted into towering waves as the corpse slowly floated to the surface, its golden blood staining the surrounding waters. Xian Yuanche landed upon the remains of the Silver Shark King. He plunged his alloy blade into the beast's skull, searching for something. Soon, he discovered a spherical orb the size of a chicken egg. The orb was crystal clear, within it swirling a stream of white mist, dazzlingly radiant. Xian Yuanche examined the orb in his hand. A yuan crystal, typically produced in the head of a fifth-tier fierce beast. Most importantly, it contained martial yuan energy. Rumor had it that the primary ingredient for martial king elixirs was precisely the yuan crystal. If taken to the Hall of Martial Achievements for recycling, it might fetch 2,000 to 3,000 merit points. Naturally, he had no intention of doing so. He then approached another Silver Shark King's head and extracted its yuan crystal as well. The spirit crystal, unearthed this time, was evidently much larger than the previous one. Having completed all these tasks, he immediately took out his phone and contacted the Hall of Military Merits, requesting their assistance in retrieving the corpses of the 2 Silver Shark Kings. As for why he did not keep them himself, it was because once a ferocious beast perishes, the majority of its martial essence dissipates instantly, returning to the heavens and earth. Only a small fraction, the purest and highest quality martial essence, condenses into spirit crystals. The martial essence remaining within the body is less than 1%. Therefore, for him, having the Hall of Military Merits handle the retrieval of these shark carcasses was the most profitable course of action. After finishing these matters, he prepared to leave and proceed to the next area to participate in the rescue efforts. Even after Xian Yuanche departed, those present remained stunned, unable to recover from their shock. He is incredibly powerful. This senior is unbelievably strong. A 5th-rank ferocious beast didn't even last 10 seconds against him. The rescue continued unabated. Xian Yuanche tirelessly traversed the entirety of Linhai City, slaying any ferocious beast he encountered. As for the beast's corpses, there was little time to concern himself with them. Saving lives was paramount at this moment. Many martial artists who had arrived from other regions also joined the rescue. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xian Yuanche sat atop a rooftop, chewing on the meat of a ferocious beast. The sun gradually rose. The distant sea was dyed a golden red by the morning light, its shimmering waves sparkling as though scattered with fragments of gold. Seeing the sunrise, the martial artists of Linhai City collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The rising sun was a harbinger of good news for the entire city, for with daylight, the difficulty of their rescue operations would exponentially decline. Several hours passed, and the rescue of Linhai City was nearly complete. More than 1 million people were saved, while the death toll approached 100,000. Before departing, Xian Yuanche made another trip to the city center and discovered that Shangguan Feng was still there. He did not disturb him further, but instead set off on foot, returning to Jiang'an. Upon arriving home, he first took a bath and reported his safety to Mu Yanran. The two lingered affectionately on the phone for several dozen minutes before finally ending the call. Xian Yuanche then produced 2 spirit crystals he had already cleaned. These also contained martial essence. Perhaps he could condense martial essence seeds from them. He took out a small B-grade alloy hammer borrowed from a certain shop, specifically for opening spirit crystals. Bang, bang, bang. Xian Yuanche repeatedly struck the spirit crystals with a small hammer. Every 10 strikes triggered a critical hit. After striking over 100 times, cracks appeared on the spirit crystals. After continuing for a short while longer, he set down the hammer and picked up the crystal. Applying a bit of force, the spirit crystal split in 2, releasing the martial essence within. Xian Yuanche absorbed all the martial essence into his body and began to carefully contemplate it. Chapter 55, A Hungry Wolf Approaches. A counterstrike must be delivered, or next time there will be a pack. Several minutes passed, as Xian Yuanche gradually used his internal qi and blood to shape the martial essence into the nascent form of a seed. However, the shape of the martial essence seed was vague, barely discernible as a seed's outline, resembling a wisp of mist liable to dissipate at any moment. Is this how it should be? Xianyuan Che stroked his chin. At that moment, the system's alert sounded. Ding. Detection. Host is attempting to condense a martial essence seed. Triggered 100-fold critical hit. Martial essence seed condensation progress at 10%. No sooner had the system's voice fallen than he sensed a change in the embryonic seed within his body. The once indistinct seed suddenly contracted and condensed. Although its volume did not increase significantly, it became at least 10 times purer and denser. Only 10% progress? Xuanyuan Kifid Somevat disappointed. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Spirit crystals were not the same as Martial King elixirs, so a lesser effect was to be expected. At worst, he could take some time to venture into the wilderness and slay 5th-rank ferocious beasts. He used the same method on the second spirit crystal, shattering it and absorbing its martial essence into his body. The martial essence seed underwent subtle changes, roughly increasing by 0.1 in progress. Beijing. Inside a conference room. Nearing 100,000 dead. Nearly 100,000 casualties. A middle-aged man proposed to the assembly. I suggest employing a massive nuclear strike on the sea area. Agreed. 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 The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Amidst the chorus of assent, a hoarse voice suddenly interjected. I oppose. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, rising shakily. His wrinkled hands gripped a cane tightly, and though his eyes were clouded, they gleamed with piercing sharpness. Nuclear weapons may indeed annihilate the ferocious beasts, but have you considered? The old man's voice was soft yet carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. If it enrages the 2 8th-rank monsters lurking in the depths of the sea, how will Huaxia endure? His words were like a stone cast into a still lake. The conservative officials rose in agreement. He is right. We have only recently begun to recover our strength. We cannot afford such upheaval. Bullshit. A middle-aged man in military uniform slammed the table, veins bulging on his neck. The enemy is already at our doorstep, and you still hesitate? He pointed angrily at the conservative faction. You are spineless cowards. Murong Zun, seated at the head of the table, rubbed his temples and spoke in a low voice. Silence. Though quiet, his command instantly silenced the room. Weary, he waved his hand. Today's meeting is adjourned. As both factions departed, they still glared at one another with hostility. Cowards, act without considering consequences. Fools. The shouts rose and fell. Watching the crowd leave the conference room, Murong Zun sighed deeply. The radicals were not wrong. The enemy was at their doorstep, and counterattack was necessary. Yet the conservatives were also correct. Every action must consider the consequences, lest they pay a terrible price. Beyond Huaxia's shores, 2 8th-rank ferocious beasts lurked. Should nuclear bombs be launched, they would surely be provoked. The aftermath would be unthinkable. He turned toward the map affixed to the wall, the map of Huaxia. Murong Zun's gaze fixed on 2 marked locations, the territories of the 8th-rank monsters. The king crab and the water dragon carp. These 2 beasts were like a sword hanging over Huaxia's head, poised to fall at any moment. Launch the strike. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the familiar voice, Murong Zun immediately turned around. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, appeared beside him. Anyone witnessing the old man's appearance would be shocked beyond measure. The man was emaciated to an extreme degree. His entire right leg was vacant, his left eye gone. As the sovereign of Huaxia, only he truly comprehended the dire straits in which the nation now found itself. Within its borders lurked the sacred beast sect, while beyond, 8th-tier ferocious beasts eyed it with predatory intent. Only the master remained, dragging his frail body to bear the burden alone. If only I had not been so rash back then, he lamented, his eyes brimming with regret and self-reproach. 3 decades ago, a moment of impulsiveness led him into a deadly trap set by the ferocious beasts. Though he survived against all odds, the ordeal shattered the seed of his martial essence, condemning him to never surpass the martial saint rank. Thus, the master was left to bear his crippled frame, sustaining Huaxia for countless years. Linhai City. The rescue forces had long since withdrawn, and the entire city lay in deathly silence. Shangguan Feng stood atop a building, his body taut with tension, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the 3 colossal whale kings looming on the distant sea like towering mountains. It was not that he wished to flee. Rather, from the very beginning, he had sensed an overwhelming, terrifying pressure locking onto him. At the slightest movement, he would invite utter annihilation. Suddenly, the air beside him twisted subtly, and a stooped figure emerged. Brother Wang. Shangguan Feng's heart jolted at the sight of a newcomer. Wang Dingtian did not respond but slowly raised his withered arm, pointing toward the distant sea. A low hum sounded. In an instant, countless martial essences converged wildly, conjuring 3,000-meter-long spears from thin air. The three whale kings seemed to sense a fatal threat, unleashing deafening roars as their massive bodies writhed violently, stirring towering waves in a desperate bid to escape. But it was already too late. Boom! 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 The three spears pierced through the heads of the beasts, cleaving the air with thunderous force. Three blood-red whirlpools erupted on the sea's surface, and the whale king's corpses slowly sank beneath the waves. Witnessing this, Shang Wanfeng's pupils contracted sharply, his heart stirred by a tempest of shock. Is this the power of a martial saint? With a mere gesture, three seventh-tier ferocious beasts were utterly annihilated. Suppressing his astonishment, he respectfully clasped his fists toward Wang Dingtian. Brother Wang. Wang Dingtian nodded faintly, his voice hoarse. Return. The coming battle is beyond your capacity to intervene. Understood. Shang Wanfeng vanished without hesitation. He knew well that the upcoming confrontation was no affair for a mere martial venerable. Staying would only be a liability. Only after Shang Wanfeng had departed did Wang Dingtian redirect his gaze to the horizon, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. 30 years have passed. Are you once again unable to restrain yourself, Dragon King Crocodile? No sooner had he spoken than the sea roiled violently. A massive whirlpool began to form. Boom! The deafening sound of water breaking filled the air as a gargantuan crocodile, tens of thousands of meters long, with a dragoness head and a back bristling with sharp spines, slowly surfaced. The Dragon King Crocodile gaped its blood-red maw, revealing rows of menacing fangs. Old relic, I never expected you to still be alive. Its sole remaining right eye fixed unblinkingly on Wang Dingtian, its pupils swirling with hatred. From its gaze alone, one could discern the depth of its loathing. Wang Dingtian raised his right hand slightly. It seems the lesson I gave you 30 years ago was insufficient. Then there is no need for you to keep that right eye either. With those words, a spear, forged from condensed martial essence, and spanning heaven and earth, quietly materialized. Chapter 56. The Panicked Dragon King Crocodile. A furious roar erupted from the Dragon King Crocodile, stunned and enraged. It never anticipated that Wang Dingtian, wounded as he was, would still dare to strike. Water flow armor. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, the surrounding seawater frenziedly gathered, condensing into a deep blue, mysterious water armor that enveloped the beast. Simultaneously, the spines on its back swelled many times over, transforming into a formidable, gleaming sword. Boom! The spear descended. The seemingly impregnable water armor shattered after barely 2 seconds. The spear pierced through its massive body, unleashing a spray of dark golden blood. A heart-wrenching howl tore through the air as the colossal creature thrashed violently in the sea. Once the spear dissipated, the arrogance in its eyes was replaced by sheer terror. Isn't Wang Dingtian poisoned? How could he unleash such a devastating strike? Could he have purged the toxin from his body? The Dragon King Crocodile's mind raced with questions. Just as it prepared to flee, a scent caught its nostrils, and its haughty demeanor returned. Ha ha! The original venom of the Poison King Spider still courses through your veins. You must have forced yourself to strike just now, Wang Dingtian. Let us see how many years you have left. As it spoke, a gleam of triumph flashed in its eyes. Judging by your state, even if you do nothing, you won't survive this year. I heard your student suffered lasting injuries from back then, unable to ever break through the martial saint rank. Rest assured, on the day you die, Huaxia will perish as well. A cold glint flickered in Wang Dingtian's single cloudy eye. It seems your rats are growing bolder, knowing even such matters. The Dragon King Crocodile's expression shifted. It realized it had let slip too much. But if you dare come, try it. Let's see if I can take you down with me before I die. Wang Dingtian's voice was hoarse, yet the threat was unmistakable. His words struck the Dragon King Crocodile like a hammer upon its heart. It seemed to recall some dreadful event, hastily flicking its tail as it fled. Wang Dingtian's warnings were all too familiar. 30 years ago, another martial saint of Huaxia, Xianyuan Zhen, had been reported dead, leading these 8th-tier ferocious beasts to believe their chance had come. They launched a frenzied assault on Huaxia, only to discover the martial saint had feigned death. In the aftermath, they were brutally slaughtered, 2 of their kind serving as shields for a martial saint barely clinging to life. Because of that, these beasts had refrained from reckless moves for 3 decades. No one wished to be collateral damage for a half-dead martial saint like Wang Dingtian. With that realization, the Dragon King Crocodile quickened its escape, resolved to change its lair immediately. Wang Dingtian, the old man, knew precisely where its den lay. Should he come seeking to drag it down before dying, there would be no refuge for lamentation. Sensing the Dragon King Crocodile's complete departure, Wang Dingtian's gaunt hand trembled slightly. The cost of forcing his hand was the resurgence of the toxin lurking within his body. The Dragon King crocodile was right. He would not survive beyond this year, perhaps only 3 months at most. As the tide receded, revealing the land beneath Linhai City, a rare flicker of confusion crossed the martial saint's eyes. His promising student had suffered an accident 3 decades ago, forever barred from ascending to martial saint. If he were to fall now, what would become of Huaxia's 600 million people? Without the protection of a martial saint, what fate awaited them? Sighing, Wang Dingtian gathered the essence crystals of the 3 whale kings and departed with their corpses. Back in his secret chamber, he removed the spear hung upon the wall and took out a towel to meticulously clean it. This spear, forged by his own hands decades ago, had accompanied him in slaying numerous 8th-tier ferocious beasts. Old friend, I may not have much time left, he coughed, the toxin within him flaring once more. Yet in his eyes, there was no fear of death. He only knew that as long as he lived even one more day, Huaxia would remain secure for that day. That very evening, Murongzun convened a new assembly and endorsed the radical faction's proposal to unleash nuclear weapons in a carpet bombing over the maritime zones beyond Huaxia's borders. The operation was scheduled to commence 3 days hence. At night, a message went viral across every major short video platform. It reported that the coastal city of Linhai had been submerged, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. Murongzun, the supreme representative of the High Council, had, that same night, authorized the deployment of nuclear strikes over the surrounding seas, set for 7 o'clock on the morning of August 7th. The event would be broadcast live in real time through the remaining satellites and various other channels. Upon reading this news, Xianyuan Che was first struck with astonishment, followed by a wave of shock. He had never imagined that Murongzun would act so decisively as to directly employ nuclear warheads against the seas. It was well known that nuclear weapons could effortlessly annihilate those 5th-tier ferocious beasts. It seemed there was quite a spectacle to behold. Xianyuan Che murmured to himself. He resolved to watch the live broadcast before venturing into the wilderness. In his previous life, he had never witnessed a nuclear detonation, but now, in this life, having finally such an opportunity, he was determined to observe it thoroughly. Meanwhile, the online community erupted in uproarious applause, unanimously expressing approval. So, this is exactly what should be done. Those ferocious beasts really think Huaxia is a pushover? Blast them to oblivion. Chengguanxi, I suggest sending a nuke next door to the little Japanese as well. Others agreed. I wholeheartedly support nuking the neighbors too. Perhaps those beasts have even allied with the ferocious creatures by now. Seeing these comments, Xianyuan Che smiled faintly. He too secretly endorsed the idea of sending a nuke next door. Although 70 years ago, when spiritual energy had just reawakened, such a thing had already been attempted, he had not yet transmigrated and therefore had never witnessed it firsthand. What a pity. Xianyuan Che shook his head with a hint of regret. He understood that the nation would never resort to such measures at present, at least not now. Humanity's common adversaries were the ferocious beasts. Of course, if the little Japanese truly allied themselves with these beasts, the remaining countries would have no qualms about inviting them to share in nuclear devastation. In the capital city, within the Shangguan household, Shangguan Feng rested wearily against the sofa, occasionally massaging his brow. The past period had been overwhelmingly taxing. A middle-aged man approached him. Father, here is the information you requested. Why did it take so long to retrieve? Shangguan Feng opened his eyes and accepted the dossier from his son's hands. The boyfriend of that Yanran girl is somewhat special. It took considerable effort to investigate, Shangguan Long explained. Special? Shangguan Feng's curiosity was piqued as he opened the file on Xianyuan Che. Upon seeing the name, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Xianyuan? How come the surname is Xianyuan? He continued to peruse the file. When he saw Xianyuan Che's photograph, he abruptly stood up. It's him. Shangguan Feng was shaken. Isn't this the 9th level martial sect master I saw in Linhai City a few days ago? And he is actually my granddaughter's boyfriend? Weren't they saying he was only a martial artist? How did he become a martial sect master? And at only 19 years of age? Shangguan Feng's mind raced with thoughts and doubts. Sensing his father's confusion, Shangguan Long offered an explanation. I saw Xianyuan Che during the beast tide on the southern border. It seems he unintentionally consumed 2 martial sect fruits while out in the wilderness, which elevated his realm to martial sect master. Shangguan Feng nodded in understanding. I see. It's a pity. It would have been better if he had achieved this realm without relying on external substances. He sighed. A 19-year-old martial sect master is unprecedented since the revival of spiritual energy. He could be considered unparalleled in history. Alas, he only became a martial sect master through the aid of foreign artifacts. Father, look here. Shangwan Long turned the page and pointed to the name of Xianyuan Che's father. Xianyuan Chun? Seeing the name, Shangwan Feng was taken aback. Is that the Xianyuan Chun? He looked up at Shangwan Long for confirmation. Yes, it is. Shangwan Long nodded. I didn't expect Xianyuan Che to be his son. Shangwan Feng murmured, Xianyuan Chun. I remember him well. He is the son of Xianyuan Wu, the current head of the Xianyuan family. It is said that over 20 years ago, due to some indiscretion, he was expelled from the Xianyuan clan. At the time, Xianyuan Chun was only 27 and had reached the third level of martial king, a prodigy among his peers. If Xianyuan Che only attained martial sect master by consuming martial sect fruits, then he may never advance to martial king in his lifetime, Shangwan Feng mused. Setting the dossier aside, he regarded his son, Shangwan Long. I recall that 10 years ago, when we were developing the new secret realm, we acquired 2 martial king fruits. Find a time to deliver one to him so he can break through to martial king. Also, fetch some martial essence elixirs from the warehouse to accompany the martial king fruit, stabilizing his realm after breakthrough. Understood, Shangwan Long nodded. After his son departed, Shangwan Feng massaged his brow once more. Martial king, martial emperor. It seemed he would also have to procure a martial emperor fruit for the young man. Conveniently, he planned to venture into the wilderness soon in search of celestial materials to help Yanran recover her health. Perhaps he could also secure a martial emperor fruit for Xianyuan Che. His willingness to assist Xianyuan Che was not solely because he had gifted a fire phoenix egg to his granddaughter. The primary reason was that he had realized his granddaughter truly cared for Xianyuan Che. Ever since she discovered that he disapproved of her relationship with Xianyuan Che, she had spent 16 hours out of every 24 praising Xianyuan Che's virtues until his ears were calloused. Grandfather. Mu Yanran descended from the second floor and spotted Shangwan Feng pinching his brow. Upon hearing her voice, his expression shifted. Oh no, just in time, you're free. I have something to tell you about a Che. At the mention of a Che, Shangwan Feng hastily waved his hands. Granddaughter, I'm a bit busy. We'll talk about that boy later. With that, he vanished from sight. What is that about? Mu Yanran pouted, somewhat annoyed. Fine, I'll just call it Che. She took out her phone and returned to her room on the second floor, preparing to video call Xianyuan Che. She had read online that boys liked girls wearing stockings. So she had recently purchased many kinds, black, white, fishnet, to show off during the video call. The date was August 6th, a Saturday. After breakfast, Xianyuan Che was engaged in a video call with Mu Yanran. The two now nearly called each other daily, their affection growing ever more intimate. On the other end, Mu Yanran leaned against the fire phoenix, idly toying with its feathers. By now, the fire phoenix hatchling had fully digested the energy within its body, having grown from the size of a pigeon to 3 meters in length. Its rank had risen to 4th tier, equivalent to martial sect master. Suddenly, Xianyuan Che had a thought. He activated his probing eye and scanned Mu Yanran's realm, eager to ascertain what level she had reached after more than a month had passed. Name, Mu Yanran. Vitality, 344,400 points. Level 3 martial artist. Breathing technique. Yuan swallowing breathing method, grade B. Upon noticing that Mu Yanran's vitality was merely a little over 300 points, Xianyuan Che's expression shifted abruptly. Not long ago, before he had ventured to the capital, her vitality had clearly exceeded 700 points. How could it have plummeted to just over 300 in such a short span? I feel as though the energy your body emits has diminished considerably, Xianyuan Che inquired. Mu Yanran's complexion momentarily altered as she hastily reined in her vitality. She had not anticipated that Xianyuan Che would discern the reduction in her vitality even through the screen of a phone. Recently, my grandfather provided me with a method to cultivate my vitality, hoping I would strengthen my foundation. After employing this technique, each point of vitality supplies 13 gene of strength, but the total vitality begins to decline. I see. Xianyuan Che dismissed his concern. He had heard of this method before. It was akin to compressing one's vitality. Although the total quantity decreases, its quality improves. At the same time, the anxiety that had weighed on him dissipated. He had feared that something was amiss with Mu Yanran. The two of them chatted idly for another half hour before ending the call. After hanging up, Xianyuan Che picked up a book nearby and began to read. After half an hour, he set it aside and commenced his cultivation. Over the past few days, he had been cultivating intermittently. Now, his vitality had reached 1,160,000 points. If one were to be exact, his current realm should be classified as level 11 martial lord. Capital City. Mu Rongzun sat in the conference room, perusing the report on the recent rescue operation in Linhai City. He was fairly satisfied with the outcome. Although nearly 100,000 people had perished, over 1 million had been saved. Moreover, The rescue occurred in the early hours of the morning, complicated further by the interference of oceanic ferocious beasts. Under these circumstances, the rescue rate was remarkably commendable. He glanced toward the elderly man seated at the first position on his right and asked, "Have the martial artists who participated in the rescue been awarded their battle merits?" The elder nodded. "They were distributed yesterday. Additionally, we allocated extra merits based on the number of people they rescued and the ferocious beasts they eliminated." "Good. As long as they have been distributed," Murong Zun acknowledged. Turning to the middle-aged man on his left, he continued, "I heard that a martial lord performed exceptionally well during this operation, not only saving many lives, but also slaying 2 fifth-tier ferocious beasts." The man flipped through the documents before nodding. Indeed, there was one. "What is his name?" "Xinyuan Che, a level 9 martial lord." The man handed Murong Zun the dossier on Xinyuan Che. Upon hearing the name, all eyes in the room shifted to the elderly gentleman seated in the second position on the left. The man appeared to be in his 80s or 90s, his eyes somewhat clouded. This was none other than Xinyuan Wu, the current head of the Xinyuan family. Sensing the attention upon him, Xinyuan Wu slowly rose and declared, "He is Xinyuan Chun's son and no longer has any affiliation with the Xinyuan family." His voice was devoid of emotion, as if Xinyuan Che truly bore no connection to him whatsoever. Hearing this, everyone understood the situation. Xinyuan Chun's son had been banished from the Xinyuan family decades ago for reasons unknown. Therefore, Xinyuan Che was indeed estranged from the family. Murong Zun skimmed through the information and remarked, "A level 9 martial lord. Then let us grant him a few additional bottles of Martial King elixirs. This will aid him in breaking through to Martial King. We must not shortchange a warrior who has made such a significant contribution to the beast tide." However, the middle-aged man sitting to Murong Zun's left wore a somewhat embarrassed expression. The Martial King elixirs are all gone." "Gone?" Murong Zun frowned slightly. He recalled there being around 200 bottles remaining. How could they have been depleted? Well, many battle merits were distributed this time, and quite a few martial lords accumulated enough to exchange for Martial King elixirs, so the stock was quickly exhausted. Moreover, there are still several dozen individuals yet to receive their elixirs. Upon hearing the explanation, Murong Zun understood the situation. He had not paid attention to this matter. Then switched to the distribution of Martial Yuan elixirs. Give him 3 bottles of Martial Yuan elixirs, and additionally grant him 20,000 points of battle merit. He can exchange whatever he desires in the battle merit hall. For a hero like him, we must not be stingy. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Everyone concurred with Murong Zun's proposal. After all, Xinyuan Che's contribution during the beast tide was evident to all. The Huaxia must not let their heroes feel neglected. At that moment, an incongruous voice sounded. "I object." Startled by the opposition, everyone was momentarily taken aback. No one expected someone to rise and object at this juncture. Murong Zun's gaze landed on the elderly man seated in the third position on the right. This was Sima Long, the head of the Sima family. "Sima Long, please share your reasoning. Why do you oppose?" Sima Long stood, his expression stern. "I have reviewed Xinyuan Che's dossier. He broke through to level 9 martial lord by consuming 2 martial lord fruits. Everyone here surely knows the side effects of the martial lord fruit." His gaze swept across the assembly. Given their status and standing, they were naturally familiar with the fruit's effects. Those who had consumed the martial lord fruit had almost no possibility of further advancement. In other words, Xinyuan Che's pinnacle would be level 9 martial lord. To progress further, he would need the Martial King fruit. "Then what do you suggest for his reward?" Murong Zun tapped the table. Sima Long sat and rapped the table thoughtfully. "Since he has consumed the Martial Lord fruit, Xinyuan Che's achievements may remain at Martial Lord for life. I propose awarding him a few thousand battle merits as encouragement. Regardless of how many resources or Martial Yuan elixirs we grant him, he cannot utilize them. It would be a waste." "Sima Long, what kind of statement is that?" Immediately, someone rose to oppose. "Yes, what are you implying? Even if Xinyuan Che has consumed the Martial Lord fruit and is destined to remain a Martial Lord, we cannot dismiss him so casually." The speaker was the leader of the conservative faction, an elderly gentleman appearing to be in his 90s and also a level 3 martial venerable. "The cowardly old man is right," said another middle-aged man, barely in his 40s and leader of the progressive faction. "Even if Xinyuan Che is fated to remain a martial lord, we must not brush him off so easily. His contributions during the beast tide are genuine. Whether he can use the Martial Yuan elixirs or not is one matter. Whether we grant them is another." "Exactly." Many nodded in agreement. At this moment, both the conservative and progressive factions remarkably reached a consensus. After all, Xinyuan Che had indeed made a tremendous contribution during the beast tide. How could they simply dismiss him? Moreover, Xin Yuanche was not an outsider, but one of their Huaxia warriors. Even if he lacked potential, they could not disregard him so carelessly. You all, finding himself opposed by so many, Sima Long felt somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that no one would share his viewpoint. He turned to face Xianyuan Wu across the room. Just now, only Xianyuan Wu remained silent in opposition. Xianyuan Wu cast a glance at Sima Long, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest, and paid no attention to him. Sima Long could only awkwardly return to his seat. At that moment, someone from the radical faction seemed to have an idea and looked toward Murongzun. Since Xianyuan has consumed the martial sect fruit and may be limited to the martial sect realm in this lifetime, why not give him 2 martial king fruits to help him break through the martial king realm? Once the suggestion was voiced, many immediately agreed. Not a bad idea. So even a brute can have a day when his mind sharpens. The conservatives expressed their approval as well, not forgetting to take a jab at the radicals. Murongzun nodded, seemingly agreeing to their proposal. All right, the rewards I mentioned earlier remain unchanged. We will additionally send him 2 martial king fruits. Wait a moment. Shang Wanfeng suddenly interrupted the crowd. Everyone turned to him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Xin Yuanche is my granddaughter's boyfriend. I have already instructed my son to take 2 martial king fruits from our family to give to him. Shang Wanfeng left the rest unsaid, but everyone understood his implication. Xin Yuanche no longer needed the martial king fruits. If there were to be a reward, it should be something else, at least something he could use. Then let us change it to martial emperor fruits, Murongzun suggested. Agreed. Seeing the unanimous consent, Murongzun nodded with satisfaction. In his 30 years of holding power, this was the first time he had witnessed these 2 factions reach a consensus. Truly remarkable. Very well. It's settled then. Meeting adjourned. Murongzun waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Half an hour later, 2,000 kilometers from the eastern border of Huaxia, 3 figures clad in black robes stood in the sky. Each bore a golden emblem on their chests. Any other martial artist present would immediately recognize it as the distinctive insignia of the Sacred Beast sect. An elderly man in black robes approached the 3. He handed them a dossier. This is the address of that Xianyuanche. The 3 black-robed figures took it and examined it. The elder looked at them with some puzzlement. Xianyuanche has attained his current level only by consuming the martial sect fruit. He should pose no threat to your Sacred Beast sect, right? The black-robed men pocketed the dossier, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. If Xianyuanche truly only gained his strength from the martial sect fruit, that would be one thing. But what if he did not? This question stumped the elder. The man leading the black-robed trio continued. If Xianyuanche did not rely solely on the martial sect fruit, then in less than 10 years, no, perhaps even less than 5, he will become the next Wang Dingtian. Even more formidable than Wang Dingtian, a greater threat than Wang Dingtian. With the power of a 9th-level martial sect, he can slay 5th-level peak ferocious beasts. When he reaches Martial Saint, 1T he'd be able to exterminate all 8th-level sacred beasts. The other 2 black-robed figures nodded in agreement. Whatever you say, the elder said, no longer pressing the matter. Before departing, he offered a reminder. The Shangwan family has given Xianyuanche 2 martial king fruits, and Murongzun has sent 2 martial emperor fruits. If you intend to make a move against Xianyuanche, remember not to send such weaklings. Rest assured, we are not that foolish, the black-robed men replied. Xuanyuan, Ke, already capable of slaying 5th-level peak ferocious beasts while still in the martial sect realm, would surely dispatch martial kings or martial emperors effortlessly once he advanced. They would not be so foolish as to send a few martial kings or martial emperors as mere fodder. The next morning, Xianyuanche rose, washed up, and while eating breakfast, entered a certain livestream channel. All the major platforms were broadcasting the imminent event, nuclear bombs detonating over the ocean. Viewers in various live streams eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Many even sent messages suggesting they should drop one on Little Japan as well. At 7 o'clock, a countdown appeared on the screens. 1, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1 launch. As the countdown reached 0, dozens of missiles carrying nuclear warheads were launched from across Huaxia toward the ocean. Simultaneously, satellites overhead broadcasted the scene. The missiles struck the ocean, explosions roaring. The sea churned instantly. Without exception, all the nuclear bombs detonated, sending dozens of mushroom clouds rising from the surface. Another volley launched, then another. This continued until the 10th wave, when the barrage finally ceased. In a deep-sea region of Blue Star, the Dragon King crocodile opened its eyes. It understood what had happened, but, wary of Wang Dingtian, the dying tiger, it dared not emerge to stop the devastation, fearing that Wang Dingtian would sacrifice everything to take it down. It silently prayed, hoping those others could swallow their pride. The others it referred to were the remaining 8th-level ferocious beasts inhabiting this ocean. Originally, the entire sea was home to 6 8th-level beasts, but 30 years ago, 2 were taken by the dying Martial Saint of Huaxia, leaving only 4. In various seas across Blue Star, an 8th-level flood dragon opened its eyes underwater. After hesitating for a moment, it chose to close them again. Similarly, an 8th-level crab in another sea refrained from intervening, or rather, dared not interfere. Back in Huaxia, many were inwardly delighted after witnessing the entire nuclear explosion broadcast. Finishing the livestream, Xianyuan Che opened the Huaxia map in the War Merit Hall. He was now searching for the layers of 5th-level ferocious beasts to hunt them and obtain elemental crystals to advance to Martial King. Ding! Detection indicates the host is nearing the Martial King realm, triggering the critical hit system version 20 prerequisite missions. Mission details: 1. Lead Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy to first place in the upcoming Academy Tournament. 2. Achieve the realm of first-level Martial King. Reward: upgrade critical hit system to version 20. Reduce guaranteed failure count by 1 and unlock new feature, guaranteed critical hit. Feature: guaranteed critical hit. Description: allows the host to designate the next attack to assuredly trigger a critical hit. Requirement: unknown. Upgrade missions? Xianyuan Che studied the mission panel. When he initially bound the system, it had informed him that the guaranteed failure count would decrease upon upgrading. So much time had passed, he had nearly forgotten. Unexpectedly, the mission had now appeared, coinciding perfectly with the Academy Tournament scheduled 2 months hence, allowing him to complete both simultaneously. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Xianyuan Che rose to answer. A middle-aged man appeared in the doorway. Seeing the visitor, Xianyuan Che was somewhat surprised. Senior Shangguan Long? Want you come in and have a seat? Shangguan Long teased Xuanyuan Ke. Please come in. Xianyuan Che hurriedly invited him inside and poured a cup of tea. The two sat on the sofa, chatting idly. You're quite impressive, young man. I heard that you slew 2 5th-level ferocious beasts in Linhai City, one of which was the Silver Shark King, about to reach the 6th level. Just luck, Xianyuan Che replied modestly. Upon witnessing Xianyuan Che's modesty, Shangguan Long smiled and gently patted his shoulder. This is not something one achieves by mere luck. He then retrieved a spatial ring from his pocket and placed it on the table. Gazing at the spatial ring, Xianyuan Che felt a twinge of perplexity. Senior Shangguan? What is this? Taking a sip from his teacup, Shangguan Long replied, This is a gift from our Shangguan family to you. The Shangguan family gave this to me? Shangguan Long's words only deepened Xianyuan Che's confusion. Mu Yanran, your girlfriend, is my niece. No sooner had Shangguan Long spoken than Xianyuan Che's mind, drawing from memories of a past life, conjured a series of familiar scenarios, the old tropes from ancient television dramas. Here has some money, leave my niece. Seeing the expression on Xianyuan Che's face, Shangguan Long immediately understood that the young man was lost in wild speculation. Don't misunderstand. This is a gift from our Shangguan family. So it's a gift after all. I was worried it might be something else. Xuanyuan chuckled awkwardly, realizing his misunderstanding. Raising an eyebrow, Shangguan Long teased, What did you think it was? Nothing at all. Xianyuan Che nodded rapidly and picked up the spatial ring from the table. Are you curious why the Shangguan family would send you something? Shangguan Long continued. Xianyuan Che wanted to reply, I don't want to know, but instead feigned curiosity and nodded. Before Yanran came to the capital, didn't you give her an egg? Xianyuan Che nodded in admission. Yes, I did. How did you come by that egg? I found it. Is there something wrong with it? Could be spoiled. Xuanyuan ke fin batsolment. Observing this puzzled demeanor, Shangguan Long was almost certain that Xianyuan Che was unaware that the egg was a 7th-tier fire phoenix egg. That egg belonged to a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the fire phoenix. Shangguan Long chose not to conceal the egg's rank. After all, since Xianyuan Che had given it, he deserved to know its nature. Moreover, Shangguan Long was curious to see whether Xianyuan Che would regret it upon learning the truth. Yet, Xianyuan Che's reaction defied expectations. He looked at Shangguan Long incredulously. You must be joking. A 7th-tier fire phoenix egg? I said it was a 2nd-tier fire sparrow egg. Do you believe me? Seeing Xianyuan Che's disbelief, Shangguan Long refrained from further explanation. In any case, the Shangguan family would not treat this young man unfairly. Checking the time, Shangguan Long rose to leave. I'll take my leave now. By the way, Yanran has entered the Qi and Blood secret realm to cultivate. She might be in there for some time. Yanran mentioned that to me a few days ago. Please take care, Senior. Xianyuan Che escorted Shangguan Long to the community gate. Upon returning home, he retrieved the spatial ring, eager to see what it contained. Inside were 2 blue and red fruits, each roughly the size of a fist, along with 3 milky white potions. What is this? Xin Yuanche picked up one of the fruits for closer inspection. Item: Martial King Fruit. Rank: 5th tier. Description: when consumed by cultivators below the Martial King realm, it instantly elevates them to Martial King, though their cultivation will stagnate at this level. For those at or above Martial King, consumption slightly enhances their martial yuan without adverse effects. Quite a valuable item, Xin Yuanche thought, his eyes lighting up after reading the description. He decided not to consume it immediately, but to save it until he attained the Martial King realm. Then, like the Qi and blood potions, it could boost his martial yuan. After returning the Martial King fruit to the spatial ring, he picked up a vial of potion. Name: Martial Yuan Potion, S-Rank Qi and Blood Potion. Effect: increases martial yuan by 5,070 points upon consumption. Suitable for cultivators newly ascended to Martial King to stabilize their realm. Note: usually, only 3 doses can be consumed, the more taken. The stronger the resistance and the weaker the effect. Knock, knock, knock. The door rapped again. Xin Yuanche closed the interface and went to answer the door. It was Shangwan Long once more. Senior, is there something else? Xuan Yuan inquired. Leaning against the doorframe, Shangwan Long reminded. I forgot to tell you, the items in the spatial ring are Martial King fruits and Martial Yuan potions. After you consume the Martial King fruit and elevate your realm to Martial King, take the Martial Yuan potion to consolidate your cultivation. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. Senior, Xin Yuanche said politely. Knock, knock, knock. No sooner had he closed the door and put the items back into the system space than the knocking resumed. He assumed it was Shangwan Long again. Opening the door, however, revealed not Shangwan Long, but a middle-aged man clad in military uniform. May I ask who you are? Xuan Yuan kiprobit cautiously. The man extended his hand. Young brother Xin Yuan, greetings. I am Gong Hua, Commander-in-Chief of the 7th Martial Warriors Legion. Xin Yuan Che shook his hand. Greetings, Commander Gong. Though uncertain of the purpose behind the visit, Xin Yuan Che thought it prudent to remain courteous. He discreetly employed his eye of inquiry to scan Gong Hua's information. Name: Gong Hua. Martial Yuan, 2,120,030,000. 2nd tier, Martial Sovereign. Breathing Technique, 9 Tribulations Thunder Strike, S-Rank. Martial Skills, S-Rank. 9 Tribulation Spear Technique, perfected. Frenzied Thunder Fist, perfected. Wind and Thunder Fist, proficient. Secret Technique, Thunder Sumo. Weaknesses: none. Upon discovering that Gong Hua was a 2nd-tier martial sovereign, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xin Yuanche's eyes. This was only the 2nd martial sovereign he had encountered. The first was Yanran's grandfather, Shangwan Feng. Please come in. Regardless of the visitor's purpose, Xin Yuanche invited him inside to sit. Gong Hua nodded and entered. Xin Yuanche set aside the teacup that Shangwan Long had used and poured fresh tea for Gong Hua. Thank you, Gong Hua said politely as he accepted the tea, then took a spatial ring from his pocket. Seeing Gong Hua produce a spatial ring only deepened Xin Yuanche's curiosity. Could this man, like Shangwan Long, be bestowing gifts upon him without expecting anything in return? Gong Hua slid the spatial ring across the table toward Xin Yuanche. Due to your outstanding performance during the recent beast-tide defense, rescuing many and slaying numerous ferocious beasts, the official authorities have granted you these additional rewards contained within this spatial ring. Additional rewards? Xin Yuanche was somewhat surprised. He had not expected such generosity. He opened the spatial ring and took a quick glance inside. There were 2 golden red fruits and 3 bottles of Martial Yuan Potion. Item: Martial Emperor Fruit. Rank: 6th tier. Description: when consumed by beings below the Martial Emperor realm, it instantly elevates their cultivation to Martial Emperor, though their cultivation will stagnate at this level. For cultivators at or above Martial Emperor, consumption slightly enhances Martial Yuan without adverse effects. Inside are 2 Martial Emperor fruits and several Martial Yuan potions. Originally, they had intended to reward you with additional Martial King potions, but those are currently in severe shortage. Since we heard you reached Martial Sovereign by consuming Martial Sovereign fruits, and that the Shangwan family has already given you 2 Martial King fruits, we decided to grant you 2 Martial Emperor fruits as well. After consuming these 4 fruits, your cultivation will neatly ascend to Martial Emperor. Moreover, we have credited your account with 20,000 battle merits. When the time comes, you may exchange them for whatever you desire. Upon hearing that there were additional battle merits, Xin Yuanche's eyes lit up with excitement. Another Martial Emperor fruit, another Martial Origin elixir, and now battle merits. This generosity is truly overwhelming, and the rewards are all items he could personally benefit from. Such kindness, Xianyuan Che discreetly stowed away the spatial ring. Everything inside was of exceptional quality. Once he broke through to Martial King and consumed these items, wouldn't he be soaring to new heights? Chapter 60. Gonghua's recruitment. Don't say that. You deserve every bit of it. Your contributions against the beast tide are genuine, and we won't shortchange you, Gonghua said, patting Xianyuan Che's shoulder with admiration shining in his eyes. Such a promising talent would be a loss if he did not join their army. With that thought, Gonghua extended an olive branch toward Xianyuan Che. Young man, are you interested in enlisting? If you join, you can serve as a division commander under me. Study for 2 years, and upon reaching the age of 21, I will appoint you as the commander of my 73rd Army. The title of Martial Emperor corresponds to an army commander in the military hierarchy. As long as Xianyuan Che consumed the Martial Emperor fruit, he would be nearly qualified to assume such a position. Xianyuan Che was somewhat surprised by Gonghua's offer. Commanding an entire army was no small responsibility. Yet, even with the prospect of becoming an army commander, he had no desire to enlist, as it would hinder his developmental progress. Forget it. I have no plans to join the military for the time being, he said. Gonghua was taken aback by the refusal. You really don't want to come? Being an army commander at 21 is a prestigious position, you know, he urged once more. Xianyuan Che shook his head. I have no intention at present, and I understand my own capabilities. I am not yet ready to manage such a vast force. He was certainly aware of the prestige attached to the title of army commander in this world. This was Blue Star, not Earth. Due to the threat of ferocious beasts, active military forces outnumbered those of his previous life by an unfathomable margin. The minimum size of an army was 250,000 soldiers, sometimes reaching as high as 700,000. The troops under command were all warriors trained in martial arts. Any one of them, if transported to his former world, could single-handedly take down polar bears or elephants, not to mention the presence of martial masters and generals. Seeing Xianyuan Che's firm resolve, Gonghua ceased his persuasion. Very well, since you are unwilling, I won't insist. If you ever change your mind, the offer still stands. Study by my side for 2 years, then become an army commander. As he spoke, Gonghua suddenly recalled that Xianyuan Che was the boyfriend of Shanghuan Feng's granddaughter and the grandson of Xianyuan Wu. Although the Xianyuan family had severed ties with him, these connections ensured that Xianyuan Che's future status would not fall far, even if he chose not to enlist. The two continued their casual conversation for over half an hour before Gonghua departed. Closing the door behind him, Xianyuan Che sank back onto the sofa with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. There were some extra rewards after all. Clearly, he was quite pleased with the gesture. With the martial origin elixir in hand, all that remained was to break through to Martial King. Lying on the sofa, Xianyuan Che massaged the bridge of his nose. After a brief rest, he opened the battle merits hall and discovered that an additional 20,000 battle merits had indeed been added. How generous! Xianyuan Che sighed in appreciation and promptly began his spree of purchases. Martial skill, Gale 100 strikes, fist, grade, A effect. The fist winds strike like a tempestuous storm, creating dense afterimages. Upon initiation, it can unleash 20 punches per second. At mastery, it can unleash 35 punches per second, with each successive punch increasing in power by a factor of 2. Battle merits required for exchange. 2,500, not bad. Xianyuan Che's eyes brightened as he immediately exchanged for this martial art. This skill would perfectly replace the mountain-breaking fist. Most importantly, it was cheaper by 1 or 2,000 battle merits than other martial skills of the same grade. Remaining battle merits, 18,000. He then navigated to the elixir category and scrolled to the Martial Origin Elixir Exchange interface. Name, Martial Origin Elixir, S-Grade Vitality Elixir. Effect, increases martial origin by 5,070 points upon consumption. Suitable for warriors who have just broken through to Martial King to stabilize their realm. Battle merits required for exchange, 10,000. Purchase limit, 1 per year. Upon seeing the steep cost in battle merits, Xianyuan Che inhaled sharply. Hiss, why is it so expensive? Glancing at the 5 martial origin elixirs stored in his spatial ring, he decided to hold onto his battle merits for now. These elixirs, combined with the Martial King fruit and Martial Emperor fruit, should suffice. It was better to reserve battle merits for other resources after breaking through to Martial King. After spending another 2,000 battle merits on an A-grade alloy blade, Xianyuan Che closed the exchange interface. Opening the map function, he began his search. The map within the battle merits hall was exceptionally detailed, marking every secret realm and ferocious beast's territory. He first examined the surroundings of Huaxia, hoping to find 4th or 5th tier ferocious beasts. Upon reviewing the nearby map, he discovered that for over 1,000 kilometers beyond Huaxia, no fifth-tier ferocious beasts remained. Only a handful of fourth-tier beasts lingered. It seemed they had been eradicated. But that made sense. If fifth-tier beasts were left unchecked, occasional frenzy attacks resulting in minor beast tides would be common. Moreover, yuan crystals could be used to produce martial king elixirs, making their extermination doubly beneficial. Zooming out, Xianyuan Che focused his gaze farther afield. Although venturing deep into the wilderness was perilous, it was the only option for now. Eventually, he located a fifth-tier ferocious beast's lair 1,500 kilometers to the west, the Poison Toad King. Taking a map from his drawer, he marked the location. This was a blue star map he had previously purchased. Although certain areas remained unexplored due to various reasons, it was sufficient for his purposes. After several minutes, Xianyuan Che had marked nearly 10 fifth-tier ferocious beast dens. He had no intention of venturing farther for the time being, preferring caution. Despite possessing a system and a hubris aura, which allowed him to easily hunt beasts beyond his level through critical damage, he was not so reckless as to delve deep into the wilderness. Even with a system, disaster could strike at any moment. For now, his goal was to acquire resources and bolster his strength and realm while ensuring his safety as much as possible. If necessary, he could take it slow. After all, the system was his ally. He could afford to endure a few years and gradually ascend to martial saint. After tidying up, Xianyuan Che settled in to await the arrival of his delivery, planning to head out to hunt ferocious beasts once he had collected it. According to his plan, he would first hunt the fifth-tier ferocious beasts west of Huaxia, then proceed northward, and so forth. After an indeterminate length of time, the doorbell rang. Xianyuan Che rose to open the door, signed for the delivery, and unwrapped it. Donning the specially designed VR headset, he began studying the Gale 100 Strikes Fist. Ding! Host detected watching Gale 100 Strikes Fist tutorial. Comprehension increased by 1,000th. Triggering 100 times critical hit. 1,000th increase raised to 10%. Martial skill. A-grade, Gale 100 Strikes Fist. Learning progress. 10%. Ding! Detecting the host studying the Gale 100 Strikes technique, comprehending 1,000th of its essence. Triggering a 200-fold critical hit, elevating the comprehension from 1,000th to 20%. After more than 2 hours, Xianyuan Che successfully mastered the Gale 100 Strikes. Descending the stairs, he found a nearby club to perfect his proficiency to the utmost. Having purchased some daily necessities, he boarded the train bound for the western regions of Huaxia to hunt ferocious beasts. At the train station, several men watched Xianyuan Che board the train and exchange glances. This youngster must be leaving Huaxia. They should notify the gold and silver guardians stationed in the wilderness. These men were precisely those assigned by the Holy Beast sect to surveil Xianyuan Che. Soon, Xianyuan Che arrived at the westernmost guarded zone of Huaxia. Just as he intended to exit the city gates, a soldier approached him. The soldier saluted Xianyuan Che and said, "Young man, with the recent frequent beast tides, those below the rank of first-level general are prohibited from venturing into the wild alone. Please understand." Clearly, the soldier mistook Xianyuan Che for an ordinary student seeking leisure outside. Xianyuan Che said nothing but instead produced his phone, displaying his warm merit hall profile to the soldier. Although he could have ignored the soldier and proceeded without permission, he chose to show due respect to those defending the homeland. The soldier glanced at the phone. Avatar, username, Xianyuan Che. Rank, 9th level martial ancestral. War merits. Upon seeing Xianyuan Che's rank, the soldier immediately returned the phone respectfully. "Please go ahead." Thus, Xianyuan Che departed the guarded zone and entered the pseudo-safe area, which was virtually deserted at the time. Normally, many would set up stalls nearby to sell goods. He retrieved a map from his system space and began searching for his first hunting target. "It's you, King Poison Toad." Xianyuan Che promptly headed toward the lair of the King Poison Toad. Chapter 61. Slaying the King Poison Toad. Xianyuan Hai and Xianyuan Lin arrived too late. The King Poison Toad's lair lay 1,500 kilometers from the Huaxia border in a swampy region. Stowing the map away, Xianyuan Che activated his divine step to hasten his journey. Swamps, even before the resurgence of spiritual energy, were perilous locales, let alone now. Though seemingly innocuous on the surface, they could easily claim a person's life. 3 figures clad in black robes stood atop a high mountain 300 kilometers away from Xianyuan Che, observing his direction. The watcher reported, "Xianyuan Che has already left Huaxia. Should we strike now?" "No rush," came the reply. "Let him get farther away. He must be out hunting ferocious beasts this time. We can afford to wait a few more days." Understood. After some time, Xianyuan Che entered the swamp. Checking his map once more, he confirmed he had arrived within the King Poison Toad's territory. Pocketing the map, he ventured deeper into the marsh. Since the king poison toad dwelled in this swamp, the air carried a faint poisonous aura. Brief exposure was manageable. Prolonged presence could impair combat effectiveness. Fortunately, his arrogant aura's restorative properties rendered him unaffected, which was why he dared to hunt the king poison toad here. As he delved deeper, he occasionally spotted the remains of ferocious beasts and humans. Upon encountering a corpse adorned with a spatial ring, he removed it. The spatial rings carried bound identity information, allowing one to ascertain the owner's identity through the ring. This deceased individual had been alive once? No, 7th-level martial ancestral. Opening the spatial ring to inspect its contents, Xianyuan Che found a bank card, 2 Grey Bee vitality potions, and a USB drive. Though these items held little use for him, he stored them in his system space. Having completed this, he used the spatial ring to collect the corpse. The 2 Grey Bee vitality potions alone were worth 40 million, so he did not mind performing this small service. Continuing onward, the number of ferocious beast and human corpses increased, revealing how many creatures the king poison toad had devoured. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the toxin in the air grew increasingly potent, clearly indicating he was nearing the king poison toad. At that moment, he sensed something scanning his body. Bang! Within a second, a massive toad, roughly 50 meters tall, with a dark green exterior and a back covered in dense nodules appeared before him. Xianyuan Che immediately activated Divine Step to create distance and simultaneously use his Eye of Inquiry to scan the king poison toad's information. Species: king poison toad. Rating: 5th tier. Description: its back conceals extremely potent toxins and releases poisonous gases, altering the environment near its lair. Weakness: due to its imminent breakthrough to 6th tier, the toxins on its back have become unstable, temporarily disabling its ability to use poison attacks. Upon seeing this data, Xianyuan Che could only remark, what a coincidence. This king poison toad was about to ascend to 6th tier, and he had just arrived to pay a visit. Unable to use its toxins, the king poison toad was little more than a mere meat target in his eyes, with almost no capacity to resist. Not pursuing Xianyuan Che after witnessing him swiftly retreat, the king poison toad instead drooled profusely. It had just used spiritual perception to gauge Xianyuan Che's rank. Though his vitality was considerable, he had yet to reach Martial King. The toad, about to break through to 6th tier, thought that consuming this robust human would surely accelerate its breakthrough. Excitement surged within it. Croak! Ribbit! The king poison toad bellowed, opening its large mouth and launching its tongue toward Xianyuan Che. Xianyuan Che sneered inwardly, drawing an A-grade alloy blade from his spatial ring. Rather than retreating, he advanced directly toward the toad's tongue. Upon reaching the tongue, he slashed it cleanly off. Ribbit! The king poison toad screamed in agony, hastily retracting its tongue. Casting a wary glance at Xianyuan Che, seemingly realizing this human was no easy opponent, it forcefully attempted to leap away. Xianyuan Che naturally noticed the movement and sneered coldly. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Unleashing the Gale Blade technique, he activated his frenzy mode and charged before the king poison toad, executing the Gale Blade technique. Thanks to Divine Step, Frenzy Mode, and the speed boost from his perfected Gale Blade technique, his velocity became terrifyingly swift. Before the king poison toad could react, the attacks had already landed. Beep! Host detected using Gale Blade technique, triggering a 15-fold critical hit, increasing power by 15 times. Beep! Triggered 10-fold critical hit, increasing power by 10 times. Beep! Triggered 5-fold critical hit, increasing power by 5 times. The 3 critical strikes, combined with the A-grade alloy blade, swiftly cleaved the king poison toad, already lacking substantial defense, into 2 halves. Bang! Until its body collapsed to the ground. The poison toad king still glared with its dark green eyes. It had never imagined that a human who had not even reached the rank of Martial King could so effortlessly slay it. Xianyuan Che leapt onto the poison toad king's head, wielding the blade in his hand, and began to carve open its skull in search. After several minutes, he extracted a yuan crystal the size of a chicken egg. He stored the yuan crystal within his system space, then jumped down to stand beside the poison toad king's corpse. The value of each 5th rank ferocious beast's corpse varied. The poison toad king's body contained a substantial amount of toxins, making its salvage value significantly higher than that of the silver shark king he had previously encountered. He placed the 2 halves of the corpse into the system space as well. Having completed these tasks, he did not choose to depart immediately, but instead ventured deeper into the swamp. According to his past experience, The lairs of these territorial ferocious beasts might be surrounded by rare and precious natural treasures. Several minutes later, Xianyuan Che left the swamp somewhat disappointed. Around the poison toad king's lair, not a blade of grass grew, let alone any precious treasures. The only thing of slight value might be the skin it shed. After leaving the swamp, he once again retrieved the map from his system space and began to determine his next target. After a few moments of contemplation, he set his sights on the nearest 5th-rank ferocious beast. Snake Jiao, it's you. He folded the map and sprinted off in a single direction. More than 10 minutes after Xianyuan Che departed, 2 middle-aged men arrived at the same location. Second brother, when I was here last time, the Poison Toad King was about to break through to the 6th rank. We must deal with it quickly, Xianyuan Lin said to Xianyuan Hai beside him. Xianyuan Hai nodded solemnly and warned, yes, the Poison Toad King's toxin is extremely potent. Be careful not to come into contact with it during the battle. Understood, Xianyuan Lin replied. The two took to the air, flying directly toward the depths of the swamp. Several minutes later, they reached its farthest reaches. Looking at the empty mud pool, Xianyuan Lin was puzzled. Strange. The Poison Toad King was in the midst of a breakthrough. Why isn't it staying put? Where has it gone? Search around, Xianyuan Hai suggested. The two dispersed and began scanning the swamp with their spiritual awareness. After a few minutes, they unconsciously converged at the site where Xianyuan Che had just fought. Experienced Xianyuan Hai crouched down to examine the traces on the ground. Soon, he deduced the situation. Judging by the scene, someone beat us to it and slew the Poison Toad King. Hearing his second brother's words, Xianyuan Lin was somewhat confused. Someone got here first? Weren't we the only two sent from above? Could there be others? Xianyuan Hai shook his head. Probably just a coincidence. Forget it. Since the Poison Toad King has been slain, let us move on to the next 5th-rank ferocious beast's location. Check which one is closest to us. All right. Xianyuan Lin nodded and pulled out the map from his spatial ring. The nearest 5th-rank ferocious beast is the Snake Jiao. That's our target. The two ascended into the sky and flew toward the Snake Jiao's lair. Meanwhile, after about 10 minutes, Xianyuan Che arrived in the Snake Jiao's territory, a lake roughly 5 kilometers in diameter. As if sensing his presence, the water churned violently. A 100-meter-long black-scaled serpent with a single horn surfaced, locking its gaze onto Xianyuan Che standing on the shore. However, upon realizing that Xianyuan Che had not yet attained the Martial King rank, the Snake Jiao's reaction mirrored that of the Poison Toad King moments before. With a swift motion, it charged directly at Xianyuan Che by the shore. Watching the Snake Jiao rush toward him, Xianyuan Che thought to himself, I like ferocious beasts that charge headlong to their deaths without hesitation. The Snake Jiao's speed was tremendous. In less than 2 seconds, it was right in front of Xianyuan Che. He leapt backward immediately, putting distance between them. His plan was to lure the Snake Jiao completely onto land. Sure enough, upon seeing Xianyuan Che retreat, the Snake Jiao surged onto the shore. The moment it reached land, Xianyuan Che unleashed the Gale Blade technique upon it. Hiss! The Snake Jiao seemed to sense something and tried to flee back into the water. But it was too late. With various speed enhancements, Xianyuan Che was no match for this 5th-rank ferocious beast. Beep! Detected host using Gale Blade technique. Triggering 20-fold critical strike. Power increased 20 times. Beep! Detected host using Gale Blade technique. Triggering 10-fold critical strike. Power increased 10 times. Beep! Detected host using Gale Blade technique. Triggering 17-fold critical strike. Power increased 17 times. Boom! A series of system notifications sounded as the A-grade alloy blade, combined with the system's critical damage boosts, sliced the 100-meter-long Snake Jiao into 3 segments. An instant kill. Although severed into 3 parts, the serpent's body segments writhed incessantly. Xianyuan Che unleashed the wind-chasing blade technique once more upon the serpent's head. The several-meter-high head was cleaved into fragments, revealing the Yuan crystal within. He collected the Yuan crystal and the Snake Jiao's corpse into his system space. He then dived into the lake to search for any further valuables. As before, there was nothing to be found. Somewhat disappointed, he opened the map to identify his next target, the mountain-moving ape, located 200 kilometers away. Several minutes after Xianyuan Che's departure, the Xianyuan brothers arrived at the site. This time, they spotted fresh bloodstains along the shore. Xianyuan Lin scanned the lake with his spiritual awareness but found no trace of the Snake Jiao. Exchanging glances, the two understood the situation. Second brother, like the Poison Toad King, this Snake Jiao has been killed as well. And, judging by the fresh blood, it must have happened just minutes ago, Xianyuan Hai observed. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, this person is no ordinary individual. slaying the snake Jiao in less than 10 minutes. Since the snake Jiao is dead, let us proceed to the next location. Once we kill the mountain-moving ape, our mission will be complete. Understood, Xin Yuanlin responded. We've been out here for over 2 months. We must finish quickly and return. Soon, Xin Yuanche arrived at the mountain-moving ape's territory and found the beast among a cluster of small hills. Standing 70 meters tall, Xin Yuanche appeared insignificant before it. From the neck down, its body was armored with rocky plates, providing formidable defense. A roar escaped the mountain-moving ape as it slammed its chest and threw a punch at Xin Yuanche. Just before the fist landed, Xin Yuanche advanced instead of retreating, leaping onto the ape's fist. He then slid along the arm, reaching the ape's shoulder. Once again, wielding the A-grade alloy blade combined with the Gale blade technique. Simple, effective, and efficient. The blade rained down like droplets upon the ape's neck. Simultaneously, the system alerts kept sounding. Beep. Detected host using Gale blade technique, triggering 5-fold critical strike. Power increased 5 times. Beep. Triggered 10-fold critical strike. Power increased 10 times. Beep. Triggering a quintuple critical hit. Power amplified 5-fold. This time, Xin Yuanche's luck was not as favorable. The critical multipliers activated were not high. Even so, it was enough to make the mountain-moving ape howl in pain. Roar. The mountain-moving ape reached out and struck its own neck, attempting to crush Xin Yuanche to death. Xin Yuanche leapt directly onto its head and continued executing the Gale blade technique. Ding. Host detected using Gale blade technique, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. Power increased 10-fold. Ding. Triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Power increased 5-fold. Ding. Triggering a 7-fold critical hit. Power increased 7-fold. A series of system notification sounds rang out once more. Roar. Feeling the pain from above its head, the mountain-moving ape slapped its own head with both hands. This blow missed Xin Yuanche, but left the ape dazed and disoriented. Feeling somewhat dizzy, the mountain-moving ape collapsed to the ground. Xin Yuanche delivered a final strike and ended its life. After storing the corpse in the system space, Xin Yuanche gathered some dry wood. He kindled a small fire and took out some snake jiao meat from the system space to roast on the spot. 3 5th-tier ferocious beast carcasses. This should fetch several thousand battle merits, perhaps? Xin Yuanche placed the snake jiao meat aside to roast and took out a map to seek the next target. As long as he eliminated all the marked 5th-tier ferocious beasts, the elemental crystals gained should allow him to break through directly to Martial King. Upon reaching Martial King, the prerequisite task for upgrading the critical hit system would be completed. Chapter 63. Xin Yuanhai, Xin Yuanlin. Several minutes later, Xin Yuanlin and Xin Yuanhai arrived here. Xin Yuanhai immediately spotted Xin Yuanche roasting the snake jiao meat. There is someone below. You go check it out first. I'll go find where the mountain-moving ape is, he said to Xin Yuanlin. All right. Xin Yuanlin nodded. He descended directly in front of Xin Yuanche. Seeing Xin Yuanlin suddenly appear, caution flickered in Xin Yuanche's eyes. Name, Xin Yuanlin. Martial element, 631,700, 6th level Martial King. Breeding technique, Xuan Yuanlin. He actually shares the same surname as me. Xin Yuanche thought silently. Hello. Xin Yuanlin extended his hand toward Xin Yuanche. Hello. Xin Yuanche stuck the skewer of meat into the ground and shook Xin Yuanlin's hand. After the handshake, Xin Yuanche sat back down and picked up a skewer of roasted snake jiao meat, offering it to Xin Yuanlin. Just freshly cooked. Would you like to try some, senior? Xin Yuanlin did not refuse. He reached out, took a bite, and asked, what kind of meat is this? Snake meat. Just killed, very fresh. Xin Yuanche took out another skewer and continued threading the snake jiao meat for roasting. Xin Yuanlin sniffed and found the aroma quite appealing. What kind of snake is this? It smells really nice. Snake jiao meat, Xin Yuanche replied while sprinkling cumin over the skewers. What? Snake jiao meat? Xin Yuanlin, who had the skewer poised near his mouth, looked at Xin Yuanche with disbelief. Could it be that this kid right before him was the one who slew that snake jiao? The thought rose in his mind. Holding a skeptical attitude, he took another bite and confirmed that it was indeed the meat of a 5th-tier ferocious beast. From the texture and flavor, it was certainly snake meat. Although convinced, he still asked, in the western region of our country, there's only one 5th-tier snake jiao. When my second brother and I went looking for it earlier, we found it had already been killed. Could that person be you? Xin Yuanche stuck the skewer into the ground and added some firewood to the flames. If the snake jiao you refer to is the one living in the lake 200 kilometers away, then yes, it should be me who killed it. Hearing Xin Yuanche's admission, Astonishment filled Xian Yuanlin's eyes. A martial zone actually managed to slay a 5th-tier ferocious beast? This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a feat. Suddenly, he recalled the Poison Toad King. Was the Poison Toad King also killed by you? As Xian Yuanlin finished speaking, Xian Yuanche nodded. Yes, I killed it. And the mountain-moving ape here? I've already killed it. Sorry, senior, you arrived too late. Xian Yuanche answered while using a small knife to score the meat skewers, as if the questions just asked were trivial in his eyes. At this moment, Xian Yuanlin was stunned. He hadn't expected that this martial zone Xian Yuanche would be so formidable, having single-handedly slain 3 5th-tier ferocious beasts. In all his years, he had never heard of a martial artist who could kill a 5th-tier ferocious beast at the martial zone level. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the most glorious achievement of martial zone was 40 years ago, when 2 9th-level martial zones surrounded and subdued a newly ascended 5th-tier ferocious beast. Yet this young man before him, also a 9th-level martial zone, had consecutively slain 3 5th-tier ferocious beasts alone, including the soon-to-be 6th-tier Poison Toad King and the mountain-moving ape, both of whom were formidable within their tier. Bang! At that moment, the returning Xian Yuan Hai descended from the sky. Xuan Yuan que anticipated this, turning around with the skewer of roasted meat to prevent dust from falling onto it. After the dust settled, Xian Yuan Che turned back. Xian Yuan Hai looked at Xian Yuan Lin. Like the previous 2 times, the mountain-moving ape is not in its territory. Xian Yuan Lin finished the meat skewer and tossed the stick to the ground. Second brother. No need to search for the mountain-moving ape anymore. It's already been killed. Killed? Could it be the same person as those previous 2 times? Xian Yuan Hai had assumed his younger brother discovered battle traces nearby and inferred that the mountain-moving ape had been slain. Xian Yuan Lin pointed at Xian Yuan Che nearby. This kid killed it, including the Snake Jiao just now and the Poison Toad King. He killed those too, unexpectedly. Upon hearing that Xian Yuan Che had slain 3 5th-tier ferocious beasts consecutively, Xian Yuan Hai did not exhibit the same shock and disbelief as Xian Yuan Lin. He simply could not believe that this 9th-level martial zone youth could kill 3 5th-tier ferocious beasts in succession. Frowning and about to reprimand his brother, he suddenly noticed something deeply astonishing. Wait, this kid looks not even 20 years old, yet he has already a 9th-level martial zone. Furthermore, the total chi and blood volume within him far exceeds that of an average 9th-level martial zone. Not only is the quantity greater, but it is also more condensed. What does this indicate? It means that this young man's foundation is extraordinarily solid. What is your cultivation level? I was fortunate recently. Xian Yuan Che replied. I consumed 2 martial zone fruits, and my cultivation level became like this. 2 martial zone fruits? Xian Yuan Hai stroked his chin skeptically. No martial artist had ever consumed 2 martial zone fruits before, so this might indeed be possible. However, he did not delve further into the matter and instead looked at Xian Yuan Lin. You said earlier that the Poison Toad King, the Snake Jiao, and the mountain-moving ape were all killed by this kid. Are you sure? Xian Yuan Lin nodded firmly. I'm certain. That kid even gave me a skewer of Snake Jiao meat to eat. It really is Snake Jiao meat. Even hearing his younger brother's confirmation, Xian Yuan Hai remained unconvinced. Because even if this youth's chi and blood were more abundant and condensed than an average martial zone, it was still impossible for him to slay a 5th-tier ferocious beast. Since Xian Yuan Hai and Xian Yuan Lin had been away for over 2 months, they were unaware of Xian Yuan Che's feat of slaying 2 apex 5th-tier ferocious beasts during the beast tide. Xian Yuan Hai cast a glance at Xian Yuan Che and said, Young man, it's not good to lie. Judging from your vitality and blood energy, you are indeed more formidable than the other 9th-level martial zone cultivators. However, you shouldn't be strong enough to consecutively slay 3 5th-tier ferocious beasts, right? Where are your companions? Upon hearing Xian Yuan Hai's words, Xian Yuan Che felt a bit speechless, but still answered the question. Senior, I have no companions. Those 3 ferocious beasts were indeed slain by me. And the bodies? Xian Yuan Hai continued to inquire. Yakaididem, Xuan Yuan Ke replied. Hearing that the bodies had been concealed, Xian Yuan Hai became even more convinced that Xian Yuan Che was not the one who had slain the 3 ferocious beasts. He decided to teach the young man a lesson, to make it clear that boasting recklessly was not a commendable habit. Young man, come and fight me. If you could defeat me, I will believe that you truly slew those 3 ferocious beasts. Xian Yuan Che rolled his eyes inwardly upon hearing this. He wanted to retort, whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Although he thought this, he verbally responded, Senior, I was slightly injured during my fight with the mountain-moving ape just now, so let us just forget it. After saying this, Xian Yuan Che resumed, eating the roasted meat skewers, unwilling to pay further attention to Xian Yuan Hai. At that moment, Xian Yuan Hai extended a finger. A martial king potion. What? Xian Yuan Che, still munching on the meat skewer, was somewhat puzzled. Just win against me, and I will give you a martial king potion, Xian Yuan Hai reiterated. This time, Xian Yuan Che heard clearly and immediately coughed several times. Ahem, senior, although I was slightly injured just now, I think I can give it a try. The martial king potion was precisely what he needed most at this moment. To gain one martial king potion with a single victory was certainly worthwhile. You arrogant brat. Xian Yuan Hai shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in Xian Yuan Che. Still too young, intoxicated by the allure of the martial king potion, forgetting just how vast the gap between a martial zone and a martial king truly is. Second brother, aren't you bullying him too much? Xian Yuan Lin couldn't help but interject. The implication was clear. Xian Yuan Hai, an 8th level martial king, fighting a 9th level martial zone was a bit too much of an unfair match. Xian Yuan Hai clasped his hands behind his back. If he truly slew those 3 5th-tier ferocious beasts consecutively and can defeat me, there shouldn't be any problem. Then he looked at Xian Yuan Che and said, young man, what do you say? Xuan Yuan que no did in agreement. Prepare yourself. As a senior, I won't bully you. I will stand still and let you attack me for 20 seconds. During that time, I will only defend and will not retaliate. From this statement, it was clear that Xian Yuan Hai did not take Xian Yuan Che seriously. Xuan Yuan que chacol inwardly. This Xian Yuan Hai was simply not treating him as a human being. Forget 20 seconds. Even if it were only 10 seconds, he was confident he could make him regret it. Since the senior said so, the junior dared not refuse. Without hesitation, Xian Yuan Che dashed directly in front of Xian Yuan Hai and unleashed the Gale 100 Strikes fist. Xian Yuan Hai was utterly unconcerned and reached out to block Xian Yuan Che's fists. Yet, arrogance would exact its price. At this moment, Xian Yuan Che's mind was filled with incessant system alerts. Ding! Detected host using Gale 100 Strikes fist, triggering a 20-fold critical hit. Power increased 20-fold. Ding! Detected host using Gale 100 Strikes fist, triggering a 15-fold critical hit. Power increased 15-fold. Ding! Detected host using Gale 100 Strikes fist, triggering a 7-fold critical hit. Power increased 7-fold. Xian Yuan Che's fist speed was rapid, but Xian Yuan Hai, aided by spiritual awareness, was no simple opponent. He extended his hand to precisely block Xian Yuan Che's punches. However, Xian Yuan Hai soon realized something was amiss. Bang! Several punches, amplified by critical hits, struck Xian Yuan Hai's body directly, sending him flying backward. Boom! In no time, he collided with a nearby, small mountain, piercing right through it. Coughing and gasping, Xian Yuan Hai clutched his slightly concave chest and rose to his feet. His gaze towards Xian Yuan Che shifted, turning grave and astonished. He had not expected this young man to truly possess such power. With just one set of fist techniques, he had actually sent him flying, and the force was considerable. Had he not sensed Xian Yuan Che's realm through spiritual awareness, judging by that punch's strength, he might have thought Xian Yuan Che's cultivation level surpassed his own. Xian Yuan Lin, who had been watching nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had never imagined that Xian Yuan Che could be so formidable, sending their second brother flying with a single set of fist techniques. Seeing Xian Yuan Hai still able to stand, Xian Yuan Che charged at him again. Senior, there are still more than 10 seconds left. I will continue. Wait, Xian Yuan Hai hurriedly called out. I already acknowledge your strength. You win. Saying this, Xian Yuan Hai withdrew a martial king potion from his spatial ring. Simultaneously, he silently grumbled in his heart. This young man's fist techniques are so powerful. If he struck me a few more times, I'd probably be a goner. Xian Yuan Che stepped forward to receive the martial king potion. Thank you for the potion, senior. Is your injury all right? It's nothing at all. Xian Yuan Hai waved his hand dismissively. Yet only he knew the true severity of his condition. That's good. Xian Yuan Che scanned the martial king potion with his probing eye. Finding no issues, he stored it in his spatial ring. Item, martial king potion. Description, upon ingestion, it grants 9th level martial zone cultivators a chance to condense the martial origin seed. Xian Yuan Che returned to the fire pit, took a few skewers of meat, and offered them to Xian Yuan Hai. Senior, I still have some snake dragon meat here. Would you like to try some? Xian Yuan Che's tone was exceedingly courteous towards Xian Yuan Hai, who had just gifted him a martial king potion. Xian Yuan Hai was momentarily taken aback before he touched his concave chest. All right, you go ahead and roast it first. I'll come over to eat in a moment. Very well. Xian Yuan Che nodded and turned towards the fire. After Xian Yuan Che left, Xian Yuan Hai quickly turned around, withdrew a healing potion from his spatial ring, and gulped it down. Fortunately, he had stopped Xian Yuan Che in time. Otherwise, a few more rounds like that, and he might have been meeting the King of Hell. Several minutes later, Xian Yuan Hai returned to their side. Here, Xian Yuan Che handed over a skewer of snake dragon meat. Xian Yuan Hai accepted it and began eating, all the while looking at Xian Yuan Che with unabated admiration. He especially esteemed juniors with formidable strength, and Xian Yuan Che clearly met that criterion. Young man, you should be preparing to condense your martial origin seed, right? He asked Xian Yuan Che. Xuan Yuan Kinod did. Yes, after all, I'm already in 9th level martial zone. Chapter 65. The 6th tier flame demon golden tiger. The cunning Xian Yuan Che. Xuan Yuan I batted Xuan Yuan que ese shoulder. Your realm improved after consuming the martial zone fruit. The path ahead may be more arduous than for others, but I hope you'll not give up. Thank you for your counsel, senior. Xian Yuan Hai finished devouring all the skewers in his hand and rose to his feet, clapping his hands together. All right, the two of us brothers will head back first. Be careful on your own. If you want to continue hunting 5th tier ferocious beasts, just hunt those nearby. Don't venture too deep into the wilderness. Having said that, he led Xian Yuan Lin away. More than half an hour later, Xian Yuan Lin suddenly seemed to recall something and slapped his forehead. Second brother, don't you feel that kid just now looked somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, I think he does seem a bit familiar. Xian Yuan Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. I feel like I've seen Xian Yuan Che somewhere before. By the way, I haven't even asked his name yet. Xian Yuan Lin slapped his forehead again, a bit regretful. Forget it, I'll ask next time. Since the mountain-moving ape has already been dealt with by that kid, we should head back. I heard there have been 2 consecutive beast surges in the territory these past few days. We need to return quickly. That is true. Xian Yuan Lin nodded, no longer pondering the matter. Having been out for more than 2 months, he also missed home quite a bit. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Che had already pulled out a map and begun searching for his next target. He was currently located about 1,500 kilometers south of Huaxia. Another 700 kilometers further south lay the territory of a 7th tier ferocious beast, the Fire Phoenix. 7th tier ferocious beast? Forget it, not worth provoking. Xian Yuan Che dismissed the idea. He shifted his gaze elsewhere, finally settling on the red flame silver tiger king den, 590 kilometers to the west. It's you. Folding away the map, he set off westward. Not long after Xian Yuan Che departed, several figures in black robes appeared once more. Almost time. Judging by the direction, this kid's next destination should be the red flame silver tiger king's lair, 500 kilometers away. Let's make our move there. Time passed, and Xian Yuan Che stepped into the domain of the red flame silver tiger. The moment he entered, a wave of scorching heat washed over him, the surrounding temperature rising rapidly to over 90 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, as a martial zone, he could withstand this level of heat. Ask Xuan Yuan, geventure deeper. The temperature grew increasingly absurd. He glanced down at his shoes. No melting. Luckily, after his last brawl with Zhou Feng damaged a pair of shoes. He had purchased a specially made pair. Had they been ordinary shoes, they would have melted long ago. After walking for a few minutes, a massive tiger came into view. The beast measured several hundred meters in length, its golden fur shimmering with a metallic luster. 3 spiral crimson horns adorned its forehead, while red flames twisted around its body in patterns that flickered with its breathing like flowing magma. Frowning at the appearance of the red flame silver tiger, Xian Yuan Che felt something was amiss. According to the records in the Hall of Battle Achievements, this red flame silver tiger king was only around 100 meters long. This damn thing is well over 300 meters now. Isn't it? He hurriedly activated his probing eye to scan the information of the red flame silver tiger king. Species, flame demon golden tiger. Rank, lower 6th tier. Description, originally a lower 5th tier red flame silver tiger king. It absorbed a vast amount of fire element energy and advanced to a lower 6th tier flame demon golden tiger. 6th tier. Upon seeing this, Xian Yuan Che inhaled sharply. Hastily closing the interface, he began to retreat slowly. It wasn't that he was cowardly. It was genuinely a tough opponent. He was only a 9th level martial zone, whereas this flame demon golden tiger was already a lower 6th tier, equivalent to a martial Huang. A full 2 grand realms apart. Should a fight break out, it would likely take considerable effort to slay it, which was hardly worth it. A series of tiger roars erupted. Xian Yuan Che noticed the flame demon golden tiger stirring. Only then did he realize that beside it stood another tiger dozens of meters long. Species, silver moon tiger. Rank, lower 4th tier. Description, closing the interface. He quickly turned and fled. So that is what they were doing. If I kept watching, I'd probably get into trouble. A chilling gaze suddenly fell upon him. Spotted. The flame demon golden tiger noticed Xian Yuanche. Damn human, spying on my mating. It rose abruptly, lunging fiercely towards him. The 1,000-meter distance vanished in an instant. Fortunately, Xian Yuanche was prepared. He immediately activated the divine step technique to create distance and simultaneously unleashed his frenzy form. Health, 1,831,000, 9th level martial zone. With frenzy form activated, his speed soared once more, and even his health surged to over 1,800,000. The flame demon golden tiger let out a deafening roar, flames instantly erupting around them, encircling both man and beast in a fiery ring. Damn it! Seeing himself trapped within the ring of fire, Xian Yuanche grimly thought. He was not yet a martial king and could not fly. If he didn't eliminate this flame demon golden tiger, escape would be impossible. Several dozen kilometers away from the flame demon golden tiger's territory, the black-robed figures watched Xian Yuanche. That kid provoked the flame demon golden tiger. What now? The leader nodded slightly. No need to intervene. This red flame silver tiger king has already advanced to a lower 6th tier. Since that kid has angered it, death is inevitable. Let us prepare to return. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. They were also convinced Xian Yuanche's demise was certain. A lower 6th tier is 2 grand realms beyond a 9th level martial zone. The difference was, without exaggeration, akin to that between an ant and a human. If Xian Yuanche was the ant, then the red flame silver tiger king was the human. With such a vast gap, his death was assured. I remember this flame demon silver tiger king was only a lower 5th tier ferocious beast 6 months ago. How did it advance so rapidly? Another black-robed man stroked his chin, puzzled. Hearing this, many began to realize the situation. Probably some kind of fortuitous encounter. Once we deal with this kid, we should investigate the flame demon golden tiger's lair, they speculated. Elsewhere, Xian Yuanche drew his A-grade alloy blade, cautiously fixing his gaze on the flame demon golden tiger. During their brief standoff, he scanned the beast, seeking its vulnerabilities. Eventually, he pinpointed 2 weak spots beneath the tiger's belly and its eyes. With a swift movement, Xian Yuanche sprang into action. If he was to fight, he must strike first. Amid the crackling explosion of air, his figure suddenly vanished. The divine step technique pushed to its limit, leaving behind only a residual afterimage. Xian Yuanche instantly appeared beneath the flame demon golden tiger's abdomen. The beast's eyes flickered with surprise and disdain upon seeing him dare to strike first. A 4th-tier martial zone dares to act recklessly before a dignified 6th-tier ferocious beast. However, it soon felt a sharp pain beneath its belly. Roar! The flame demon golden tiger's vertical pupils contracted, eyes wide with astonishment. This insignificant human not only dared to launch an offensive, but had the audacity to target its vital spot. Rage swiftly dispersed the disdain as it raised its claw sharply. Golden flames blazing beneath its abdomen. Too late. Xian Yuanche sneered, his alloy blade transforming into a silver lightning strike, stabbing upward. Before the blade reached its mark, the fierce blade aura already sent a bone-chilling coldness to that area. Beep. Detected host using Gale blade technique, triggering 30-fold critical hit, power increase 30-fold. Beep. Detection. Host employing Gale blade technique, triggering a 10-fold critical strike, power amplified 10 times. Ding. Detection. Host employing Gale blade technique, triggering a 50-fold critical strike, power amplified 50 times. Dozens of azure blade lights surged toward one of the flame demon golden tiger's cubs, interspersed with 3 rays of blade light enhanced by the system. Roar! The flame demon golden tiger howled in pain. It never expected this human to be so treacherous. Detestable human. Chapter 66. The demise of the flame demon golden tiger. Caught off guard by Xian Yuanche's stealth attack, the flame demon golden tiger erupted instantly, its entire body once again engulfed in golden flames. Xian Yuanche paid no heed and pressed on, unleashing the Gale blade technique upon another tiger cub. As a man, he knew all too well the agony of such an attack. He refused to believe the flame demon golden tiger could withstand it. Ding. Detection. Host employing Gale blade technique, triggering a 35-fold critical strike, power amplified 35 times. Ding. Detection. Host employing Gale blade technique, triggering a 10-fold critical strike, power amplified 10 times. Ding. Detection. Host employing Gale blade technique, triggering a 21-fold critical strike, power amplified 21 times. Roar. The flame demon golden tiger bellowed again, its hind legs trembling uncontrollably from the unbearable pain. It could not fathom encountering such a deceitful human. The flames surged wildly once more, prompting Xianyuan Che to swiftly retreat from the tigeress abdomen. Detestable human. Plapava to die. The flame demon golden tiger opened its massive maw, condensing flames within. With a roar, 100-meter-long fire dragon burst forth from its mouth, hurtling directly toward Xianyuan Che. Prepared in advance, Xianyuan Che immediately employed the divine walk to evade, simultaneously edging closer to the silver moon tiger. If the fire dragon was auto-tracking, he intended to use the silver moon tiger as a shield. Just as Xianyuan Che anticipated, the fire dragon relentlessly pursued him. With a great leap, he moved to the opposite side of the silver moon tiger. At that moment, the silver moon tiger's eyes remained closed, either asleep or unconscious, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Boom! The fire dragon struck the silver moon tiger with unerring precision, reducing the tens of meters long beast to ashes in an instant. Xiaoya, witnessing the silver moon tiger's demise at his own hands, the flame demon golden tiger instantly lost all reason and lunged at Xianyuan Che once more. Xianyuan Che once again activated divine walk to keep his distance. Given the vast disparity in size between man and beast, even though the flame demon golden tiger was a 6th rank, it was somewhat slower than Xianyuan Che. Boom! In this charge, the flame demon golden tiger failed to seize Xianyuan Che and instead trampled upon the silver moon tiger's remaining skeleton. Before succumbing to sorrow, it felt a sharp pain between its legs. Xianyuan Che's alloy blade had once again targeted the tiger's lower region. Roar! The flame demon golden tiger's eyes instantly flooded with blood-red fury. Clearly, Xianyuan Che's relentless assault had driven it into a frenzy. Its massive paws lashed out repeatedly at Xianyuan Che. Losing all rationality, the flame demon golden tiger's attack style shifted subtly, resembling that of an ordinary ferocious beast, relying solely on physical strikes and utterly disregarding the advantages of being a 6th-rank fierce beast. Several minutes passed. The flame demon golden tiger's body was marred with hundreds of wounds, bleeding profusely and clearly on the back foot. Half a minute later, Xianyuan Che seized another opportunity to unleash the Gale Blade technique anew. Ding! Detection. Host employing Gale Blade technique, triggering a 300-fold critical strike, power amplified 300 times. Ding! Detection. Host employing Gale Blade technique, triggering a 30-fold critical strike, power amplified 30 times. Ding! Detection. Host employing Gale Blade technique, triggering a 10-fold critical strike, power amplified 10 times. At the sound of this critical strike, Xianyuan Che knew victory was assured. A 100-meter-long blade, light, swept from his hand, severing the entire flame demon golden tiger cleanly in two. What? Staring at his body, cleaved in half by the blade light. The flame demon golden tiger's eyes brimmed with shock. It was, after all, a 6th-rank fierce beast. Boom! The carcass crashed to the ground. Finally dead. Xuanyuan Kipante Devidi. Fortunately, he had exchanged for an A-grade alloy blade before setting out. He sighed, returning the alloy blade to the system's storage. Had he wielded a B-grade alloy blade earlier, it likely would not have pierced the flame demon golden tiger's defenses, let alone enabled him to carve intricate patterns upon his tiger cubs. I must still break through to Martial King, he muttered, and I need to find time to advance my frenzied state. This victory over the flame demon golden tiger owed much to Frenzy's contribution. He resolved to acquire several secret technique stones upon returning. Frenzy Stage 2, upgradable. Description: upon activation, all attributes increase by 75%, including but not limited to martial essence, speed, strength, for 15 minutes. Upon conclusion, induces weakness for half an hour, reducing all attributes by 20%. Cooldown 1 day. Note: enhanced by the system. If Frenzy is deactivated before its duration ends, the entire cooldown period is refunded. Upgrade method: use 5 secret technique stones again. Closing the panel, Xianyuan Che approached the flame demon golden tiger's head, collecting its yuan crystal and corpse into the system's storage. Having completed these tasks, he ventured further into the tiger's territory. He now suspected the tiger's lair concealed some valuable treasure, according to the map data from the Hall of Martial Achievements. This flame demon golden tiger was merely a low-level 5th-rank fierce beast, with the latest update dating back 6 months. In other words, within just half a year, it had advanced from low-level 5th rank to low-level 6th rank. Such a rapid ascent was unquestionably suspicious. Several dozen kilometers away, members of the Holy Beast sect hovered midair, observing Xuanyuan que essa situation. when they witnessed him single-handedly slay the flame demon golden tiger, leaping 2 major realms beyond its level. They erupted in stunned exclamations. Impossible. This kid actually killed the flame demon golden tiger. Their hearts trembled with disbelief. This flame demon golden tiger was at least on par with a human martial emperor of the 5th rank, yet Xianyuan Che, a 9th rank martial practitioner, had slain it. Such power was terrifying indeed. They could no longer allow his growth to proceed unchecked. The black-robed leader's face darkened, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Such a prodigy must be exterminated. A martial practitioner capable of killing a 6th rank fierce beast. If Xianyuan Che advanced to martial king or martial saint, what then? He would be even more terrifying than Wang Dingtian's mad dog. 4th brother, contact headquarters again. Request dispatch of 3 martial kings and 10 martial emperors. None below 5th rank. Before taking action, instruct them accordingly, the leader commanded. Startled, the black-robed man known as 4th brother hesitated. Is that really necessary? With us, martial emperors. Plus your martial king. Wouldn't killing that kid be a breeze? What if he escapes? The leader's gaze turned icy. Have you considered the consequences if he gets away? I repeat, this kid has yet to consume martial king fruit or martial emperor fruit, proving his realm isnt derived from martial practitioner fruit. If we let him return to Huaxia and lay low for a few years, how long will it take us to conquer Huaxia? Upon hearing his elder brother's words, 4th brother finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Xianyuan Che's power was already terrifying without martial king strength. If he reached martial saint, a wave of dread surged through the 4th brother's heart. A barely alive Wang Dingtian had managed to steadfastly guard Huaxia for decades. Yet Xianyuan Che's talent was even more terrifying than Wang Dingtian's. If Xianyuan Che were to ascend to the rank of martial saint, then conquering Huaxia would be a matter of centuries or even millennia for him and his comrades. It must be understood that since the resurgence of spiritual energy, Huaxia had produced at least 20 martial saints. If several centuries or thousands of years passed, who knew how many martial saints Huaxia would yield? I must return immediately. With a flash, the 4th brother vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Che arrived outside a cavern several hundred meters high. The temperature around him had already soared to nearly 200 degrees Celsius. Entering the cavern, he found it vast and the heat intensifying continuously. Xianyuan Che began to scan the interior, simultaneously employing his eye of exploration. The reason for this was that if his naked eyes overlooked something valuable, the eye of exploration would surely detect it. Chapter 67. Secret Realm Entrance. Killing Intent emerges. Species: Frenzied Lizard Beast Bone. Grade: 4th rank. Description: the bones of a 4th rank ferocious beast, possibly useful for crafting certain weapons. Species: Blazing Crocodile Bone. Grade: 4th rank. Description: the bones of a 4th rank fierce beast, potentially usable to create a bone bed with inherent heat. The cave was filled with the skeletal remains of ferocious beasts. Why was it all just bones? Xianyuan gemated in frustration. He could only press onward. Soon, he reached the cavernous end, where a nest composed of various ferocious beast pelts appeared before him. He leapt onto the nest, hoping to find something valuable. Using the eye of exploration, he scanned thoroughly. No treasures were found. Xianyuan felt somewhat disappointed. He had expected some extraordinary treasure here to explain how the flame demon golden tiger had grown so rapidly. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed a scorching current of air emanating from a certain direction, causing the surrounding temperature to rise once more. Xianyuan se stirred. He quickly turned toward the source of the heat. Following the current, he eventually stood before a 10-meter-high stone. The heat flowed from behind it. Approaching the stone, a spatial rift 3 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized the heat was surging out from this spatial rift. Name: Crimson Lotus Secret Realm Entrance. Description: connects to the Crimson Lotus Secret Realm. The fire elemental energy it emits greatly enhances fire elemental ferocious beasts, accelerating their growth. Crimson Lotus Secret Realm? Xianyuan Che's mind ignited with interest. This realm could make fire elemental ferocious beasts grow swiftly. No wonder that tiger had so quickly become a flame demon golden tiger. He resolved to find a time to bring Yinran's fire phoenix here for a trial. Suddenly, he recalled the fire phoenix chick he had gifted to Mu Yinran. That fire phoenix was a descendant of a 7th rank ferocious beast. If placed inside, it would likely grow even faster. Perhaps within 2 years, it could mature into a 7th rank ferocious beast, becoming a significant asset. At that moment, he suddenly felt several gazes fixated upon him. Turning toward the cavern entrance, he was startled to see 4 figures clad in black robes staring coldly at him. Name: Chiefone. Martial energy. 70,800,000. 7th rank Martial Emperor. Breathing technique. Name, Duanzua. Martial energy. 83,190,000. 8th rank Martial Emperor. Breathing technique. Name, Lu Ming. Martial energy. 57,436,000. 5th rank Martial Emperor. Breathing technique. Name, Tian Tao. Martial energy. 4,032,150,000. 4th rank Martial Saint. Breathing technique. After reviewing their information, Xianyuan Che's heart jolted. 3 Martial Emperors and 1 Martial Saint. From their icy stares, he was certain they had come to cause him trouble. Attack. Tian Tao activated his martial energy, slamming a giant palm hundreds of meters wide toward Xianyuan Che. Damn! Xianyuan Che cursed aloud, hastily retreating into the Crimson Lotus secret realm. These 3 Martial Emperors and 1 Martial Saint clearly had no intention of letting him live. According to the typical storylines from his previous life, shouldn't they have sent some minor enemies first to provide him with experience? Why do they jump straight to the boss fight? Boom! The martial energy giant palm crashed onto the spot where Xianyuan Che had just stood. The entire cavern began to collapse as stones rained down continuously. Tian Tao once again activated his martial energy, pressing 200-meter-wide giant hands against the cavern ceiling. Rise! With a low roar. A mountain peak 1,000 meters high was lifted by him. Boom! Tian Tao casually tossed the mountain aside, pointing coldly at the secret realm entrance. That brat entered that spatial rift. It must be a secret realm. Hurry and pursue. The 4 arrived at the secret realm entrance. You 2 stay here and guard. Tian Tao ordered 2 of them, then led Lu Ming into the secret realm. Crimson Lotus secret realm. Xianyuan Che suddenly appeared 100 meters above the ground. Thud! Landing heavily, the ground cracked instantly beneath him. He glanced upward at the spot where he had just stood. The spatial rift was gone. This meant the teleportation was random. Fortunately, he patted his chest. Had it not been random, he would have been turned into minced meat by those men. With immediate danger averted, he began to survey his surroundings. The area was desolate beyond measure. The sky was dark red, and the parched earth was cracked from lack of water. Though the air temperature was at least 200 degrees Celsius, there was not a complete absence of life. Several trees and wild grasses struggled to survive. Xianyuan Che examined the grasses, discovering they were mostly 2nd or 3rd-rank plants, not rare treasures. Forget it, he thought. Better to find a place to continue cultivating the martial energy seed. He sighed. The urgent priority was to break through to Martial King. That way, even if he were found, he could still fight or at least escape. After wandering for more than half an hour, he arrived at a tree 100 meters tall. Just as he prepared to sit, something occurred to him. These trees could grow in the Crimson Lotus secret realm, so they must have adapted somewhat to the environment. With that in mind, he brushed the back of his hand against the trunk to test the temperature. That simple action startled him. The temperature was at least 200 degrees Celsius. Xianyuan Che had not expected the tree trunk itself to be so hot. Luckily, he had tested it first. Otherwise, he might have ended up as roasted bird. He retrieved an item from his system space to use as a cushion before sitting down. But within 3 seconds, the heat penetrated the cushion and reached his backside. Fine, he muttered. Might as well treat it as a heated bed. Xianyuan Che grumbled, but paid it no mind. After all, as a martial ancestor, this level of heat should not be enough to turn his 2nd brother into roasted bird. Opening his status panel. Name, Xianyuan Che, Arrogance Aura. Health, 1,051,000. 9-rank Martial Ancestor. Martial Origin Seed, 10,100. Breathing Technique. Having dispelled the berserk state, Xianyuan Che's vitality plummeted from over 1,800,000 back to its original 1,050,000. 3 5th-tier primal crystals, 1 6th-tier primal crystal, and a vial of Martial King elixir. He hoped fortune would favor him. Previously, he had absorbed the primal crystal of the Silver Shark King. A single 5th-tier primal crystal could roughly advance his condensation progress by 0.5 to 1. As long as a critical strike was triggered, everything would fall into place. He produced an alloy hammer and struck open the first primal crystal. Since the martial origin seed within him had already condensed to about 10 progress points, it was akin to having a rudimentary form. Thus, he now only needed to continuously infuse martial origin into it, steadily solidifying the seed. He broke open the first crystal and absorbed it. No critical strike triggered. Martial origin seed, progress 11. Next came the second crystal. Ding. Host detected absorbing primal crystal. Martial origin seed condensation progress increased by 1. Triggered 30-fold critical strike. 1 increased to 30. Martial origin seed, 41. Xian Yuanche immediately felt the martial origin seed within him had grown and solidified significantly. Nearly halfway there, closing the panel, he broke open the third crystal and absorbed it. Ding! Host detected absorbing primal crystal. Martial origin seed condensation progress increased by 1. Triggered 35-fold critical strike. 1 increased to 35. Martial origin seed, 76. Only 24 remained. The last one was the 6th-tier primal crystal of the flame demon golden tiger. However, Xian Yuanche did not immediately shatter it. Instead, he took out the vial of Martial King elixir. This was a gift from Xian Yuanhai after losing to him. Since he was exactly 24 short, if drinking this elixir could push the total to 100, the 6th-tier primal crystal would be spared. Chapter 68. Condensing the Martial King seed. He uncapped the Martial King elixir and drank it down. A warm current flowed down his throat and into his body. With the aid of this warmth, the martial origin seed steadily solidified. After over 10 minutes, he sensed that the martial origin seed within him had fully condensed. To confirm his suspicion, he opened the panel. Unim, Xuanyuanke, Arrogansaura. Martial origin, 100, 9th rank martial sect master. Vitality, 1,050,000. Breathing technique. Seeing the vitality bar transformed into martial origin confirmed that he had completed the first step in transcending to Martial King. The second step was to convert all the vitality within his body into martial origin. Approximately 10,000 vitality points could be converted into 1 point of martial origin. Upon reaching 100 points of martial origin, 1's realm would ascend to the 1st rank Martial King. This step was arduous and time-consuming for other martial sect masters who had already condensed their martial origin seeds. As the conversion from vitality to martial origin was an excruciatingly prolonged process. But he was different, blessed with a critical strike system that destined him to complete this process tenfold, even 100-fold faster than others. Closing his eyes, he began circulating his internal vitality, gradually channeling it into the martial origin seed. The first 9 times, he infused only a single point of vitality each. On the 10th time, when the guaranteed critical strike triggered, he would directly transfer tens of thousands of points. Ding! Host detected martial origin conversion. Triggered 10,000-fold critical strike. Conversion speed increased 10,000-fold. Merely minutes passed before he transformed those tens of thousands of vitality points into martial origin. Martial origin, 3,100, 9th rank martial sect master. Ding! Host detected. Ding! Time flowed on, and Xian Yuanche's vitality gradually converted into martial origin. Elsewhere within the secret realm, Tian Tao soared into the sky, sweeping his spiritual perception across the surroundings. It was indeed a random teleportation. Upon witnessing the spatial rift vanish, he realized that entering this secret realm meant being randomly transported to some location within it. This was not favorable news. If the realm was small, it was manageable. But if it was vast, he might spend months without finding Xian Yuanche. If the 2 subordinates guarding the entrance could not restrain themselves and entered the secret realm, and Xian Yuanche happened to discover a means to exit, accidentally escaping unscathed, all their scheming for the ambush would have been in vain. He muttered, hoping the secret realm was not large, then flew off into the distance. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanche was met with the system's continuous alert tones. Ding! Host detected martial origin conversion. Triggered 1,000-fold critical strike. Martial origin conversion speed increased by 1,000-fold. Time passed unknowingly until, with another critical strike alert, Xian Yuanche's realm successfully ascended to 1st rank Martial King. Several minutes later, martial origin, 105,200 1st rank Martial King. Upon stepping into the 1st rank Martial King, Xian Yuanche felt an undeniable transformation within himself. It was as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. The greatest distinction between Martial King and Martial Sect Master was the ability to fly. Circulating the martial origin within, he began to levitate. Only the final step remains, Xian Yuanche murmured. The final step was to condense the spiritual perception seed, truly the most crucial element. Spiritual perception was akin to the divine consciousness in cultivation novels. It could be projected outward to survey everything nearby and wield tremendous power in battle. The file Yanran had sent him previously also contained methods for condensing the spiritual perception seed. The entire text spanned nearly 150,000 characters, but could be summarized in 1 sentence. Martial origin must stimulate specific regions of the brain to unleash latent mental power, which, combined with martial origin, condenses the spiritual perception seed. Though the process seemed straightforward, it was fraught with peril. The brain was the body's most intricate organ. A slight misstep could cause permanent damage. Ordinary martial artists often required years to complete the condensation. Yet, with the aid of his critical strike system, Xianyuan Che's condensation time could be drastically shortened. He took a deep breath, and the martial origin within began to ascend. As it flowed past his neck, he deliberately slowed its pace, allowing it to seep into the cerebral cortex like a gentle stream. Hiss! A sharp tingling sensation arose, and beads of sweat formed on Xianyuan Che's forehead. This was the martial origin stimulating his brain, awakening dormant mental power. The first 9 condensation attempts failed to trigger critical strikes. On the 10th time, the system's alert sounded. Ding! Host detected 3 hours of spiritual perception seed condensation. Condensation progress 0.1. Triggered 100-fold critical strike. 0.1 increased to 1. Spiritual perception seed progress 10,100. A seed composed of mental power and martial origin materialized in his mind. The guaranteed critical strike rule felt truly rewarding. Xianyuan Che nodded in satisfaction and resumed condensation. Another 3 hours passed. Ding! Host detected 3 hours of spiritual perception seed condensation. Condensation progress 0.1. Triggered 200-fold critical strike. 0.1 increased to 2. Spiritual perception seed progress 30,100. Ding! Host detected 3 hours of spiritual perception seed condensation. Condensation progress 0.1. Triggered 50-fold critical strike. 0.1 increased to 5. Spiritual perception seed progress 35,100. Ding! Ding! Spiritual perception seed progress 100,100. It was complete. Xianyuan Kirivid a satisfied smile. Having acquired the spiritual awareness seed, he was effectively a complete martial king in his own right. With his spiritual perception unfolded, everything within a radius of several hundred meters lay fully exposed before his eyes. At present, he was only a first-tier martial king, so the range his spiritual awareness could cover remained quite limited. He opened his panel. Onim, Xianyuanke, Arrogansaura. Martial energy, 105,200, first-tier martial king. Currently, he possessed 5 bottles of martial energy elixir, 2 martial king fruits, 2 martial emperor fruits, and a 6th-rank primal crystal. If luck favored him, he might ascend directly from a first-tier martial king to a first-tier martial emperor. He withdrew the first bottle of martial energy elixir from his space ring. Name: Martial Energy Elixir, S-Rank Vitality Elixir. Effect: increases martial energy by 5,070 points upon consumption. Suitable for cultivators who have just broken through to martial king level to consolidate their realm. He uncapped the elixir and drank it down. The martial energy entered his body and was immediately absorbed by the martial energy seed. Martial energy, 160,200, first-tier martial king. No critical hit was triggered, but his martial energy increased by 55 points. Next came the second bottle. He drank it. Ding! Detected host consuming martial energy elixir. Martial energy increased by 55 points, triggering a 6-fold critical hit. 55 points elevated to 330 points. A vast surge of martial energy flooded into Xianyuan Che's body, catapulting his realm from first-tier martial king instantaneously to 4th-tier martial king. Martial energy, 490,500, 4th-tier martial king. Not bad at all. Xianyuan Che nodded in satisfaction and took out the 3rd bottle. He drank it down. No critical hit was triggered, yet his realm advanced to 5th-tier martial king. Martial energy, 545,600, 5th-tier martial king. The 4th bottle followed. No critical hit again. Martial energy, 595,600, 5th-tier martial king. Only 1 bottle remained. System: just a double hit will do. Nothing more. Xianyuan Che muttered as he uncapped and drank it. Ding! Detected host consuming martial energy elixir. Martial energy increased by 55 points, triggering a triple critical hit. 55 points elevated to 165 points. Martial energy, 760,800, 7th-tier martial king. A triple critical hit was still better than none. Xianyuan que exhaled in relief. In any case, he still had martial king fruits. Consuming those 2 would likely bring him to 9th-tier martial king, if not quite to martial emperor. There was also the 6th-rank primal crystal. Absorbing it should propel him to martial emperor. Then, consuming 2 martial emperor fruits consecutively could further elevate his realm significantly. Xianyuan Che took out 2 martial king fruits. Gazing at the fist-sized fruits in his hand, he swallowed them down in a few bites. The taste was pleasantly sweet and sour. The moment the martial king fruit entered his stomach, it transformed into a surge of martial energy absorbed by the martial energy seed. Martial energy, 860,900, 8th-tier martial king. Then came the second fruit. Whether it triggered a critical hit or not no longer mattered. After all, he still had the 6th rank primal crystal, which should enable him to step into the martial emperor realm. Ding! Detected cultivator consuming 1 martial king fruit. Gained 100 points of martial energy, triggering an 11-fold critical hit. 100 points elevated to 1,100 points. System, you're incredible. Xianyuan Che was taken aback. He hadn't expected such good fortune, triggering an 11-fold critical hit upon consuming the martial king fruit. Martial energy, 19,602,000, first-tier martial emperor. A massive surge of martial energy suddenly coursed through Xianyuan Che's body. He furrowed his brow slightly. So full, the sensation lingered for over 10 seconds before fading. I need to find a way to improve my constitution, he murmured. The previous scene was evidently caused by the sudden influx of martial energy overwhelming his body. The critical hit multiplier granted by the system was based on the host's constitution strength. The better the constitution, the higher the critical hit multiplier. Improving his constitution was an urgent matter. Xianyuan Che pinched the bridge of his nose, took out the 6th rank primal crystal, cracked it open, and absorbed it directly. No critical hit was triggered, granting only 50 points of martial energy, but it elevated his realm to 2nd-tier martial emperor. If he encountered the flame demon golden tiger from the morning again, he estimated he could dispatch it with just 2 strikes now. He then took out the remaining 2 martial emperor fruits and consumed them as well. He had not forgotten that 1 martial venerable and 4 martial emperors were relentlessly pursuing him. He had to bolster his strength quickly or risk being minced in a meat paste. Martial energy, 30,104,000, 3rd-tier martial emperor. Martial energy, 40,105,000, 4th-tier martial emperor. No critical hits triggered, but Xianyuan Che's realm rose to 4th-tier martial emperor. In less than a day, he had advanced from 9th-tier martial cultivator to 4th-tier martial emperor, crossing 2 major realms. Such was the allure of cheating. He unfolded his spiritual awareness once more, this time extending it to cover tens of thousands of meters. Just as he prepared to narrow the scope, someone suddenly intruded into his perception range. He hastily employed his eye of inquiry to examine the intruder's information. If it was that martial venerable, he would turn and flee immediately. Name, Lu Ming. Martial energy, 57,436,000, 5th-tier martial emperor. Breathing technique, it was at 5th-tier martial emperor. Xianyuan Che breathed a sigh of relief. Martial emperors were manageable. He could handle this one. Who is there? Lu Ming halted abruptly. He had sensed a spiritual awareness observing him moments ago. Upon unfolding his own spiritual perception, he discovered Xianyuan Che tens of thousands of meters away. Boy, I finally found you. He snarled fiercely. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the vast distance and arrived at Xianyuan Che's location. Lu Ming stood in the sky, gazing down at Xianyuan Che. Boy, we meet again. Xianyuan Che folded away the cushion beneath him and soared into the sky, leveling with Lu Ming. Only then did Lu Ming notice that Xianyuan Che's realm had shifted from 9th-tier martial cultivator to 4th-tier martial emperor. I didn't expect you to have consumed those 2 martial emperor fruits. But what does it matter if you've reached 4th-tier martial emperor? You're still going to die. Lu Ming's face twisted with malice, not once considering Xianyuan Che a threat. It was widely known that cultivators forcibly elevated by consuming martial emperor fruits were significantly weaker than those who advanced step by step through cultivation. Thus, even though he was only 1 realm above Xianyuan Che, he harbored no fear of being overcome. How do you know I have martial emperor fruits? Xuanyuan que ese brau farud. The knowledge of his possession of martial emperor fruits was likely confined to certain high-ranking figures in Huaxia. Surely this man wasn't he sent by Huaxia to deal with him? Lu Ming offered no reply. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his martial energy suddenly surged explosively within him. He raised his right palm abruptly. Thunderous light exploded in his palm as a violent tempest of lightning power condensed instantly. Thunder fist. Boom! He struck out with a palm. Thunder roared like a furious dragon, crashing directly toward Xianyuan Che's chest. Witnessing this, Xianyuan Che activated his divine movement step to create distance and immediately unleashed his frenzied transformation in preparation to counterattack. Martial energy, 70,178,000, 7th-tier martial emperor. A 75% increase in all attributes instantly elevated his realm from 4th-tier martial emperor to 7th-tier martial emperor. Seeing Xianyuan Che evade and his aura surge wildly, Lu Ming was startled. What? Looking at the martial energy emanating from Xianyuan Che's body, this was no longer the aura befitting a 4th-tier martial emperor. An alarm blared suddenly within his heart, leaving him with but one thought. Flee. This youngster was far too enigmatic. It was quite possible that he himself would meet his downfall here. Trying to escape? Xian Yuanche seemed to perceive Lu Ming's intent and suddenly appear before him. Unleashing the Gale Hunter Strike's fist, dozens of punches rained down upon Lu Ming's body. Ding! Detected host's use of Gale Hunter Strike's fist, triggering tenfold critical hit. Ding! Ding! Boom! Lu Ming was slammed to the ground. The earth within a radius of several thousand meters cracked open instantly, dust billowing into the air. Cough, cough. Lu Ming's chest caved in, his entire body drenched in blood, his whole being reduced to a near death-like state. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Xian Yuanche was nothing but pure terror. Too terrifying. A mere set of fist techniques had inflicted such devastation upon him. This boy's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary level 7 martial emperor. Xian Yuanche descended to the ground, placing his foot atop Lu Ming's head. You belong to the Holy Beast sect, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Ming stubbornly denied. Fine, no need to admit it then. Xian Yuanche, unwilling to waste time questioning further, crushed Lu Ming's skull beneath his foot. Bang! Using his martial yuan, he wiped the dirt off his shoe and left the scene. Before him now lay only two choices. First, to exit the secret realm before that martial sovereign located him, returning to Huaxia to ensure his safety. Second, to find a way to further elevate his cultivation realm, so that when facing that martial sovereign, he would possess the strength to contend. Forget it, I'll explore a bit first. Xian Yuanche soared to an altitude of 1,000 meters and began his journey, simultaneously extending his spiritual awareness to seek any ferocious beasts within the secret realm to hunt. At the entrance of the secret realm, Qi Feng and Duan's was stood guard before the spatial rift, preventing Xian Yuanche from escaping through it. Suddenly, a dozen black-robed figures appeared before them. Greetings, honorable Golden Dharma protectors. Upon seeing the newcomers, the two men promptly greeted them. The two leaders nodded slightly, turning to the crowd behind them. You two level 9 martial emperors will remain here with Qi Feng and Duan Zhua to guard this spot. The rest will enter with us. Yes, sir. 2 level 9 martial emperors stayed behind, while the remaining 8 martial emperors and 2 martial sovereigns ventured into the Crimson Lotus secret realm. Upon entry, the 10 were scattered apart. It was a random teleportation. He extended his spiritual awareness, surveying a 1,000-kilometer radius in full. He needed to swiftly ascertain the size of this secret realm. The larger its area, the more akin to finding a needle in a haystack it would be to locate Xian Yuanche. Chapter 70. Battle with the Fiery Flame Serpent. What is this? Xian Yuanche gazed at the egg-sized fruit before him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Its entire surface was crimson like flame, the rind covered with fine scale patterns, resembling a snake-skin fruit. He scanned it with his probing eye. Item: Fire Scale Fruit. Grade: 5th tier. Description: the fruit born from the mature fire scale grass. A celestial treasure coexisting with a fiery flame serpent, growing in tandem. It serves as a supreme supplement for fire attribute ferocious beasts. When consumed, it significantly enhances their flame abilities. If ripe fruit is not harvested promptly, it will spontaneously combust into ash within 3 days. A 5th-tier celestial treasure indeed. Xian Yuanche's eyes brightened as he reached out and uprooted it. He could not use it himself, but it would be perfect to feed to Yanran's fire phoenix. He recalled having heard during class that many unexploited secret realms contain numerous precious items. Now, seeing it firsthand, the saying proved true. Unexploited realms were truly treasures. There was another plant here as well. Out of the corner of his eye, Xian Yuanche spotted another fire scale grass. Just then, the ground beside him began to stir. Whoosh! A small snake, half a meter long with scales like fire, lunged at Xian Yuanche. Without lifting his head, he extended his hand and caught it. A first-tier, ferocious beast dares to attempt a sneak attack on me? Grabbing it by the tail, he swung it about and flung it tens of thousands of meters away. Hiss! The earth stirred again, and a 1-meter-long snake emerged. Whoosh! Xian Yuanche caught it again and flung it away. Hiss! A 2-meter-long snake then slithered out of the ground. Endless, huh? Xuan Yuan sighed. How was it that the small ones were replaced by bigger ones, and the bigger ones by even older ones? He flung the 3-tier snake in his hand away and ascended into the sky. Following the pattern, the next one to appear might be a 4th-tier serpent. Sure enough, as Xian Yuanche ascended, a fiery serpent over 10 meters in length burst from the soil. Species: Fiery Flame Serpent. Grade: Low-level 4th tier. Description: born within the Crimson Lotus secret realm, co-growing with the fire scale grass. Upon reaching a bottleneck, it consumes the fire scale fruit to break through its cultivation limits. Xian Yuan Che paid no heed to this fourth-tier fiery flame serpent, as it could not reach him. From the information he had just gathered, the fiery flame serpent and fire scale grass must share a symbiotic relationship. His spiritual awareness detected two six-tier fire scale grass plants here, both bearing fruit. This implied there were at least two six-tier fiery flame serpents present. Watching the fourth-tier fiery flame serpent below leap about, attempting to consume him, Xian Yuan Che clapped his palm and crushed it into a pulp. Boom! A two-headed serpent burst forth from the earth. Species, fiery flame serpent. Grade, mid-level 6th tier. Description, species, fiery flame serpent. Grade, high-level 6th tier. Description, apparently a reproductive anomaly caused it to become a two-headed serpent, merging two individuals into one, possessing strength far exceeding that of ferocious beasts of the same rank. Xian Yuan Che was somewhat surprised upon reading the information about the two-headed serpent, because this time, it was not a 5th-tier fiery flame serpent that emerged, but a 6th-tier one. Each head of the fiery flame serpent was an independent entity. This meant there were 2 yuan crystals. Xuan yuan que esse ais gleamed. If all ferocious beasts were this considerate, with 2 yuan crystals each, it would be marvelous. He drew an A-grade alloy blade and activated his frenzy mode. Galblad technique. 3 movements executed in one fluid motion. Dozens of blade lights composed of martial yuan shot toward the fiery flame serpent. Ding. Detected host executing gale blade technique. Triggering 30-fold critical hit. Power increased 30-fold. Ding. The system as prompt sounds echoed continuously. Poochie. Hiss. The blade lights struck the fiery flame serpent, causing it to writhe in pain. Especially the 3 blade lights enhanced by the system, which pierced through its scales as if slicing tofu, severing its body with ease. Hiss. The fiery flame serpent's body was cut apart, writhing frantically on the ground in agony. Just as Xian Yuan Che prepared to finish off the two-headed serpent, he suddenly sensed 2 individuals intruding into his spiritual awareness range. It was precisely this fraction of a second's distraction that allowed another fiery flame serpent to burst forth from the earth, catching Xian Yuan Che off guard and striking him with its tail. Bang! Xian Yuan Che was slammed to the ground, coming into intimate contact with the earth. What the hell? Xian Yuan Che rose from the ground, shaking his head. He had intended to assess the cultivation realms of the 2 intruders, but was instead ambushed by the suddenly emerging second fiery flame serpent. Another fiery flame serpent appeared. Species, fiery flame serpent. Grade, peak 6th tier. Introduction, a blazing serpent that has consumed a 6th tier fire scale fruit and is on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier. Interrupted by someone and now seething with rage. Almost at the 7th tier already. Xian Yuan Che dispelled the surrounding dust with his martial essence. Fortunately, it hadn't broken through to the 7th tier yet, otherwise relying solely on his A-grade alloy blade and martial skills. He would likely have to gamble on the critical hit multiplier again. 2 6th-tier blazing serpents flanked Xian Yuan Che, one ahead and one behind, encircling him. The two-headed serpent, though grievously wounded with half of its body severed, remained ferocious. Both heads simultaneously spewed scorching pillars of flame toward Xian Yuan Che. The other blazing serpent, on the cusp of breaking through to the 7th tier, prowled at the periphery, waiting for an opportunity. TCH, quite a handful. Xian Yuan Che's gaze turned cold as his martial essence surged wildly within him. What was the most crucial aspect in group combat? Step 1. Eliminate the wounded first. His figure flickered, evading the fiery pillars as the alloy blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light. Galblad technique. Ding. Host detected using gale blade technique. Triggering a 40-fold critical hit. Power increased 40-fold. Ding. Host detected using gale blade technique. Triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Power increased 5-fold. Ding. Host detected. The blade's radiance cascaded like a waterfall, instantly enveloping the two-headed serpent. The originally tough scales, bolstered by the critical strike, became as fragile as thin paper. The remaining body was completely severed, and both serpent heads flew off simultaneously. Swoosh! The other blazing serpent, enraged at the fall of its companion, lashed its tail like a steel whip, fiercely striking toward Xian Yuan Che. Fortunately, Xian Yuan Che was prepared, placing his alloy blade before him to block the blow. 10,000 meters away, 2 figures in black robes halted and exchanged glances. Something was happening over there. It must be the target. The 2 quickly advanced toward Xian Yuan Che's location, soon spotting him locked in combat with the blazing serpents. 2 6th-tier fierce beasts. One already slain. That kid must have consumed the Martial Emperor fruit, his cultivation reaching the 7th level of Martial Emperor. Don't act just yet. Wait until he is injured by the blazing serpent before making a move. The two swiftly devised a plan. They conspicuously whispered loudly, naturally allowing Xianyuan Che to overhear their scheme. Or perhaps they didn't team-mind him knowing, for this was an overt stratagem. In their estimation, given Xianyuan Che's current condition, he could not escape in time. To survive, he would have to fight the serpent to the death. Taking a moment, Xianyuan Che used his probing eye to scan the two figures in the sky. Name Lu Bai. Martial Essence. 61,270,000. 6th tier Martial Emperor. Breathing Technique. Name Chenhai. Martial Essence. 57,656,000. 5th tier Martial Emperor. Breathing Technique. Merely glancing at their information, he relaxed. As long as they weren't martial sovereigns, he could dispatch them with a single Gale Blade technique. After all, humans lack the scale defenses of blazing serpents, and his martial skills with the alloy blade could penetrate their defenses. Gale Blade Technique. He once again unleashed the Gale Blade technique upon the blazing serpent before him. Ding. Host detected using Gale Blade technique, triggering a 30-fold critical hit. Power increased 30-fold. Ding. Ding. 3 streaks of amplified blade light severed the serpent's tail directly. Sheathing his alloy blade, he charged before the blazing serpent and executed Gale 100 Strikes Fist. Though his fists could not pierce defenses, they could inflict damage through the scales. Dozens of punches rained upon the serpent's vital point like a violent storm. Ding. Host detected using Gale 100 Strikes Fist, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Power increased 100-fold. Ding. Ding. The 100-fold critical hit landed precisely on the serpent's vital spot. Hiss. The blazing serpent's heart shattered. Xianyuan Che drew his alloy blade once more, unleashing the Gale Blade technique upon the serpent. A flurry of system critical hit sounds rang out. The serpent's skull was cleanly severed, leaving it lifeless. How is this kid's strength so formidable? The two figures above watched in astonishment as Xianyuan Che dispatched a 6th-tier high-grade fierce beast in under 5 seconds. For martial artists to defeat a beast of equal rank, it typically took half an hour or even several hours. Xianyuan Che's 5-second victory was a testament to his terrifying power. At this moment, hesitation crept into their minds. To ambush Xianyuan Che was no longer a mission, but a death sentence. Run. The two immediately fled in different directions. Think you can escape? Xianyuan Che appeared before one and executed the Gale Blade technique, slicing him into dozens of pieces. The other was stunned. What the hell? My comrade, a martial emperor. Didn't he even last a second against that kid? How absurd. Before he could react, Xianyuan Che was already before him, wielding the Gale Blade technique. My head is flying off, that's my intestines, my right hand, my foot, my genitals, so I've been chopped into dozens of pieces by that kid. This was Lu Bai's final thought. Xianyuan Che reached out and absorbed the two spatial rings into his hand, his heart growing heavy. Before entering the secret realm, he had checked the information on those who pursued him. Neither Chenhai nor Lu Bai appeared on the list. This meant the Holy Beast sect had dispatched reinforcements into the secret realm to hunt him down. It seemed his rapid growth recently had attracted the attention of the Holy Beast sect. He murmured to himself, the Holy Beast sect representing the fierce beast side. It appeared his outstanding performance had drawn their gaze. They feared he would ascend to martial saint and sought to snuff him out in his cradle. But Xianyuan Che would not halt his progress or retreat for this reason. At worst, he would return to Huaxia, bide his time until martial saint, then emerge again. He refused to believe they dared to make a move against him within Huaxia's borders. After all, cultivation could also yield critical hits, if necessary. He would spend a few years, even 10 years, cultivating in Huaxia until martial saint before reappearing. Xianyuan quedó silently, casting a glance at their spatial rings. He cursed them as paupers. Damn poor. He landed and extracted the primal crystals from the two-headed blazing serpent, perhaps due to the Red Lotus secret realm's influence. These primal crystals appeared somewhat different from those outside. The external primal crystals were milky white, but these within were red, faintly flickering with golden flames. Xianyuan Che stroked his chin and used his probing eye to examine the primal crystals. Item: Red Lotus Primal Crystal Special. Grade: Mid-level 6th tier. Effect: contains less martial essence than other primal crystals, but is rich in Red Lotus tempering. Absorption can temper physique, slightly enhancing aptitude. It could temper physique? A valuable treasure. Seeing the effect of the Red Lotus Primal Crystal, Xianyuan Che's eyes brightened. He had been worried about how to temper his physique. This was like a pillow arriving just as he was falling asleep. He stored the Red Lotus Primal Crystal in his spatial ring and then extracted the Primal Crystal from the peak 6th tier blazing serpent. placing both corpses into the system space. His spiritual sense penetrated the ground, searching for any 5th tier or higher blazing serpents below. After several minutes of scanning, he only found a dozen or so 4th tier blazing serpents and no 5th tier ones. Forget it, I'll come back another time. Xin Yuan-che refrained from exterminating all of these 4th tier flame serpents. He was merciful, wishing for these flame serpents to survive a little longer, until they reached the 5th tier before he came to kill them. Letting you live until the 5th tier before death, I truly am too kind. Xuan Yuan Kim Wuzed, never expecting that after slaying so many ferocious beasts, he would end up showing mercy for once. Beneath the earth, the flame serpents trembled violently. Perhaps frightened by Xin Yuan-che, 2 of the flame serpents suddenly broke through to the 5th tier. Xin Yuan-che's keen senses immediately detected this development. A massive hand of martial energy pierced through the ground, excavating the 2 flame serpents. Hiss, 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 hiss. The 2 flame serpents writhed frantically as if they had seen a ghost, their vertical pupils brimming with terror. Bang, bang. Xin Yuan-che crushed the heads of the 2 flame serpents instantly, drawing from them 2 yuan crystals the size of eggs. Breaking through just because of a scare? Xin Yuan-che's mind sparked with a thought. His imposing aura was unleashed in an instant. Sure enough, 2 more flame serpents underground broke through, transforming into 5th tier flame serpents. It seemed the danger had triggered their potential, forcing them to break through in order to gain the strength to face the threat. Xin Yuan-che quickly arrived at this conclusion. It was probably similar to the adrenaline surge in humans. Crushing the 2 newly broken through serpents, Xin Yuan-che continued to exert his pressure to intimidate the flame serpents below. A few high-level 4th tier flame serpents received special attention from him. Several minutes passed, yet these high-level 4th tier flame serpents still had not broken through. It wasn't that they were incapable, but that they were desperately suppressing their instincts, refusing to advance. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the 5th tier would have filled them with joy. But now, with Xin Yuan-che watching above, even their limited intelligence told them that breaking through now was a death sentence. And yet, they still refused to break through. Xuan Yuan Kifid Somevat Trabud. Just then, an idea occurred to him. He took out the corpse of a high-level 6th tier flame serpent and placed it on the ground. Then he pretended to leave, actually hiding a few kilometers away to observe the situation. The flame serpents would surely eat this corpse. Consuming it would enhance them, and with several flame serpents on the verge of breaking through, even a little nourishment would push them directly to the 5th tier. Sure enough, after a dozen minutes or so, over 10 4th tier flame serpents broke through the soil and began approaching the corpse. Although it was their father's remains, the temptation was too great to resist. After all, the allure of growth was overwhelming, and their old father's flesh melted in their mouths. Soon, half of the flame serpent's corpse was consumed. The high-level 4th tier flame serpents could no longer suppress themselves and directly broke through to the 5th tier, evolving into true flame serpents. Chapter 72. The Cunning and Deceptive Xin Yuan-che. After these flame serpents broke through, they wanted to immediately burrow back underground. But it was too late. Prepared as ever, Xin Yuan-che suddenly appeared before them, seizing them in one grasp. Seeing Xuan Yuan Kiriapiar, the flame serpent's eyes were filled with terror. How did this man show up again? Bang, bang, bang. 3 flame serpents were crushed instantly. The remaining 4th tier flame serpents were so frightened by the scene that they all retreated underground. After collecting the yuan crystals, Xin Yuan-che departed. He did not take the flame serpent's corpse with him, but left it for the others. His main intent was to nurture them to the 5th tier and then return to kill them. Shortly after Xin Yuan-che's departure, the flame serpents emerged once more, feasting on their father's remains. Within a certain cave, Xin Yuan-che sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the yuan crystals before him. 7 5th tier and 2 6th tier red lotus yuan crystals. He wondered to what extent they could temper his physique. Unable to find a way out at the moment, and unaware of how many pursuers the Holy Beast sect had dispatched, he had no choice but to continuously elevate his realm to survive. He first dispelled his frenzy, dropping his realm from 7th level Martial Emperor to 4th level Martial Emperor. Martial Energy, 40,105,000, 4th level Martial Emperor. He shattered all 9 red lotus yuan crystals before him and absorbed their energy into his body in one fell swoop. The martial energy entered his body and was immediately digested, leaving only the red energy swirling inside him. Martial Energy, 41,105,000, 4th level Martial Emperor. No critical strike was triggered, but he paid it no mind, After all, the martial energy contained within these red lotus yuan crystals was not as abundant as that in the external yuan crystals. Whether or not a critical strike occurred was irrelevant. The key was to temper his physique. The red energy coursed through his body, destroying and causing some pain. Destruction, recovery, in endless cycles. Each time he recovered, he absorbed a portion of the red energy. After an indeterminate duration, the energy gradually calmed and was fully absorbed by Xianyuan Che. Having absorbed it all, he felt his physique had improved slightly, though the enhancement was limited. To elevate his physique to a certain level, relying solely on these few red lotus yuan crystals was insufficient. It seemed he would have to hunt ferocious beasts again. Just as he rose, a spiritual awareness swept past him, ultimately locking onto him. Here we go again. He sighed. It seemed the holy beast sect had sent quite a few people after him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered another so soon. He reactivated his frenzy and departed the cave at top speed. Boom! As Xianyuan Che left the cave, a mountain hundreds of meters high was leveled to the ground. Above stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Name, Su Huashi. Martial energy, 999,100,000. 9th level martial emperor. Breathing technique, Tiangang 3rd cycle, grade A. Martial skills, S grade, blood spear dance, mastery. Black mysterious armor, mastery. A grade, 9-fold thunder fist, perfect. Secret technique, beast transformation. Secret technique, beast transformation. Description, upon activation, the body undergoes beast transformation, increasing defense, speed, and strength by 30%, lasting 10 minutes. Side effect. During beast transformation, martial energy consumption increases by 50%. After ending, all attributes decrease by 30% for half an hour. Cooldown 1 day. 9th level martial emperor. Seeing the visitor's realm, Xianyuan Che breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't one of those 7th or 8th level martial lords, he could handle it easily. Beast transformation. The moment Xianyuan Che appeared, Su Huashi activated his strongest form. His height surged from 1.8 meters to nearly 3 meters, and scales appeared on his body. Black mysterious armor. That was not all. He projected his martial energy outward, forming a black armor over his body. A defensive martial skill, black mysterious armor. This display of maximized defense caused Xianyuan Che to pause slightly. The fight hasn't even begun, and you're already playing your trump card? Su Husa, feeling it was still unwise to take chances, further enveloped himself in a martial energy shield. Scales, black mysterious armor, martial energy shield, 3 layers of defense. It wasn't that Su Huashi was cowardly. Rather, he had learned from the 4th elder that Xianyuan Che's strength was absurd, capable of killing 6th-tier ferocious beasts with only the martial lord realm. Nearly invincible at the same level. Faced with such a situation, Su Huashi could only open with his ace and aim for a swift victory. Blood spear dance. Activating martial origin, dozens of blood-red long spears coalesced around him. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Scores of spears hurtled toward Xianyuan Che. Xianyuan Che swiftly unleashed his berserk transformation and wielded the Gale Blade technique in response. Dozens of slashing arcs surged toward the crimson spears. Ping! Detected host's use of Gale Blade technique, triggering a 30-fold critical strike, power increased by 30 times. Ping! Detected host's use of Gale Blade technique, triggering a 50-fold critical strike, power increased by 50 times. Ping! Detected host's use of Gale Blade technique, triggering a 10-fold critical strike, power increased by 10 times. Due to the disparity in martial skill levels, the blade aura of the Gale Blade technique could not neutralize the blood-red spears 1-to-1. Yet those 3 slashes, enhanced by the system, shattered the spears like withered branches and continued flying towards Su Huashi. Trifling trickery. Su Huashi was not surprised to see his attacks nullified. After all, this was merely a probe. As he eyed the blade arcs rushing at him, he reached out, intending to crush them. Having already initiated beast transformation, along with the black mysterious armor and martial origin shield, he was confident his triple defenses would hold firm. But he had clearly overestimated his defenses and underestimated the system's might. Squelch! The blade arc struck his palm, and in an instant, the triple defenses crumbled like tofu. His entire arm was severed outright. What? Su Huashi's heart jolted. What kind of sorcery was this? He possessed triple defenses. Even an S-grade martial skill from a peer could never breach them so effortlessly. This youth was far too peculiar. At this moment, Su Huaxi's sole thought was to flee. Want to run? Too late. Xianyuan Che discerned his intention, appearing directly before him and unleashing the Gale Hunter Strike's fist. Bang! 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 Ping, ping, ping. Dozens of punches landed squarely on Su Huaxi's chest. A series of system alerts resounded. Su Huaxi felt his internal organs wildly shifting, especially the 3 punches enhanced by the system, which utterly shattered his triple defenses. Xianyuan Che's fingers curled into claws, piercing through Su Huaxi's chest and entering his body. With a fierce tug, he forcibly ripped out the heart and other organs. Bang! The entire heart was crushed in Xianyuan Che's grip. Ninefold thunderpalm. Su Huaxi roared, slapping his remaining left palm towards Xianyuan Che. Bang! The unexpected blow sent Xianyuan Che hurtling backward several hundred meters. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huaxi turned and fled. Such was the strength of a martial emperor. Even with his heart crushed, he could sustain a flicker of life. Xianyuan Che adjusted his state and immediately gave chase. The two pursued one another in a relentless chase. Due to the gap in cultivation and Su Huaxi's fear of death, Xianyuan Che found himself temporarily unable to catch up. Wait until your beast transformation ends. Then we'll see how you die. Xianyuan Che was unhurried, knowing that Su Huaxi's beast form would eventually dissipate, at which point he would fall into his hands. Sure enough, after several minutes of pursuit, Su Huaxi's speed suddenly plummeted, and his body reverted to its original form. Chapter 73. Crimson Lotus Hall. Damn it. Su Huaxi's heart leapt. Without the speed boost from beast transformation, how could he outrun Xianyuan Che? Gritting his teeth, he ignited the essence blood within his body, causing his speed to surge once more. Regardless of the consequences of burning his essence blood, survival was paramount. Still that fast? Xianyuan Che frowned as Su Huaxi's speed rose again. The chase resumed, a deadly gamble on both sides. Su Huaxi wagered on encountering allies. Xianyuan Che bet that Su Huaxi could not endure much longer. More than 10 minutes passed. Neither knew how many kilometers they had traversed when a palace of staggering size suddenly appeared in their sight, its roof blotting out the sky. The palace was engulfed in crimson flames, an immeasurably towering structure. Xianyuan Che eyed the distant palace with curiosity. What is this? Su Huaxi's face lit up instantly upon seeing the palace. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed inside, with Xianyuan Che close behind. At the moment of entry, Xianyuan Che noticed a plaque above the palace inscribed with the 3 grand characters, Crimson Lotus Hall. Once inside, he suddenly fell to the ground. Assuming it was an accident, he tried to fly again, but found he could not, regardless of how he activated his martial origin. Flying was strictly forbidden. Xuanyuan que se brau farod. Not only was flying prohibited here, but he also sensed his spiritual perception was suppressed. Forced to rely solely on his eyes, he scanned the surroundings to locate Su Huaxi. Soon, he spotted bloodstains on the floor. Following the trail, he found Su Huaxi cowering behind a pillar, guzzling from a healing potion. Seeing Xianyuan Che approach, Su Huaxi recoiled in terror. Yu Su Husa Chimba Violenti. After being hunted for nearly half an hour, every second had been fraught with fear. He was on the verge of collapse. Want to live? Xianyuan Che squatted before him, smiling faintly. Think about it. Su Huaxi nodded repeatedly, occasionally gulping down more healing potion. Losing his heart was not fatal for him. Even if it could not regenerate, it would not matter. Once a martial artist reached the martial king level, bodily functions were sustained by martial origin, meaning the absence of organs posed no problem as long as martial origin remained. How many of your sect's people have come in looking for me? Xianyuan Che asked the question that most troubled him. He feared the Sacred Beast sect had dispatched numerous martial revered and even martial saints. Given his current strength, facing high-level martial revered meant relying solely on critical strike odds to prevail, a risk he was unwilling to take. There was originally 1 martial revered and 4 martial emperors sent to encircle and kill you, but after they saw you slay an infernal demon golden tiger beyond your rank, they sent someone back to headquarters for reinforcements. Su Huaxi dared not conceal anything and revealed all he knew. How many reinforcements arrived? Xuanyuan que prest honorevole. 10 new martial emperors and 2 martial revered. Most martial emperors are above level 5. 4 of them, like me, are level 9. And the martial revered? Xuanyuan que inquired de furter. He was unconcerned with the martial emperor's levels, as they were easy prey. His primary worry was the martial revered's level. If they were level 1 or 2, he could contend with them. If levels 6 or 7, he would have to gamble on high multiplier critical strikes. The 2 new martial revered are level 6 and level 7. Su Huaxi revealed everything he knew. Survival was his foremost priority now. Where's your headquarters? Xuanyuan que asked. Sakura Nation. Our headquarters is in Sakura Nation. Su Husa Zipli. Is that the Little Sun Nation? Xuanyuan que frowned slightly. Only 6 human nations remained, barely holding on. Little Sun Nation was one of them. Rumor had it their strongest was a level 1 martial saint. The Sacred Beast sect had the audacity to establish their headquarters there. No doubt, Little Sun had pledged allegiance to the Sacred Beast sect. A dog cannot change its nature. I should have launched a few more mushroom bombs at them back then. Xian Yuan Che uttered a few words of complaint. Does your Sacred Beast sect have operatives embedded within the upper echelons of Huaxia? He posed the most pivotal question. He could deduce that the only ones aware of his possession of the martial emperor fruit were those among Huaxia's elite leadership. I'm not certain, for such knowledge is reserved solely for warriors of the Golden Dharma Protector rank. I am merely a Silver Dharma Protector, Su Huaxi replied, trembling. Very well. You may leave in peace, Xian Yuan Che said, placing his hand upon Su Huaxi's head, preparing to end him. You said you would spare me. Su Huaxi's eyes brimmed once more with terror, mingled with a trace of fury, for Xian Yuan Che had toyed with him, reneging on his word. I don't recall ever promising to spare you, Xian Yuan Che retorted. I merely inquired whether you wish to live. Yes, I answered that I want to live. Su Husa et Galim, Xuan Yuan Ki shrugged. Indeed, you desire survival. What business is that of mine? With that, he delivered a crushing blow, shattering Su Huaxi's skull. Bang! The explosion of crimson and white matter splattered all around. Fortunately, Xian Yuan Che employed his martial yuan to shield himself, preventing any splatter from staining him. Such a young age, yet so careless about cleanliness, dirtying even my trial hall, a voice echoed from nowhere. A blaze erupted before Xian Yuan Che, consuming Su Huaxi and the splattered remains in flames. Startled, Xian Yuan Che swiftly turned his head. About 5 meters away stood a middle-aged man, who had appeared without warning. The man bore no shirt, his long red hair flowing, his body adorned with several golden red markings. Faintly, molten lava seemed to flow beneath his skin. He hastily activated his eye of inquiry to scan the man's information. Name, Yin, M.O. Rank, none. Description, a fragment of a certain existence left behind in the trial hall. Senior, Xian Yuan Che bowed respectfully to Yin M.O. There was no other choice. This place was evidently a legacy left by a formidable being. Courtesy was essential. You're quite polite for a young one. Yin M.O. nodded. Acknowledging Xuan Yuan que es greeting. Since you have entered the Crimson Lotus secret realm and penetrated the Crimson Lotus Hall, it signifies our fated connection. Before you lie, 2 choices. Xuan Yuan que es ice brightened. He had known there must be something valuable here. First, I grant you a star-tier martial technique, a breathing method, and send you out of the Crimson Lotus Hall. Second, you may undertake the Crimson Lotus trial. Pass the first stage to receive part of the legacy left by my true form. Give me a few minutes to decide, Xian Yuan Che said, refraining from an immediate choice. Very well, Yin M.O. nodded in agreement. Call upon me when you have made your decision. With that, he vanished into thin air, leaning against a pillar. Xian Yuan Che began to ponder. The first option was the safest, take the treasure and leave. But the second was undoubtedly superior. Although he was unaware of the rank of the being who left this Crimson Lotus Hall, it was surely far beyond an 8th rank martial saint. Senior, is the first stage of the trial difficult? Xian Yuan Che addressed the void. Difficult, Yin M.O.'s voice returned. Is there a risk to life? Yes. For hundreds of millions of years, the Crimson Lotus world has drifted through the cosmos' great star regions. You are not the first human to enter it. Since the Legacy's establishment 300 million years ago, countless humans have ventured here. Only 1 in 10,000 has chosen to take the initial reward. The rest, without exception, opted for the trial. Yet none have survived. Xian Yuan Che crouched, his expression conflicted. Should he proceed? System, do you advise that I undertake the trial? Beep. The system recommends the host proceed with the trial. All right, then the trial it shall be. He rose and faced Yin M.O. Sr. I choose to undertake the trial. Yin M.O. was unsurprised by Xian Yuan Che's decision, but did not immediately consent. Boy, I suggest you consult your clan's elders before deciding. Consult elders? Xuan Yuan gefrowned. What strange rule is that? I have no elders. I am capable of making my own decisions. You have no elders? Yin M.O.'s eyes flickered with surprise. What are your parents? Xian Yuan Che shook his head. I do not know. They disappeared when I was 4. I grew up in an orphanage. Speaking of his parents, Xian Yuan Che might have long forgotten their faces were it not for a photograph. Very well. Then we shall commence the first stage of the trial. Yin M.O. asked no further questions and initiated the trial. The surroundings abruptly shifted. Xian Yuan Che found himself within a space where a flame floated at its center. It burned silently in the void, its core a pure golden hue. The first stage is simple. Endure the searing blaze of the crimson lotus flame for 10 days to pass. Yen Mo's voice echoed again. To ensure fairness, the crimson lotus flame's rank adjusts according to the trialist's level. The stronger the trialist, the higher the flame's grade. Conversely, the lower the trialist's realm, the lower the flame's rank. Regardless of its grade, the flame inflicts tremendous harm upon warriors of equivalent rank. I hope you can endure. Senior, how long did previous trialists endure? Xianyuan Che inquired with curiosity. Yen Mo folded his arms, leaning against the void, recalling. About 1 day. The longest recorded time was 1 day, 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 23,134 seconds. Xianyuan Che's expression shifted slightly. In all this time, the longest anyone had endured was just over a day, testifying to the trial's extreme difficulty. According to rules left by my true form, I can offer you some hints, Yen Mo continued. To withstand the scorching crimson lotus flame, one needs either an extraordinarily robust regenerative ability or a physique far surpassing one's realm, meaning a constitution vastly stronger than one's level. I hope you become the first in hundreds of millions of years to pass the trial. With that, Yen Mo vanished, leaving Xianyuan Che alone in the space. Extraordinarily strong regeneration, or a constitution far beyond one's realm. Xianyuan Che stroked his chin, pondering Yen Mo's words. If that were true, he was confident of success. After all, he possessed the formidable arrogance aura. Arrogance aura, upon wearing, restores 5% of status per second, including but not limited to injuries, stamina. Upgrade condition, devour any 2 auras. This regenerative effect was legendary. Perhaps he could give it a try. Xianyuan Che stepped slowly toward the crimson lotus flame. The scorching air cut across his cheek like blades, causing him to involuntarily frown. This temperature must be in the tens of thousands, surely. Item: Crimson Lotus Flame. Rank: None. Description: 1. Burns all living beings that approach, with intensity varying according to the being's realm. Description: 2. Prioritizes burning the flesh, then the bones, until the being dies, inflicting unbearable agony during the process. It should be manageable. Xuanyuan que murmured softly. Sitting cross-legged upon the circular platform beneath the crimson lotus flame, the trial was about to commence. The voice of the flame demon echoed once more. Xianyuan Che ascended the platform and settled into a meditative posture. Suddenly, the scarlet lotus fire enveloped him entirely, scorching everything upon his body to ashes. Hiss! The searing agony made him inhale sharply. Within less than a second, his skin suffered severe burns. Fortunately, the arrogant aura protected him, allowing his skin to rapidly regenerate. This cycle repeated. Yet, before long, the intensity of the lotus flame's burn escalated, penetrating through his skin to consume the flesh beneath. This unforeseen assault caused Xianyuan Che's body to twitch involuntarily. Thankfully, the arrogant aura endured. Such a degree of burning posed no great threat. The sole issue now was the excruciating pain. Other areas were bearable, but the most outrageous was that the fire mercilessly scorched even his lower regions. Hold on. Arrogant aura, Xianyuan Che fervently prayed within his heart. Although it could regenerate, the process of being burned away was agonizing. Few men could withstand such torment. Seeing Xianyuan Che persevere, the crimson lotus flame ceased intensifying. The flame demon appeared within the space, his gaze flickering with a trace of surprise as he observed Xianyuan Che completely enveloped in golden red flames. He actually endured it. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and muttered to himself, "Another guest has arrived." After murmuring, the flame demon departed from space. Outside the Crimson Lotus Hall, Tian Hai led 4 newly encountered martial emperors into the Great Hall. Upon entering, the group was compelled to kneel. Guardian, could this be a legacy left by some formidable expert? One of them exclaimed in astonishment. Tian Hai nodded. It appears so. At this moment, a faint excitement gleamed in Tian Hai's eyes. This palace was evidently a legacy left by a powerful being. If he were to obtain it, would he not be able to break through to Martial Saint? Perhaps even dominate the entire Blue Star? Then, what use would he have to remain merely the golden guardian of the Sacred Beast sect? The flame demon manifested within the hall. Since you have entered, it is fate. This is the trial place left by my true form. Before you lie, 2 choices. First, I grant you a star-level martial skill, a breathing technique, and then send you out of the Crimson Lotus Hall. Second, undertake the Crimson Lotus trial, pass the first stage, and you shall receive part of the legacy left by my true form. hearing that it was truly a legacy left by a powerful expert. Tianhai's face brimmed with excitement. Senior, may I ask, what realm is your true format? Tianhai Ingui, there's no need for you to know that. The flame demon declined to reveal. If I were to obtain part of your true form's legacy, could I break through to Martial Saint? Tianhai pressed on. The flame demon nodded. Yes. If you acquire the legacy, Martial Saint is merely the beginning. Even realms beyond Martial Saint, the starry sky level, can be reached with ease. Ha ha ha. Heaven aids me. Tianhai laughed heartily, intoxicated by the flame demon's words. He had already begun to envision himself becoming a Martial Saint, even a starry sky level, reigning supreme over Blue Star. At that time, the 6 great nations, the sacred beast sect, and ferocious beasts would all bow before him. Composing himself, Tianhai's face grew cold as he turned to his subordinates. You 4, all choose the first reward. The 4 martial emperors' expressions changed. They were no fools. The power of this legacy was evident at a glance. If obtained, it would be a meteoric rise. Who would willingly forfeit such an opportunity? Did you hear me? Tianhai Galat Faisali. If they refused, he would kill them outright to prevent them from stealing his legacy. Chapter 75. The arrogant Tianhai and others understood. The 4 nodded reluctantly, meeting Tianhai's fierce gaze. Seeing their assent, Tianhai immediately rushed to the flame demon. Senior, I choose the legacy. Very well. The flame demon nodded, instantly transporting Tianhai to another space. This space was separate from where Xinyuan resided, an independent realm. Similarly, it contained a cluster of crimson lotus flames and a circular platform. The flame demon pointed to the platform. The first trial is simple. Sit cross-legged upon that platform and endure the scorching lotus flames for 10 days to pass. All right. At this moment, Tianhai was intoxicated by the promise of the legacy, without a hint of hesitation. In his view, with his strength, acquiring the legacy was effortless. He ascended the platform and sat down. The crimson lotus flames instantly engulfed him. The fierce pain contorted his face. Soon, his entire skin was burned away. Next came his flesh. The intense agony and dread filled Tianhai's heart. Senior, I give up the trial. He stammered to the flame demon. By now, the crimson lotus flames had burned away the flesh of his entire right arm. If this continued, he would be incinerated for certain. Once the trial begins, it cannot be ended. You must fend for yourself. The flame demon vanished, leaving Tianhai alone in his torment. In the adjacent space, Xinyuan was gradually acclimating to the pain. Rather than adapting, he had become numb. Indeed, observing Xinyuan, the flame demon nodded silently. This young fellow was more formidable than expected. Perhaps he truly could claim the legacy left by the true form. The flame demon disappeared and returned to the Great Hall. The 4 martial emperors still awaited. Leaning against a pillar, the flame demon looked at them. And you? Will you take the reward and leave, or begin the trial? Trial. 2 of them chose the trial without hesitation. They were unafraid of Tianhai's threats. An opportunity for a meteoric rise could not be abandoned because of others' intimidation. Very well. Seeing 2 had chosen the trial, the flame demon nodded and then turned to the remaining 2. What about you? One hesitated. He wished to undertake the trial, but feared he could not outpace Tianhai. If he failed to obtain the legacy, he might offend Tianhai and incur a death sentence. After all, this was a secret realm. If he died here, Tianhai could blame Xuanyuanke. I'll take the reward, he finally decided, relinquishing the trial. As you wish. The flame demon snapped his fingers, and 2 dark golden USB drives and 2 learning helmets materialized before them. Star-level advanced martial skill, flame prison fist, star-level advanced breathing technique, flame prison star refining method. Once your realm advances from martial saint to starry sky level, you may learn them. The martial emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. Thank you, senior. Hastily, he stored the items into his spatial ring. Though he could not use them now, perhaps he would break through to Martial Saint one day, and further ascend to the starry sky level. ILL also choose the reward. Seeing someone opt for the reward, the last martial emperor followed suit. Yet at that moment, the flame demon shook his head, refusing his choice. The rewards were limited to only this many. Since the establishment of the trial hall, countless warriors had passed through here. Far too many had chosen to simply take the prizes and leave. Just now was the final reward. The martial emperor's expression shifted. If only he had spoken first. Then I shall choose the trial, he said after a moment's hesitation. Since I cannot claim the reward, I might as well take a chance. What if I obtain the inheritance? What if it is meant for me? What if this legacy is destined to be mine? Very well. I shall now lead you through the trial. With a mere thought from the flame demon, the 3 were transported into an isolated space. Do you see those 3 flames in the center? That blaze is called the Crimson Lotus Flame. Sit cross-legged upon the circular platform. Endure the scorching heat of the Crimson Lotus Flame for 10 days, and you will have passed the trial. A gleam of joy appeared on the 3 faces. We only need to endure 10 days of burning to pass. That sounds far too easy. Hastily, they rushed to their respective platforms and settled into a cross-legged position, fearful that someone might begin even a second earlier and thus complete the trial first to claim the inheritance. Suddenly, the Crimson Lotus Flame surged downward. As expected, like Tian Hai before them, the 3 warriors emitted agonized howls. They hurriedly circulated their martial essence, attempting to resist the searing blaze. Yet, it was nothing more than a futile gesture. Soon, the Crimson Lotus Flame pierced through their martial essence defenses, scorching their skin and then their flesh. Witnessing this, the flame demon shook his head and withdrew from the space. Returning to the main hall, he noticed that the martial emperor had not yet departed. "Senior, I wish to wait here for my companion to emerge," the martial emperor hurriedly explained, seemingly fearful that the flame demon might drive him away. The flame demon neither responded nor chose to expel him. Seeing the lack of refusal, the martial emperor breathed a sigh of relief. When he encountered Tian Hai, he had discovered 2 corpses, both belonging to their sacred beast sect. Judging by the marks on the bodies and the scene of the skirmish, it was clear they had not been slain by the ferocious beasts of the secret realm, but by human hands. In other words, those 2 companions were very likely killed by Xianyuan Che. His cultivation level was similar to the deceased. If he ventured out alone and met Xianyuan Che, the outcome would surely be the same. Hence, he intended to wait for Tian Hai to emerge so they could leave together and continue the hunt for Xianyuan Che. After all, Tian Hai was a martial sovereign. No matter how formidable a martial emperor one was, he would probably not stand a chance against a martial sovereign. Within the space, Tian Hai and the others had already turned to ashes, without an immensely powerful regenerative ability. None could endure the Crimson Lotus Flame for even half an hour. Inside the space where Xianyuan Che was located, his eyes shone with a glimmer of brilliance despite the burning pain. His constitution was actually strengthening. He could feel his body growing more resilient. Each time the Crimson Lotus Flame scorched him, a unique energy residue remained within, which he absorbed and refined, thereby augmenting his constitution. Seems this is quite a treasure. Xianyuan Che grinned broadly and retracted the martial essence that had been covering his lower body. Earlier, to prevent the Crimson Lotus Flame from burning his lower half, he had shielded it with martial essence. Now, it seemed that was a great loss. Such an opportunity to strengthen one's constitution was rare indeed. The flame demon noticed Xianyuan Che's actions, nodded slightly, and his eyes filled with admiration. Perhaps this young man truly had a chance to pass the trial and obtain part of the inheritance. In Huaxia, at the Shangwan residence, Mu Yanran lay alone in a bathtub filled with hot water, several rose petals floating on the surface. Her damp fingers repeatedly swiped across the phone screen, dialing the familiar number over and over again. "Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unreachable. Please try again later." No answer again. Pouting softly, she whispered. Droplets of steam condensed on her eyelashes. Setting the phone aside, Mu Yanran felt somewhat disheartened. Although she had been cultivating within the Qi and blood secret realm for a while, it had only stabilized the balance within her body, preventing further decline. Now, she could only spend half a day outside each month before returning. In Jiangnan City, outside Xianyuan Che's home, Lu Yuan stood with a middle-aged man. "Hello, the number you have dialed is unreachable. Please try again later." Hearing the failure to connect, Lu Yuan pocketed his phone and glanced at the middle-aged man beside him. "Principal, the call can't get through. He is probably not within the territory. If he were in Huaxia, the call wouldn't fail," the man said with a frown. "The only explanation is that Xianyuan Che has left Huaxia and ventured into the wilderness." The middle-aged man frowned deeply. "Not within the territory? He is only a martial artist. What is he doing out in the wild? Isn't that reckless? Only martial generals can survive in the wilderness. For a martial artist like him to go out there is tantamount to courting death." Lu Yuan replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps he is accompanied by other martial artists." The man pondered for a moment before continuing. "Since he is not home, we'll come back another day." He scrutinized the area outside Xianyuan Che's door. After a long pause, he slowly muttered, "Though humble, the virtue within this dwelling is fragrant. Living in such a modest abode must be difficult for Xianyuan Che." Lu Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. "This is a Riverside View residence. The location is among the best in Jiangnan City, even in Jiangnan Province. Prices start at over 10,000 per square meter. How is this considered humble?" Time passed swiftly. After an indeterminate span, Xianyuan Che opened his eyes once more. His constitution had increased again. He murmured to himself. Compared to the beginning, his constitution had improved by at least 50% in all aspects. If this continued, he might soon rival a martial sovereign with his physical body. System, what day is it now? Xuan Yuan King Quayud. Ding. It is already the 4th day. 6 more days to go. On the 5th day, Xin Yuan Che opened his eyes once again. He discovered a pattern. The crimson lotus flame seemed to be shrinking. Compared to the start, the flame had diminished by nearly half. If this trend continued, the crimson lotus flame would completely vanish by the 10th day. Could it be because I'm absorbing it? A thought arose in Xin Yuan Che's mind. Outside the crimson lotus hall, 2 martial emperors entered. They noticed the martial emperor waiting inside for Tian Hai. "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" one asked. The one called fourth brother did not conceal anything and recounted the events within the crimson lotus hall. Like the others, upon learning of a certain powerful one's inheritance, their faces lit with excitement. "I want to take the trial." "Me too." Both unhesitatingly chose to participate in the trial. The flame demon appeared and transported them to isolated spaces. Like the others, they could not withstand the crimson lotus flame for even half an hour before being reduced to ashes. After an unknown duration, the crimson lotus flame adhering to Xin Yuan Che suddenly extinguished. He opened his eyes. Now his constitution was roughly twice as strong as before, a significant enhancement. Hastily, he retrieved underwear and clothes from his spatial ring and dressed. Fortunately, he had prepared 2 sets of clothing within the spatial ring. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on martial essence to form garments. With a mere thought, the once bare scalp sprouted hair anew. Upon reaching the realm of Martial King, it became remarkably effortless for a human to regrow hair. Outside the Grand Hall, at the very instant the crimson lotus flame vanished, the flame demon, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. He truly passed the trial. He vanished from where he stood. Someone had succeeded in the trial. The one known as Fourth Elder, a martial emperor, also heard the flame demon's words. Could it be Dharma Protector Tian? Or someone else? Fourth Elder racked his mind, wildly speculating who had passed the trial. It must be Dharma Protector Tian. He was a martial venerable, after all. He resolved silently that whoever had passed, he would dedicate his breathing techniques and martial skills to that person, hoping to curry favor. Perhaps, in his joy, they might even reveal some inheritance to him. Yet, lost in his fantasies, Fourth Elder could never have imagined that the one who passed the trial was not from their sacred bee sect, but rather the very target they had long pursued. Xin Yuan Che, within the space. "So, you really did pass the trial, young man." The flame demon suddenly appeared beside Xin Yuan Che. "Senior, are there no further tests?" Xuan Yuan King Quayud. The flame demon shook his head. "No more." The first level of the trial was to endure the scorching crimson lotus flame for 10 days. "Now, I shall lead you to obtain part of the inheritance." Very well. The surroundings transformed, and the two arrived at another location. Xin Yuan Che scanned the area, guessing it must be a subsidiary hall of the Crimson Lotus Palace. But it was absurdly vast. Looking up, he could not see the ceiling at all. In the distance lay a bird skeleton, its wingspan measuring tens of thousands of meters. The flame demon stretched out his hand toward the void, and a book along with a specially crafted helmet fitted with a USB drive materialized before him. He looked back at Xin Yuan Che. "Judging by your attire, your home planet must be a technological one. Is there some significance to this?" Xuan Yuan Che asked. "Somebat Pazod." The flame demon shook his head. "The reward for the first level is a manual of body tempering. Our human race is scattered across many star domains throughout the cosmos. Although our cultivation systems are uniform, 10 star domains strongly reject technology. If your planet is also opposed to technology, I will give you a paper copy. If you hail from a technological world, I will provide these technological learning devices. Both contain the Flame Demon's Body Tempering Manual. You may choose whichever version you prefer." The technological version, then, Xin Yuan Che decided without hesitation. Since the content was identical, the technological format suited him better. After all, with explanations and immersive learning, he could grasp it more swiftly. With a wave of his hand, the Flame Demon sent the items flying before Xin Yuan Che. "Here you are. Put this on and familiarize yourself with the Flame Demon's Body Tempering Manual. This Crimson Lotus Secret Realm holds abundant materials for body tempering, enabling you to cultivate the first level of the manual within a short span." "Thank you, Senior." Xin Yuan Che accepted the helmet, sat down, and donned it. He found himself in a space where the Flame Demon appeared as well. The Flame Demon's Body Tempering Manual was a body refinement technique originally created by the Flame Demon himself. Countless human star domains existed across the universe, and within the human race were many branches. They shared a common trait, focusing solely on their cultivation realm while neglecting the importance of the physical body. They believed that refining the body was merely to enhance defense in combat, thus creating star armors to protect their bodies. But they were mistaken. The flame demon's imposing voice thundered within Xianyuan Che's mind. No matter how advanced, star armor is but an external artifact. Only by refining the body to its utmost can one truly transcend the shackles of life. The body is your reservoir. Martial essence and star essence are the water within. Only by expanding and fortifying the reservoir can you journey further. True strength does not come from piling on equipment. When your body reaches its pinnacle, star armor becomes nothing but a burden. The Flame Demon's body tempering manual comprised 9 levels. Each breakthrough brought a qualitative leap to the physique. Mastering the first level to its peak would allow one to tear ferocious beasts apart with bare hands. The scene shifted. Xuanyuan que appeared imider. Below, a man resembling the Flame Demon was engaged in combat with a ferocious beast. It was a bear-like monster, its body covered in scales, standing upright and fighting the man. Though only 3 meters tall, Xianyuan Che could clearly sense that this was a 7th-rank beast. Species, scale bear. Rank, mid-7th rank. The man was at the realm of a 4th-level martial emperor. Name, Yanhai. Species, flame demon clan, human. Realm, 4th-level martial emperor. After observing for several seconds, Xianyuan Che's pupils contracted sharply. He noticed that Yanhai did not use martial essence during the battle, relying purely on his formidable physical strength. Bang! Yanhai's fist struck the scaled bear's abdomen, sending it flying. The bear roared fiercely, its massive body smashing through several ancient trees before finally halting. Its abdominal scales were shattered, oozing dark red blood, its ferocity fully unleashed. Yanhai maintained his combat stance, his bronze muscles gleaming metallically under the sunlight. Xianyuan Che also noticed that with each breath Yanhai took, magma-like patterns flickered beneath his skin, identical to the Flame Demon's roar. The scaled bear stood upright, its palms emitting a piercing whistle as they slammed downward. Yanhai neither dodged nor evaded, crossing his arms to block the strike. Boom! The ground collapsed instantly, the shockwave snapping every tree within a 10,000-meter radius. Yanhai's feet sank into the earth up to his knees, yet he did not even furrow his brows. Flame Demon Prison Fist, suddenly surging forth. His right fist shot out at supersonic speed. Xianyuan Che clearly saw the magma patterns beneath Yanhai's skin converge upon his fist at the moment it struck the bear's chest. Bang! A crimson shockwave exploded, shattering the bear's thick chest armor like fragile glass. The punch pierced through, creating a bloodied hole the size of a basin on its back. Yanhai seized the bear's forelimb, his muscles bulging fiercely. Tear! Amidst a gut-wrenching ripping sound, the 7th-rank beast was torn in two. Scalding blood rained down like a storm. The image froze at this moment, Yanhai's figure standing amid the blood rain deeply imprinted in Xianyuan Che's mind. What a terrifying physique! Xianyuan Che was somewhat startled, but his eyes brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. This Flame Demon body tempering manual was perfectly suited for him. If he could master this body tempering technique, he would gain 3 great advantages. First, a powerful body combined with a critical hit system S-strikes would elevate his strength further. Second, it meant he could endure higher multipliers of critical hits and need not fear his body bursting when triggering system critical hits while consuming potions. No longer limited to a few times, he could withstand critical hits of 10-fold or more during potion use. Third, paired with the arrogant aura, it would allow him to endure more punishment. Others would exert tremendous effort to barely scratch him, yet within a second, the arrogant aura would be fully restored. All benefits with no drawbacks. The more Xianyuan Che pondered, the more exhilarated he became. The scene shifted once more, and the Flame Demon reappeared. Now, I shall impart to you the first 2 levels of the Flame Demon body forging technique. The Flame Demon began his explanation. His discourse encompassed numerous critical points. The cultivation of the initial 2 levels required the use of celestial and terrestrial treasures, the blood of ferocious beasts, and other rare materials to temper the body. Additionally, he detailed the unique method of circulating martial energy through the body during the tempering process, accompanied by specific incantations. Xuanyuan que listened intently, absorbing every word and silently committing them to memory. At the same time, he understood why the first trial involved being scorched by the Crimson Lotus Flame for 10 days. The prerequisite for practicing the Flame Demon body forging technique was to endure the special flame's 10-day searing, thereby fortifying one's physical form. Without this foundation, the body could not withstand the subsequent tempering. Ding! Detection. The host is currently learning the Flame Demon body forging technique. Progress increased by 1%. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit. The Flame Demon Body Forging technique has been fully mastered. This system-generated critical hit instantly enabled him to perfectly memorize all aspects of the first 2 levels, including the most challenging incantations and methods of energy circulation. Body Forging Technique. Flame Demon Body Forging Technique, 12 levels. Rank, Advanced Star Tier, Incomplete. Description, a unique body forging method exclusive to the pinnacle cosmic race, the Flame Demon Clan. Upon completion, the physical body can transcend great realms and challenge ferocious beasts with sheer flesh and blood. Several minutes passed before the Flame Demon concluded his explanation. Xinyuan Che then exited the learning space. The Flame Demon, who had been waiting nearby, was somewhat puzzled upon seeing Xinyuan Che emerge so quickly. Why and so soon? Wouldn't you review it a few more times? Senior, I've already mastered it completely. Xinyuan Che stored the knowledge within the system space. Mastered it? The Flame Demon furrowed his brow and continued to caution. If you have only memorized the points to note or the required celestial and terrestrial treasures, that is not true mastery. The most difficult parts of the Flame Demon Body Forging technique are the incantations and that unique method of circulating martial energy. Xuanyuan Kinod did. I have learned those as well. The Flame Demon crossed his arms, leaning against a pillar, his expression tinged with doubt. Is that so? Circulate your energy now. Let me see. Xinyuan Che sat down again and began circulating the martial energy within his body. The energy immediately flowed according to the distinctive method of the Flame Demon Body Forging technique. The Flame Demon observed carefully. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Your comprehension is quite impressive. His admiration for Xinyuan Che grew. To be able to memorize and master the Flame Demon Body Forging technique within mere minutes was a truly exceptional aptitude. The Flame Demon approached Xinyuan Che and patted him on the shoulder. Since you have mastered it, prepare to temper your physique. Here are some materials left behind by my original body. What remains now are 10 6th-tier Crimson Lotus Primal Crystals, 25th-tier Crimson Lotus Primal Crystals, and the carcasses of ferocious beasts. You will go out shortly to hunt these beasts within the secret realm and gather enough Crimson Lotus Primal Crystals before returning to temper your body. With that, the Flame Demon traced a finger through the air, creating a spatial rift before Xinyuan Che. Very well. Xinyuan Che nodded and rose, stepping into the spatial rift. Watching Xinyuan Che depart, the Flame Demon felt a mixture of emotion and envy. It seemed the original body would gain a worthy disciple. Although he was but a clone, his personality and other traits were independent. The original's disposition was stern and composed, whereas he himself was somewhat more affable. Despite their independence, events here were still known to the original. Gazing at a bird skeleton in the distance, the Flame Demon slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten 2 other items. The rewards for passing the first trial did not only include the Flame Demon Body Forging technique, but also an egg in this bird skeleton. In the starry sky, at the center of the vast cosmos, a towering figure suppressed the entire starry expanse. The original Flame Demon sat cross-legged in the void, his mere presence causing the surrounding space to warp. Every inch of his skin flowed with molten lava-like dark golden patterns, flickering with his breath. Around his body, dozens of star systems orbited, and each flicker of his patterns sent tremors through the nearby galaxies. The Flame Demon's original eyes opened, bearing an air of solemn majesty. Impressive. Someone has passed the first trial I left behind. His voice was deep and authoritative, unlike the more genial tone of his clone. Yet, like his clone, he had preliminarily acknowledged Xinyuan Che. The Crimson Lotus Hall. Xinyuan Che passed through the spatial rift and reappeared within the Grand Hall where he had first entered. Suddenly, he realized that the hall's prohibitive formations no longer affected him. In other words, he could now fly and employ his spiritual perception freely. Who are you? A voice interrupted Xinyuan Che's thoughts. He turned toward the source and saw a 5th-tier martial emperor staring at him in shock. Chapter 78. The carcass of an 11th-tier ferocious beast. At this moment, Su Lao C's heart was tossed by raging waves of turmoil. He had expected the one emerging from the trial to be Tian Hai, the Dharma protector, or perhaps someone from their sacred beast sect. Yet unexpectedly, it was someone he did not recognize at all. No, wait. He seemed familiar. He pulled out his phone and opened his photo album. A close-up photo of Xinyuan Che appeared. Su Lao Si compared the photo with the man before him. That's the kid. They're hunting. Why you? Don't come any closer. He tremblingly stowed away his phone. Another one from the sacred beast sect. Xinyuan Che stretched his limbs and approached in the center of the skeletal frame. There flickered a cluster of golden flames. Gazing upon this colossal skeleton, Xianyuan Che felt a pang of unease. This ferocious beast must have been beyond the 8th tier, surely. The mightiest beasts on Blue Star only reached the 8th tier. Even an 8th tier ferocious beast, impervious to the combined might of the world's nuclear arsenal, measured merely tens of thousands of meters in length. Yet this skeleton was twice that size. One could only imagine the level this beast had attained in life. Without hesitation, he activated his eye of inquiry to examine the skeleton's data. Species, Flame Phoenix. Rank, Peak 11th tier, Star Sovereign. Description, a ferocious beast on the brink of crossing into the domain tier, but perished completely due to a backlash while attempting to condense its domain. 11th tier. Xianyuan Che's heart quickened as he absorbed the information. He knew the beast rankings on Blue Star only extended from 1st to 8th tier, paralleling the 8 human martial stages: martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial sect leader, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, and martial saint. Through the flame demon body refining technique, he had also learned of the realms beyond martial saint. These were the star tiers. The star tier was divided into 3 grand stages: Starry Sky, Star Lord, and Star Sovereign. Beyond the star tier lay the domain tier. This meant that the Flame Phoenix had been a Star Sovereign, on the verge of breaking into the domain tier. He landed on the bird's head portion of the skeleton. Could there be something akin to a primordial crystal inside? He crouched and tapped the bone. In many creatures, including humans and ferocious beasts, the hardest parts were not the external defenses, but the bones themselves. If there truly was a primordial crystal inside, then retrieving it now would be impossible. Not even a system granting him a 1,000-fold critical strike could change that. What a pity. He shook his head and sighed. Then, his thoughts turned to the flame demon nearby. Senior, could you help me cut open this bird's head? He asked. The flame demon tossed a crimson lotus primordial crystal into the pool, clapped his hands, and looked at Xianyuan Che. Beasts at that level have already transformed their forms, so there's no primordial crystal left. Don't get your hopes up. What a shame. Xianyuan Che sighed, but did not lose heart. These bones were valuable in their own right. If they could be cut and fashioned into weapons, they would undoubtedly surpass S-grade alloy blades. However, Blue Star's forging technology was not yet advanced enough to handle such bones. He flew to the center of the skeleton. A golden flame hovered there. Unlike ordinary fire, this flame emitted no scorching heat. Instead, it radiated a sacred and ancient majesty. It would contract like a candle's flickering flame, then expand like a blooming lotus. Each pulse was accompanied by an ethereal phoenix cry. Item, Nirvana's Sacred Flame. Rank, High 11th tier. Description 1. The life fire of the phoenix race. Possessed by every phoenix at birth. Upon death, a phoenix can use this life fire to undergo nirvana and be reborn. Description 2. The host has died. It has now become an unclaimed flame. Portions can be divided and bound to other phoenixes, becoming their life fire. Nirvana, Sacred Flame. Upon reading this, Xianyuan Che's understanding deepened. He had heard the legend of the phoenix's nirvana. After death, the phoenix enters a state of nirvana. And a successful nirvana not only grants rebirth but also elevates its strength. Judging by the eye of inquiry's description, this flame phoenix had died completely, and the nirvana flame had lingered here for who knew how many years. Perhaps this artifact could be of use to Yenran's fire phoenix. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed the flame into his system space. Finally, he glanced at the skeleton once more. System, can you store the skeleton? Xianyuan silently inquired. Since activating the system space, he had no idea how vast it was. He simply stuffed anything important inside. But this skeleton spanned 70 to 80,000 meters. He truly worried whether the system could contain it. Such a treasure left behind could be stolen, resulting in a great loss. Beep. It can be stored. Host, do not underestimate this system. Relieved, Xianyuan breathed easier. It would be a tremendous loss if he could not take this skeleton with him. With a wave, he stored the skeleton into the system space. Having done all this, he was about to leave when he noticed a pearl drifting in midair. What is this? He wondered, flying over to the pearl. The pearl was deep azure, and approaching it sent a chill through the air. Hastily, he used the eye of inquiry to examine it. Item, Domain Embryo. Name, Extreme Cold Domain. Chapter 79. Domain Embryo, Dragon Phoenix Egg. Item, Domain Embryo. Name, Extreme Cold Domain. Cultivation Progress, 999,100. Description 1. A domain embryo condensed by the Flame Phoenix upon entering the 11th tier. Before breaking through the 12th tier and expanding the embryo into a domain, the embryo's attributes conflicted with the host's causing a fatal backlash. Description 2. Possessing this domain embryo allows a being at the peak of the 10th tier to directly absorb and refine it before breaking into the 11th tier, bypassing the embryo condensation process. Successful refinement guarantees breakthrough to the 11th tier. Domain embryo, extreme cold domain. Xianyuan Che stroked his chin as realization dawned. This flame phoenix had died due to an attribute conflict during domain formation. Although he did not know the full details of the domain tier, he could roughly surmise that when ferocious beasts or martial artists reached the 11th tier, they condensed domain embryos. Cultivating these embryos to a certain point would enable them to break into the 12th tier and form a domain. The flame phoenix had faltered at this stage. A valuable treasure. I'll take it, he decided without hesitation. He paid no mind to anything else. Such a powerful item needed to be secured in his spatial ring immediately. He also noted the second description. Once he reached the peak of the 10th tier, refining this embryo could instantly propel him into the 11th tier. This was an exceedingly rare boon. He had never expected to acquire so many precious items while being chased into a secret realm. If only he could come here more often. Yet, he knew such thoughts were mere wishes. If next time he faced a martial saint, no amount of inheritance would save his life. His eyes shifted to an egg nearby. The egg was about the size of a human head, adorned with golden red patterns. Species, dragon phoenix. Rank, none. Description, a life form conceived by an 11th tier flame phoenix and a 12th tier star domain sacred dragon. Its mother died unexpectedly before birth. Perhaps nurturing it with a nirvana sacred flame could hatch it. A worthy treasure. Xianyuan Che also stored the egg in the system space. Boy, that's enough. Come practice the first stage of the flame demon body refining technique. Came the flame demon's voice from afar, signaling that the preparations for the first stage of the technique were complete. Xianyuan Che immediately flew above the pool. The flame demon took out the last vial of potion and poured it in. The pool's water, once green, instantly turned a deep crimson. The flame demon looked at Xianyuan Che and pointed toward the pool. Very well. Simply remove your garments and sit cross-legged in the center of the pool to commence the circulation of the flame demon body refining technique. Xuanyuan nodded, carefully storing his clothes and trousers within his spatial ring before entering the pool and settling down in a meditative posture. The moment he came into contact with the pool's water, he immediately perceived the overwhelmingly fierce energy contained within. Without hesitation, he began to circulate the flame demon body refining technique and, following the method of martial energy circulation inscribed within, started absorbing the pool's essence. When the water turned transparent, it would signify that your flame demon body refining technique had officially entered its first level. Understood. Xuanyuan acknowledged, concentrating wholly on absorbing the medicinal power within the pool. The flame demon did not depart, but instead stood by the poolside, arms crossed, observing Xianyuan Che intently. Fully absorbing the medicinal power within the pool typically required approximately 10 to 30 days. Due to the ferocity of the medicinal properties, the pain endured was said to be 1,000 times more excruciating than that caused by the scorching crimson lotus flame. Rather than considering the 10-day trial by the crimson lotus flame as the true first level, it was this phase that constituted the genuine ordeal of the initial stage. To persevere, there was but one method, an indomitable willpower. Within the pool, each increment of medicinal power Xianyuan Che absorbed surged violently within his body, causing his brows to furrow deeply. The agony was beyond comparison to that inflicted by the crimson lotus flame. This torment endured for over an hour before the fierce medicinal power gradually subsided and was assimilated by Xianyuan Che. Only now did Xianyuan Che understand why humans from other star regions were reluctant to temper their bodies. It was genuine torment. He glanced at the water and realized it had barely changed, meaning the small amount of medicinal power he had absorbed was but a drop in the ocean compared to the entire pool. This thought caused him to inhale sharply. Yet he never entertained the notion of surrender. Though painful, the advancement was undeniably tangible. Closing his eyes, he resumed absorbing the medicinal power from the pool. This time, he opted for a different approach, absorbing small amounts 9 times, then a substantial quantity on the 10th absorption, thus triggering the system's guaranteed critical hit to accelerate the absorption process. The flame demon on the shore, upon seeing Xianyuan Che's unwavering resolve to continue absorbing the medicinal power, nodded approvingly. This is the essence of body refining, enduring pains others cannot withstand. As long as Xianyuan Che persisted, he would demonstrate that all this suffering was worthwhile. Time passed moment by moment, and medicinal power Xianyuan Che absorbed steadily increased. Notification. detected host absorbing a trace of flame demon medicinal power, triggered a 100-fold critical hit, amplifying a trace to a surge. A small surge of medicinal power was instantly drawn into Xianyuan Che's body and digested. 3 days elapsed, and the pool's water had noticeably faded, though it remained blood-red. The flame demon squatted by the shore, perplexed as he gazed at the now diluted medicinal liquid. Strange, why is this young man absorbing so quickly? He mused, scratching his head in confusion. Typically, the absorption process took over 60 days, yet only 3 days had passed, and so much had already been consumed. At this rate, the medicinal power would be entirely depleted in about 10 days. Could the potion have expired? The flame demon examined an empty vial. No, it had not. The shelf life was 600 million years, and only 300 million had passed. Sakura Nation. Sakura Council Hall. Senior officials of Sakura Nation and the Grand Golden Guardians of the Sacred Beast Sect convened for a meeting. 3 Golden Guardians were dispatched to encircle and eliminate a martial ancestor, but they have yet to return and have lost contact. What is your assessment? Inquired the Sacred Beast Sect's leader, addressing those present. The assembled martial revered exchanged glances nervously. Could it be that they were struck down by higher authorities in Huaxia? Posed one of Sakura Nation's senior officials, a third-level martial revered. Impossible, the Sacred Beast Sect leader shook his head. We have agents within Huaxia. I just contacted them. No martial revered or above have left Huaxia. Then could an accident have occurred? Another Golden Guardian asked. The Sacred Beast Sect leader, Shichong, turned to the others. Rikawa Gohan, you and 2 Golden Guardians will investigate the last known location of the missing. Understood. The 2 Golden Guardians promptly agreed. Rikawa Gohan, however, did not immediately consent, instead glancing toward his president. The Sakura Nation president nodded slightly. Seeing this, Rikawa Gohan assented as well. Very well. Shichong removed his black robe, stood, and surveyed the assembly. Let us now address the matter at hand. Regarding the offensive against Huaxia, the Sacred Beast Lord decreed that we must prioritize capturing Huaxia at all costs to liberate the Sacred Beast Lord. What are your strategies? The others exchanged uneasy looks, none possessing a viable solution. Capturing Huaxia first required consideration of Wang Dingtian. Although half a foot already rested in the coffin, none dared underestimate him. Even the 8th-rank ferocious beast hesitated to truly invade Huaxia. After all, such a half-dead martial saint was the most fearsome, capable of dragging down several peers at any moment. These 8th-rank beasts dared not gamble, for they truly risked being replaced. This created an awkward stalemate. Many 8th-rank ferocious beasts existed, yet none wished to be the first to be stabbed by Wang Dingtian. Thus, they endured, hoping to outlast Wang Dingtian to minimize losses. But 30 years had passed, and Wang Dingtian still clung to life by a thread. Their Sacred Beast Lord had grown impatient. Observing the silence, Shichong frowned slightly. So many of you, and not one suggestion? I have a plan. A senior official of Sakura Nation stood. His name was Honda Ichiro, also a martial revered. Speak, Shichong invited. We can ally with the 8th-rank ferocious beasts, simultaneously launching beast tides from all directions to assault Huaxia. Huaxia has only one martial saint. Wang Dingtian will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. That proposal has been made before. Shichong interrupted before he finished speaking. Is it unfeasible? Honda Ichiro asked. It's viable, but those 8th-rank beasts refuse cooperation. A coordinated assault from multiple directions is indeed effective, as Huaxia's sole martial saint, Wang Dingtian, cannot handle them all. But the 8th-rank beasts dare not risk being singled out and targeted by Wang Dingtian. If he kills the beasts at one front, who can withstand him? Who can be certain they won't be the unfortunate victims? Don't be impatient, Chief Shur. I haven't finished. Honda Ichiro adjusted his tie. Continue. Shichong gestured. We can ally with the 8th-rank ferocious beasts to launch beast tides from every direction, forcing Wang Dingtian to divide his attention. Meanwhile, other 8th-rank beasts remain on standby, ready to converge and encircle Wang Dingtian wherever he goes. Shichong nodded, tentatively approving the suggestion. Not bad. But even if we manage to encircle Wang Dingtian, casualties are inevitable, and those 8th-rank beasts may not accept this plan. Having developed the majority of the regions across the entire Blue Star, our Sakura Nation has been manufacturing nuclear warheads for years, with the arsenal now numbering in the tens of thousands. The other nations undoubtedly possess reserves far exceeding mere thousands. We need only unite the remaining 4 countries and have them launch their entire nuclear stockpiles at Huaxia. At that moment, Wang Dingtian will inevitably exhaust his Wu Yuan to create a Wu Yuan shield to intercept the nuclear strikes. Once his Wu Yuan is depleted excessively, what kind of resistance could he possibly mount? If Wang Ding Tian disregards the nuclear onslaught, nearly 100,000 warheads are sufficient to annihilate Huaxia's 600 million population. Even if those warriors above the rank of Wu King remain, they will be powerless to turn the tide. Failing to utterly destroy Huaxia, eliminating over 600 million people would still be a fitting tribute to the Holy Beast Lord. Would it not? Hissing. Upon hearing Ichiro Honda's strategy, everyone present drew a sharp breath. What a ruthless plan. No matter how Wang Ding Tian chooses, Huaxia will suffer devastating losses. Should Wang Ding Tian expend his Wu Yuan to protect Huaxia, he will surely be besieged to death by 8th rank ferocious beasts. Without Wang Ding Tian, Huaxia will cease to exist. If he opts not to defend Huaxia, then over 600 million people will be wiped out without a trace. Without the force of new life, Huaxia will be but a hollow name. Very well. Upon hearing this proposal, Shi Chong laughed heartily, because this plan was truly excellent. Even if Huaxia is not completely destroyed, over 600 million casualties would at least allow him to explain matters to the Holy Beast Lord. Are you so certain the other 4 nations will join us in confronting Huaxia? One of the golden protectors of the Holy Beast sect raised a doubt. This plan is sound, but it depends on whether the other 4 countries are willing to collaborate. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the remaining human nations have united in combating the ferocious beasts. Persuading them to side with the beasts and attack Huaxia is utterly impossible. As long as we demonstrate our strength, it will suffice. We have so many 8th rank ferocious beasts, and with our Sakura nation as persuasion, they will surely join us. Ichiro Honda asserted confidently. Moreover, before the spiritual energy revival, we maintained good relations with the beautiful nation. If we personally bring a few 8th rank ferocious beasts to persuade them, employing both soft and hard tactics, such as promising they may continue to live on Blue Star and develop other unexplored regions, the beautiful nation will undoubtedly join us. As the only nation on Blue Star possessing 2 Wu Saints, once the beautiful nation joins, the others will surely follow. Then, everything will be resolved without issue. As for whether the 8th rank ferocious beasts will agree, just inform the Holy Beast Lord. Do you think those 8th rank beasts would dare to refuse? As long as this plan succeeds, what can Huaxia possibly do? Ichiro Honda laid out the pros and cons in one breath. Excellent. Ichiro Honda, your plan is superb. Shi Chong repeatedly exclaimed his approval. I've long heard that your Sakura nation is merciless beyond measure. Now I see the reputation is well-deserved. When Huaxia falls, I will surely tell the Holy Beast Lord that it was thanks to your Sakura nation. The president of the Sakura nation's face brightened at these words. Once Huaxia is destroyed, with the support of the ferocious beasts and the Holy Beast Lord, their Sakura nation will become the strongest human country. Decades ago, he perceived that humanity could not defeat the ferocious beasts, so he allied early with the beasts, awaiting their successful conquest of Blue Star to claim the first merit, and the facts have proven his decision was astute. Now looking back, he felt his decision decades ago was truly correct. The Holy Beast Sect leader turned to the Sakura Nation President Rikawa Kanban. You have 10 days to dispatch envoys to negotiate cooperation with the various countries. Strive to launch a full-scale assault on Huaxia within 1 month. Hi. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished, Rikawa Kanban responded. I will immediately send envoys to all nations, aiming to launch a comprehensive attack within 1 month. Kill Wang Ding Tian within 3 days, and exterminate Huaxia's 600 million population within 7 days. Let those East Asian sick men be utterly wiped out. Let Huaxia's swine become extinct. Everyone present began chanting slogans. Let the East Asian sick men be wiped out. Kill Wang Ding Tian in 3 days. Exterminate Huaxia's 600 million population in 7 days. In the old era, they merely sought to invade Huaxia's lands and enslave its people. Now, they aim to exterminate 600 million Huaxians without leaving a single survivor. Time passed swiftly. On the 7th day, the pool water had shifted from blood red to a lighter red, much paler than a few days prior. Simultaneously, Xianyuan Che's physique was rapidly improving. After so many days of absorption, combined with his physical advancement, Xianyuan Che gradually grew accustomed to the pain. The flame demon, clone by the shore, gazed at him in astonishment. This kid is truly monstrous. In only 7 days, he absorbed so much medicinal power. Such a talent would be considered extraordinary even among the cosmic races. On the 8th day, the water's color lightened once more. By the 10th day, the water had become pale red, and the bottom of the pool was faintly visible. By the 13th day, the water in the pool had become completely clear, and the water level had markedly decreased. Originally reaching Xianyuan Che's neck, it now only covered his abdomen. As the last trace of medicinal power in the pool was absorbed, Xianyuan Che's flame demon body tempering technique officially advanced to its first level. System. Open the panel. Xuanyuan Kitot. Unim. Xuanyuan Ki Arrogantaura. Wu Yuan. 42,105,000. Level 4 Martial Emperor. Physical Realm. Level 4 Martial Revered Ferocious Beast. Breathing Method. Universe Breathing Technique, Grade B. Body Tempering Technique. Flame Demon Body Tempering Technique, Level 1. Secret Art. Frenzy, 2nd Stage. Martial Skills, Grade A. Gale Blade Technique, Perfected. Gale 100 Strikes Fist, Perfected. Grade B. Divine Movement Step, Perfected. Evaluation. Practicing the Flame Demon Body Tempering Technique. Your physical body alone is sufficient to challenge mid-level, 7th rank, ferocious beasts. It seems your Flame Demon Body Tempering Technique has entered the first level. The Flame Demon by the shore, open his eyes. You have already reached the first level. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Xianyuan Che rose and bowed gratefully. The Flame Demon waved his hand. You passed the first trial. This is your reward. No need to be so formal. The first level of the Flame Demon Body Tempering Technique elevates your physical body across a major realm, enabling you to challenge ferocious beasts, but only up to the Starry Sky level. For instance, at your current level 4 Martial Emperor realm, your physical body alone can confront mid-level, 7th rank ferocious beasts. If you reach level 4 Martial Revered, your body can challenge mid-level, 8th rank ferocious beasts. Should your realm rise to level 4 Martial Saint, your body can at most challenge peak 8th rank ferocious beasts. What about beyond that? Xuanyuan que inquirdastidi. The Flame Demon answered swiftly, very simple. You only need to cultivate the Flame Demon Body Tempering Technique to the 2nd level. Once you reach the 2nd level, even if you are a level 4 Martial Saint, your physical body can challenge mid-level 9th rank ferocious beasts, that is the Starry Sky level. Xianyuan Che reviewed his memory and recalled that the Flame Demon had told him the technique had 2 levels. But the complete version must surely have more than 2 levels. Such a powerful body tempering technique would be a great loss not to obtain fully. Senior, how do I obtain the 3rd level of the Flame Demon Body Tempering Technique? Xianyuan Che asked with curiosity. Through the 2nd stage of the Red Lotus Palace trial, the Flame Demon replied. Then let us proceed now. Xianyuan Che was eager to begin the 2nd stage trial immediately. Having conquered the first trial, he had already acquired a wealth of rewards and treasures. If he were to pass the 2nd trial, wouldn't he obtain even greater riches? The Flame Demon shook his head in refusal. Come back once you have broken through to the domain level. You are far too weak at present. The first trial, owing to the nature of the Crimson Lotus Flame, could be attempted even by a first-tier warrior or single cell. But the 2nd trial was an entirely different matter. Anyone below domain rank attempting it risked immediate annihilation. Very well. Then I shall return once I have advanced to the domain level. Xianyuan Che was not disheartened, given the pace of his growth. Breaking through to the domain level was merely a matter of time. At worst, he could wait a few years. Leaning against a pillar, the Flame Demon casually reminded him. According to the operational mechanism set by the original entity, the Crimson Lotus Secret Realm remains within a single star system for only 100 years. Once that time elapses, it will retreat into the deep void and seek out another star region harboring civilization to find new challengers. If you wish to attempt the 2nd trial, you must strive to break through to the domain level promptly. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Che's expression shifted. There is a time limit? How much longer before this secret realm retreats into the deep void again? He asked with concern. The Flame Demon shook his head. I'm not certain. I've been dormant for millions of years and do not know how long the realm has lingered in your star system. You could say the Crimson Lotus Secret Realm might vanish into the deep void at any moment. It could be the next second, tomorrow, next year, or even 10 or 20 years from now. Over the past hundreds of millions of years, the Flame Demon had spent most of his time in slumber, only awakened when a living being entered the Crimson Lotus Hall. Thus, he had no knowledge of the length of the realm's stay on Blue Star. You can test your body's strength now. It will surely satisfy you, the Flame Demon suggested. Naturally, Xianyuan Che was aware of his physical prowess, but he nevertheless produced an A-grade alloy blade to conduct a test. An A-grade alloy blade could penetrate the defenses of a 6th-tier fierce beast, but not those of a 7th tier. By wielding this blade against himself, he could ascertain whether his bodily strength truly matched that of a 7th-tier fierce beast. He began by striking his own head several times. Nothing happened. Next, he targeted his legs and left hand, slashing repeatedly. Again, there was no effect. Not even a faint mark remained. It was evident how resilient Xianyuan Che's flesh had become. He glanced downward and an idea formed in his mind. He moved behind the pillar, holding the alloy blade, and struck his groin with a single blow. Bang! His underwear was sliced open, and something snapped. Hissing, Xian Yuan-che drew a sharp breath upon seeing the broken object. Indeed, the alloy blade had fractured. An illustrious A-grade alloy blade had actually broken apart. One could only imagine how incredibly tough Xian Yuan-che's body had become. Not bad. Not bad. Xian Yuan-che nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with his performance. Observing Xian Yuan-che's test of his physical strength, the flame demon yawned. You may leave at any time now. I am preparing to sleep. Remember to break through to the domain level and return for the second trial, or the Crimson Lotus secret realm will be gone. Very well, thank you, Senior. Xian Yuan-che nodded and bowed once more to the flame demon. Having been given so many gifts without any expectation, he felt a deep sense of gratitude regardless of the reasons. So polite. I shall give you one more thing, the flame demon said, producing a black cube 3 centimeters in diameter and handing it to Xian Yuan-che. This is the map of the Crimson Lotus secret realm. It records the realm's situation in real time. 2 martial sovereigns and several martial emperors still roam within the realm, presumably searching for you. Xian Yuan-che's eyes brightened as he accepted the cube. Thank you, Senior. The flame demon waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I'm going to sleep now. However, there's one more thing I feel compelled to tell you. Please go on, Senior, Xian Yuan-che said, standing still and watching the flame demon. As long as you pass the 3rd trial, you will have the chance to become a disciple of the original entity. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. The flame demon said, patting Xian Yuan-che on the shoulder. The surrounding scenery shifted, and the flame demon sent Xian Yuan-che out of the Crimson Lotus Hall. Xian Yuan-che landed on the ground and activated the cube. The cube began to transform, dividing into 8 segments that formed a map frame. A digital map appeared before his eyes, with the total area of the Crimson Lotus secret realm marked in the lower left corner. 350 billion square kilometers. Immense. On the map were 2 large red dots and several smaller ones. The nearest small red dot was only 300 kilometers away, while the farthest was over 2,000 kilometers distant. The 2 large red dots were more than 3,000 kilometers apart. He tapped on one of the red dots. A message popped up. Species, human. Rank, 7th tier, martial sovereign. Such advanced technology. Xian Yuan-che's eyes gleamed. This was an extraordinarily valuable asset. He stored the map away and set off toward the nearest red dots. He decided to first deal with these martial emperors and lesser Karami. The remaining 2 martial sovereigns he would handle gradually, somewhere within the Crimson Lotus secret realm. A martial emperor of the Sacred Bee sect was engaged in combat with a 6th tier high-level fierce beast. Boom! A figure descended from the sky and crushed the fierce beast beneath his foot. Finally, someone else here. The martial emperor sighed with relief, assuming his comrade had come to his aid. When the dust settled and he saw the newcomer was Xian Yuan-che, his expression changed drastically. You are that Xian Yuan. Before he could finish, Xian Yuan-che tore off his head and crushed it beneath his foot. Having stepped into the first level of the flame demon body refining technique, killing a martial emperor was as effortless as crushing an ant without the slightest strain. Even facing a high-level martial sovereign, he was capable of fighting. If it were a low or mid-level martial sovereign, he could defeat them at will. After taking the man's spatial ring, Xian Yuan-che departed to seek his next target. An hour passed swiftly. Xian Yuan-che had slaughtered all the remaining martial emperors within the secret realm. 99% of that time had been spent traveling. Just as he prepared to loot the corpses, a martial sovereign entered the range of his spiritual perception. Chapter 82. Shi Kwa, Tian Tao. Name, Shi Kwa. Martial origin, 7,800,000,000, 7th tier martial sovereign. Breeding technique. A 7th tier martial sovereign. A rift in space appeared in the sky, and Shi Kwa stepped out from within. The greatest distinction between martial sovereigns and martial emperors was that the former had mastered a fragment of spatial power, enabling them to tear through space. Shi Kwa cast a glance at the corpse at Xian Yuan-che's feet, his expression unchanging. His gaze settled on Xian Yuan-che, who had now reached the rank of martial emperor. He immediately understood the situation. A 4th tier martial emperor. I see you have consumed the martial emperor fruit. Your strength is quite impressive. Ordinary martial emperors are no match for you. But unfortunately, you have met me. Shi Kwa folded his hands behind his back, wearing an expression of supreme arrogance, utterly dismissive of Xian Yuan-che, the 4th tier martial emperor. After all, his martial origin was more than 10 times that of Xian Yuan-che's. Enough with the nonsense. Xian Yuan-che sneered and directly unleashed his frenzied transformation. Unim, Xuan Yuan-ke, arrogantaura. Martial origin, 73,678,000, 7th tier martial emperor. Body, 8th tier martial sovereign fierce beast. Activating the frenzy transformation enhanced not only his rank, but also his physical form. He had astonishingly elevated himself by 3 entire ranks. Upon sensing Xianyuan Che's aura abruptly surge from the 4th tier martial emperor to the 7th tier martial emperor. Even the widely experienced Shirkuo was taken aback. What sort of technique could possibly elevate one's strength so dramatically? If he could obtain such a method, wouldn't it allow him to effortlessly defeat foes beyond his rank? This thought ignited a wave of excitement within Shirkuo's heart. You brat, tell me how you suddenly increased your power, or else, he threatened. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Xianyuan Che delivered a fist to his face. Too much nonsense. Bang! Shirkuo was flung backward. A mountain hundreds of meters high exploded upon impact, and Shirkuo emerged from the debris. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had not expected that this seemingly weak 7th tier martial emperor could send him flying with a single blow. Even more shocking was that the power contained within that punch far exceeded that of an ordinary martial emperor, faintly approaching the martial sovereign level. Interesting, Shirkuo sneered coldly as his martial yuan suddenly erupted, causing dozens of cracks to spiderweb across the ground. Gazing at Xianyuan Che, greed flickered in his eyes. It seems you harbor many secrets. Xianyuan Che said nothing. Bending his knees slightly, the ground beneath him shattered with a thunderous roar as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball toward Shirkuo. Golden red veins shimmered across his skin, a hallmark of the flame demon body, refining technique in operation. Seeking death, Black Dragon Claw, Shirkuo roared furiously, shaping his right hand into a claw. 5 strands of black energy tore through the air, aiming straight for Xianyuan Che's face. Xianyuan Che neither dodged nor retreated, crossing his arms to absorb the strike head-on. With a tearing sound, his sleeves were shredded to fragments, leaving 5 white scars on his arms. What? Shirkuo was stunned. His attack had only left a few faint marks on this youngster. What kind of terrifying physique could accomplish this? Without hesitation, Xianyuan Che unleashed the Gale 100 Strikes fist upon Shirkuo's abdomen. Beep. Host has activated Gale 100 Strikes fist, triggering 70-fold critical strike. Power increased 70-fold. Beep. Host has activated Gale 100 Strikes fist, triggering 100-fold critical strike. Power increased 100-fold. Beep. Host has activated Gale 100 Strikes fist, triggering 60-fold critical strike. Power increased 60-fold. Shirkuo's abdomen was relentlessly battered by the Gale 100 Strikes fist, the terrifying force compounding layer upon layer, detonating within his body. Boom! Shirkuo was blasted thousands of meters away, crashing through 3 mountain peaks along the way before slamming into the core of a mountain, causing the entire massif to collapse with a deafening roar. Xianyuan Che did not relent. He knew his 7th tier martial sovereign would not be so easily defeated. Pushing off with his legs, the ground erupted beneath him as he streaked like a meteor towards the direction of Shirkuo's fall. Sure enough, amid the mountain ruins, a dark silhouette slowly rose. Shirkuo soared into the sky once more. Boom! Xianyuan Che descended from above, delivering another deadly blow. Shirkuo spewed a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in, and he crashed onto the ground like a meteor, carving out a crater tens of thousands of meters in diameter. When the dust settled, Shirkuo lay at the bottom of the pit, drenched in blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of monster are you? Coughing harshly after this exchange, he realized Xianyuan Che's physical body was truly terrifying. His attacks were barely enough to scratch him. It's time to send you on your way. Xianyuan Che lifted Shirkuo, preparing to interrogate him. At that moment, another spatial rift appeared. A martial sovereign from the Sacred Beast sect emerged, drawn by the fluctuations of martial yuan nearby. Shirkuo's expression brightened instantly. Tian Tao, save me. Xianyuan Che glanced at the newcomer's data, recognizing him as the same martial sovereign who had forced him into the Crimson Lotus secret realm over half a month ago. Name, Tian Tao. Martial yuan, for 1,032,150,000, 4th tier martial sovereign. Breathing technique, 9 heavens palm. Tian Tao's palm crackled with thunder as he struck towards Xianyuan Che. Boom! Xianyuan Che caught the blow effortlessly. What? Tian Tao's pupils contracted sharply. Even if his strike had been aimed at Shirkuo, it would not have been so easily absorbed. What sort of monster was this youth? Run. This guy is no longer someone we can deal with. Shirkuo shouted, seizing the opportunity to tear open space and vanish into the void. Seeing Shi Kuo's battered state, Tian Tao hastily followed suit, retreating into the void. If even Shi Kuo had been so thoroughly beaten, staying behind would be futile. Trying to escape, Xian Yuanche tore open space with his own body and entered the void. Originally fleeing, Shi Kuo and Tian Tao were overjoyed at seeing Xian Yuanche willingly follow them into the void. Within the void, spatial storms and turbulent flows frequently surged. Only martial sovereigns could withstand the chaos. Those below would be torn apart. Only martial yuan shields, condensed by martial sovereigns, could fully resist it. To rely on mere physical form, only a martial saint-level expert could endure. Now, this youth had entered as if dismissing the spatial storms entirely. Let us take him together. Shi Kuo glanced at Tian Tao. Agreed. Tian Tao nodded, instantly flashing before Xian Yuanche and unleashing his technique. Thunder Prison Fist. Tian Tao's Thunder Prison Fist erupted. His punches enveloped in violet lightning. His speed was astonishing, delivering dozens of strikes in an instant. The thunderous power wove into a net of lightning, ensnaring Xian Yuanche completely. Unfazed by Tian Tao's assault, Xian Yuanche intended to endure the onslaught with his physical body. Bang! Xian Yuanche staggered back a few steps, yet his body bore no damage. What? Tian Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. His Thunder Prison Fist was a killing move that even advanced martial sovereigns dared not take head-on. Yet this youth had withstood it with sheer flesh and blood. Xian Yuanche glanced down at his abdomen, where only a slight scrape appeared, instantly healed by the arrogant aura. He grinned widely, revealing gleaming white teeth. Is that all you've got? Feels like you're just tickling me. Before he finished, he stepped forward abruptly and struck Tian Tao's abdomen with a punch. Tian Tao's martial yuan shield dissipated instantly. Originally, the shield had been condensed around Tian Tao's body to protect him from the spatial storms. But now that it was gone, the consequences were dire. A pitch-black spatial rift tore open before Tian Tao, unleashing violent spatial turbulence. Wherever the torrent passed, everything was shredded into oblivion. Tian Tao screamed as he was torn into a mist of blood. After annihilating Tian Tao, the spatial turbulence surged towards Xian Yuanche. Bringing his hands together, Xian Yuanche began to resist. He had heard of this phenomenon before. Only a martial saint could withstand it with mere flesh. The turbulence enveloped Xian Yuanche instantly. In just one encounter, his clothes and pants were shredded into strips, and faint white scars appeared on his body. After a dozen seconds, the turbulence dissipated. Xian Yuanche suffered no real harm. He loosened his muscles and scanned the surroundings. Shi Kuo had long since vanished. His earlier suggestion to Tian Tao to attack together was likely a ploy to buy time for his escape. The spatial rift sealed, and Xian Yuanche returned to the Crimson Lotus Secret Realm. Taking out a map, he discovered Shi Kuo's position was 2,000 kilometers away. Moreover, the Secret Realm's exit lay precisely along his inevitable path. Xian Yuanche once again rent open a spatial rift, preparing to intercept Shi Kuo. On Shi Kuo's side, after stepping out of the void, he fled frantically. Dozens of towering mountains were consecutively shattered by his collisions. Xian Yuanche's strength was terrifying beyond measure. He swore to himself that if he managed to return to headquarters alive, he would never venture out again. Moments later, a spatial rift appeared within his spiritual perception. A surge of alarm struck his heart, fearing that Xian Yuanche had caught up with him. After a few tense seconds, however, no one emerged. Relief flooded him. It was the exit. Immediately, he realized that this was the Secret Realm's egress. He accelerated with all his might, aiming to enter the spatial rift. Outside the Secret Realm, 2 martial emperors of the Sacred Beast sect remained stationed at the entrance. One of them sat idly on a rock, chewing on some grass with evident boredom. Brother, we've been guarding here for over half a month now. Why haven't the protectors come out yet? One asked. Maybe the inside is just too vast. Let us keep watch. If the protectors find out we slipped away, we'll be in deep trouble, the other replied. A hum arose as the space around them twisted, and 3 figures materialized in midair. Upon seeing the newcomers, the 2 immediately rose. Protectors. The arrivals were none other than the 2 golden protectors of the Sacred Beast sect, Shi Shui and Shi Long, accompanied by Nikawa Gobin, a high-ranking official from the Sakura Nation. Why are you 2 guarding here? Nikawa Gobin inquired. It's like this, Protector. That brat Xian Yuanche entered the secret realm inside. Protector Tian and the others ordered us to guard here to prevent his escape, Shi Long explained with a cold snort. Tian Tao and Tian Hai are really becoming more sluggish with age. taking so long to deal with a single martial monarch? Enough talk. Let us hurry inside and take a look. We can't linger here too long. If a martial venerable from the Huaxia side discovers us, that would be troublesome. Shi Shui barked sternly. Understood. The group nodded and prepared to enter the secret realm. Just as the three were about to step inside, a figure was hurled backward violently. Bang! The ground was gouged into a large crater. Shi Kuo lay sprawled on the earth like a dying dog. Second brother. Shi Shui and Shi Long cried out in shock upon seeing Shi Kuo. Xian Yuan, Che, emerged from the secret realm. The two martial emperors guarding the entrance were instantly shocked. It's that brat. Xian Yuan, Che didn't even glance at them, extending his hand to pull them over and crush their skulls. Two headless corpses collapsed limply to the ground. It's that brat. Shi Shui and the others were startled when they saw Xian Yuan, Che emerge from the secret realm. Xian Yuan, Che cast a glance at the three and scanned their information. Name, Shi Shui. Martial essence, 6,787,080,000. Martial venerable, 6th level. Breathing technique. Name, Shi Long. Martial essence, 8,120,090,000. Martial venerable, 8th level. Breathing technique. Name, Nikawa Gobin. Martial essence, 7,900,080,000. Martial venerable, 7th level. Breathing technique. 2 from the Sacred Beast sect and 1 from the Sakura Nation. It seemed that the Sakura Nation had truly aligned with the Sacred Beast sect. To have 3 high-ranking martial venerables present indicated considerable depth in their foundations. Xian Yuan, Che mused to himself. From the beginning until now, 4 high-ranking martial venerables had appeared from the Sacred Beast sect. Given this foundation, Xian Yuan, Che was not surprised. After the expansion of Blue Star, over 90% of its territory remained unexplored. With the support of ferocious beasts, the Sacred Beast sect and the Sakura Nation could explore these regions with reckless abandon, thereby acquiring vast resources. Xian Yuan, Che took a step forward to Shi Kuo, lifted his head, and slammed it violently onto the ground. Weren't you so good at running? Xuan Yuan asked coldly. As he spoke, he seized Shi Kuo's head and smashed it repeatedly against the earth. Bang! Shi Kuo's entire visage became a bloody, mangled mess. Stop! Seeing Shi Kuo abused, Shi Shui shouted furiously. Xian Yuan, Che pressed his foot onto the back of Shi Kuo's skull, folding his arms as he regarded the three. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Is there something you gentlemen need? You brat, I advise you to release my second brother, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. Shi Shui pointed at Shi Kuo, his face dark with fury. This is your second brother? Xian Yuan, Che laughed coldly, lifting his right foot to stomp once again on Shi Kuo's skull. Boom! Shi Kuo's head was struck again, and the ground was indented several dozen meters. How dare you? Seeing Xian Yuan, Che still dare to act, Shi Shui's eyes blazed with wrath. Refusing a toast, but accepting a penalty drink, the oppressive aura of a martial venerable surged toward Xian Yuan, Che. Unfazed by Shi Shui's pressure, Xian Yuan, Che remained indifferent. Although his realm was only martial emperor, his physical body had reached the level of a high-ranking martial venerable, comparable even to a ferocious beast. Such mere pressure was insignificant. With a slight tremor, Xian Yuan, Che dispelled Shi Shui's added aura instantly. What? Shi Shui was astonished to see Xian Yuan, Che casually dispel his pressure. A martial emperor able to easily dispel a martial venerable's aura? Impossible. Shifting tone, he sneered coldly. You do have some skill, but that's no reason to be arrogant. A martial emperor is still a martial emperor. You can never defeat a martial venerable. Lotus palm. Dark flames engulfed Shi Shui's hands. In an instant, he appeared before Xian Yuan, Che, slapping out a palm strike. Mountain-breaking fist. Xian Yuan, Che showed no fear, raising his right hand to counter with a mountain-breaking fist. Bang! At the moment their attacks collided, Shi Shui couldn't withstand even a second. His right hand's bones shattered completely, and he was blasted away. Though the mountain-breaking fist was only grade B, Xian Yuan, Che's formidable physique greatly amplified its power. How is this possible? Shi Long, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. His own brother, a high-ranking martial venerable, was so easily defeated by a mere martial emperor? There was something strange about this brat. Shi Shui steadied himself, clutching his broken right hand, alarmed. The power of that punch just now was not something a mere martial emperor could produce. This brat's true realm is at least a high-ranking martial venerable. Third brother, let us act together and rescue second brother. Shi Shui shouted to Shi Long, furious thunder god slash. Twin water dragon fists. The two channeled their martial essence and launched simultaneous attacks. A blade of purple lightning and 200-meter-long water dragons howled toward Xianyuan Che. Xuanyuan Kiznivd, lifting Shirkua's body to shield himself. Boom! Shirkua's body exploded on the spot. Second brother, seeing Xianyuan Che's despicable act, the two cried out in grief. Despicable Huaxia swine. Shirshue, filled with rage and sorrow, summoned all his power to unleash the furious thunder god Slash. This strike drained the surrounding martial essence, and the blade shattered the space it passed through. This was a martial venerable S full-strength strike. This is bad. Nikawa Gobin grimly realized the severity of the situation. Such violent martial essence fluctuations would inevitably alert the Huaxia strong. Foreseeing Shue's full-strength strike, Xianyuan Che withdrew a metal alloy blade from his spatial ring and executed the Gale Blade technique to counter. Ding! Host detected using Gale Blade technique. Triggering 30-fold critical strike, power increased 30-fold. Ding! Detected host employing the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 100-fold critical strike, power amplified by 100 times. Ding! Detected host employing the Gale Blade technique, triggering a 300-fold critical strike, power amplified by 300 times. The clash of blades. The blade light, enhanced by the system, severed Shue's attack cleanly in two. What? Witnessing his attack effortlessly nullified, Shue's heart jolted in alarm. This boy must be a monster. This was supposed to be his all-out strike. How could it possibly be so easily countered? Xianyuan Che sheathed his alloy blade and soared skyward like a cannonball, his right hand clutching Shue's face and slamming it mercilessly onto the ground. Boom! Quick, unite. That boy's strength is terrifying. Only by joining forces can we defeat him. Shirlong immediately grasped the situation and shouted at Richuan Gongbon. Typically, there exists an insurmountable chasm between a martial emperor and a martial venerable. After the recent clash, Shirlong realized Xianyuan Che's power was overwhelmingly formidable, so potent that he could disregard this gulf and slay enemies beyond his rank. Alone, none of them could hope to overcome Xianyuan Che. Only by banding together could they hope to subdue him. Richuan Gongbon also perceived the gravity of the situation and hastily donned his gloves to join the fray. The two helped Shue to his feet, forming a triangular formation to encircle Xianyuan Che. Kill. 3 senior martial venerables struck simultaneously. Xianyuan Che's fighting spirit surged. His flame demon body tempering technique pushed to its zenith as he braced himself to withstand the triple assault head-on. Huaxia, capital city. Murongzun, originally in seclusion, vanished from his chamber and appeared above the city. Shangguan Fu and Sima Long, martial venerables as well, materialized alongside him. The three gazed toward the eastern region of Huaxia, the direction where Xianyuan Che and his companions were situated. Such a potent martial energy fluctuation. Martial venerable level fighters were engaged in combat. Other martial venerables stationed in the capital gathered at Murongzun's side. Shangguan Fu, Sima Long, accompany me to investigate. The rest remain on guard, monitoring other cities for any beastly incursions. Murongzun commanded before tearing through space and departing. Understood. The remaining martial venerables nodded in agreement. Boom! 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 The battle raged on. Anyone witnessing the scene would be utterly astounded. 3 senior martial venerables united in assault against a single senior martial emperor was remarkable enough. More astonishing was the fact that these 3 venerables were clearly on the back foot. Shue and his comrades grew increasingly fearful with each passing moment. Xianyuan Che fought like an inexhaustible machine, operating at full capacity every instant, countering all 3 opponents. Most terrifying of all, he could launch counterattacks against all 3 simultaneously. At present, the trio was completely overwhelmed and dominated by Xianyuan Che. Richuan Gongbon, who confronted Xianyuan Che head-on, had begun to harbor thoughts of retreat. Xianyuan Che's ferocity was simply too overwhelming. After prolonged struggle without success, continuing in this manner would only mean death for them. Though reluctant, Richuan Gongbon found himself unable to withdraw. Their combined efforts barely delayed Xianyuan Che. If he retreated, the balance would shatter. Once the balance was broken, Xianyuan Che's terrifying explosive power would instantly tear apart the weakest defense. If Shue and Shirlong could hold out for half a minute, it would be a blessing. But how far could he escape in mere seconds? Wear him down. I refuse to believe his martial energy is infinite. Shirlong roared. Every martial artist's internal martial energy was finite. Each martial technique expended some of it. They could not believe that Xianyuan Che, a martial emperor, possessed more martial energy than even the martial venerables. Opposite dem, Xuanyuan quis nird inwardly. With the arrogance aura, what did it matter if he fought them for a year? Who feared whom? Four figures collided in a frenzied clash, each encounter causing vast spatial ruptures. Their battle raged from the edge of the secret realm deep into the wilderness, leveling mountain ranges within 1,000 kilometers radius beneath the shockwaves. Hundreds of kilometers away, space suddenly warped as three figures stepped forth from the void. They were Morong Zun and his two companions, scanning their surroundings and analyzing traces and spatial fluctuations. They deduced that at least three martial venerables had engaged in combat to cause such devastation. Shangguan Feng murmured, unfurling his spiritual perception to encompass everything within 1,000 kilometers. Soon, he detected Xianyuan Che and his group. There, Morong Zun and the others moved directly toward the four. They observed Xianyuan Che's situation in full detail. Three senior martial venerables besieging a single senior martial emperor. Shangguan Feng gasped. What was this sorcery? A senior martial emperor holding his own against three senior martial venerables, and in fact appearing dominant, completely suppressing all three. Such terrifying strength. Sima Long's eyes reflected the same shock. This senior martial emperor alone was overpowering three senior martial venerables. If it were him facing such odds, he would likely be running for his life. This person looks somewhat familiar. Morong Zun frowned, scrutinizing Xianyuan Che. Because Xianyuan Che's flame demon body tempering technique was pushed to its extreme, his body adorned with golden red patterns. Even Morong Zun, who had seen his photograph, momentarily failed to recognize him. It was Shangguan Feng who finally identified Xianyuan Che, slapping his forehead in sudden realization. Isn't this Yanran's boyfriend, Xianyuan Che, right? It's Xianyuan Che. Upon hearing this, Morong Zun recalled name. Quick, go assist. Shangguan Feng removed his coat and tore through space to aid the battle. Wait. Morong Zun raised a hand to halt him. Look, he pointed toward Xianyuan Che's direction. Far away, engrossed in combat. The four had not noticed the arrival of Morong Zun and his party. Gale 100 Strikes Fist. Xianyuan Che seized the opportunity to unleash the Gale 100 Strikes Fist directly upon Shi Shui. Ding! Detected host executing Gale 100 Strikes Fist, triggering a 100-fold critical strike, power amplified by 100 times. Ding! Detected host executing Gale 100 Strikes Fist, triggering a 120-fold critical strike, power amplified by 120 times. Ding! Detected host executing Gale 100 Strikes Fist, triggering a 100-fold critical strike, power amplified by 100 times. Ding! Ding! Scores of fists pounded into Shi Shui's abdomen, hurling him flying backward, his fate unknown. Not good. Seeing Shi Shui rendered combat ineffective, Shilong and Richuan Gongbon were struck with alarm. Even their combined efforts could not defeat Xianyuan Che, let alone the two of them alone. Run! Shilong bellowed, attempting to tear through space and flee. Trying to escape? Xianyuan Che sneered coldly, his large hand seizing Shilong's face and slamming him to the ground. Boom! The earth instantly shattered beneath him, forming a colossal crater spanning tens of thousands of meters. Having done this, Xianyuan Che swiftly drew his alloy blade and directed it toward the distant Richuan Gongbon, unleashing the Gale Blade technique. Ding! Power amplified by 100 times. Ding! Power amplified by 130 times. Ding! Power amplified by 140 times. A succession of critical strike sounds rang out. Richuan Gongbon was stunned, but was already too late. Hastily, he summoned a martial energy shield to block the attack. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering filled the air. With merely a glance, the martial origin shield condensed by Gangban Hichikawa shattered into fragments. A flash of the blade sliced through, severing Hichikawa Gangban's limbs outright. Hichikawa's eyes widened as he let out a wail of agony. Enough noise. Xianyuan Che retracted his alloy blade and delivered a punch straight to Hichikawa Gangban's mouth. Bang! His teeth instantly scattered, rendering him a pitiful sight. Bang! Xianyuan Che casually tossed Hichikawa Gangban to the ground. Only after completing these actions did he notice Morong Zun and the others in the distance. Although only Shangguan Feng had met him before, he recognized the other two as well. The current chief of Huaxia, Morong Zun, and the head of the Sima family, Sima Long. Xianyuan Che settled to the ground and piled the three incapacitated Shi Shui men together to prevent their escape should they regain consciousness. Morong Zun and the others, observing Xianyuan Che's maneuver, stood dumbfounded in place. Surely, they hadn't seen this scene. A single martial emperor defeating three advanced martial revered simultaneously was one thing. but to obliterate them in an instant? This was bordering on the absurd. Even novels dared not script such a feat after a long moment. The three recovered their composure and swiftly appeared before Xin Yuanche. He cast a glance at their status panels. Name, Murongzun. Martial origin, 999,991,010. Martial revered, 9th rank. Breathing technique, 9 origin universe cycle, S rank. Martial skills, S rank. 9 tribulation thunderstrike, perfect. Wind and thunder fist technique, perfect. Dragon soaring sky shattering spear, perfect. Secret technique, invincible origine. Evaluation, unable to break through to martial saint due to shattered martial origin seed, yet has cultivated deeply at the 9th rank martial revered for several decades. Preliminarily mastering the power of heaven and earth, reaching a half-step martial saint level. Secret technique, invincible origine. Effect, upon activation. Martial origin recovery rate increases threefold for 1 hour. Name, Sima Long. Martial origin, 7,213,780,000. Martial revered, 7th rank. Breathing technique. Martial skills, S rank, thunderous break, perfect. Wind and thunder fist technique, perfect. Secret technique, boiling blood. Evaluation, one of Huaxia's 5 great families. Head of the Sima family, seemingly of questionable character. Having reviewed their information, Xin Yuanche silently closed the panel. Murongzun surveyed the 3 Shishui men, his gaze settling on Hichikawa Gangban with a profoundly gloomy expression. The Holy Beast Sect, Sakura Nation. He had encountered most of Sakura Nation's upper echelons and naturally recognized Hichikawa Gangban. It seemed they had already colluded. Murongzun quickly considered various possibilities, his countenance growing ever darker. Senior, Xin Yuanche greeted the 3. Murongzun nodded, his face shedding the earlier gloom, replaced by admiration. You have already reached the Martial Emperor realm. It appears you have indeed consumed the Martial Emperor fruit. Xuan Yuanke nodded in confirmation. The younger had indeed eaten the Martial Emperor fruit during his breakthrough to Martial Emperor. Murongzun smiled and patted his shoulder. To utterly defeat 3 advanced Martial revered at the Martial Emperor level, this Martial Emperor fruit truly found a worthy bearer. Senior, you flatter me, Xin Yuanche replied courteously. He then turned to Shangwan Feng. Grandfather. After some thought, Xin Yuanche decided that addressing Shangwan Feng as grandfather was more fitting. Yes, quite good. Shangwan Feng chuckled, patting Xin Yuanche's shoulder in response. He was extremely satisfied with Xin Yuanche's performance. To be able to decisively defeat Martial revered at the Martial Emperor level, who else could claim such a feat? If not for the Martial Emperor fruit S enhancement, Huaxiao would soon gain another Martial Saint level combatant. A pity. Shangwan Feng sighed silently. Xin Yuanche then looked towards Sima Long, Senior Sima. Sima Long nodded. Yes, you must be Xin Yuanche. Quite impressive. Seems I was blind back then. He offered a self-deprecating remark. Though Xin Yuanche did not grasp the implication, he refrained from questioning further. Wrapping the 3 Shishui men in martial origin, Murongzun's mood lifted considerably. Young man, capturing 3 martial revered of the Holy Beast Sect is a great achievement. I will take them back myself. Fearing misunderstanding, Murongzun quickly added, the credit for capturing them is yours, and you will receive rewards and battle merits accordingly. Understood. Xuan Yuanke nodded in agreement. Murongzun removed the 3 spatial rings from the captives and handed them to Xin Yuanche. These 3 spatial rings are yours. We will take the prisoners with us for now. Xin Yuanche accepted the rings. Would you like to return with us? Murongzun proposed. Xin Yuanche shook his head in refusal. I still have some matters to attend to. I will return to Huaxia after handling them. Hearing this, Murongzun nodded slightly, refraining from pressing further. Very well. Take care. This place lies deep in the wilderness over 5,000 kilometers from civilization. Beyond another 4,000 kilometers lies the territory of 8th rank ferocious beasts. Be wary. After Murongzun's admonition, he and his entourage departed. On the way back, Shangwan Feng beamed proudly at Murongzun and Sima Long. My grandson-in-law's strength is quite commendable. I assent it? Murongzun nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is exceptional. The Martial Emperor fruit was not given in vain. If only he had reached this realm without consuming the fruit, Murongzun sighed contemplatively. A martial ancestor against a martial king. A martial emperor against a martial revered. If he could reach martial revered naturally, could he not challenge martial saints and strike down 8th rank ferocious beasts with his fists? Truly, if only he had attained this realm without the martial emperor fruit. Shangwan Feng echoed with a sigh. There is no need for such lamentations. Huaxia has gained another martial, revered level combatant. Surely that is cause for celebration, is it not? Sima Long teased with a smile. Indeed, that is something to rejoice, they all agreed. Xian Yuan Che returned near the entrance of the Crimson Lotus secret realm. Where's the entrance? Upon arrival, he found it had vanished without a trace, only 2 headless corpses remaining on the spot. Hastily, he retrieved a map from his system space. Fortunately, the map bestowed by Yinma possessed the function of locating the entrance. A glance revealed that the entrance had retreated into the void. Ripping through space, he indeed found the entrance to the Crimson Lotus secret realm hidden within the void, likely concealed by Yinma's design. Xian Yuan Che did not intervene further, taking the 2 spatial rings and departing. The rings contained little of value, but selling them would still fetch several million. Huaxia, capital city. Xuan Yuan que arrived overhead. It had been many days since he last saw Mu Yanran. He took the opportunity to visit. Many in the capital glanced upward at the sudden appearance of Xian Yuan Che, their eyes tinged with envy and reverence. To stand aloft in midair signified at least the rank of martial king. At this level, one's influence and status in Huaxia rivaled that of a provincial governor. Perceiving Xian Yuan Che's arrival, Shang Wanfeng at home subtly revealed his presence. By his aura, Xian Yuan Che descended upon the Shangwan family estate. He is here. Shang Wanfeng emerged from the villa. Xuan Yuan que nodded. Grandfather, where is Yanran? Still in the vital energy secret realm? Shang Wanfeng sighed upon mention of Mu Yanran. Yes, her vital energy is deteriorating rapidly. She came out for half a day 2 weeks ago, then returned inside. Vital energy deteriorating? Xian Yuan Che furrowed his brows deeply, a foreboding sensation stirring within his heart. Observing Xian Yuan Che's unfamiliar expression, Shang Wanfeng grew somewhat puzzled. Yanran never mentioned this to you? No. Xian Yuan Che shook his head, genuinely unaware of the matter. The last time I checked Yanran's status, I didn't notice her vitality had diminished, but she explained it away. Let us go inside and talk, Shang Wanfeng said as he led Xian Yuan Che into the living room. The 2 seated themselves upon the sofa. Why is Yanran's vitality declining? Xian Yuan Che voiced the question burdening his mind. Shang Wanfeng sighed deeply. Yanran was born prematurely at just 6 months, resulting in innate deficiencies. To protect herself, her body absorbs its own vitality to compensate. In childhood, this wasn't too severe. Consuming ordinary animal meat could replenish her vitality. However, as time passed and she grew older, the deficit widened. Now, she must constantly enter the vitality realm to sustain herself. Why did this happen? Xuan Yuan inquired. Under normal circumstances, such a condition should not occur. Even conceding 1,000 steps, Yanran's mother is from the Shangwan family. How could she have such an extreme premature birth? Shang Wanfeng exhaled, sorrow shadowing his gaze. When Yanran's mother was 6 months pregnant, she was traveling in a border city. At that time, a small-scale beast tide was unleashed by 3 5th-rank ferocious beasts, causing the accompanying bodyguards to be killed or injured, and her mother mysteriously disappeared. The casualties numbered 50,000, with 70,000 missing, over 40,000 devoured alive by the beasts. Even if I had mobilized all connections, I could not find any trace of her mother. It was only when Yanran was in her early teens that we unexpectedly found her. We later learned that her mother had been rescued by a couple running a small clinic. At the brink of death, she had the doctor perform a cesarean to save Yanran, immersing her in nourishing elixirs before sending her to the hospital, which preserved her life. Tears welled in Shangwan Feng's eyes. To lose a daughter raised for decades, what father could accept that? Were it not for the resurgence of spiritual energy and the numerous nourishing elixirs developed by Chinese research, even Yanran might not have survived. Suddenly, Shang Wanfeng looked up sharply at Xian Yuan Che. Young man, you don't despise Yanran because of this, do you? You jest, Xian Yuan Che replied without hesitation, shaking his head. How could I ever scorn Yanran? From having only a few dozen vitality points as a student to where I stand now. It has been thanks to the system and Yanran. Without her assistance, would I have become a martial emperor? Sure, with the system, eventually yes, but never this swiftly. Without the resources Yanran provided, I might still be a martial warrior or martial general, forced to rely solely on cultivation to increase my vitality. Venturing into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts at great peril, competing with peers for scarce resources like a protagonist in a novel. Truly, my leap from 68 vitality points to martial emperor within 2 months owes everything to the system and Mu Yanran's help. As long as you don't despise her. That's good, Shang Wanfeng said with relief, feeling his efforts to secure the martial emperor fruit for Xian Yuan Che at the meeting had not been in vain. Besides absorbing vitality, Are there other ways to compensate for Yanran's congenital deficiency? Xianyuan Che asked with concern. Shangwan Feng shook his head with a sigh. Perhaps there are. Maybe some rare treasures deep in the wilderness could help, but I cannot be certain. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the planet's area has expanded at least 100-fold. Humanity has explored less than 1% of it. There may well be unknown treasures capable of filling congenital gaps in the remote wilderness. Xianyuan Che murmured to himself. I must make another journey into the wild when time permits. With the eye of exploration, I can accurately detect the effects of these rare treasures, which will be a great convenience. Otherwise, finding a spiritual herb without knowing its efficacy would be troublesome. Grandfather, when the time comes, I will venture into the wilderness to search, Xianyuan Che proposed. Shangwan Feng nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Venturing deep is fine, but do not go too far. Some areas are inhabited by 8th-rank ferocious beasts. If it becomes too dangerous, I will consider other means to help Yanran compensate for her congenital shortcomings. Understood, Xuanyuan que agreed. For the near future, he could not leave China again. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that the Holy Beast sect had set its sights on him. When he was a 9th-rank martial ancestor, they had already dispatched 3 martial venerables and a host of martial emperors to hunt him down. This revealed that the Holy Beast sect was no mindless faction. They fully embraced the philosophy of the lion hunts the rabbit with all its might. Xianyuan Che had no doubt that if he left China again, martial saints and multiple 8th-rank ferocious beasts might come after him. For now, his sole focus was cultivation. Within at most 2 or 3 months, he would break through to martial saint. Only then would he confront them, by which time no creature on the entire planet could bar his way. By the way, grandfather, how many people know about my possession of the martial emperor fruit? Xianyuan Che suddenly asked, recalling the words spoken by the Holy Beast sect during their pursuit. Shangwan Feng pondered. Besides the heads of our 5 great families in Murongzun, there are 6 conservative members and 7 radicals, about 19 in total. Of course, it's possible they might have chatted with their families when they returned home. After all, it's not a state secret. So many people know. Xianyuan Che was somewhat troubled. If many know, it will be difficult to pinpoint the traitor. What is the matter? Shangwan Feng asked, noticing Xianyuan Che's troubled expression. Xianyuan Che recounted the sequence of events. What? We have members of the Holy Beast sect among us? Shangwan Feng exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. He could never have imagined that the Holy Beast sect had infiltrated their side. Yet, seeing Xianyuan Che's gaze, he knew this was no fabrication. I must go out for a while. Shangwan Feng donned his coat solemnly. Before leaving the villa, he left a final instruction. Your room is the 5th on the left on the 2nd floor, right next to Yanran's. If you want anything to eat, just tell Xiao Chun. I'm off to a meeting now. With that, he vanished from the villa in a flash. The Sakura Kingdom had already aligned with the ferocious beasts. These days kept him busy, now learning that the high ranks harbored members of the Holy Beast sect. The situation had grown grave indeed. Chirp, 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 chirp. A fiery phoenix, for meters in length, called out a few times at the door before shrinking to 10 centimeters and flying into the hall. Upon seeing Xianyuan Che, it tilted its head inquisitively. Soon, it recognized him. Since Mu Yanran often video-called Xianyuan Che, it was familiar with him as well. Xianyuan Che beckoned to the phoenix chick. Kulme. Upon hearing the call, the fiery phoenix flew to his shoulder and nuzzled against him. Rising, Xianyuan Che ascended the stairs to his room. The chamber was spacious, exceeding 200 square meters, equipped with a cultivation chamber and a simulated combat room. However, Xianyuan Che likely had little use for these amenities now. Sitting upon the cushion on the balcony, he began to tally the gains from this journey. Chapter 88. Taking stock of the gains. The greatest spoils from this secret realm journey were undoubtedly the flame demon body tempering technique and the acquaintance of the enigmatic flame demon. Next were the 11th rank flame phoenix skeleton, a domain embryo, and the nirvana sacred fire of the 11th rank flame phoenix. Additionally, a dragon phoenix egg and a space ring obtained from slaying the Holy Beast sect were among the treasures. He first produced the dragon phoenix egg. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon seeing the dragon phoenix egg, the young fire phoenix perched on his shoulder tilted its head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It called out a few times and fluttered out of the room. Xianyuan Che thought it had gone out of play and paid it no mind. Half a minute later, the young fire phoenix returned. The spatial ring on its foot glimmered, and a container dropped onto the mat. Only then did Xianyuan Che notice the tiny spatial ring on the phoenix's foot. What was this? Xianyuan Che picked up the container and glanced at it. The container was about half a meter tall, somewhat resembling an incubator. Item: egg incubator. Grade: S rank. Description: used to hatch fierce beast eggs, bird eggs, and animal eggs. It truly was an incubator. Xianyuan Che placed the dragon phoenix egg inside, then retrieved the Nirvana sacred flame from his system space, preparing to place it in as well. He put the Nirvana sacred flame into the container, followed by the dragon phoenix egg. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing the Nirvana sacred flame, the young fire phoenix anxiously hopped about, occasionally pecking at Xianyuan Che's head, looking quite distressed. You want this? Xuanyuan asked, pointing at the Nirvana sacred flame. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The young fire phoenix nodded, eyes fixed intently on the Nirvana sacred flame within the incubator. It sensed that this thing was immensely useful to it. Xianyuan Che stroked his chin thoughtfully. He recalled that the Eye of Inquiry had mentioned that the Nirvana sacred flame could share a portion of itself with other phoenixes. After contemplating, he used his martial essence to draw out a small amount and placed it before the young fire phoenix. It was only a tiny bit, causing no harm to the Nirvana sacred flame. The young fire phoenix opened its beak, releasing a flicker of flame that gradually grew into a ball of red fire. Item: Primordial Flame. Grade: 4th tier. Description: the young fire phoenix's primordial flame, enabling rebirth through nirvana after death. The young fire phoenix's primordial flame merged with the Nirvana sacred flame, transforming into a golden flame. Item: Primordial Flame in Metamorphosis. Grade: 4th tier. Description: the young fire phoenix's primordial flame currently fusing with the Nirvana sacred flame, undergoing metamorphosis. Successful transformation may yield a new flame. Delighted to see its primordial flame merging with the Nirvana sacred flame, the young fire phoenix affectionately pecked Xianyuan Che's head. After absorbing the primordial flame back into its body, the phoenix wore a look of complete satisfaction. By the way, this is for you too. Xianyuan Che suddenly remembered the fire scale fruits he had obtained from the secret realm. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fire scale fruits appeared on the mat. These were all plucked from the flaming serpent's territory. He had picked every ripe one. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The young fire phoenix's eyes gleamed upon seeing so many fire scale fruits, especially drawn by their enticing fiery aroma, the most exquisite scent it had ever encountered. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Are all these for me? For the first time, Xianyuan Che understood its meaning. They're all for you, he said with a smile, nodding. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You're so kind. The young fire phoenix affectionately rubbed against Xianyuan Che's face, then flew onto the mat. Using its sharp beak, it pecked open a fire scale fruit and began to eat. Halfway through, it stored the remaining fruits into its spatial ring for later. Just then, the young fire phoenix was suddenly engulfed in golden flames, its aura becoming unstable. Xianyuan Che quickly scanned it with the Eye of Inquiry. Race: Fire Phoenix, undergoing metamorphosis. Grade: 4th tier in metamorphosis. Description: currently undergoing metamorphosis. It was actually transforming. Xianyuan Che was somewhat surprised as he studied the young fire phoenix's status panel. After a few minutes, he withdrew his gaze and looked back at the incubator. Race: Dragon Phoenix. Grade: None. Description: 1. A life form born from a union of an 11th tier flame phoenix and a 12th tier star domain divine dragon. Its mother died unexpectedly before birth. Perhaps the Nirvana sacred flame can nurture it and enable hatching. Description: 2. Although currently being nurtured by the Nirvana sacred flame, the soul has been dead for hundreds of millions of years and cannot be revived. There may be a chance to hatch the body. It was truly beyond hope. A trace of regret flashed in Xianyuan Che's eyes. He had hoped to raise a dragon as a pet after all. After all, soaring through the skies atop a dragon would be immensely impressive. Although the Eye of Inquiry had indicated the situation was hopeless, Xianyuan Che did not remove the egg or the Nirvana sacred flame. After all, the flame had no other use at the moment, so it was better to leave it inside for the time being. After organizing the trial rewards, he took out the spatial rings from the Sacred Beast sect, 18 in total. He emptied all their contents and piled them to the side. The contents were meager and miscellaneous. Some A-grade alloy knives, B-grade alloy knives, and the like. Normally, a martial emperor or even a martial sovereign would never be this poor. There was only one explanation. Their important possessions were left at home, or they were genuinely destitute. Xianyuan Che leaned toward the former. What is this? Xianyuan Che picked up 2 USB drives and a helmet from among the clutter. This looked vaguely familiar. He rubbed his chin, feeling as though he had seen this helmet somewhere before. Soon, he remembered. It was the learning helmet the Flame Demon had given him. Then what about these 2 USB drives? Xianyuan Che vaguely guessed their contents. Item: Flame Demon Prison Fist, incomplete. Grade: Advanced Star Tier. Description: 1. An exclusive martial technique of the Human Flame Demon Clan. Due to incompleteness, it can only be cultivated at the Star Realm level, and some effects do not activate. Effect 1. Consumes half of the user's star essence to unleash a full force strike, causing widespread damage. Upon hitting a target, it inflicts the burning effect that continues to consume the opponent's star essence for 30 minutes. Effect 2. Absorbs energy from nearby planets to deliver an ultimate strike powered by star essence. The strength depends on the absorbed energy. Effect 3. Incomplete. Effect 4. Incomplete. So powerful? Xianyuan Che was stunned upon reading the Flame Demon Prison Fist's effects. It was quite formidable, especially the second effect, absorbing planetary energy to unleash an ultimate strike. The power must be tremendous. Yet, he suddenly felt a twinge of regret. It was incomplete, otherwise, it might have been even stronger. He could roughly guess how this item came to be. At the time, the Flame Demon had offered two choices. Presumably, someone in the Sacred Beast sect had declined the trial and simply took the reward. Xianyuan Che glanced at the other USB drive. This one should be a breathing technique. Sure enough, the eye of inquiry confirmed his suspicion. Name: Flame Prison Star Refining Method, incomplete. Grade: Advanced Star Tier. Description: one of the breathing methods created by the Flame Demon clan ancestor, Flame Demon, extremely domineering. Effect 1. Increases the star essence speed of Star Realm martial artists by 300%. Effect 2. Absorbs flames and other fire attribute energies, converting them into star essence to enhance the user. Effect 3. Incomplete. Effect 4. Incomplete. This was impressive too. Xianyuan Che's eyes gleamed with delight. Although it was incomplete, the ability to absorb fire element energy and convert it into star essence was still quite remarkable. He carefully placed the USB drive and the learning helmet into the system's storage space, although they were of no use to him at the moment. Given his rapid pace of growth, ascending to the rank of Starry Sky level was only a matter of time, perhaps within a year or two, or even as soon as half a year. By then, upon passing the second or third level, he might even obtain the complete version. Xianyuan Che murmured to himself, growing more and more excited at the thought. Passing the third trial would grant him the status of a disciple of the Flame Demon's true form. At that point, acquiring the full versions of the Flame Demon Prison Fist and the Flame Prison Star Refining Technique would be hardly unreasonable. After stowing the items safely, he continued to rummage through the pile of miscellaneous goods, eager to see if there was anything else of importance. What is this? Xianyuan Che picked up a 3-centimeter diameter chip. Item: UNG chip. Rank: 5th grade. Description: used to unlock a certain UNG box. UNG box? Seeing the familiar inscription, Xianyuan Che suddenly recalled the UNG box he had obtained last month after slaying Zhou's residence. A suspicion arose in his mind. Could this UNG chip be the key to that box? Hastily, he retrieved the box and inserted the chip into the slot on its side. Ding! The chip fused into the UNG box. Half a minute later, the UNG box sprang open. It really was the key. Xianyuan Che's heart leapt with joy, never expecting the chip to be the actual key to the box. Inside lay a spatial ring and a USB drive. He glanced at the USB drive. Martial skill: Wind and Thunder Fist Technique. Rank: S-Class. Description: created by the Chinese martial saint, Wang Ding Tian. Effect 1. Harnesses the power of wind and thunder. At the entry level, the punching speed can reach 40 punches per second. Effect 2. Upon perfection, while punching, it carries the power of wind and thunder, forming a wind-thunder magnetic field, which has a chance to paralyze enemies within an 11,000-kilometer radius. Within this magnetic field, lightning strikes occur randomly. Movement speed increases by 200%, and the field S-scale depends on the amount of martial essence applied. An S-class fist technique. Heaven truly favors me. Xianyuan Che sparkled. He had been worried about the low rank of his martial skills, and now an S-class martial skill had been delivered to him on a silver platter. Setting aside the USB drive containing the fist technique, he took out the spatial ring from the UNG box. He scanned its contents with his spiritual perception and furrowed his brow. Why is it just a bunch of odds and ends? He had expected yuan crystals, or perhaps some potions, but it was merely a collection of antiques. Just as he was about to casually set them aside, his peripheral vision caught something, causing him to hold his breath. The spatial ring flashed, and an object appeared in his hand. This object was uniformly pale jade with a gentle, lustrous texture, measuring 4 inches square. At its top, a 5-clawed chi dragon coiled majestically, its head solemn and scales and claws sharply defined. The CLS surface was engraved with mountain, sea, cloud, and thunder patterns in relief, the folds shimmering faintly with ethereal light. One corner bore a distinctly visible golden repair mark, which contrasted with the pale jade hue, lending it an air of ancient gravitas. Xianyuan Che flipped the object over, revealing 8 characters engraved at the bottom. Though written in small seal script, he could still discern their meaning, mandated by heaven. Longevity and eternal prosperity. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was the Imperial Jade Seal from the Qin dynasty. There could be no mistake. Item: Imperial Jade Seal, incomplete. Rank: none. Description: crafted by an ancient emperor from the He by jade, coveted by countless lords for millennia. Due to certain reasons, one corner is missing. Indeed, it was the Imperial Jade Seal. Xuanyuan que esse ais shumbrightly. He had heard tales about this artifact for decades. He continued to fondle the Jade Seal. Although his probing eye revealed that this seal had no rank, he still cherished it deeply. Such a symbolic treasure. Who would he appreciate it? After a while, he set the Jade Seal aside. Earlier, he had noticed 4 tripods inside the spatial ring. If his guess was correct, those 4 tripods were the 9 provinces' tripods. He quickly placed the Jade Seal and the 4 tripods into the system's storage space. He would savor these treasures slowly come nightfall. He meticulously examined the remaining odds and a few more times. Finding nothing useful, he stored them all into a spatial ring. Though these items were useless to him, they could still fetch tens of millions in currency. Including the spatial ring itself, selling everything could easily bring in several hundred million. After returning all possessions to the spatial ring, Xin Yuan-che exited the room and descended the stairs to prepare lunch. Though he no longer needed to eat after reaching the rank of Martial King, he still wished to satisfy his palate. Upon arriving on the first floor, Xin Yuan-che found the kitchen empty and proceeded to gather some ingredients to cook noodles. As he went, he glanced at the spatial ring and took out a piece of meat to add to the pot. Most of the fierce beast meat he had hunted recently had been given to the flame demon, but this piece must have been overlooked in the system's storage. Since it was non-toxic, it was perfect for cooking noodles. While the meat simmered, he took out his phone and opened the Hall of Battle Merits to browse some information. Perhaps because he had demonstrated strength far surpassing that of a martial sovereign, his Hall of Battle Merits access had been elevated to the 7th level. The Hall of Battle Merits had 8 levels of access, each corresponding to one of the 8 human martial realms. The 7th level signified martial sovereign. Officially, fewer than 10 people in all of China had attained this rank. With 7th level access, more functions were unlocked, including detailed information on various secret realms, such as the Vitality Secret Realm, Martial Essence Secret Realm, and other trial-type secret realms. Martial Essence Secret Realm? As he browsed, he encountered a special secret realm. Secret Realm, Martial Essence Secret Realm. Description: discovered by a martial saint during the revival of spiritual energy inside. The concentration of martial essence is 720 times greater than the outside world. It is open for cultivation only to warriors above Martial King rank. From June to August, the realm is unstable and temporarily closed. Entry requirement: 30,000 battle merits for 1 month. Martial essence concentration 720 times higher than the outside world. Xin Yuan-che tapped the table thoughtfully. To be honest, he was tempted to enter. Yet, 30,000 battle merits per month was a bit of a challenge. Although capturing 3 martial sovereigns from the Sacred Beast sect yielded considerable battle merits, he still needed to upgrade many things, so his merits might not suffice. Moreover, it was only the end of August. The secret realm would not open until around September. So fragrant. A youthful voice rang out. Is Grandma Chun making something delicious? Another voice chimed in. Xin Yuan-che put down his phone and looked up. 2 children, a boy and a girl, were bounding into the hall. The little girl sniffed the air, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the kitchen. Seeing his sister's expression, the boy beside her looked somewhat disdainful. Glutton. Xin Yuan-che brought out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen. Brother, are you the new chef in our family? The little girl asked curiously as she sat on a stool. No. Xin Yuan-che shook his head. He scooped some noodles into a bowl and placed it before her, casually scanning her information with his probing eye. Name: Shengwan Miao Miao. Vitality: 45,100. Quasi-martial artist. Breathing technique: none. Martial skill: none. Assessment: seems to be a little foodie. Brother, may I have some meat? Shengwan Miao Miao pointed at the meat in the bowl. Xin Yuan-che picked up a few pieces of meat and placed them into a bowl. This meat is from a 2nd-tier ferocious beast. Although it contains a certain amount of vital energy and blood, it is not excessive, so children can eat it without any issues. Shengwan Miao Miao slurped her noodles with a face full of satisfaction. It's truly delicious. Noodles really are the most delectable thing. By the way, my name is Shengwan Miao Miao. Brother, what is your name? Ia Mix Xuan Yuanke. Are you the boyfriend of Sister Yinran? I've heard Sister Yinran talk about you. Shengwan Miao Miao blinked as she appraised Xin Yuan-che. Xin Yuan-che patted Shengwan Miao Miao's head. Yes, I am Sister Yinran's boyfriend. Glutton. Brother Xin Yuan, Che, he must be hungry, which is why he cooked noodles. Now that you've eaten his noodles, what will he eat? The boy beside him defended Xianyuan Che. No, that's not true. Look how much brother cooked. He certainly can't finish it all. I only ate a little. Shenghua Miao Miao was visibly indignant. Xianyuan Che glanced at the boy's information. Information. Name, Shenghua Ming. Vital energy, 103,200. First-tier martial artist. Breathing technique, none. Martial skill, none. Description. Seems to also be a glutton, but with a thinner skin. Seeing Shenghua Ming's description, Xianyuan Che also scooped a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of him. Want to try some? Shenghua Ming stared at the bowl in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and shook his head stubbornly. No, brother, you should keep it for yourself. What a pity, this is my first time cooking, and I wanted to find a few people to help me taste it. Xianyuan Che shook his head and sighed, preparing to take the bowl back. Upon hearing this, Shenghua Ming quickly held the bowl. Wait. I think I can shoulder this great responsibility. Mom and teachers said that helping others is what good children do. Xianyuan Che chuckled softly and handed over the chopsticks. Brother is also a glutton. While eating the noodles before her, Shenghua Miao Miao did not forget to tease Shenghua Ming. Shenghua Ming, flustered, hurriedly defended himself. I'm not a glutton. I'm helping brother to taste. Shenghua Miao Miao made a grimace. You're definitely a glutton. Mom told me that when you were little, you needed a nurse from both sides, but I was full after just one side. You're greedier than me. Cough. Xianyuan Che, who was eating noodles, coughed a few times upon hearing this. Stop arguing. Actually, I'm the real glutton here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made so many noodles. He quickly smoothed things over. If the two of them continued to bicker, it could lead to big trouble. The two little ones finally ate their noodles quietly. After slurping down 2 bowls, Xianyuan Che felt satisfied. Perhaps due to the special nature of the Honglian secret realm. The meat from the ferocious beast there was much tastier than those on Blue Star. No wonder these two little ones loved eating it so much. He went into the kitchen and pan-fried some more meat, placing it before the two little ones. Brother has finished eating and will go out for a while. You two continue eating. The two little ones nodded. Okay, goodbye, brother. Just as Xianyuan Che stepped out of the door, the system suddenly popped up. Ding. Detected that the host has opened the UNG box. Task rewards are conflicting. Task has been altered. Task content. Upon enrollment at Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy. Enter the school gates with your left foot first. Task reward. System assists the host in unlocking the UNG box. Modifying task reward. Ding. Modification successful. Task reward has been transformed. Task reward. 1 random aura. The task had actually changed. Staring at the task information, Xianyuan Che was momentarily stunned. To be honest, if not for the system's reminder, he would have completely forgotten about this task. He currently possessed 2 auras. One was the freeloader aura, which when worn increased charm. The other, more important, was the arrogance aura, which restored 5% of his status every second. The former was of little use, the latter was quite different. It had helped him through many crises. For example, during the fight with Long and the other two just now, it was the terrifying recovery speed of the arrogance aura that allowed his martial energy to flow endlessly. I recall the arrogance aura can be upgraded. Xianyuan Che opened the description of the arrogance aura. Arrogance aura, when worn, restores 5% of status per second, including but not limited to injuries, stamina. Upgrade condition, devour 2 auras. Xianyuan Che's eyes lit up. Now that he had the freeloader aura, if he added another aura, he could upgrade it. Not bad. Xianyuan Che was very pleased with this reward. The better the recovery effect of the arrogance aura, the stronger he became. Such a conceptual level recovery ability meant that every 1% improvement brought him measurable benefits. Closing the panel, Xianyuan Che took out his phone and called the recycling company to have them come to the Shangwan residence to collect items. Somewhere in the capital city. Interrogation room. Richuan Gangban and 2 others were placed in a separate room for questioning. Murongzun and several martial lords sat opposite Richuan Gangban. He looked at Richuan Gangban and began to question. Tell me, when did your Sakura country begin to ally with the ferocious beasts? During the spiritual energy resurgence. About 70 years ago, Richuan Gangban did not conceal anything and confessed everything in detail. He knew that even if he did not speak, Murongzun and the others would find out. Some possessed the soul-searching secret technique, so hiding it was pointless. Better to confess directly. Have Sakura country and the ferocious beasts made any recent moves? Murongzun continued questioning as usual. Yes. Upon hearing Richuan Gangban's admission, the expressions of the martial lords present instantly turned serious. Speak quickly. Shangwan Feng could hardly contain himself. Richuan Gangban leaned back in the interrogation chair and slowly said, "Half a month ago, our Sakura country prepared to ally with the other 4 countries to launch a joint attack on Huaxia within a month. We have already sent people to those 4 countries for negotiations." What? The martial lords present were so shocked that they stood up, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Huaxia's situation was already extremely difficult. If Sakura country allied with the other 4 countries and the ferocious beasts to attack together, wouldn't that mean the nation's destruction? Don't be hasty, I haven't finished asking yet. Murongzun raised his hand, signaling them to stay calm. Because Richuan Gangban had only said that they had sent people to negotiate, whether the talks would succeed was uncertain. Murongzun continued questioning Richuan Gangban. "Do you know the results of the negotiations?" Richuan Gangban shook his head. "I'm not sure. I was not sent to negotiate. I was only ordered to come with the Shi brothers, Shi Shui and Shi Long, to hunt down Xianyuan Che." Murongzun did not pursue further and stood up, leading his men away. "Send someone to perform soul searching. We'll question the other 2. The group arrived at another interrogation room. This room held Shi Shui. Murongzun took the lead in questioning. "Why did you come to the eastern part of Huaxia with Richuan Gangban and the others this time?" "To search for our sect's 3 golden protectors, Tian Hai, Tian Tao, and Shi Kwa, as well as 13 martial emperors." Like Richuan Gangban, Shi Shui chose not to conceal anything. "What is their mission?" Murongzun inquired further. Shi Shui replied, "Tian Hai and Shi Kwa led 10 martial emperors to assist Tian Tao and 3 other martial emperors in besieging and killing Xianyuan Che. Is one martial emperor worth you going to such great lengths?" This time, the question came from Shangwan Feng. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. To ambush a single martial emperor, they actually deployed 4 martial venerables and 13 martial emperors. Such a formation, if said to be targeting him, would be entirely believable. Shi Shui continued, "Originally, we intended to send 3 martial kings to surround and slay Xianyuan Che. But we learned from within your ranks that Xianyuan Che had obtained the martial emperor fruit. To be safe, we dispatched 1 martial venerable and 3 martial emperors to ambush him. You actually knew Xianyuan Che possessed the martial emperor fruit." Murongzun and several other martial venerables suddenly rose to their feet. Only a select few and martial venerables were privy to such information. How had the holy bee sect learned of it? Only Shangwan Feng remained relatively composed, for he had already heard this from Xianyuan Che himself. Initially, he had planned to speak privately with Murongzun to avoid alerting the enemy, but now it seemed unnecessary. Shi Shui shrugged, "I don't know about that. Anyway, my elder brother told me." Murongzun steadied his emotions, preparing to continue questioning. "Since at first you only dispatched 1 martial venerable and 3 martial emperors to ambush Xianyuan Che, what about the additional 3 martial venerables and 10 martial emperors?" Shi Shui answered. "Tian Tao and the others saw Xianyuan Che slay a 6th rank mid-level Scarlet Flame Silver Tiger at the 9th rank of martial ancestor. To be safe, they sent word back to headquarters, which dispatched 2 more martial venerables and 10 martial emperors to assist. To slay a 6th rank mid-level fierce beast at the 9th rank of martial ancestor." Everyone present was stunned upon hearing Shi Shui's account. A 6th rank fierce beast roughly corresponds to a martial emperor of the 4th to 6th rank. The gap in strength between a martial ancestor and a martial king is already over 100-fold, not to mention between a martial ancestor and a martial emperor. To slay such a beast at that cultivation level, this terror is akin to a newborn infant killing an adult. Such power defies mere description. It is nothing short of monstrous. It took several minutes before everyone could suppress their shock, for the news was truly terrifying. What happened afterward? How did things proceed? Murongzun pressed on. Shi Shui shook his head. "I don't know about the aftermath. The sect leader saw that Tian Tao and the others hadn't returned after more than 20 days. So he sent me, Shi Long, and Richuan Gangban to search for their whereabouts. When we arrived, we found 2 martial emperors guarding a secret realm entrance. About to enter, my second brother was then thrown out by Xianyuan Che. The 3 of us attacked him together, but as you saw, we were defeated by that kid. Do you know who the traitor is?" This time Sima Long asked. Shi Shui shook his head again. "I don't know. I only know it's a martial venerable. But who exactly? That's known only to the sect leader." Murongzun nodded. "Very well. I have one more question for you." "Ask away," Shi Shui replied calmly. For him, there was no need to conceal anything. Just now, from Richuan Gangban's mouth, we learned that your Sakura nation plans to ally with 4 other nations to attack our Huaxia. Is this true? Shi Shui nodded. "It is true. This strategy was proposed by Handi Churo. Then Shui proceeded to relay Honda Ichiro's entire plan in detail, including the plan to have fierce beasts launch multi-pronged attacks on Huaxia. Why choose to attack Huaxia? Is it because our nations are geographically close? Shui shook his head. I don't know. This is the Holy Beast Lord's directive. He said the other nations could be disregarded, but Huaxia must be annihilated. The people present exchanged glances. None could fathom the reason behind this. Who is this Holy Beast Lord you speak of? I don't know. Only an 8th rank fierce beast, the president of Sakura Nation, and the sect leader have contact with the Holy Beast Lord. I am merely a minor Golden Dharma protector. I never expected you to dispatch 4 martial venerables and more than a dozen martial emperors just to pursue one Xinyuan Che. An elderly conservative man's expression darkened. He had always advocated for recuperation and restoration of strength, having calculated that the Holy Beast sect would not launch an unprovoked attack. He had not anticipated being so gravely mistaken. Upon hearing this, Shui scoffed. What is there to hesitate over? The saying a lion uses all its strength to catch a hare is something you Huaxia people have always believed in. Besides, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, we have relied on fierce beasts to explore Blue Star and have acquired abundant resources. With a continuous supply of resources, technology, and martial arts can develop rapidly. Sakura Nation's strength has long surpassed your 5 nations. Take satellites, for example. Due to fierce beast attacks, Huaxia probably has fewer than 20 left in orbit, while Sakura Nation has launched tens of thousands. Over 6,000 of these satellites monitor Huaxia alone, keeping a close watch on your capital and countless other cities. I suppose you are now considering how to relocate Huaxia's population into secret realms to preserve the flame of civilization? Murong Zun and the others betrayed no change in expression, but in their hearts, they indeed harbored such thoughts. Moreover, this plan had been set in motion several years ago, though many aspects remained incomplete. Seeing their denial, Shui paid no mind. Denial is irrelevant. I can tell you this method is useless. We have 3 8th rank peak devouring space worms. Though these fierce beasts lack combat prowess, they are masters of spatial power. Even at the 1st rank, they can gnaw through space and create spatial rifts. Once satellites detect over 10,000 Huaxia people entering a secret realm, they will use spatial power to seal off the realm. The spatial blockade cast by a single 8th rank peak devouring space worm cannot be torn apart even by a 9th rank martial saint, let alone 3 of them. At last, Murong Zun's expression shifted. He had not expected the fierce beast to have considered things so thoroughly. If this were true, then once war broke out, few civilians would survive the aftermath. With heavy hearts, they left the interrogation room and proceeded to the chamber where Long was detained. His answers were nearly identical to Shui's. Send someone to probe his soul, Murong Zun said, leaving the words behind as he departed with Shangguan Feng and Sima Long. Old Feng, is Xinyuan Che at your residence? Murong Zun asked. Shangguan Feng nodded. He arrived at my home just this noon. Go see him then, and find out what reward he desires. At the Shangguan residence, 2 collectors from the reclamation company had arrived and were appraising the items Xinyuan Che had reclaimed. As Murong Zun and the others appeared in the hall through spatial distortion, the 2 collectors were startled. Mr. Murong, Elder Feng, Elder Long, the collectors greeted them. Murong Zun nodded. Carry on with your work. Xinyuan Che and the 2 collectors silently made their way to Shangguan Feng's study. Murong Zun sat on the sofa, gazing at Xinyuan Che opposite him. We just interrogated Long and the others. From their mouths, we learned you killed 13 martial emperors. Xuanyuan Ke no did, yes, in a certain secret realm. In that case, your contributions can no longer be measured by battle merits. Tell me, what reward do you desire? Murong Zun refrained from granting battle merits outright. It was only with Xinyuan Che's assistance this time that they managed to capture the trio of Shui and obtain a wealth of crucial intelligence. Information that no amount of battle merits could ever procure. I desire a blade, at least of S-grade caliber, along with secret technique stones. Begin by providing me 5 of those. If possible, when the Yuan secret realm opens next month, I wish to enter and cultivate within it. Should there be any remaining resources, convert them into battle merits for me. Xinyuan Che articulated his requests in one breath. Without hesitation, Murong Zun consented immediately. Very well. The blade and secret technique stones shall be yours forthwith. As for the Yuan secret realm, it generally stabilizes by the end of September. When it opens, an announcement will be made in the Battle Merits Hall. Simply come find me then. Given the utmost importance of the intelligence provided by Shui and his companions, you may remain in the Yuan secret realm as long as you wish. With that, Murong Zun's spatial ring shimmered, and a silver-white blade materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this blade, Shangwan Feng and Sima Long were both taken aback. They were intimately familiar with this weapon. It was one of only 4 ultra-S-grade weapons in Huaxia. It had been left behind by a fallen martial saint half a century ago. Murong Zun extended the blade toward Xian Yuanche using Weiyuan energy. This blade was left by my ancestor, Murong Xian, a Huaxia martial saint from 50 years past. It is one of the 4 ultra-S alloy weapons in all of Huaxia. I entrust it to you now. Xian Yuanche took the blade, running his hand along its edge before tapping it with Weiyuan energy. From the tactile sensation alone, he could discern that this blade surpassed ordinary A-grade alloy blades by several tiers. Murong Xian Yuanche's curiosity was piqued as he glanced toward Murong Zun. Murong Zun smiled gently. That was my father. 50 years ago, 3 8-tier fierce beasts invaded Huaxia. He fought them alone and perished. His body was devoured by the beasts. Later, I could only recover this blade. Unfortunately, I studied spear techniques under my master and have no use for this blade, so I'm giving it to you. This blade is one of the rare weapons in Huaxia capable of breaching the defenses of 8-tier fierce beasts. I hope you'll make good use of it. Thank you, Senior, for this precious gift. Xian Yuanche fondly caressed the blade, his heart swelling with admiration. Possessing this blade, once he ascended to martial sovereign, he would dare to confront even 8-tier fierce beasts boldly. A scan with his probing eye revealed the blade's information. Name, Beast Cleaver. Rank S. Description, crafted by a martial saint of Huaxia using 8-tier ore and parts from 8-tier fierce beasts. Capable of effortlessly penetrating the defenses of 8-tier fierce beasts. The interface closed. Murong Zun then placed 5 secret technique stones before Xian Yuanche. These are secret technique stones. Shortly, 150,000 battle merits will be credited to your account. I've already unlocked the exchange permissions for you, so you may redeem whatever you wish henceforth. Thank you, Senior. Xian Yuanche smiled, tucking the stones into his spatial ring. With these secret technique stones, his frenzy state could advance once more. Murong Zun rose and patted Xian Yuanche's shoulder. We shall be going now. Today's intelligence is too vital. I expect there will be much to attend to. All right, Senior, take care. Xian Yuanche bid farewell as the 3 departed the study. The recovery personnel had finished their tally, but had refrained from disturbing Xian Yuanche due to his discussion with Murong Zun. Approaching the 2, Xian Yuanche inquired, "How much can be recovered?" Mr. Xian Yuan, according to our calculations, the items you possess, including the spatial ring, can be recovered for a total of 647,650,000 yuan. Deposited into my card. Xian Yuanche produced his bank card and handed it over. The recovery personnel took the card and inserted it into the device, entering the amount. A chime sounded on Xian Yuanche's phone. Over 600 million yuan have been credited. All done. The funds have arrived. Xian Yuanche pocketed his phone. The recovery personnel nodded respectfully. The transaction is complete. We shall not trouble you further. Farewell. After they left, Xian Yuanche opened the Battle Merits Hall, intending to purchase a martial technique. He now possessed over 130,000 battle merits and could acquire whatever he desired. Name, Hurricane Blade Technique. Description, the ultimate version of the Gale Blade Technique, created by Huaxia Martial Saint Murong Xian. Effect 1. Upon initiation, blade swings reach 40 strokes per second. Upon perfection, 50 strokes per second. Prolonged swinging gradually forms a hurricane magnetic field, increasing the user's speed by 300% while reducing the enemy's speed by 100%. Effect 2. Infusing Weiyuan energy into the blade releases a hurricane imbued with abundant blade energy, continuously damaging enemies. The more Weiyuan infused, the greater the hurricane's power. Exchange cost, 30,000 battle merits. That's the one. Xian Yuanche clicked to purchase it immediately. Remaining battle merits, 138,000. Item, S-grade alloy blade. Description, forged from 6th-tier yuan crystal or 7th-tier super metal ore and parts of 7th-tier fierce beasts. Capable of easily breaching the defenses of 7th-tier fierce beasts. Exchange cost, 70,000 battle merits. He skipped this option outright, already possessing an Ultra S alloy blade and having no immediate need for an S-grade one. Sliding the screen, the Secret Technique Stone's exchange page appeared. Item, Secret Technique Stone. Exchange cost, 2,000 battle merits. Stock, 173. Previously, the interface had displayed a purchase limit of 1 per person, but now it showed stock availability. Advanced permissions indeed made a difference. He wondered how many tiers Frenzy could ascend to. Currently, at 2nd tier Frenzy, he was uncertain of the maximum level. After some thought, he redeemed 10 stones, which combined with the 5 given by Murong Zun, totaled exactly 15. Remaining battle merits, 118,000. Name, Weewin Potion, S-Grade Vitality Potion. Effect, increases Weewin energy by 5,070 points upon consumption. Suitable for warriors newly ascended to Martial King to stabilize their realm. Note, generally only 3 doses can be consumed, the more taken. The greater the resistance and the weaker the effect. Exchange cost, 10,000 battle merits. Stock, 83. Seeing the Wu Yuan potion, Xianyuan Che pondered briefly and redeemed 5. Although the description stated only 3 doses could be taken, he had always found he could consume a few more than others with vitality potions. Perhaps this Wu Yuan potion would be the same. Remaining battle merits, 68,000. Closing his phone, he leaned back on the sofa with eyes closed, awaiting the arrival of his deliveries and mentally planning his schedule for the coming days. On September 1st, Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy would commence its term. He had to make a trip for the system task awaited, and he could not forego the freely granted random aura. More importantly, he was to represent Jiangnan Martial Arts First Academy in competition, striving for first place to upgrade his system. The Weiyuan Secret Realm would not open until mid to late September, so he must find something to occupy himself during the idle 10 or so days. Xianyuan Che murmured softly to himself. Originally, he had intended to spend the dozen or so idle days venturing deep into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Yet, recalling the ordeal from over half a month ago, he decided against it. Back when he was a martial venerable, the Sacred Beast sect dared to dispatch a martial venerable to ambush him. Now, if he were to leave Huaxia, he would likely face several 8th-rank ferocious beasts accompanied by martial saint-level adversaries. At present, he was far from arrogant enough to disregard the martial saints. Xianyuan Che silently resolved that unless some major incident occurred, he would not leave Huaxia until he reached the martial saint realm, not even if his corporeal body attained martial saint status. "Hello, your delivery has arrived." A crisp female voice rang out. Xianyuan Che opened his eyes and glanced toward the doorway, where a female courier stood waiting. Rising, he walked to the door to inspect the delivery. Half a minute later, having verified the package, he found everything in order. "All right, have a pleasant day." The courier offered a blessing before turning to leave. Xianyuan Che stored the items within his system's spatial pocket and ascended the stairs back to his room. The young fire phoenix still lay upon its mat. He cast his probing eye over it once more, and upon detecting no significant issues, he ceased his attention. With all the materials at hand, it was time for advancement. First, he retrieved 5 secret technique stones to enhance his frenzy skill. Frenzy Stage 2, upgradable. Description: upon use, all attributes increase by 75%, including but not limited to martial energy, speed, strength for 15 minutes. After effect: causes weakness for half an hour, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Cooldown 1 day. Note: thanks to system enhancement, prematurely ending frenzy during its duration will fully refund the cooldown. Upgrade method: use another 5 secret technique stones. He affixed the stones one by one to his forehead. After 30 seconds, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for absorbing 5 secret technique stones. Frenzy meets upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade Frenzy to Stage 3? Yes, Xianyuan Che thought. Ding! Frenzy is upgrading. Half a minute later, the system announced again. Ding! Congratulations, host, Frenzy has been upgraded to Stage 3. Frenzy Stage 3, upgradable. Description: upon use, all attributes increase by 100%, including but not limited to martial energy, speed, strength for 30 minutes. Side effect: causes weakness for half an hour, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Cooldown 1 day. Note: thanks to system enhancement, prematurely ending frenzy during its duration will fully refund the cooldown. Upgrade method: use 10 more secret technique stones. Exactly 10 stones were required. Seeing the materials needed for the next upgrade, Xianyuan Che retrieved all 10 newly arrived secret technique stones. 1 minute later, ding! Detected host absorbing 10 secret technique stones. Frenzy meets upgrade conditions. Upgrade to Stage 4? Yes. Ding! Frenzy is upgrading. Ding! Congratulations, host. Frenzy has been upgraded to Stage 4. Frenzy Stage 4 upgradable. Description: upon use, all attributes increase by 125%, including but not limited to martial energy, speed, strength for 1 hour. Side effect: causes weakness for half an hour, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Cooldown 1 day. Note: thanks to system enhancement, prematurely ending frenzy during its duration will fully refund the cooldown. Upgrade method: use 1 realm technique stone. Compared to Stage 3, the attribute boost rose by an additional 25%. and the duration doubled from half an hour to a full hour. Quite impressive. Gazing upon the stage 4 frenzy attributes, Xin Yuanche was thoroughly satisfied. He was currently a 4th rank martial emperor. Activating frenzy would elevate him to a 9th rank martial emperor. After consuming a martial energy elixir, a critical hit might even propel him to 5th or 6th rank martial emperor. At that point, with frenzy active, he would become a martial venerable. And with the amplification from the flame demon body refining technique, his physical body would rival that of an 8th rank ferocious beast. What on earth is this realm technique stone? Xin Yuanche stared blankly at the required material for the next frenzy upgrade. Good news, frenzy could still be upgraded. Bad news, he had no idea what a realm technique stone was. Oh well, he'd ask Senior Flame Demon another day. He abandoned the thought for now. As long as frenzy could be upgraded, the materials were inconsequential. Sooner or later, he would encounter a realm technique stone as he continued to grow. Having completed the secret technique enhancement, he moved on to his own realm cultivation. Xin Yuanche produced 5 bottles of martial energy elixirs. He opened the first and drank it down immediately. No critical hit, but his martial energy rose by 53 points. Martial energy, 42,635,000, 4th rank martial emperor. Next was the second bottle. Again, no critical hit, with another 53-point increase. Martial energy, 43,165,000, 4th rank martial emperor. Xin Yuanche did not lose heart. After all, critical hits were a matter of chance, and he did not demand them every time. The third bottle, ding, detected host consuming 1 martial energy elixir, gaining 53 martial energy points. Triggered 70-fold critical hit. 53 points increased to 3,710 points. Martial energy, 80,269,000, 8th rank martial emperor. A triple rank leap. Tongzi, you're impressive. Xin Yuanche gave the system a thumbs up. The 4th bottle brought him exceptional luck once more. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected host consuming 1 martial energy elixir, gaining 53 martial energy points. Triggered 227-fold critical hit. 53 points increased to 12,031 points. A tremendous surge of martial energy poured into Xin Yuanche's body, absorbed and assimilated with ease. Fortunately, his physique had been strengthened by the flame demon body refining technique, allowing him to digest such an immense influx without bursting. Martial energy, 2,005,730,000, 2nd rank martial venerable. 227 times. Seeing this multiplier, Xin Yuanche was utterly astonished. This is ridiculously generous. But he soon understood the reason. The enormous multiplier was not solely the system's doing, but partly credited to the flame demon body refining technique. Had he not trained in this technique and elevated his physical body to such a high level, the martial energy elixir S multiplier could never have reached this magnitude. He quickly took out the 5th and final bottle, drinking it down. No critical hit triggered, and no martial energy was gained. Apparently, he had reached the limit. Xin Yuanche sighed and stored the empty bottle in his spatial ring. Nonetheless, he was quite content. Advancing from 4th rank martial emperor to 2nd rank martial venerable with just 4 martial energy elixirs was a remarkable achievement. Xin Yuanche unleashed frenzy once again, boosting all attributes by 125%. Unim, Xuanyuanke, Arrogantaura. Martial energy, 4,512,850,000, 4th rank martial venerable. Corporeal realm, 4th rank martial saint, ferocious beast. Breathing technique, Qinquan breathing method, grade B. Body refining technique, flame demon body refining technique, 1st layer. Secret technique, frenzy, stage 4. Martial arts, grade A. Gale blade technique, perfected. Gale 100 strikes fist, perfected. Grade B. Divine step, perfected. System space, martial arts USB drive. Wind and thunder fist technique, hurricane blade technique, flame demon prison suppression fist. Ultra S alloy blade. Evaluation. Practicing the flame demon body tempering technique combined with berserk transformation, his physical body alone is sufficient to challenge mid-level 8th rank ferocious beasts. The drawback lies in somewhat rudimentary martial arts skills. Gazing at his status panel, Xin Yuanche was immensely satisfied. With the berserk transformation enhancing his physique, he had already attained the 4th level martial saint. He could rightfully claim to be among the pinnacle beings of Blue Star. It was said that once a being's strength reached the zenith of this world, they gained the qualification to commune with the forces of heaven and earth. For instance, on Blue Star, the highest realms for beings are Martial Saint and 8th rank. Therefore, upon reaching Martial Saint or 8th rank, a being could, during combat, channel the forces of heaven and earth within Blue Star, greatly amplifying their own power. This was the fundamental difference between a martial saint and a martial sovereign. Although my realm has not yet reached martial saint, my physical body has, so logically, I should be considered one of the supreme beings of this world and ought to be able to commune with the forces of heaven and earth, right? Xianyuan Che murmured to himself, activating the flame demon body tempering technique. He extended his hand and, focusing his will, attempted to connect with the forces of heaven and earth. At the very instant the intention to commune arose, a profound and mysterious golden energy manifested under his control. Observing the golden energy swirling incessantly around him, Xianyuan Che was elated. Indeed, communion was possible. Being able to commune with the forces of heaven and earth signified that when facing martial saints, he could likewise channel these forces to counterbalance them. This meant that when confronting martial saints or 8th rank ferocious beasts, he would never be placed at a disadvantage. I forgot to purchase new breathing techniques and speed-type martial arts. Xianyuan Che slapped his forehead, recalling that he had yet to update his breathing method and body movement style. Opening the Martial Achievement Hall, he acquired an S-grade breathing technique, the Celestial Cycle Profound Steel Method. He also bought an S-grade body technique, Thunderclap Flash. Remaining martial achievements, 8,000 points. Within less than half an hour, over 100,000 martial achievement points were spent without hesitation. However, Xianyuan Che was not overly concerned. There was nothing left in the Martial Achievement Hall worthy of exchange. Even the Muron Lord of the Martial Origin Secret Realm next month had promised him free entry. Martial achievements no longer mattered. Taking out the USB drive for the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, he inserted it into his learning helmet and began studying. Entering the learning space, a nearly 6'2", robust, middle-aged man appeared before him. Xianyuan Che recognized him as Wang Dingtian, the only remaining martial saint of Huaxia, albeit in his youth. To master the Wind and Thunder Fist technique, one must comprehend Wang Dingtian, who stood with arms crossed and began slowly explaining. Beautiful country. In front of the presidential building, Honda Ichiro paced around the gates. He had been in beautiful country for over 10 days, but had yet to meet the two incumbent presidents. The door opened, and a blond, blue-eyed middle-aged man called out to Honda Ichiro. Mr. Honda, the two presidents are now available. Please come inside. Finally, there was a chance. Honda Ichiro breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed the man into the building. He had been in beautiful country for over 10 days, and Harry was finally willing to meet him. Honda Ichiro was led to the presidential office. Two white middle-aged men sat on either side. They were the two presidents of beautiful country, who also held the rank of martial saints. The reason for this arrangement was that before the resurgence of spiritual energy, beautiful country had been divided into the red and blue factions, each governing half of the territory. This situation persisted after the resurgence, with each faction selecting a representative president to jointly govern beautiful country. The man seated on the left was broad-shouldered, standing nearly 7 feet 7 inches tall, with long blonde hair. His name was Bob Collins, president of the red faction. The man on the right was 6 feet tall, with short blonde hair. His name was Luca Harry, president of the blue faction. Upon seeing them, Honda Ichiro bowed deeply and said, "Greetings, President Bob Collins, President Luca Harry." Long-haired Collins set down his book and looked up at Honda Ichiro. "Mr. Honda, why have you come to beautiful country instead of staying in Sakura country?" Honda Ichiro smiled professionally and replied, "Our president, Kinban Hikawa, sent me to discuss cooperation with your two presidents." Hearing this, short-haired Harry crossed his legs and raised his brow. Cooperation? Then how do you explain the two 8th-rank ferocious beasts suddenly appearing outside beautiful country? When Honda Ichiro arrived in beautiful country over 10 days ago, they immediately noticed that two 8th-rank ferocious beasts, which should have been lurking in the ocean's depths, had unexpectedly appeared just outside the country. They would never believe it had nothing to do with Honda Ichiro. Chapter 97. The Embarrassed Honda Ichiro. Honda Ichiro gave an awkward smile, but quickly regained composure. "Since that is the case, I won't hide any longer. Sakura country reached an agreement with the ferocious beasts 70 years ago. Our arrival in beautiful country aims to facilitate cooperation between you two and the beasts." "Humph." Short-haired Harry snorted disdainfully. "Cooperation? In other words, you want to be the beast dogs? Didn't T Sakura country serve as our dogs for decades before the resurgence of spiritual energy?" Honda Ichiro's smile faltered, and anger flickered within. He had even brought two 8th-rank ferocious beasts as his vanguard. Yet the presidents of beautiful country showed no respect. However, he refrained from losing his temper, partly for the sake of cooperation, partly because he was only a high-level martial sovereign, whereas these two were martial saints. Provoking them could mean death many times over. If the beasts want to cooperate with us, then tell me how exactly this cooperation would work. The long-haired Collins suddenly interjected. There, hope. Seeing Collins speak, Honda Ichiro's heart brightened. Sakura Country intends to unite all 8th-rank ferocious beasts on Blue Star and plans to launch an attack on Huaxia early next month. Our cooperation request is for you two to lead other martial artists of Beautiful Country to join the assault on Huaxia. Once Huaxia is conquered, Beautiful Country will remain intact and gain the freedom to explore and harvest resources elsewhere on Blue Star. The beast will never invade your Beautiful Country again. Collins and Harry exchanged glances, both visibly shocked. They had not expected the beast to be so resolute as to decide on an attack against Huaxia next month. After half a minute, they regained composure. Harry looked back at Honda Ichiro. We need to discuss this matter. Collins nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a grave matter requiring deliberation. Honda Ichiro's heart swelled with hope. No outright rejection meant there was a chance. Very well. I await your response. Knowing Beautiful Country's system required joint presidential decisions on major issues, Honda Ichiro added. I must also mention that the Great Sakura Empire has sent not only me, but others to seek cooperation with Mao Xiong, Asen, and the European Union. Moreover, the beasts have said that if you do not cooperate, after dealing with Huaxia, are you threatening us? Before Honda Ichiro could finish, Harry interrupted. Harry's eyes narrowed. A flicker of anger rising within, and an oppressive aura instantly enveloped Honda Ichiro. Bang! Ichiro Honda instantly dropped to his knees, utterly immobilized. Despite holding the esteemed rank of a 9th-level martial lord, in the presence of a martial saint, he was but an insignificant ant. I'm not threatening you. It's a suggestion, a suggestion. Ichiro Honda was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly, his palms and back slick with sweat. If it weren't for the president's explicit command to convey this message, he wouldn't have uttered such words even at the cost of his life. Collins resumed, flipping through the book beside him. Mr. Honda, if you have come to discuss cooperation, there might still be room for dialogue. But if you intend to threaten us, then please take your leave. Ichiro Honda hurriedly shook his head. No threat. No threat. It's cooperation. Cooperation. Our Sakura Nation and the ferocious beasts earnestly wish to collaborate with you both. Whether cooperation or threat, this is my turf. Start by shining my shoes. Harry's temper was far less forgiving than Collins's. He flung a cloth directly in front of Ichiro Honda. He intended to humiliate this insolent man who had no sense of his place. Staring at the white cloth before him, Ichiro Honda looked up at Harry in disbelief. After all, he was a formidable 9th-level martial lord, a top-tier existence just below a martial saint. And yet, he was being ordered to polish shoes? Will you do it or not? Harry's oppressive aura intensified as he threatened. Yes, I will. Ichiro Honda nodded hastily. Chapter 98, Toying with Ichiro Honda. Seeing Ichiro Honda's compliance, Harry withdrew his oppressive aura. Feeling the pressure lift, Ichiro Honda breathed a sigh of relief and immediately picked up the cloth to clean Harry's leather shoes meticulously. And his too. Harry pointed toward Collins, who was still engrossed in the book. I will. I'll do it right now. Ichiro nodded vigorously and hurried over to polish Collins's shoes. Several minutes later, Collins's shoes gleamed with a polished shine. Collins glanced at them and nodded in satisfaction. Since it's cooperation, Mr. Honda, you may go rest for now. We will reconvene once our discussions conclude. Ichiro Honda harbored no resentment whatsoever and rose promptly, responding, Very well. I will await your decision. Harry exchanged a glance with the secretary at the door, who immediately understood. The secretary approached Ichiro Honda and spoke respectfully. Mr. Honda, please follow me. Ichiro Honda followed the secretary out of the meeting room, his heart swelling with frustration. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had never endured such humiliation. Does he really think it's still 70 years ago? Once we settle matters with Huaxia, the next target will be your Beautiful Country. Ichiro Honda thought bitterly. In his eyes, the Beautiful Country was merely cannon fodder deployed to impede Wang Dingtian's advance against Huaxia. Upon entering the elevator, Ichiro Honda eyed the white cloth in his hand, about to discard it, but noticed a dirty patch on his own shoes. Adhering to a principle of not wasting, he promptly crouched down and polished both shoes until they shone brilliantly. Collins put away his book and looked at Harry. What do you think? Harry picked up a pack of cigarettes, drew one out, and placed it between his lips. With a thought, the cigarette ignited spontaneously. A plume of dense smoke drifted from Harry's mouth. I think as you think. Collins inhaled his cigarette and lit one for himself as well. Slowly, he began. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. When a rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Once Huaxia is dealt with, we might be next. Having risen to the presidential seat in such turbulent times, Collins was certainly not fooled by Ichiro Honda's smooth words. Harry chuckled softly and flicked the ash from his cigarette. I thought that after more than 70 years, the knowledge we gained in Huaxia would have long been returned to our mentors. Collins scoffed. You may have forgotten, but I never could. When we studied in Huaxia, among our dorm mates, only Wang Dingtian could rival me academically. He gestured with his pinky finger disdainfully. You were still at this level back then. Harry sneered stubbornly. I was just going easy on you all to spare your fragile egos. You're right, Collins conceded without argument. Humph. Believe it or not. Harry paid it no mind and continued smoking. Few were aware that Harry and Collins, the presidents of the beautiful country, had been deeply fascinated by Huaxia's history. More than 70 years ago, they had studied there, coincidentally sharing the same major and dormitory as Wang Dingtian. They had just graduated and returned home a month before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Collins sighed. I wonder how my son is doing. I heard he was gravely injured in the Great War 30 years ago. I don't know how much longer he can hold on. The son Collins referred to was none other than Wang Dingtian, the name he had learned while studying in Huaxia. Hearing Collins mention Wang Dingtian, Harry also sighed. More than 30 years have passed. He probably 1T survived this year. The poison of the venomous king spider is not easily cured. 30 years ago, when numerous ferocious beasts invaded Huaxia, both he and Collins had intended to assist. Unfortunately, the beasts anticipated this and stationed 4 8th-level ferocious beasts to guard the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the beautiful country, effectively keeping them in check. Thus, they never made it. Collins lit another cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, and stared at the ceiling. Do you think the other 3 nations will agree to Sakura Nation as cooperation? Harry shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. They are not fools. Then reject Honda. Tell him to go back the way he came, Collins continued. Harry lit another cigarette, his mind racing as an idea surfaced. Cooperating with the ferocious beasts is out of the question, but we might still benefit. Sakura Nation has allied with the beasts for years. They must have considerable resources. We could try to bluff them. If we can snag some resources, great. If not, no harm done. Then let us proceed, as you suggest. Collins had no objection to Harry's proposal. Harry's grades might have been mediocre, but his mind was far sharper than Collins's. More than an hour later, Harry and Collins summoned Ichiro Honda once again. How did your discussions go? Ichiro Honda cut straight to the point upon meeting them. The two exchanged a glance. Collins spoke first. We have discussed. Cooperation is off the table. Upon hearing Collins's refusal, Ichiro Honda grew anxious. Why? If you help us annihilate Huaxia, both North and South continents will be open for your exploration and exploitation. Collins touched his ear. Because Wang Dingtian still owes me $159.73 from 70 years ago. If I agree to cooperate with you, who will pay me back? Owing money. Ichiro Honda's eyes widened in disbelief. He expected Collins to reject cooperation over such a trivial debt. I can pay you that. Ichiro made a move to reach into his pocket. $100 was no small sum, but Ichiro Honda certainly had it. Collins raised an eyebrow and held out his hand toward Ichiro Honda. Then give it to me. $100 in U.S. currency will suffice. Ichiro was taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Collins would actually ask for it. Searching his spatial ring, he realized that during his days in the beautiful country, he had not yet exchanged any currency. He smiled awkwardly and produced 2 bills from his ring. Sakura currency. Is that acceptable? Collins took the Sakura currency with a look of disdain. Sakura currency? I even have Manta currency. This thing is so coarse that I wouldn't even use it to wipe myself. Saying this, he flung the Sakura coin back to Ichiro Honda. For a moment, Ichiro Honda was at a loss for words. He could only shift his focus to Harry as the potential partner. President Harry, would you be willing to cooperate with our Sakura Nation and the ferocious beasts? The beautiful nation has 2 martial saints. The Collins faction has refused. But if Harry's faction agrees to collaborate, then this trip 1T have been in vain. Harry, who was smoking, shook his head. I refuse to cooperate as well. You refuse to? Ichiro Honda was taken aback. Could it be that Wang Dingtian also owes you money? Harry shook his head and replied, he doesn't owe me money. I owe him. 70 years ago, I still owed him $100, and I haven't paid it back yet. Ichiro Honda's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly said, that is perfect. As long as you help us annihilate Huaxia, you 1T have to repay that $100. Harry raised his eyes to cast a glance at Ichiro Honda, tinged with mockery. Do I look like someone who needs that $100? If I were to help you destroy Huaxia just for that amount, how would I face the world if word got out? Having been mocked by both men in succession, Ichiro Honda finally came to his senses. So these two never intended to cooperate. They were just treating him like a fool. How dare you play me like this? Ichiro Honda was thoroughly enraged. Even martial saints don't treat people this way. Collins raised both hands, pressing down gently. Mr. Honda, please don't be impatient. We haven't finished speaking yet. Speak. Ichiro Honda suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. He was determined to see how these two planned to toy with him next. Wang Dingtian, Harry, and I were roommates 70 years ago. We have a very close relationship, Collins said as if speaking to himself. Ichiro Honda snorted coldly, and then, so you really don't intend to cooperate with us? Collins raised his index finger and shook it. No. Wang Dingtian, Harry, and I are bosom friends. Extremely close. When you came to our beautiful nation, you wanted us to attack him. That is unreasonable. Then what you propose? Ichiro Honda asked. By this point, he had given up all hope for this cooperation. It's simple, Harry spoke up this time. Our beautiful nation has 2 9th-level martial revered masters, and they're about to break through to martial saints, but they are just short of some resources. As he spoke, Harry rubbed his fingers together, his expression inscrutable. This was a gesture he had learned back in Huaxia. There's hope. Seeing Harry's gesture, the anger in Ichiro Honda's heart dissipated instantly. He knew that in Huaxia, this signified asking for benefits. In other words, if his side could provide sufficient benefits, the beautiful nation might very well agree to cooperate. How many resources do those two need before they agree to work with us? Sakura Nation has explored and mined Blue Star for many years. Resources are far from lacking. What we lack are gifted martial artists. Harry exclaimed angrily, clutching his chest as if in deep distress. Wang Dingtian and I were roommates for 4 years. He is our dearly beloved close friend. But then his tone shifted. If you provide us with enough resources to help those 2 9th-level martial revered masters break through to martial saints, and then give 100 shares of resources sufficient for a martial revered master's 1-year cultivation, that will suffice. Fine, as long as you agree to cooperate. I have the authority to approve these resources. Ichiro Honda agreed at once. Sakura Nation was currently not short of resources. Seeing Ichiro Honda agree outright, Collins and Harry exchanged a glance, both surprised at the other's expression. They did not expect Sakura Nation to be willing to part with so many resources. It must be understood that the resources required for a martial revered master to break through to martial saint are no small sum. Not to mention the 100 shares of cultivation resources for a year. It was an astronomical figure, suppressing their astonishment. The two looked back at Ichiro Honda. Since you agreed to cooperate, please return and send the resources. When Sakura Nation and the ferocious beasts attack Huaxia, our beautiful nation will certainly dispatch personnel to support the effort, whether it was just his imagination or not. Ichiro Honda felt that their tone grew heavier when they spoke the word support. Could it be that they were too excited, eager to join them in attacking Huaxia? Suppressing his doubts, Ichiro Honda nodded. Very well. I will return immediately and report this to our president. Harry beckoned to the secretary at the door and instructed, Secretary, please escort Mr. Honda back. The secretary at the door came in again,